The heroes have gathered together to face death itself, the Misty Flower Crew and their leader known as the Immortal, a man who cannot die. A berserker player named Yunha lived to destroy monsters. That was the whole point of his existence. He and his team descended into one of the 8 black dungeons of the world, the Abyss. No one had ever gone that far before. Many monsters were destroyed there, but many more remained to be slain. But Yunha knew neither rest nor sleep. All he cared about after defeating each monster was which monster to defeat next. And in the Abyss, there was plenty to choose from. It seemed that there were so many possible opponents that it was impossible to remember each one, and not even necessary. The hero fought bravely. He did not yet know that in this dungeon his life of 32 years would come to an end. He crushed one creature with his sword and was already preparing for the next fatal blow, putting all his strength and power into each of them. Behind him were mountains of slain monsters, but Yunha did not look back, moving forward without stopping. And this was a mistake, because the threat was lurking where no one expected it. The monster swung its powerful spiked tail. Yunha felt movement from behind just when it was too late to dodge the blow. After the hero lost his balance, he did not have time to block the next attack. The monster's sharp teeth sank into the hand holding the sword. The confrontation lasted for several minutes. The armor protected the young man well, but the pressure of the monster's jaw became stronger and stronger. At that moment, another blow of the tail followed, and now our hero was unable to stay on his feet. He staggered and began to fall. The stones flew in all directions, but Yunhei managed to free his hand with the weapon and strike back. The monster's head flew high into the air. Another enemy was defeated only to give way to the next one. The new monster was much larger and more terrifying. One of its limbs resembled a huge mace with spikes. When he got a better look at his enemy, Yunha realized that the monster's second arm was no less dangerous. The monster's mouth opened and it let out a terrifying roar. Its teeth were suspiciously similar to human teeth. Could it really be a mutant that once lived among people? Our hero was not prone to sentimentality. He saw a threat, and all he was interested in was how to get rid of it as quickly as possible and move on. But Yunha struck with his sword, but immediately realized why the monster's teeth were not sharp, but wide. The enemy simply clamped the blade like a vice. The sword was broken under the pressure of the jaws. The hero cursed and began to think about how best to act in this situation. He jumped up and pushed off the monster's back with his legs to jump further away, increasing the distance. Upon landing, Yunha sent a wave of splashes around him, defeating so many monsters that the entire ground was covered in pools of blood. Even though the weapon was broken, it was still possible to fight for one's life and fight with the remaining part of the blade. But Yunha enveloped it in mana, which made the fragment much stronger, while the monster gained momentum for an attack. Despite its incredible size, the monster was quite fast and agile, and the distance was reduced very quickly. Our hero's broken sword, glowing blue, floated in the air, transformed into a powerful weapon, and ready to deliver its final blow. The monster was huge, but Yunha calculated the trajectory of his sword correctly and hit his opponent in the neck, the most vulnerable spot. The blade entered the creature's body up to the hilt. Bloody streams gushed from its mouth, and a monstrous roar almost deafened the hero. With a sharp movement, Yunha pulled his weapon out of the dead carcass and turned around to assess the situation around him. There were no new opponents in sight, and the young man happily inhaled as much air as he could, checking to see if his ribs were intact. Not long ago, he had fallen hard on his back. It was necessary to assess the situation behind him, but Yunha looked back. His eyes lit up with fire. It was a special vision. The hero saw that behind him were not only the defeated monsters, but also the other hunters who had descended into the dungeon with the team. All were dead. Well, if there was no one else to help, Yunha decided to help himself and began looking for a new sword to continue his journey forward. A suitable blade was found quite quickly. With its help, one could try to pass through the stone gates towering in front of the warrior. It didn't matter, but Yunha was determined to overcome the obstacle and defeat the dungeon boss, even if he was alone. What this boss would be like could be guessed from the stone images of monsters on the gates. Our hero headed straight towards them. He pushed his sword into the crack, making it a little wider, and then used his hands to push the gate apart enough to walk through. Then the rocks continued to move on their own, and the hunter resolutely entered where no man had ever entered before. There was nothing there but dense, impenetrable darkness. The light coming through the gate was only enough for a few meters. But Yunha assessed this impenetrable darkness and realized that the boss, the master of darkness, was definitely hiding right here nearby. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in horror. He realized that he had made an unforgivable mistake by underestimating his opponent. The master of darkness was also looking at him. The attack was so swift that the hero did not even understand how it happened. He was already falling backwards with a fatal wound in his chest. The numerous rocks, one of which had pierced Yunhee's body, flew back at a terrifying speed under the impact of the powerful force of the blow. The hero was turned upside down several times. He was completely helpless. The weapon fell from his hands, blood flew in all directions, the movement did not stop. Falling to the ground, No Yunha realized that this was the end. He couldn't move even the tip of his finger. The hero laughed ominously. He didn't expect to die so stupidly. The player's last thoughts were that humanity was not yet ready to fight the master of shadows. He was too strong. The hero sat in a pool of blood, leaning against a rock, and thought that it wasn't so bad to meet his death in a dungeon where no one had ever reached. Here he heard a deafening cry full of despair. The girl ordered Yunhe not to even think about dying. She cursed and scolded him, urging him not to give up. It was Li Yuan. Our hero looked at her and thought that it was a hallucination. She could not have survived, and even more so, to be nearby so deep in the dungeon. The girl was a good magician. Tears were running down her face, but her hands were doing their job. She was casting a healing spell. Kneeling over Yunhe, Li Yuan tried her best to close his wound, but it was a huge hole in his stomach, and the task was impossible. The hero realized that he had no chance of surviving, so he asked his friend to leave him and quickly save his own life. Yuan screamed at the guy to shut up immediately and not interfere with her doing her job. She needed to convince him that there was hope. In fact, the wounds were too serious, and no healing would help restore the internal organs in such a situation. It could only be a miracle. At this time, Yuna thought that he had already died and entered the afterlife. He did not yet know that a miracle had happened. The guy regretted leaving his partner alone in the dungeon and asked her for forgiveness. He had dedicated his entire life to destroying monsters, caring little about others. He also remembered Baekryun, a girl who had just entered adulthood, and Yuna mentally thanked her for seeing only the best in him. His partner Li Yuan attempted to transport the hunter back in time to save his life. This was the miracle she was hoping for and bringing it to life. There was a limit to time travel, but the girl didn't care what price she had to pay for it, and a miracle happened. The desire to save his partner was so strong that he was soon swallowed up by a stream of yellow radiance to take him away from the darkest dungeon forever. This radiance became blinding, and it was no longer possible to make out anything, and this is how miracles of the great power of desire are accomplished. Some people were standing over him and holding out a rattle. They called him by name and asked him to look at them. Our hero decided that he was hallucinating again. Yuna opened his eyes and tried to focus. It was his mother and father. They smiled happily that their son had woken up. The baby wanted to tell his parents a lot, but he was barely a month old, so all he could do was coo. While the mother reproached the father for waking the baby, our hero tried to understand why the afterlife looked like his room as a baby. Mom and Dad looked at the baby again and affectionately asked if he had woken up to look at them. The child reached out and grabbed the woman's little finger tightly, as if he was checking to see if she was real or not. She tenderly asked how long he wanted to hold her hand, while her father plaintively reminded her that he also had hands, and as many as 10 fingers, and it seemed he was a little jealous. Our hero realized that this was not the afterlife, but that he was in the body of a child, and he could not yet speak or even move. He didn't die. He went back in time to when he was only a month old. Yuna continued to hold his mother's finger and thought that this was simply impossible. He realized that Yuan had performed a miracle right before his death. The impossible had happened against all laws. The girl was equal in power to the 12 thrones. It was no wonder that she had succeeded. The parents continued to discuss which of them their son looked more like. He had his father's smile in his mother's eyes. The child looked at them sadly with an adult look. Yuna did not think that he would ever see his parents alive again, but it happened. They died when he was 6 years old. They were killed by monsters. Since then, the boy saw the meaning of his existence in the destruction of monsters. But thanks to Yuan, he had a second chance. So No Yunha vowed that this time he would be able to change the future. He was so determined that he even clenched his fist, but it was the fist of a 1-year-old child whose parents almost cried with emotion and began to take pictures of their son. Even though our hero retained the memory of his life, he still remained a child and therefore had very limited opportunities, which was unbearable. All his tasks were reduced to eating well and sleeping. Such torture continued day after day. He had to come up with at least some kind of activity for himself. Given a second chance, Yuna started his journey almost from the beginning, and the first task he gave himself was to simply turn over. While he was trying to practice this simple action several times, his older sister Yuna came up and began to encourage the little one. Yuna was 4 years older than our hero and loved him more than anyone in the world. which meant she spent a lot of time with her little brother. Our hero was surprised that his memories of his sister were much weaker than those of his parents, but he remembered one moment from the past in detail. On the day their mom and dad died, Yuna hugged her brother tightly and promised him that she would always be there for him no matter what happened. On the day the monsters killed their parents, the sister hugged Yunhoo tightly and promised him that everything would be fine. She repeated this phrase hundreds of times until her voice began to disappear. In his new second life, the boy, to Yuna's joyful cries, finally made a coup and consolidated his success with another attempt. The girl grabbed him in her arms and continued to praise him. Our hero had not received so much tenderness and love for a long time. At the age of 9 months, Yunha was already sitting confidently, and he was able to see and notice more, and he discovered that mana was all around him. As an adult, the hero constantly experienced a mana deficit, so he decided to start saving it now to create a reserve while his body allowed it. From the outside, it looked rather strange, and my sister asked him what interesting thing he was doing. The boy looked at her, not knowing how to explain since he still couldn't talk, and then he noticed something interesting. Yuna was like a sponge, soaked in mana that there was so much of it that sometimes the glow went beyond the boundaries of her body, creating a shining silhouette, like a shadow. While she was lifting the baby into her arms, the hero thought that such an amount of mana for an adult would be dangerous and threatening to health. It could end in pycnosis. While the girl was teaching him to walk, Yuna thought about how he needed to teach her to control her energy before it put her life at risk. At the age of 4, our hero began to fulfill this task, because by this time, he had already learned to speak well and move confidently, and also often spent time playing with his sister on the street. She was very sociable and kind to everyone, and although many did not like the gloomy Yunhoo, Yuna still continued to take her little brother with her everywhere. The children in the yard always happily invited the girl to join the game. She was cheerful and very inventive. Unlike her brother, the girl got along well not only with children, but also with adults. The neighbors were simply delighted with her. Yunhee's communications with others were completely different and rarely brought pleasure to both parties. One day, he and his sister went out for a walk, and a slightly older girl with crimson hair called out to the boy. She blocked his path and looked at him defiantly, as if waiting to see if Yuna would rise to the provocation or not. Everyone liked to tease him. The girl asked why he had come there. Without thinking twice, our hero explained that he had been dragged there, but that it did not concern her, Drin Minzy, in any way. The girl got really angry and shouted that she had asked him not to call her that 1,000 times. Kim Minji, that's her name. Yunha pretended that he didn't hear again. The kids on the playground suggested playing Cossacks and robbers because there were quite a lot of kids there, and Minzy continued to be indignant. Yuna was not delighted. He did not understand at all why he needed to spend time in such company at 32 plus 4 years old, but for the sake of his sister, he endured. Yuna was very happy when she managed to drag him to the playground and even play together. This time was no exception. Noticing the displeasure on her brother's face, she decided that the problem was that he was not familiar with the rules of the game, so she cheerfully began to explain. Our hero didn't listen. He was simply pleased to see his sister's smile. He had been deprived of this pleasure for many years. The children had a pretty good time together and only went home when the sun began to sink towards the horizon. Yuna was unhappy that he got so dirty during the game. His clothes looked like he had dug a trench. Yuna continued to have fun and said that it was not scary. The main thing was that they had fun. Wasn't that right, she asked. The brother muttered that that was true, but he didn't like walking around the city like that. It would be better to stop and tidy himself up a bit. They would have had to stop in any case. A very angry mutant dog appeared in the middle of the street. It bared its teeth, drooling from its mouth. The girl froze in fear, but still stood a little ahead of her brother in order to protect him with herself in case of an attack. The children froze, not moving, and the dog with flashing red eyes came closer and closer to them, preparing to attack. It was difficult to figure out whether it was just a feral dog or an animal with rabies, or a real mutant that had escaped control. Yuna tried to cover her brother with her hand again, but Yunha was completely calm and didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. The girl was very scared, but tried not to show it so as not to scare her brother. She tried to assure him that everything was okay. Our hero remembered how on her last day of life she did the same thing, calming him down so he wouldn't be afraid, promising that everything would be fine. Now Yuna's face was just as worried and full of concern for Yunhoo as it had been then. He decided that this time he would not allow trouble to happen. The boy looked at the dog with his childish eyes, and the man in his head was considering whether he had the right to use his magical skills. Finally, the decision was made, and Yuna placed his hand on his sister's forearm, covering it with her body so that she would not be afraid. He stepped forward decisively, causing some confusion in Yuna. She did not understand what was happening and why her brother was doing this. Yuna thought that in that life he was weak and just trembled in his sister's arms, but now everything will be completely different. It's time to change his destiny. The boy took another decisive step forward to avoid the mistakes of the past in his new life. He was so confident in his abilities that Yuna did not interfere. She simply stood behind her brother and watched what was happening. The boy cast a defensive spell, using up almost all of his mana, and the dog sensed the threat and stopped. There was so much energy in the air that the animal did not risk attacking. Receiving such a rebuff from a child was something new for her. The mouth opened and closed again, then opened again, but not to bite, but to catch its breath, knocked out by fear. Using the power of suggestion, Yunha commanded the creature to immediately get out of their way, or better yet, to disappear immediately. The animal didn't have to be told twice. The dog quickly turned around and began to run away from this sudden threat. The children watched as the dog ran away into the darkness of the gateway. Yuna didn't understand how her brother managed to do this. Having weakened the protective barrier, Yunha breathed a sigh of relief. In the body of a child, he used magic for the first time, and was not at all sure that he would be able to use his skills from his past life successfully. Yuna was shocked. She saw the blue glow of the spell and heard her brother's sigh. So the first thing the girl asked was if he was okay. Yuna answered in the affirmative. He hastened to reassure his little sister, saying that their adventure had turned out to be fun. The girl calmed down and began to ask how her brother did it, whether it was mana, and when he would teach her to do such tricks too. Our hero was a little puzzled, but then decided that this was exactly the reaction of his sister that he should have expected. The moment was quite touching. He pretended to be tired and promised to teach Yuna, which caused a new wave of joy and gratitude towards him. Yun smiled and thought that why not, after all? He was going to prepare his sister for the upcoming events anyway. The girl was very inspired. She couldn't wait to learn how to control mana, because not every person is capable of this. But then Yuna remembered that they were already late getting home, and pulled her little brother forward. They needed to get back before their mother started to worry. Yuna thought that he was ready to give his life for the smile. His family was killed when he was 6 years old, so he needed to hurry with the preparations. In order to change the future, he was ready to do anything. But now he just needed to go home, and that was happiness. Nevertheless, thoughts about the tragedy continued to disturb our hero, but now a plan was maturing in his brain on how to prevent it. Yuna started training by bringing a top and asking his little sister to spin it without using her hands, just with her willpower and mana. Yuna had plenty of mana, but directing it in the right direction was not so easy. The top moved chaotically without spinning. The girl complained that it was very difficult to control the flow of energy, but her brother assured her that after a few training sessions, everything would work out. Yuna thought with regret that his sister had the gift of storing large amounts of mana since birth, but she had absolutely no ability to control it. But he did not say this out loud. Yuna seemed to read his thoughts. She decisively exclaimed that now she would succeed. She would spin the top correctly on the first try. The girl put all her energy into spinning the top, her hands releasing a stream of mana so strong that it would be enough to demolish a wall. Luckily, there was no wall in front of her, but the top spun so fast that it bounced off the floor, hit the corner of the sofa, and flew over Yuna's shoulder. Then she hit the wall, bounced back, then forward again to one side and then the other. Our hero realized that his sister still had a lot to learn, but the first steps had been taken. After a while, the family gathered in front of the TV. Some beauty received a prestigious Academy Award and showered her with gratitude. The house was warm and cozy. Despite the fact that it was winter outside, the feeling of warmth and comfort did not leave our hero. In a few minutes, the new year was supposed to come. Mom reminded Yuni that next year he would be 6 years old, which meant that, as promised, he had to go to kindergarten. The boy frowned and muttered that he absolutely didn't need a garden. His mother agreed, but added that she could use some more free time, and besides, she had to keep her word. Our hero thought that this would be fair, since he had already avoided the garden for quite a long time, terrorizing his parents with constant whining. He really didn't want to spend time around noisy children who cried for any reason. Just thinking about it gave Yun-hee a headache. The hosts of the program reported that there was 1 minute left before the new year. This moment will change the future of all humanity, as a very important event must occur. The announcer asked for attention on the screen. Their correspondent was supposed to go live from the scene of the events. A girl appeared with headphones and a microphone who said that she was at the Jongmyo Temple. where their ancestors, members of the Joseon dynasty, were buried, and where a new page in Korean history would begin. Our hero grabbed his head. He already knew what kind of new chapter this would be, but he still wanted to refresh his memories and hoped that this time everything would be different. After humanity discovered mana and learned how to use it, everyone seemed to go crazy about it and used skills uncontrollably. But they didn't take into account that this would lead to the appearance of monsters, and on the very day that the 21st century began, an incident called the end of the century occurred. The monsters destroyed approximately 30% of the planet's population, and the remaining survivors literally trembled with fear. Monsters appeared literally out of nowhere, and it took a long time before the cause was found. The government and laws were no longer in force. The only force that now had weight was mana, which caused a new hierarchy to emerge on Earth, with the rich and the hunters who controlled mana coming to power. Before the situation could be stabilized, the cities lost contact with each other, and humanity was on the brink of survival, in constant horror and chaos. But in Korea, full of despair, a small light of salvation lit up, giving hope to millions of people. It was at the Chonmyo temple that the beautiful Lim Gail appeared, and in the moonlight she came out to people for the first time. Both her face and her clothes were so beautiful that millions of viewers could not take their eyes off their television screens. Yuna also gasped in admiration and even clasped her hands, whispering that she had never seen anyone more beautiful in the world. Lim Gail used to be a popular actress, but now she became the first protector goddess of Korea, who needed to give people hope for the future. The woman had the gift of white grace, or more precisely, the ability to stop the action of mana and disperse it. All the players who defended the temple altar became the sword protectors of Korea and were called the 12 Thrones. All the players were controlled by mana control forces, but the strongest of them created their own clans, a thought that haunted Yunhe. As a person with the rarest gift that could stop monsters, Lim Gail was chosen to become one of the 12 thrones that protected Korea. She was already a very influential person before, but after becoming the throne, this woman's power increased indescribably. After all, players in this position received help from the clan and help from the Mana Control Committee. This made it possible to monitor the activities of all other players and subordinate them to one's will. One could not even dream of greater power. Lim Gail raised both her hands and addressed the 12 thrones with a speech, the gist of which was that their activities should bear good fruit. The woman approached the glowing magic ball and laid her hands on it. The ritual began with the words of prayer. The goddess turned to all the other gods of the earth and heaven, with a request to grant her the strength to protect her country at all costs. The glow from the ball became larger and larger, and mana shot out from Lim Gail's hands towards the sky in a column of blue radiance. Within minutes, the dome of blue energy began to cover houses, trees, and fields, as if it was trying to cover the entire territory of Korea. The glow was so bright that there was no longer any need to look at the TV screen. The blue light penetrated into the houses of the city straight from the street, from the sky. The correspondent happily informed the viewers that right now, they were watching a protective hemisphere open up, a barrier that would help control the mana and prevent it from raging. Hearing that the barrier could be seen throughout the country, Yuna ran to the balcony to see the miracle with her own eyes. The girl's eyes were shining. She believed that the dome would protect them all. Yunha, who had joined his sister, did not share her delight, but remained silent. The sight was truly stunning. The girl even opened her mouth from the excess of emotion. She had never seen such beauty before. Everything around was filled with diffused blue light. People went outside to look at the dome and feel the sense of security they had long dreamed of. The parents joined Yuna and Yunha, smiling as they listened to the girl's excited cries about how the sky was now incredibly beautiful. The father folded his hands in a prayer of gratitude and said that now they could finally live in peace and quiet. The mother also thanked the goddess and began to pray. Her face glowed with joy and happiness. One could look at it endlessly. All the people around did the same. On the balcony opposite, another family froze in a happy prayer of gratitude, and another one a little lower. The people thanked Lim Gail with all their hearts. They believed that now the monsters would leave their country alone, and everyone would be safe. Yuna and Yunhee's parents continued to pray, now silently, but it was not difficult to guess what words they were saying in their thoughts. The girl decided that she wanted to pray too. She folded her hands and invited her brother to join them. The boy looked at her with distrust. He was not naive, and besides, he knew what awaited their family and the whole country in the future. Yuna sadly bowed his head and thought that he really had no one to pray to. There would soon be no gods in this world. When the end came, all the gods died too. as did hundreds of millions of the planet's population, as did those who now came out onto the balconies with hope and gratitude. He looked at the windows of the surrounding houses and saw only shadows, only dark silhouettes of the people who lived in them. But it was a memory. Now the windows were shining with a bright and warm light, and people were really alive and celebrating the arrival of the new year, praying and thanking Lim Ga-il for the protective dome. The skies are turning black again, our hero thought, pushing away the vision that had washed over him a minute earlier. Now was not the right moment for this. He heard his sister asking the gods to grant their family a happy and prosperous life, to protect them from all evil. Yuna looked at the girl who seemed like a real angel to him. Hope was awakening in his heart. He wanted everything to turn out exactly as Yuna asked. The boy firmly decided that in this life he would truly be happy with his family, because that was why he was given a second chance. He joined his family in prayer. But in reality, Yuni was turning 6, which meant that the incident that took the lives of his family was getting closer. The Master of Darkness was not sleeping. The Kraken that killed Yunhee's mom and dad didn't sleep either. Our hero tried not to think about it, but subconsciously felt what was in store for them all. Well, while the boy was waiting for a new stage in his childhood life, the announced kindergarten, by the way, looked quite attractive and was called Doan, Evergreen Pines. Teacher Tayo greeted Yunhoo and informed the children that a new friend would be joining them from now on. He asked the boy if he would like to introduce himself and tell the other children a little about himself so that they could make friends. Our hero was a man of few words. He gave his name and age, after which he again fell silent with a sullen look. After thinking, he looked at the children sitting on the rug and added that he was very glad to meet everyone. This was not true, but it was polite. Teacher Tayo praised the boy, but noted that the welcoming speech was short. Maybe he should tell something more about himself to make friends. Yuna thought that he was not interested in children friends. But then he noticed a familiar hairstyle among those present, and then a face, and the next moment, indignant exclamations flew towards Yunhee. It was Kim Minji who asked in a displeased tone what he had forgotten in their group, why he had come here, and so on. Our hero was unpleasantly surprised and asked why Drin Minzi was bothering him again, since he was simply busy with his own affairs. The girl was really angry. She didn't want the other children to find out about the unpleasant nickname that Yunha had given her. Teacher Tayo asked the children to calm down. They had enough free time before lunch to make friends, but certainly not to get into conflict. His suggestion to be more friendly towards the new boy caused a whole wave of shouts and questions. Everyone wanted to know where the boy lived, what his favorite color was, and so on. After listening to the children and assessing the situation, Tayo decided that everything was going as it should be. He promised Yunhee that he would soon have many friends. As soon as the opportunity arose to escape from the children and their questions, our hero took advantage of it. He left the playroom and thought that he couldn't stand children. Here he saw a sign indicating a children's book corner, something like a small reading room. This was more interesting. The books were mostly children's, but killing time reading in silence was much more pleasant than fighting off persistent questions. Our hero chose a comfortable stool and began to look for a well-lit place to sit down with a book. He sat down at the table, but his attention was constantly drawn to the pink bow in the hair of the girl who was reading on the other side of the table, which prevented him from concentrating. Slowly turning page after page, Yunha felt that the girl was looking at him carefully. But with his peripheral vision, he saw that she wasn't even looking at the book. Yunha also stopped reading and stared blankly into the space in front of him. He didn't know how to ask the girl not to look so as not to offend her. The baby was quite beautiful. She had huge eyes and dark hair, but the pink bow was incredibly annoying. Apparently, it wasn't just Yunhu. Some boy approached the girl from behind and called out to her in a loud voice. It was Cho Young-hook and his friends Ma Banjin and Yang Sinjin, who cheekily asked what the point of sitting around reading was. Young-hook asked the girl, whose name was Yang Hye-young, why she was always with a book and whether she didn't have a single friend. The little girl turned to him and simply asked him to leave her alone, but this only made the boy even more angry. The guy screamed that he was terribly irritated by her vulgar pink ribbon and literally tore the bow out of her hair. The girl tried to take the ribbon back, almost crying. Yan Hyan explained that her dad gave it to her, to which the boy replied that he would not give the bow back simply because he did not want it. Yanhuk began throwing the ribbon to his comrades, inviting the girl to take her bow from her opponents like a basketball. Yan Hyan did not do this. She folded her hands and with tears in her voice asked for the commemorative ribbon to be returned to her. The bully didn't listen. He continued to tease the girl and stick his tongue out at her. It was very childish and not at all gentlemanly. Yuna continued reading, not paying attention to what was happening, But then he again felt the girl's pleading gaze on his back, and without turning his head, ordered her to give him the bow. Yeonhook looked angrily at the hero. The provocation had succeeded. He was lucky enough to run into resistance, which was what the boy was trying to achieve by starting a fight. Yuna slowly rose from his stool and considered whether it was acceptable to swing his fists on his first day of kindergarten. He approached the offender and said that he was behaving like a baby and that the game the boys were playing was not fun at all. Yeonhook called Yunhoo a moron and swung his arm to hit him. Apparently, the bully solved all his problems with force and was used to bullying children. He couldn't know that the boy in front of him had 32 years of life experience behind him. Yuna skillfully dodged the blow. The next moment, the offender was already flying back, turning upside down in the air. Everything happened very quickly. Our hero caught the pink bow on the fly and quickly walked forward as if nothing had happened at all. Yeonhook hadn't even had time to land on the ground yet, and his opponent was already handing over a commemorative ribbon to young Hae-yang. The girl was confused and surprised. Looking at her grateful eyes, Yuna asked Hae-yang not to let anyone take her things away from her anymore. Surrounded by his friends, Yeonhook promised that he would not leave this incident unpunished, to which our hero thought that it was not so scary to hear threats from a 6-year-old. Here he felt some movement of the aura and looked back at the enemy. It felt like there really was danger in the air. The bully promised that next time Yunhee would really get into trouble if he got in his way. Our hero did not pay attention to him, but at that moment he felt that someone was pulling him by the sleeve of his sweater. It was Yang Hyun, thus calling Yunhoo to thank him for helping her return the memorable pink bow. The girl clutched the ribbon to her chest and was clearly embarrassed, but she still managed to overcome her indecision, looked up at Yunhoo and said with a smile, "Thank you for what he did." Just at that moment, Yunha was thinking that among all the children in the garden, Minji and Yeonhook had a lot of mana, while the rest didn't stand out. But then he looked at Yan Hayan with a special vision and was simply stunned by what he saw. The hero did not expect such a turn of events. The girl had so much mana that even Yuna was left behind. Our hero had never seen such an amount of energy. He was so surprised that he even stepped back a little. Yan Hayan had the power to destroy half a city, but she didn't even know about her own strength. Yuna noticed that the girl skillfully controlled her mana. Such a child had every chance of becoming one of the 12 thrones, or their protege, at the very least. He leaned over to get a better look at her face. Before the regression, the hero had never heard the name Yan Hayan, and it was strange. Even without becoming a player, she should have become famous already because of the amount of mana. Yuna extended his hand for a handshake and invited the little girl to become friends, adding that he didn't know why, but he really wanted to. Hayan blushed, embarrassed again, but extended her hand in response and nodded hesitantly. She really didn't have any friends. The girl did not suspect that this time they paid attention to her rather out of mercantile interests, because our hero knew that mana was the greatest force in their world. Hayan thanked him for the offer and shook his outstretched hand. Now Yunhee had the opportunity to stay closer to her. Yan Hayan laughed and said that they would not just be friends, but good friends. She was absolutely sure of it. A little more time passed and the holiday of gratitude to parents arrived. Everything went on as usual in Yunhee's house. Mom pinned on the red carnations that were given to her, a symbol of celebration. She was very pleased and thanked her son for such a wonderful gift. Our hero was a little surprised. He made this carnation in kindergarten, but did not take it out of his backpack. His mother found it herself and pinned it to his sweater. The sister also received a portion of praise. The mother said that the flower the girl made looked even better than the real one and stroked her head. Yuna looked at his sister's carnation and thought that she hadn't really done it very well. But there was no need to be surprised. Yuna was, unlike him, a real child. Then Mom remembered that Yuni had another craft in her backpack. She asked who this carnation was for. Maybe for Yuna. The girl was happy. The woman added that it was very gallant of him and asked who the third flower was for then. The boy didn't know what to answer. The question had driven him into a corner because in fact he had made the third carnation more out of habit. In the end, Yunha replied that he had prepared gifts for his mother, for Yuna, and for his grandmother, which surprised everyone very much. The fact is that, having become an orphan, before the regression, our hero every year on this day made a carnation for his grandmother, who was raising him at the time. But he never gave his gift, he just left it in his backpack. The woman always found it herself and decorated their modest room. On none of the holidays did the boy give carnations directly. He suffered greatly from the fact that on Parents' Day, his only relative was his grandmother. To mark the holiday, the government decided to open the closed roads so that families could see their relatives who live far away. This was announced on television. A large number of player hunters were hired to protect the population that decided to travel in the event of monsters appearing. Our hero already knew that on that day, the 4th of May, many people died, including his family, who were destroyed by a giant kraken on the way to the city where his grandmother lived. Just when Yunha was thinking about this, his father came to him and said that the holidays were starting, the roads were open, which meant they could go on a trip. Yuna said that she wanted to go to her grandmother. Her parents happily supported this idea. Besides, they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yuna became determined to change the future and therefore realized that he had to cancel this trip at any cost. But it had to be done correctly. There was only one grandmother, and the father was an orphan, which meant that it would not be possible to suggest going to other relatives. The boy loved his maternal grandmother very much, so he didn't want to upset her or upset his relatives by refusing. His grandmother raised him after the death of his parents, doing everything possible to ensure that Yunha grew up to be a worthy person, always supporting him, even in the face of failure. As a result, he became a player. But then she died. The father interrupted the hero's thoughts, reminding him that the roads were open, but they would most likely be closed again after the holiday, and that he needed to decide quickly. Yuna plucked up his courage and suggested to his parents that they go to visit his grandmother another time. He heard what his father said, but decided to take a risk. The parents looked at their son with bewilderment. Firstly, he rarely contradicted them, and secondly, he loved his grandmother very much, so much so that he even made a carnation for her. The mother leaned over to the boy and reminded him about the carnation. She asked if her son wanted to see his grandmother and why she was suggesting going another time. Yuna replied that he wanted to, but not on that day. He again asked to postpone the trip, which caused concern to his mother. Our hero realized that he is just a child. His word means nothing, therefore. In order to achieve success, he needs to behave accordingly, like a child. The boy exclaimed that soon it would be Children's Day, that there was an amusement park near their house, which they had never been to, and that there were rides there that he dreamed of riding. Hearing what her brother was talking about, Yuna also shouted that she really wanted to go to the amusement park. She had completely forgotten about it and had long dreamed of going on a ride. The parents didn't mind. They thought that the children really deserved a trip to the amusement park. It was very close, but because of the monsters, neither Yuna nor Yunha had ever been there. The father smiled and said that they would definitely correct this unfortunate misunderstanding and go ride the rides tomorrow. Mom, smiling, added that this was a good reason to cook something tasty and asked what kind of treat the children would like. Yuna screamed that she wanted nuggets and sandwiches. Yunha almost jumped with joy. It seems his plan worked. Our hero was inspired. If you can't stand in the way of the Kraken, you can stand in the way of your parents, and then everything will be fine. Then the phone rang. It was quite unexpected because the work calls had already ended. Yunha felt that something was wrong. It was as if the universe did not give him a chance to interfere with the events of the future. His mother was talking on the phone, and her voice was becoming more and more anxious. At this point, sweat began to run down the woman's forehead. She asked several times how her mother was feeling now, her voice trembling. At the end of the conversation, my mother asked me to take care of my grandmother and call her whenever necessary. They would pay for everything. After hanging up the phone, the woman's face darkened. She was very worried. Her husband and daughter rushed to ask what had happened and if the grandmother was okay. Mom explained that no one knows the details yet, and there is no diagnosis either, but Grandma fainted and is currently undergoing examination. Yuna was scared. Nothing like this had happened before his regression. His grandmother had absolutely no health problems until he entered the Players' Academy. Mom tried to calm herself and her family down by saying that it was probably nothing serious, but she wanted to see her grandmother to make sure. Dad supported this idea, saying that he was also worried, so he would go with her. But what about the children? He added. Father told Yuna and Yuna that they couldn't go to the park because they would be going to Grandma's tomorrow once the road security was ready. Mom looked at Yunhu. He was very scared and tense. The woman thought it was because of the amusement park, so she decided to talk to him separately. She leaned over and began to console the boy, saying that everyone would definitely go to the amusement park just another day, and that right now their care was really needed by their grandmother. Our hero thought that he only tried to change the future, and immediately the grandmother suffered. Who knows what might happen if he does not stop these attempts? If he couldn't stop his family from facing the Kraken, then why would he even have a second chance? Yunha was desperate. But still, the new life was somewhat different from the previous one, because something had changed significantly. He himself had changed. Since childhood, he has been accumulating mana and has already collected a decent amount. In addition, he has combat experience from his past life, and in it he was one of the strongest players. The boy told his mother that it was okay, he agreed, but he himself thought that if he couldn't prevent his family from meeting the Kraken, then he could do something else. Yuna stood facing the wall and thought about his battle plan. Mom and Yuna decided that he was upset and began to console him. But our hero imagined what the monster he had to defeat looked like. Every detail, right down to every sucker on the tentacles, surfaced in his memory. He was gathering his resolve to destroy the enemy, even if he was in the body of a 6-year-old boy. Yunha thought that he would fight the monster with all the means available to him. He would make every effort to prevent his parents and sister from dying. The Mana Control Bureau has classified all monsters based on the level of threat they pose. Monsters of the 9th, 8th, and 7th levels were minor nuisances such as environmental pollution and the like, while monsters of the 6th level posed a danger to entire areas of cities. Level 5 and 4 creatures committed mass murder and could threaten an entire city and were considered equivalent to medium-strength earthquakes. 3rd-level monsters brought hordes of weaker monsters with them and threatened the well-being of an entire country. They were associated with natural disasters. The Kraken was one of these, committing mass murder and even affecting the Korean government as it could not be neutralized. The 2nd-tier monsters were a disaster for the continent, while the 1st-tier monsters threatened the existence of all of humanity, such as the Master of Darkness that Yunha fought in the abyss, almost dying. Yuna rummaged through his desk drawer, trying to find a weapon suitable for defeating the Kraken, something he had done quite easily when he was an adult. The thing is that mostly C-rank players were hired to guard the roads, and their skills were not enough to defeat such a monster. Our hero sighed, thinking that in a child's body it would be unlikely that he would be able to significantly influence the situation. It was necessary to buy time until the 12 thrones arrived to help, because with fire magic they could deal with the Kraken quite easily. At least last time, it took literally 15 minutes and one of the warriors to stabilize the situation. He took quite a bit of damage, the monster's tentacles repeatedly knocking the player back, but he had good stamina and fighting skills. Of the suitable items, our hero found only scissors and a stationary paper knife. If he enveloped them in mana, he could count on several fairly successful attacks. It would be nice to take a kitchen knife, but Mom would notice if it was missing, so I'll have to use what I found. Mom just looked into her son's room, asking if he was getting ready for the trip they were about to leave. Everyone was ready, so the woman hurried Yunhu. They needed to get there before the traffic jam started. There were quite a few people who wanted to travel to their relatives. The boy smiled and asked for another 5 minutes. He still had to find and put literally a couple more things in his backpack. Finally, Yuna zipped up his backpack and announced that he was ready. He was ready not only for the trip, but also for the fact that he would have to fight off the monster. The sun was on the horizon, and the streets and bridges of the city were filled with endless streams of cars. Everyone was rushing to take advantage of the open roads. Our hero's family was unable to avoid traffic jams. Their red car stopped in another traffic jam. Yuna was already tired, and they hadn't even left the city yet. Mom turned to the children and suggested that they sleep. Apparently, the road promised to be very long. The boy replied that he was fine and smiled. Yuna fell asleep, leaning on his shoulder, and it was nice to feel the warmth and breath of her little sister. The car gradually moved forward. Now they were driving along the Sanson Bridge, and our hero began to become noticeably nervous. The thing is that last time the Kraken appeared as soon as their car drove onto the bridge. This time they drove halfway, but the monster was still not there. This meant only one thing. Something else had changed in the future. Something that Yuna didn't even know about yet, and it visibly scared him. He asked the gods for only one thing, that they would just let the car pass the bridge in peace, but the future could not be changed. An explosion was heard ahead. Mom watched in horror as pieces of asphalt and cars flew in different directions. There was no way to turn the car around and go back because of the traffic. The father froze. He understood that they had absolutely no chance of saving the children while in the car, but at the same time, getting out of the car meant being left completely without shelter. Machine parts and rocks continued to fly at them. The Kraken's tentacles were destroying the bridge and everything on it, and new fires were breaking out. Yuna started to wake up. Yuna continued to hold her hand, trying not to let her get too scared. It seemed to him that the monster was simply mocking his desperate desire to change the future, which is why it was in no hurry to show itself. And then he saw it. It was that same Kraken, a monster equated to a natural disaster within the city. With its tentacles, it scattered cars with passengers like children's toys, demolished houses and bridge supports with one blow, and it was no longer possible to stay in place. His parents realized it too. The father attempted to back up, still hesitating to get out of the car, but the road was blocked by an accident. Someone had already tried to do this before and failed. People ran out onto the bridge and tried to escape by moving in the opposite direction. Everyone was wondering where the players hired for security were. Finally, the player hunters appeared and headed straight for the Kraken's tentacles. The situation could become more favorable. The guards were well armed and prepared to save as many people as possible, but someone had to disarm the Kraken. But then one of them noticed an additional threat that he had not expected at all. The man froze, unable to move. The Kraken's tentacle was rapidly descending straight towards him, and now there was no longer a player, nor a couple of cars near which he was. It was only a miracle that Yoonhee's parents' car was not hit. The other guards, and we remember that their rank was quite low, looked with horror at what was left of their colleague. Everyone reacted differently. Some of the players tried to inflict at least some damage on the monster, while others simply ran away. People got out from under the rubble on their own. Yoonhee and Yoon's parents continued to sit in a daze, not daring to get out of the car, but sooner or later it still had to be done. Finally, the father voiced what everyone was afraid of. We needed to get out, but with extreme caution, because there was complete chaos outside. In a trembling voice, the man tried to convince the family that if they moved slowly, everything would end well. Yoona looked at his dad as if for the last time he knew something that was still unknown to his father. Mom turned to the children and said that she loved them, and they needed to do as Dad said. That way they would be saved. The players would protect them. They opened the door and took their first steps across the bridge. Yoona was the last to get out of the car. She was the most scared of all. When getting out of the car, the little girl tripped and twisted her ankle. Yoonha did not have time to give her a hand in time, and something irreparable happened. Now the girl was sitting on the ground and trying to stand up on her foot in fear, but she was unable to do so, and she declared that she could not walk on her own. Yoona began to cry, realizing that she needed to get up and save herself, but she couldn't do it. She was afraid of dying herself, but even more afraid of putting her loved ones at risk. Then the father said that there was no point in shedding tears. He could easily carry his daughter in his arms. That way they would walk slower, but would still be able to move forward. He approached the baby and began to carefully lift her up. Mom and Yoona did not interfere so as not to create unnecessary trouble. The boy was scared, but not for himself, but for his family. His father asked if he could go and received an affirmative answer. Then one of the players ran up to them and ordered them to follow him in order to get to the evacuation point in the safest way. Yoona thought that while the regular players were in a panic, the veterans quickly adapted to the situation and began evacuating people. The boy remembered how it was last time. The Kraken was not the only problem. He needed to cross the bridge before other monsters attacked. But they didn't have time. The next moment, the player who had agreed to accompany them was pierced through and through with a spear. He fell down dead, and Yoonhee's father stopped. He didn't know what to do now, continue to make his way to the shelter, or return to the car. The man watched in horror as whole hordes of new terrifying monsters rose from the water across the bridge. Here one of them grabbed the railing with his clawed paws and was ready to appear right in front of our heroes. Yoona realized that what he feared most had happened. The creatures had appeared before his family had managed to get off the bridge. They were Class 7 monsters, divers, but there were so many of them that the number of human casualties increased with every minute. Half-fish with terrible predatory teeth used spears as weapons, although they were quite capable of simply biting off anyone's head. The female player, who specialized in healing, narrowly escaped the attack, but who knows how long she can hold out. The veterans quickly got their bearings and began to repel the attack, covering the advance of the civilians. One of the players was holding a wounded girl in his arms and asked if there were any healers nearby. The woman we had already noticed volunteered to help and ran forward, only a few meters away from the injured girl. But the huntress couldn't overcome them either. The spear of another diver struck the target with lightning speed, and it fell dead. There were so many monsters that the people who found themselves surrounded had practically no chance of survival. The Yoonhee family stood in the middle of this chaos in complete confusion. Right around them, the divers were going wild. A little further away, the Kraken was tearing apart the remains of the bridge with its tentacles. Here, the father asked the children to obey and do what he tells them without hesitation, and he in turn promises to protect them. He ordered his wife and son not to look back and just run forward, and advised his daughter to close her eyes. There was no time to think. They all ran. It was the only chance to survive, but no one could give any guarantees that the attempt would be successful. Just at that moment, a Kraken tentacle flew over them and simply grabbed several cars and their passengers in an armful. The second tentacle repeated the same thing and lifted the cars up, only to then simply throw them off the bridge. The third tentacle destroyed both the bridge and the cars with direct blows, completely unconcerned about how effective such tactics were. Yunha looked at what was happening and realized that his father had not made the best decision. Running forward was too dangerous. The boy tried to call out to his dad, who was moving ahead, clearing the way as best he could, and tell him about it. But the father already understood that he had to stop. With another blow of the tentacle, the kraken threw the fuel tanker and provoked a powerful explosion. A new fire started. There was practically nothing left of the bridge ahead, and Yunhee's family simply stood there and looked at the wall of flames ahead. It was unclear what to do next, where to go, especially since our heroes simply froze, desperately trying to come up with at least something. The players also didn't know what to do. The road was destroyed, reinforcements weren't arriving, people only had a couple of minutes to get their bearings. One of them shouted that they had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The thrones had to arrive and destroy the monsters. Yuna remembered that in his past life, the thrones arrived 30 minutes after the kraken appeared. Since the escape routes were blocked, all hope lay with the players who were on the bridge now. They could defeat the divers, but if no one destroyed the kraken soon, everyone would die. Yuna thought that he had been preparing for this from the very beginning. He had to save his family even at the cost of his own life. It was time to act. The boy took a stationary knife and scissors out of his backpack, and his mother became worried, not understanding what he was planning. Our hero asked his parents to stay close to the players and not leave them until help arrived. The father almost shouted to ask what was going on. He was no less worried about his son than the mother, and also did not understand what his restless child was going to do. Yuna said that for now the players are protecting them, but if something else happens, Yuna can help the parents. He explained everything to her earlier. There was so much confidence in the child's voice that his parents did not stop him. Perhaps this was a result of severe stress. Yuna looked at his sister and said that she was the only one present who could use and control mana, so she should only do it when absolutely necessary. The girl was too scared and also very worried about her brother and did not want to let him go, but she still agreed. The boy did not hesitate, turned around and ran towards the kraken. His mother only managed to stretch out her hand after him, but could not hold him back. Yuna was determined to kill the monster, save his family, and live a new life given to him for the second time. He ran between the cars toward the monster with a stationary knife at the ready, but he felt that his speed was not enough. Then our hero decided to use the skill he used as a player. It was not easy in the body of a child, but he managed to use the force and accelerate. It was a heavenly stepping technique, and it was quite difficult for a man in a boy's body, and his strength did not last long. But this way, he could instantly reach the kraken, so Yuna decided not to spare himself and move on. He used his heavenly steps again and leapt from one car to another with huge leaps, as fast as an arrow. People who noticed him were very surprised. Not a single child had ever used the techniques of the players in Korea. The hunters who noticed the boy ordered him to stop immediately. It was too dangerous, but our hero did not listen and rushed forward. Even the divers froze in surprise. They hadn't expected anything like this, and Yuni's speed was so high that they barely had time to notice him. The boy raced across the roofs of cars straight towards the monsters with a stationary knife at the ready. He was ready to attack. Approaching the opponents, Yunha managed to envelop his childish weapon in mana beforehand, and it was no longer so harmless. He took out the first diver with one blow, but the rest of the monsters rushed to help, to take revenge on the reckless child. The knife in our hero's hand worked perfectly, despite his short childish arms and weak muscles, and his combat skills from his past life were beginning to be restored. One blow was followed by another, and soon the number of defeated divers exceeded 10. The boy moved along the roofs of cars, leaving behind the corpses of monsters. When his path was blocked, a couple of movements of the knife solved the problem, but the battle undoubtedly took a lot of strength from the child. Yuna then decided not to kill the divers, but simply move forward, jumping over them when it was possible to avoid a fight. If this was impossible, the boy would use a knife. Now he had more strength to strike, and the monsters' heads would fly off with one movement of the knife. To move faster, our hero began to dodge attacks, avoiding opponents. He jumped over monsters from above and rolled under them from below. In the same way, Yuna covered the distance between the cars, sometimes jumping, sometimes rolling. His goal was to get to the kraken as quickly as possible. The knife worked perfectly. The mana reserve was still quite large, and repelling the attacks of monsters was becoming easier and easier. The skills from the past life worked better each time. There was only a little bit left to the tentacles. The road was blocked only by a couple of divers, and Yunha realized that he had almost reached his goal. He swung his knife at another monster and practically cut it in half, just like the adult Yunha destroyed monsters. It was nice to realize that even in a child's body he managed to fully restore his fighting skills. The boy was rapidly moving forward. Our hero remembered that he had previously possessed a special technique that allowed him to speed up and strengthen his blow. He needed to try to use it now, before meeting the Kraken. Yuna tried to concentrate as much as possible and think through a further strategy in order to get rid of all the divers on the way at once. He gathered all his mana into his fingertips and his knife, spun around and began to act like a whirlwind of blue light. Landing on the ground after a series of blows, the boy assessed the situation and was quite pleased with the result. The diver tried to attack him, hiding below under the debris. But Yuna noticed it in time and jumped high into the air, only to then quickly descend and destroy the enemy before he even realizes what happened. Another monster launched a spear at the boy, but our hero jumped again, avoiding the hit. Having finished with the last diver, Yunha whispered that it took very little time. He became himself again, became immortal again. The guy added that it was time to end all this. The Kraken was very close. All that was left was to overcome the last few dozen meters. Scissors were added to the knife. Our hero began to jump from one roof of the car to another, simultaneously enveloping the additional weapon in mana. Yunya used magical protection on his entire body because he didn't know how strong the enemy was and what to expect from him. The heavenly steps were working even better now. The distance was closing very quickly. Now it was time to use the weapon. The boy stopped in front of the Kraken, and only now did it become clear how tiny Yuna was compared to the monster. The hero thought that he would have to fight with the weapon he had. Although it was unlikely to cause significant damage to the monster, there was no choice. At this time, the Kraken raised a tentacle, preparing to crush the person who dared to come close to it. The monster missed by a little, smashing several cars standing between him and Yunha into pieces. The boy could only hope that there were no people inside. There was not a second to lose, and our hero jumped and landed right on the tentacle, digging into the tentacle with a knife and scissors to secure himself. The monster swung its limb, and the boy almost fell down, hanging on his simple weapon, stuck in the monster. The main task was to reach the head, so Yuna used heavenly steps again, getting closer to the most vulnerable areas. Having reached his goal, he began to strike blow after blow, hoping that in this way he would be able to cut the thick skin and inflict a more serious wound, delaying time until the arrival of the thrones. A large cut had to be made, and the boy figured out how to achieve this. He climbed onto the top of the head and stuck scissors and a knife deep into the skin. Yuna hung on the weapon and with the weight of his body cut the Kraken's skin in 2 places at once, descending several meters down. It was quite an effective solution. Our hero was glad that he managed to carry out his plan. He wanted to rip the monster open to the very bottom, but he saw in time that a Kraken tentacle was flying straight at him. The boy jumped back to avoid the blow, but that didn't mean the next attack would take a long time to come. Having landed on the ground, Yuna had already begun to think about the tactics of his actions. It was pleasant for him to feel strong and powerful again. True, one of the blades of the scissors remained in the monster's body, but this in no way shook our hero's confidence. Since the weapon resembled a dagger, Yunha again enveloped it in mana and was satisfied with the result. It was possible to attack again. At this time, blows rained down on the hero, but he managed to react quite quickly and did not receive serious damage. Bouncing off another tentacle that fell right on the spot where the boy had just been standing, he began to climb up the Kraken's body again. But another tentacle prevented the hero from carrying out his plan, throwing the boy down like a bug. Yunha was not used to giving up. He climbed onto the Kraken's head again and began to inflict wounds on the monster, putting all his strength and mana into them. In fact, blows of such force did not pass without a trace for the boy. He completely exhausted his body, but in the heat of battle he did not notice this. Driven by excitement, our hero felt like everything was swimming before his eyes, but he didn't pay attention to it. There was no time to feel sorry for himself. The Kraken knocked Yunhu down again with a tentacle strike. The monster clearly didn't like what was happening. He was starting to get angry. The next swing of the tentacle threw the boy so far away that it would have taken him several minutes to reach the Kraken. Our hero rose to his feet, grasping the improvised dagger made from scissors with both hands. He had no intention of stopping. But the monster decided to finally get rid of the annoying enemy, so it launched its next attack on the bridge supports right under the boy's feet. The impact was incredibly strong and smashed the support into pieces, with debris flying like hail in all directions. Yuni managed to avoid being directly hit by the rocks, but he was now standing on a crumbling piece of the bridge, trying to maintain his balance so as not to fall into the water. Thinking that it was time to finish with this annoying freak, The hero gathered his resolve for a new attack. His mana was already critically low. The boy covered the distance to the whole part of the bridge, closer to the Kraken, in a few jumps. But its tentacles were already ready. They continued to destroy the architectural structure, literally following Yunha on his heels. The boy barely had time to jump away. Climbing over chunks of concrete, our hero sensed that the monster was up to something worse, but there was no time to look back. The Kraken grabbed the truck and prepared to throw it straight at his stubborn opponent. Apparently, that was his plan. The boy hadn't noticed this yet. He was standing and preparing to repel the attack of the monster's other tentacles, which were a little lower and closer. It was only when the truck began to creak from the pressure the monster was putting on it, preparing to pounce, that Yunha noticed the sound. Now the truck is already flying towards the place where the child had just been. Another second and all that will remain of it will be a wet spot. Our hero collected all the remaining mana on the weapon so that the attack power was maximum. It was not so easy. And yet by nature, Yunha was a winner. He shouted that now the freak would get what he deserved for everything he had done. Raising his simple weapon above his head, he concentrated a colossal amount of energy on its blade. At the cost of incredible effort, the boy managed to cut the truck flying at him in half with a piece of scissors. Even the thrones were not capable of such a thing. The blow was so strong that Yuna himself almost fell off his feet. Until the very end, he did not believe that he could do something like that as a child. There were only a few meters left until the Kraken's eye, and our hero prepared to strike again, but then everything started swimming before his eyes again. The next moment, the boy realized that he was lying on his side. His eyes were open, but he couldn't even blink. The scissors lay in front of Yunha. A fire was blazing behind him, and he tried with his last effort to at least close his eyes, but he didn't have the strength for that either. His mana was completely exhausted. Thoughts were spinning in my head that I needed to try to move. It couldn't be that the mana would run out so suddenly. The hero thought that if he couldn't get up now and finish what he had started, then everything he had already done was completely in vain. In front of his unblinking eyes, there was only one target, the Kraken. It was so close that it seemed like it would be enough to just reach out and kill it. But Yunhe didn't have the strength to do that. All he managed to do was lift his body a little, using his fist as support, but that only lasted for a second. Our hero tried to get up again. He decided that it was not time to give up yet. It was very difficult, but the boy literally moved forward centimeter by centimeter. The boy, like a mantra, repeated to himself that he needed to go to the end and tried to crawl at least to the piece of scissors that fell nearby. He had a great incentive. Yuna wanted to live, and not just live his second life like the previous one, but spend it with his family. The Kraken's huge tentacle shot into the air. The monster had no intention of stopping halfway. It hovered right above Yuna, only to fall down a moment later and crush the child like an ant. The hero realized that he could die now. He did not have the strength to dodge the blow, but he did not want to die like this. He didn't want to die and prayed to the universe for a miracle to happen, and then he felt that a miracle was really happening. Yuna's arms wrapped around him, and the boy found himself in his sister's arms so quickly that he didn't think about how she had ended up there and that she was also in danger. He simply felt a huge sense of relief. The girl screamed for the Kraken not to dare touch her brother. Her desire to save Yunhu was so strong that a protective glow of mana began to shine around the children. The Kraken's tentacle completed its movement, striking right at the spot where the children were, the glow becoming brighter. Even the divers stopped their attacks and froze in amazement. They had never seen anything like it. Sparks and fragments of the Kraken's tentacle reached all the way to the monsters. Even those who called themselves thrones did not have such a powerful defensive force, at least among those living in those times. The Kraken's blow did not damage the bridge, although it should have broken a huge piece of it, crushing the boy and girl who were hit, but only half of the tentacle remained. Yunha realized that he had survived despite all the predictions. It really was a miracle created by Yuna. A miracle was a gift that allowed one to change the world and its physical laws. In a past life, our hero knew 4 people who were capable of this, including Li Yuan, his faithful partner. When Yuna first saw the mana reserves his sister had, he thought that it would be enough to perform a miracle. But until the last moment, he was not sure of his guesses. Now the miracle happened. The girl hugged her brother, calming him down and repeating that everything would be fine. She saved them both, but she didn't even understand it. The glow of mana did not weaken, and the boy realized that Yuna's magic continued to work. His wounds were healing literally before his eyes. But that was not all. The girl managed to close them with a protective dome, protecting them from new attacks of the Kraken, while all she was interested in was her brother's well-being. Yunha was also worried not for himself, But for his sister, he asked if everything was okay. The creation of a miracle does not pass without a trace. Usually the price for using the gift is very high. Yuna smiled and replied that she felt great. Complaining was completely out of character for her. She was a cheerful and optimistic child. But then the girl felt that not everything was as good as it had first seemed to her. She was very tired. The baby's eyes began to close and she almost fell asleep in her worried brother's arms. The glow began to fade. Looking at Yuna's calm face and the small glow in the area of her heart, our hero realized that she had just enough mana left to sustain life. That was very good. If the price for using the gift of miracle was just mana, then little sister would be fine. Yuna carefully placed the girl on the ground, not believing that everything had worked out so well. Now he would take care of their safety. The wounds healed, the strength was restored, and the boy left Yuna to rest, and he himself decided to finish what he started and fight the Kraken again. He was sure that this time he would manage on his own. There was not much time left before the thrones came, of course, if the future had not changed too much. Yuna surrounded himself with a protective force field and began to gather energy in order to deal significant damage to the monster. The boy was enveloped in a blue glow. He was thinking about how best to attack, while the Kraken lowered the tentacles damaged by Yuna into the water and slowly regenerated. His eyes were filled with malice. The monster did not understand how some bugs managed to repel his attack. Yuna noticed that the Kraken opened its eyes, exposing its most vulnerable spot to attack. Was the monster really so surprised by Yuna's gift? The hero smiled. But then the creature's tentacles shot up, preparing to smear the children. The boy whispered that no one would touch his sister, strengthened the protective field, and prepared mana in his hands to repel the attack. In his past life, our hero used the palms of his hands as weapons, and now, having fully recovered, he had the skills to repeat this technique in the body of a child. Yuna prepared both hands to deflect the Kraken's tentacles. He wanted to protect his little sister at any cost. The boy hit one tentacle, then another. Everything worked as he wanted. The monster's blows did not reach their target. Mana was fully restored. Yunha realized that he was strong enough to last until the coming of the thrones. The future had changed. His family had managed to survive, which meant that now there was no need to defeat the Kraken. It would be enough to simply prevent it from killing himself and Yuna. And with this task, in the state that his sister's magic gave him, Yunha would have easily coped, even without a weapon. About half an hour before this, a traffic jam had formed on the neighboring bridge due to an incident. The leader of one of the clans was riding in one of the cars. The man was angry. He didn't know about the incident yet, so he was simply angry because the flow of cars wasn't moving forward at all. He was yawning out of boredom. He muttered under his breath that long waits were incredibly tiring, and this city with its traffic jams was completely unbearable. The red-haired player accused the driver of choosing this path and accused him of only steering, but not pressing the pedals at all. The man leaned back in his seat and said he regretted joining the throne instead of enjoying his vacation. Now he was stuck in traffic, called in to guard the city. He wanted to fight monsters, not mess around with civilians. Perhaps he should resign from the position. Hearing this, the driver laughed nervously. Here they both felt something strange. The driver was also a player, and a pretty good one at that, with an excellent sense of smell, not to mention one of the thrones. "There's a lot of mana here," the driver whispered in amazement. The red-haired man replied that he had noticed it himself. At that moment, his mobile phone rang with an incredibly annoying sound. At first, the hero wanted to smash it, but he held back. Looking at the screen, he realized that he had not held back in vain. It was a message about an attack by a third-level monster, an urgent call to the position. At first, the clan leader was suspicious of the information. He understood that it was almost impossible to get out of the traffic jam and go to the battle. According to the information received, it was necessary to fight with a Kraken, a third-level monster. It was quite interesting. The throne's eyes lit up with fire. Now all he cared about was where the monster was and how to get there as quickly as possible. The driver looked back at his boss and thought that there was a monster raging nearby, and he was happy about it. What would people think when they saw such a reaction? The voice on the phone said that the incident happened on Xiongsan Bridge, but there are currently quite a few players there busy with the evacuation. It is unknown whether they were able to cause any damage to the Kraken, because they are mainly busy with divers. The throne is tasked with neutralizing the main monster. After the voice said that he would soon pick up the red-haired man nearby, he turned off the phone. The next moment, the throne opened the car door and got out of it. He intended to get his weapon out of the trunk as quickly as possible. The driver stopped the Lord of the Blade Clan with his shout. It was at least 2 hours' walk to the scene of the tragedy. The man stretched his legs and said that with such traffic jams, the only way to get to the Kraken was on foot. After that, he opened the trunk and took out his famous sword. With such a weapon, he had every chance of defeating the monster. The driver reminded him once again that he simply wouldn't make it on foot in time. It would be simply madness to leave the car in such a situation. The throne looked at him with excitement and said that 30 minutes would be enough for him to cover such a distance. After a few seconds, the throne enveloped itself in such a flow of power that it became completely obvious that his words were true. The man's eyes began to glow, his muscles became stronger. All that was left was to apply acceleration and go to the call. And so he did, rushing between the cars stuck in traffic like a shining comet with a long tail of light behind him. The drivers of the cars only had time to notice a flash of blue light that flashed past them. The driver of the throne sat behind the wheel and thought that the boss was in his element. All that interested him was the opportunity to defeat the most powerful monster. That's what he was, the Lord of the Blade Clan, the Fire Demon, Kang Hyun-chul, fast as lightning and strong as a hurricane. Half an hour later, he had already scattered the divers around him, burning them with a deadly fire, approaching the site of the disaster. Hyun-chul's speed was very high. The sword, shrouded in flames, cut off the heads of opponents left and right. But the man did not waste time on trifles, making his way to the Kraken. He was almost there when he noticed something very strange ahead, something that surprised him greatly. Right in the middle of the bridge, a powerful pillar of magic rose up. Nothing like this should have happened in this place. The throne continued to rush forward, thinking that there should be no one here, and now who was capable of something like this. This meant that someone new had appeared in the city, someone equal in power to one of the thrones, but not yet one. Yes, it was Yuna and Yunha. The boy continued to reflect more and more blows of the Kraken with the help of his hands. He was already noticeably tired, but he didn't stop, expecting help to arrive any minute. He still had quite a lot of mana left. And help came, relying on his fiery sword. Kang Hyun-chul was rapidly approaching the children. It only took a couple of blows to cut off all the Kraken's tentacles, threatening Yuna and Yuna. The throne was indeed a very powerful warrior. Our hero breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could relax and rest a little. After all, it was very difficult to fight in the body of a child. But then the boy recognized the one who had come to their aid. In his past life, he had been well acquainted with the fire demon. The Kraken received several blows to the head and eyes. The wound site began to burn with fire. The demon was practically defeated. But the key word here is practically. The monster jumped off the bridge into the water to put out the flames and get a chance to recover. The throne with the flaming sword stood and looked at the huge circles on the water. The children behind him also did not understand whether it was all over or there would be a continuation. The gift of pyrokinetics allowed the throne to freely control fire. In fact, this gift was the reason for the nickname of the fire demon. But the flame was powerless underwater. Until the Kraken rose to the surface, Hyun-chul had nothing to do. He looked around. And of course, I noticed the children hugging each other on the remains of the bridge. They looked scared, but completely normal. Taking a closer look, the throne thought that they were just two children, not looking like new players or warriors. There was a huge amount of mana around the girl. Hyun-chul was surprised to realize that the magic he noticed was apparently done by her. The man guessed that the little girl had spent all her mana and lost consciousness, and the boy who was now hugging her stood up to defend against the Kraken in her place. Kang Hyun-chul smiled carnivorously. He wanted to see what kind of players these kids would grow into. He already considered them as future rivals. But it was impossible to show one's intentions ahead of time. The throne approached the children and waved his hand, promising that he would not cause harm. Squinting his eyes slyly, he thought that at least he wouldn't cause any harm now, and then we'll see. Yuna looked at the fire demon with distrust. He knew what kind of person he was. He knew that he shouldn't be trusted. But at that moment, Hyun-chul was only interested in the monster. He focused all his attention on the Kraken. He needed to get rid of it. The head of the Blade clan warned the boy not to come closer and not to interfere. It would be dangerous now. The monster began to rise from under the water. The movement of the tentacles was clearly visible from the bridge, which meant that the monster was not going to run away from the threat and was determined to fight to the end. Our hero remembered what Kang Hyun-chul was like in his past life. When he was already much older, having met the Deathless, the fire demon constantly tried to provoke him. He did this in order to measure his strength and enter into battle. But Yunha tried in every way to prevent this. They first met in the ruins, and the fire demon told our hero that his fame and reputation preceded his appearance. When asked what he wanted, Hyun-chul replied that he just wanted to check if immortal was as good as others said. The fire demon offered to fight, but Yuna replied that there was no point and simply asked him to move out of the way so he could pass. Kang Hyun-chul said that they would only be able to pass after they tested their strength. There was no other way. The immortal exhaled loudly. He didn't want to waste time, but apparently he couldn't avoid the fight. He coated his sword in mana and promised his impudent opponent that he would greatly regret standing in his way. The fire demon was incredibly pleased because he had finally achieved what he wanted. Full of inspiration, he raised his weapon engulfed in flames above his head. But Yuna struck first, received a portion of fire in response. Then he delivered a couple more blows and the fight ended. Now our hero was hugging his sister and looking at the back of the one who had bothered him in his past life and would probably bother him now. Before his regression into a child, Kang Hyun-chul tried to challenge the immortal to a duel many times, but Yun-ha never defeated him. The peculiarity of the fire demon was that the stronger the enemy was, the stronger he became after defeating him, and this continued over and over again. He was simply born for battle. Now Hyun-chul peered into the depths and lamented that the kraken had taken a suspiciously long time to appear. Was it really afraid of the little fire? He did not suspect that the monster had its own insidious plan, and it consisted of destroying the bridge supports. Feeling that the columns had stopped holding the road, the throne realized what had happened, but until the bridge collapsed, he continued to stand on his feet. The man shouted at the children not to move, as the creature had destroyed the column, and they could all fall down at any moment. Yunha picked up his little sister in his arms so that if anything happened, he could jump away with her to a safe place. And the Blade Lord thought that the presence of children was preventing him from fighting at full strength. He was irritated. However, the bridge did not collapse. Instead of broken columns, it was now supported by 2 blue pillars of mana. Someone else joined the battle. Kang Hyun-chul looked up and thought that help had arrived just in time to prevent his shoes from getting wet. A helicopter hovered over the bridge, and the throne shouted words of gratitude at the top of its lungs, addressing it. The girl, whom he for some reason called Holy Mother, stood in the doorway and was indignant that she was not yet old enough to be called by such a name. It was one of the 12, Park Hyo-rim. She shouted to her partner that they had offered to take him to the crash site in a helicopter. So why run to the bridge on his own? The man cheerfully raised his finger and said that he urgently needed to get to Seoul. He had a specific sense of humor. The girl asked him to just focus on the Kraken now. Reinforcements were supposed to arrive soon, and then they would deal with the civilians. She cast a protective field on Hyun-chul and also buffed him quite strongly. The man clearly didn't like it. Kang yelled that he didn't need her buffs, but Park Hyo-rim retorted that he was in no position to show off. Following the helicopter as it flew away, the fire demon shouted that these children were now outside his area of responsibility. Yuna hugged his sister closer to him. He was glad that he wouldn't have to deal with his old enemy again. Park Hyo-rim replied to Hyun-chul that she knew and would take care of it. The girl carefully looked at the boy with the girl in his arms. At this time, huge diverging circles appeared on the water surface again. The Kraken slowly rose to the surface. Now his eyes glowing with red fire became visible. Another second and the tentacles would again begin to destroy everything around. On the bridge in front of the giant monster stood several tiny figures. A boy holding his sister in his arms, and a man who intended to defeat the monster in the next couple of minutes. Joyfully exclaiming that his target was finally accessible again, Kang Hyun-chul rushed forward. He pushed off from the edge of the bridge debris with all his might and jumped straight onto the Kraken's head to deal with it quickly. In the process, the throne became completely engulfed in flames and now looked like a small flame in comparison to the size of the monster. It seemed that the fire demon was now entirely made of flame. There was absolutely nothing human left in his image. He advanced on the Kraken with such determination that the monster did not even risk attacking, but simply froze and watched the enemy. Somehow Hyun-chul was able to simply walk on the surface of the water without sinking into it. Perhaps the only thing that got wet near the throne was the boots. There were only a few meters left to the Kraken. Finally, the monster came out of its stupor and began to move, raising its giant tentacles for a crushing blow. At that very moment, the throne's sword simply cut off several tentacles at once, saving the owner from having to dodge. A whole ball of flame formed around the fire demon, which also protected him from any attempts by the Kraken to attack. Hyun-chul was pleased with himself, and the result of his actions, he understood that victory was almost in his pocket. Calling the monster a weakling, the throne turned into a fiery comet and dealt its first blow to the Kraken's head. He then jumped and cut off a few more of the monster's tentacles, making it difficult to see what exactly was happening because of the fire. Everything was burning. Hyun-chul himself, his clothes, his sword, his footprint. His opponent was also burning, and the latter was actually receiving significant damage from the flames. The Kraken was dying, Its eyes were still open, but instead of an angry red glow, they now showed despair and suffering. The fire demon reduced the amount of flame and placed the sword on his shoulder. He needed to evaluate the result of his actions. The children also looked at the kraken. Behind the figure of the throne, they could only see that the monster was blazing with fire and that it was seriously wounded. Yuna realized that the kraken was defeated and without hiding his joy told his sister about it. He had truly managed to change the future. Park Hyo-rim ran to the children as fast as she could. The first thing the girl did was call out to the children and ask if everything was okay. The throne slammed her staff onto the asphalt and announced that she would quickly heal their wounds using healing magic. Imagine her surprise when it turned out that neither the boy nor the girl had a single scratch. Yuna looked at the girl with apprehension. He didn't know what to expect from her yet, but just in case he decided to be on guard. Remembering the pillar of light that appeared on the bridge before Hyun-chul arrived, Park Hyo-rim realized that it was most likely a gift of a miracle that completely healed the children's wounds, and she was amazed. Hyerim wanted to reach out and touch the girl. She had never seen a miracle or someone who possessed this gift before. Yunha didn't allow her to do this, angrily shouting at the girl not to dare touch his sister. The boy's gaze was full of confidence and strength, completely untypical of an ordinary child, but then he was not ordinary. Hyerim felt it. She realized that it wasn't just the girl that was interesting. The boy had no less potential. No one had threatened her so openly for a long time. The girl did not expect that the child could threaten like that and began to wonder who he was. It was not possible to get an answer right away. Helicopters appeared, which meant that the children would be immediately evacuated from the bridge to the hospital. Pak received a message that a rescue team was ready to lift the boy and girl on board. It was dangerous to remain on the bridge. Yuna felt a huge sense of relief. For some reason, when communicating with the thrones, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was putting himself and his sister in danger. The TV news announcer announced that around 5 p.m., a kraken had suddenly attacked the Cheongsan Bridge, causing many casualties among civilians and players. The presenter added that search and debris removal are still ongoing, so it is not yet possible to give the exact number of dead and injured. The government commented on the tragedy, but Yunha did not listen any further. He was in the hospital and waiting for information about his sister's condition. The hero was also interested in what was going on with his parents, but Yuna was still little, and therefore he had to worry about her first and foremost. The girl was lying on the bed, dressed in a hospital gown. Her eyes were closed, her eyelids trembling slightly. A nurse came up and said that the doctor assessed the child's condition as stable. She had a mana deficiency, but after using the potion, everything would return to normal quite quickly. The boy remembered how it was the last time, when his dad, mom, and sister did not survive. Perhaps it was his worst memory. Now Yuna was practically happy. He changed the future. Everything ended well. Yuna did not die, and apparently her parents did not either. The boy put his hand to Yuna's forehead. It was no longer as cold as on the bridge. The girl's strength was gradually returning. The potion began to work. Then the boy heard someone call his name. He tensed up. There was a lot of anxiety and fear in his voice. He didn't need to look back. It was his father. He was angry and worried at the same time. Such a tone did not bode well. But Yuna still turned around and saw how the parents quickly but carefully walked into Yuna's room. Their faces were frightened. The father was ready to start screaming out of anger at his son's recklessness. He was holding back with all his might. His lips were trembling. The mother tried to calm her husband down a little. Yuna realized that a huge scandal could break out now. If it weren't for Yuna, who was sleeping, he would have received a hefty scolding. The boy decided that he was finished. He lowered his head and prepared to listen to reproaches and lectures from his parents. Instead, his mother asked him in an anxious voice if he was hurt, how he was feeling, and if he was very scared. The boy timidly muttered that everything seemed to be fine with him. He was afraid to raise his eyes to his parents. Father asked what was wrong with Yuna, and no Yuna replied that she had too little mana left. But the doctors had already corrected it by using the necessary potion, and now the little sister was sleeping. The father sighed with relief. It seemed as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The boy continued to stand with his head down. He braced himself for what was inevitable, and then his father reproachfully asked why Yunha had disobeyed him and his mother and run away. The boy could not think of anything better to do than simply ask for forgiveness. He understood that in the eyes of his parents, he was very guilty before them and Yuna. But then Yunu had a thought. Is an apology really necessary after all? He saved his family. This is the best outcome that could possibly happen. Our hero thought that he didn't regret at all that he disobeyed. The boy smiled at this thought. The main thing is that his father doesn't notice it. The parents continued to look menacingly at their son. and he pretended that he was really very guilty. Since you are in the body of a child, you need to behave like a child. But then our hero looked closely at his father again. He was so worried about his children that he seemed to have aged 15 years. Looking at his mother, Yuna noted that exactly the same thing had happened to her. The young woman looked deeply tormented by her experiences. Now the boy understood how much health his prank cost his parents, because they did not know that he was living a second life and saved them from certain death. The hero realized that the only thing his parents cared about was that their son had disobeyed and run towards the Kraken, putting himself in danger. He knew exactly what it was like to lose his family, so he didn't hesitate for a second and didn't ask their opinion. Now he had to become a child again. So Yunha looked at his father, cried, and asked for forgiveness. The boy added that he was wrong, fully aware of it and promising never to do anything like that again. No one yelled or scolded him. The mother stretched out her arms to her son and invited him into her gentle and affectionate embrace. Yuna threw himself on her neck and was happier than he had ever been in his life, both in this life and in the previous one. Could the future really be happy this time? The hero couldn't believe his happiness. The father also hugged him and his wife. He quickly calmed down, because he loved Yunhu very much, so he simply asked her never to do that again. Yuna started to cry for real. He didn't have to fight monsters anymore. He could be an ordinary child. The next morning, Yunhee's family returned to the hospital to take Yuna home. The girl had already completely recovered. The father asked the boy in a stern voice to sit in the room and not go anywhere, while he and his mother filled out all the necessary paperwork. Yunha raised his hand happily and promised that he would wait for them by Yuna's bed without moving from the spot. Our hero thought that after the events on the bridge, his parents had completely stopped trusting him, and he wished it would end soon. Yuna continued to sleep. Her eyes were still closed, but a blush had already appeared on her cheeks. Yuna sat next to his sister's bed and ate cookies. These were the simple childhood joys that he had previously lacked so much. Having finished the last piece, the boy even wanted to lick his finger. It was very tasty, but the treat was too small. Looking around, our hero was convinced that there was nothing else tasty in the ward. He desperately wanted something sweet, probably because he had spent a lot of energy the previous day. Then someone handed him another chocolate chip cookie, and Yunha was delighted. He thanked them with all his heart for the treat. But then the hero looked at who was holding out the cookies. It was Kang Hyun-chul. For some reason, the boy suddenly lost his desire for sweets. Raising his hands in a questioning gesture, Yunha seemed to be asking what the throne had forgotten in his sister's chamber and why he was treating him. The man began to remove the wrapper. He did not understand why the child did not take the sweet and asked if he liked chocolate cookies. The next moment, the head of the Blade clan simply shoved the treat straight into Yunhe's mouth. He rarely dealt with children at all, so he simply didn't know how to behave. Our hero held the cookie in his teeth and thought that his enemy from his past life was probably dying, or maybe he had gone crazy. No, he had always been crazy, but how to explain such behavior? Here the man decided to break the silence once again and asked how old Yunhe was. He spoke to him in a serious tone, as if he were an adult. The boy finally took the cookie in his hand and began to eat it. After chewing a piece, he replied that he had recently turned 6. The throne exhaled that the child turned out to be really, really small and asked how old his sister was. Yunha answered that it was 10. Hyun-chul asked about his name, and our hero was indignant that he was not obliged to tell him his sister's name. The man laughed and said that he was not interested in the girl's name, but in the name of the boy with whom he now had the honor of speaking. But Yuna introduced himself. He did not understand what all these questions were for and what the fire demon wanted, but soon everything became clear. The Blade Lord asked if No Yunha wanted to join the Player Academy in the future. If so, he could confidently count on his recommendation. Yuna was horrified. This guy wanted to put him in the academy to make him a player, and then measure his strength. Did he decide to grow his own opponents? The hero thought. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he still had plenty of time to think. Hyun-chul smiled and said that he would definitely remember the hero, No Yunha. He was almost sure that they would meet again. The throne turned around and left the chamber. Park Hyo-rim was waiting for him at the door. She realized that they had failed to agree on admission to the academy. The girl pounced on her colleague with questions about how he could just turn around and leave. She was almost certain that one of the children had the gift of miracles, a gift no one had had for many years. Hyun-chul replied that he didn't care much about that. It only mattered whether the children were strong or not. Hyerim called him an idiot who was obsessed with fighting, but the man pretended not to hear. He turned and reminded her that she must not forget that, firstly, he was older, and secondly, she had become the throne. and now she must think very carefully about her words and actions. Hyun-chul added that if the child really does have the gift of a miracle, the girl's life will turn into a living hell when the general public finds out about it, so there is no point in ruining her life at such a young age. The man looked closely into Park Hyurim's eyes and asked if she wanted this. The girl realized that she had spoken too quickly and remained silent. Continuing to walk down the corridor, the throne summed up that if she understood him, then she should forget about all this. After which he suggested going to a cafe and ordering dessert. The beauty instantly imagined a carousel of ice cream, burgers, and candies. She herself wanted to have some refreshment, but the moment was not particularly suitable. Hyurim again called her friend crazy. Hyun-chul ordered once again to forget about the girl, at least for a few years. It was much better to go and eat than to say anything. Before leaving the hospital, the man muttered under his breath that he really wanted something sweet. He had spent a lot of energy yesterday. The next day, after being discharged from the hospital, Yun-hee's family finally went to visit her grandmother, who lived in a small village a few hours' drive from the city. The old woman met them at the door of the house, which raised alarming questions about whether she could go out after fainting. The grandmother smiled and said that she came out only to meet them. She was very impatient to see her grandchildren. She looked at her daughter, her husband and children, and was upset to see that they looked worn out and tired. Yunha and Yuna were sleeping in the back seat and didn't even wake up. The woman suggested that they continue to rest, but in the house. But Yunha opened his eyes and realized that he was no longer sleeping in the car, but under the blanket. Yuna pressed tightly against him, hugging her little brother in her sleep. Our hero was so tightly squeezed by loving embraces that he was afraid to even move, so as not to wake the girl. But the boy still couldn't sleep in that position. He carefully rolled his sister a little to the side and sat down, wondering how she could even sleep in such an uncomfortable position. Then he looked at how his mother hugged his father just as tightly in her sleep and realized who Yuna took after. Yuna stood up carefully and covered Yuna with a blanket so that she wouldn't freeze. He was wide awake. The boy quietly tiptoed out of the room, trying not to wake anyone, and then closed the door. He went out into the yard. The nature in this area was extremely beautiful and peaceful. Giving a feeling of peace, our hero sat down and tried to collect his thoughts. His feelings were quite strange, but Yuna noticed that he now had much more mana than he had in his previous life. He wondered if it was related to his gift, because as a player he was very strong and one might say, unique. It is rare for someone to have the gift of a berserker, but Yuna has mastered it to perfection. One cannot say that it was because of a good life, but rather from a burning desire to take revenge on the monsters for his family. At that time, the pattern was simple. The more mana he consumed, the stronger he became, but he could not accumulate energy in large quantities, turning everything into strength. The strength was great. Our hero cut down monsters literally with one blow, rarely requiring an additional one. The name itself suggested that his gift caused a real obsession with battle. The more mana the player consumed, the more insane he became. Yunha thought about how, despite the peculiarities of his gift, when he used adult skills in a child's body, his mind remained completely clear. He fought the Kraken. He even cut through a truck flying at him, but he didn't experience the rage that usually overwhelmed him in battles before the regression. If now this payment for the gift is missing, then perhaps he still doesn't know everything he should about berserkers. Then he heard a gentle voice. The grandmother was asking why the boy was not sleeping, but Yuna did not even notice when she approached. The woman sat down next to her grandson and smiled warmly at him. She was still as loving and caring as the hero remembered her. He replied that he had slept well in the car, to which he received advice to sleep well if he wanted to grow up faster. Yunha thought that every time he was lost in thought in his past life, he imagined his grandmother next to him. And now she's sitting next to him again, waiting for her grandson to start the conversation first. If he wants to, it doesn't matter to her whether it's about problems, about feelings, or just about some nonsense. The boy looked tenderly at his grandmother and asked why she herself didn't sleep, because when you're sick, you also need rest. The woman laughed and simply said that if he couldn't sleep, she couldn't either. Yunha snorted. It was true. That's how it always happened. Then a very pleasant thought struck him. Our hero smiled and felt happy again. As an adult, he always wanted his grandmother to be around, and it seems like in his new life, there's a chance that it will be like that if his parents take better care of her now. The woman looked at her grandson and asked if he wanted some warm milk. The boy waved his hands, refusing. Yunha did not want to cause her trouble. Here he heard a clarifying question, whether he really didn't want it. It was his mother, who quietly woke up, warmed up the milk and brought it into the yard. She pointed at the cups and asked with a smile who would then drink what she had prepared. Yuna gratefully took the cup and took his first sip. At that moment, he felt like the happiest child on the planet. The mother and daughter began to communicate. The neighbor's call seriously alarmed the whole family, but the grandmother assured that this woman was prone to exaggeration. Yunhee's mother said that fainting was no joke. She was very scared. The woman seemed embarrassed for panicking a little. The boy assumed that his grandmother had simply slipped slightly, and they were all lucky that there were no serious injuries. The woman explained that she tripped on the stairs because she was a little distracted and had a vision. She added that, as she was climbing the steps, it seemed to her that her deceased husband was standing in front of her. This had happened before. Yunhee's mother sighed reproachfully, but the old woman objected that she was not yet senile and wanted to tell the whole story. The grandmother added that her husband stood at the top of the steps, waving both hands and saying that there was no need to go up. Now she believes that the message was not meant for her, but for Yunhee, whose parents told her about the incident with the Kraken. The boy's mother thought about it. There was something in it. Yunha himself also decided that given the circumstances, it really could have been a warning. He remembered the Kraken and decided that it was unlikely to be just his grandmother's fantasy. If his plan had failed, the family would have died, just like his grandfather once did. The boy remembered the fear of his father, who was holding Yuna in his arms, and the fright of his mother, who did not know how to save the children, and he felt uneasy. The hero thought that if grandfather really came to his grandmother with a warning, then she should have told him about it earlier. His thoughts were all in a tangle. Everything seemed too complicated. The old woman began to remember the past. She looked at the sky and said that on the day of the first vision, the weather was wonderful. Grandfather said that there was a beautiful fawn near the house. She went out into the yard to look, and there was Yunha. Grandmother ruffled her grandson's hair. The boy's mother asked again whether the grandfather had spoken specifically about a fawn. The woman nodded and asked what was wrong with that. The daughter explained that she had recently seen a similar dream, as if her father had left a fawn near their house, and the old woman gasped. She looked at her daughter carefully with a silent question, but she shook her head and waved her hands, denying everything. Yuna drank milk and did not understand anything at all. To change the subject and distract her son, the mother asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, a completely unexpected question. The boy moved the cup of milk away from his mouth and thought, for some reason in his past life, he always knew that he would become a gambler in order to take revenge. But now he never thought about it. The hero was overwhelmed by a vision of some dying people, or maybe demons, who were begging for help. He did not understand what this could mean. One of the screamer's hands landed on Yunhee's shoulder, and the boy literally felt the pressure of the fingers. His eyes widened in horror. But it was the hand of the mother, who noticed her son's fear and excitedly asked if everything was okay with him. Yuna looked back once more to make sure that there was no one behind him, and that he had simply imagined all of this. The boy looked at his mother and said that everything was fine. He just hadn't decided yet what he wanted to become and what profession to choose. The woman replied that this was completely normal. At such a young age, few people know what the future holds. Grandma smiled and also said that he was still too young to make such a difficult choice. There was no need to rush at all. She looked at the mountains illuminated by the sun's rays and advised her grandson to simply live through the happy and difficult moments, make friends and quarrel with them. According to her, one must study and play diligently, and in the end it will become clear what he likes. The boy listened attentively. Grandma smiled and finished by saying that the future will be whatever he chooses for himself. It's a long road. Our hero couldn't believe his ears. It seemed like he had just been advised to just live, be happy, and appreciate this opportunity. The women hugged him lovingly, and his mother confirmed that what her grandmother said was absolutely true. Yunhee could do anything. He would achieve everything he wanted. Mom told our hero something he didn't know before. His name means a universe with infinite power. She looked tenderly at her son and said that she would always be proud of him, no matter what path the boy chose in his life. Grandma added that she was also always ready to support him. Yunha was so touched that he almost cried. Then they heard a loud ouch on the steps. It was Yuna, wrapped in a blanket, who declared that she also wanted some milk. The grandmother laughed and called her to join them quickly, and the next moment the girl was already sitting down next to her. Yuna listened with joy as the woman offered her granddaughter her glass, and the girl didn't even try to pretend that she was embarrassed to drink someone else's milk. Here the boy realized that he had forgotten something very important to him. He had a chance to correct the mistake made in his past life. He ran into the house, quietly took the paper carnations prepared for the holiday out of his backpack, and gave them to his grandmother, something he had never done before. The woman was very happy, and said that she would definitely put them on the nightstand in the hallway so that everyone could see the gift right away. The grandmother was very touched. She wanted to brag to all her friends that her grandson had made origami especially for her. Yuna's mother said that the gift was prepared in advance, and Yuna really wanted to go to his grandmother to give it to her in person. Our hero watched his loved ones rejoice and thought that he wanted to create more pleasant moments for them in this life. Both his mother, grandmother, and sister burst into laughter on a warm, fine day. It seemed that this was exactly what Yuna had dreamed of for many years. He was kind and somewhat sentimental at heart, largely thanks to his grandmother, who raised the boy after the death of his parents. He mentally thanked her for this. By evening, No Yunhee's family returned to their home. The entire building was beautifully illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. Everyone gathered for dinner. Dad happily hugged Mom. It was obvious that they wanted to say something to the children but couldn't decide. Yuna and Yuna looked questioningly at their parents, and they finally told them the news. Their family was expecting a new addition soon. The girl rushed to her mom and dad with hugs, screaming that she couldn't believe that she would soon have another brother or sister. Yuna stood with his head down and was in no hurry to join his sister. His mother was afraid that the news did not please him at all. It seemed like the boy was about to cry and the rice in the plate would become even saltier. But the mother walked up to her son and hugged him tenderly. Yuna looked up at her with tear-filled eyes and repeated thank you several times. He was just happy that his mother loved him and that they would have another child. The boy kept hugging his family and, as if repeating a mantra, thanked them. This was the best thing that had happened to him in his life, the happiest day. Dad smiled, a little embarrassed, joking that Yunhee's reaction was so strong that people would think he was the father. Everyone laughed, and the boy too. He quickly wiped away his tears so as not to upset anyone. They still needed to have dinner. Sometime after the holidays, our hero returned to his kindergarten Doan, and the usual boring everyday life began. However, they were not always boring. One day, the children played a family in which a pet appeared, a dog. The girls called him Pochi and invited him to eat from a bowl. It's hard to believe, but the teacher assigned the role of the puppy to Yunhee, who, out of desperation, even barked to match the image, and he had furry ears on his head. The girls surrounded the dog and began to pet him, feel sorry for him, and say that now he has a home and an owner, the puppy will be warm and fed. Our hero almost cried from anger, but he endured it. After all, in kindergarten one had to behave appropriately and obey the teacher. Then the Drin Minji approached the children with a cup in her hand and said that she didn't understand at all why the girls thought this Pochi was cute, some kind of mangy dog. She sat down at the table and declared that the best solution would be to simply throw out this mongrel. Yuna was so angry that he was ready to bite the offender. Minji said that there was no point in barking at her. Otherwise, everything would be reported to the teacher. Our hero pretended to be very afraid and pitifully raised his paw. The idea to make Yunhoo a dog came to the teacher when he caught the boy sleeping under the table. It was a kind of joke. He carried the sleeping child into a pet bag and invited the girls to play with their new pet. While Minji was finishing her tea, a boy who pretended to be a father who had returned from the store approached the children. Yunha took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted and decided to run away to another room. While the girls were trying to find out if all the purchases were good, our hero quietly crept up to the door, and no one noticed him. Finally able to take off the stupid ears and do something of his own choosing, Yuna was extremely angry at the teacher. He walked into the reading room, and as expected, he saw Yang Hayan there. It was a pleasant meeting. The girl was again with her pink ribbon, but this time tied differently. She did not smile, but was also glad to see Yunhoo. The boy came closer and asked her what she was reading. Her friend replied that she was reading Sherlock Holmes. She had been literally obsessed with it lately. Yuna tried to remember the book. He had read it too, so he muttered that it was the story where Sherlock and Moriarty fell off the waterfall at the end and died. The girl didn't expect him to know the plot, and even more so, she didn't count on such a big spoiler. Her eyes widened. Our hero realized that he had made a mistake. Now Jan would not get any pleasure from the book. Well, how annoying it turned out. The girl was very upset. She almost cried and said that No Yuna was very angry, to which the boy said that it was okay. Her favorite character would appear again in The Return of Sherlock Holmes. This was the last straw. Yan Hayan blushed with anger and resentment. It seems that the children still couldn't become good friends. The little girl once again, with tears in her voice, accused our hero of being very evil. The guy was ashamed, he apologized, but never received forgiveness. Yunhee had to go back to the playroom again. The children had already forgotten about playing house. Without the teacher's supervision, they had a more fun pastime. The boys had a sword fight, One had just defeated the other and was proudly announcing that the blood had not been shed in vain, but in the name of the crown. The winner was Yonghuk. He noticed Yunhu approaching the audience and said that he came just in time. The children decided to find out who was the strongest boy in their group, but so far no one had managed to defeat Yonghuk. The guys around started chanting the names of the next participants in the fight. Our hero thought that they had been watching too many TV shows. Yuna was not eager to fight, because he knew that he was much stronger than the boy, but the crowd continued to demand that he raise his sword. Yonghuk just then joyfully pulled his plastic blade out of its sheath, making a characteristic sound. The boy pointed his sword towards his enemy and said in a pompous tone that this city was too small for the two of them. After a moment of silence, Yonghuk added that Yunhee's fate would end right here and now, and he must take up the sword and die with honor. Friends began to egg Yonghuk on to win with one blow, and prove that he alone here is worthy of the title of warrior. Our hero thought that he was already starting to get tired of all this. The boys shouted that no Yunha should get what he deserved, that the girls loved him too much, and that no one needed such a rival. But the last straw for his patience was the appearance of Minji, who screamed No Yunhee's name louder than anyone else. And then she gestured that he should remain headless and die on the spot. This was too much. Our hero got angry. But he was sad. No one, absolutely none of the children were rooting for him. It was strange to be left completely without support. The boy looked around the crowd of children with hope and saw Yang Hayan. He smiled, expecting the girl to be on his side. But she, with tears in her voice, clutching the book to her chest, screamed that she hated him. But Yunhu, well, he should have thought about what he was saying. Our hero realized that he had to go through life alone, raised his sword and whispered that the offenders were finished. They would get what they deserved. The boys felt like gladiators in the arena or something like that. The spectators chanting their names and stamping their feet. With his eyes shining, Yonghuk gave the command to begin. He was eager to start a fight with Yunha. The boy ran up and raised his plastic sword to strike from the side. The opponent stood still and did not move. The next moment their swords crossed. If they had been made of metal, sparks would have flown in clusters. After repelling the attack, Yuna began an offensive. His opponent became frightened, took a step back, lost his balance, and began to fall. At the last moment, Yonghuk regained his balance and straightened up. But Yunha took advantage of the hesitation and knocked the sword out of his hands. Then Yuna slipped behind his opponent, pushing him. He was so fast that few were able to appreciate this unexpected maneuver. Our hero threw his sword over Yonghuk. It was quite impressive. The weapons seemed to cross in the air. The boy landed on his knees but said that he was not giving up yet and intended to continue the fight. Yuna pretended to sheath his sword, as if to indicate that there would be no continuation. Yonghuk groaned that he wanted to fight some more now that he had released his hidden secret powers, but then added that it was probably forbidden in the garden. He fell theatrically to the floor, coughing as if he was dying, and holding the place where he had been hit with his hand. If he was going to lose, he might as well lose in style. Yuna stood and listened to the applause. The children shouted his name in different voices. Being a winner in childhood was much more pleasant than in adulthood, and there was less bloodshed. Our hero looked back at the cheering crowd and thought that it was a good fight, the best fight, because no one was hurt. The children continued to praise the boy. They remembered how well he plays for the family, and how skillfully he handles the ball, and how good he is at handicrafts. But then someone remembered Excalibur, the stuck sword, and began actively offering Yunhei to pull it out. Our hero did not understand what they were talking about. It was a sword, stuck in a mountain of toys and domino pieces, wrapped in chains. None of the children in the group could get it. All the guys were shouting that they had never seen anyone lift Excalibur before. Yuna should be the first. Our hero thought that it would be impolite to refuse in this situation. The boy confidently took hold of the weapon's handle. For some reason, he was very pleased with himself. It had been a long time since he had felt so pleasant in the garden. Yunhei had to put in some effort to pull out the sword, but he still managed to do so, and the blade shot up into the sky. The children gave another round of applause, shouting that No Yunha was the best, the strongest, and overall incredibly wonderful. The weather was good, so the children in the kindergarten were told to get ready for a walk in the nearby park. The park was beautiful, lots of greenery and neat alleys. Not far from the lamppost under a bench there was someone's phone. It was a little strange. If you looked closely, you could see drops of blood and cracks on the screen, which was showing a news report about an emergency in the city, and 7th-level goblins were discovered. The children from the kindergarten were playing on the playground. They didn't yet know that the players had neutralized all the monsters, except for 2, who had managed to blend into the crowd. Minji and her friend were playing Freeze and Dead. They were having fun. Nothing reminded them of a possible threat. Yuna did not take part in the game. He was already quite tired after the first half hour, and now he was trying to rest a little and watched what was happening. Our hero did not understand at all where the children got so much energy from. He remembered himself at their age and did not remember having to run and jump so much. He folded his hands in a pose that helped accumulate mana. He needed to quickly restore his strength. After returning, Yuna tried to use every opportunity to accumulate as much mana as possible. In his past life, he often suffered from a mana deficiency. During the incident on the bridge, he noticed that he could now accumulate more, and already knew that in a few years, people would begin to see mana as having great power and value. He didn't manage to do his job for long. The guys came running and invited him to take part in the game. Yunha thought again that their endurance was simply incredible. Then the teacher came. He went to the nearest supermarket and now brought a whole bag of ice cream for the children. The boys and girls rushed towards him as fast as they could, each wanting to have time to choose the treat that they liked the most. But Yuna looked at them and thought that after all, they were children, and so they behaved accordingly. There was nothing surprising about it. The teacher noticed that the boy was in no hurry to take the treat, so he loudly said that everyone who had not yet had time to come up. There was still quite a lot of ice cream. Our hero put his hand in the bag and chose the most attractive pack. Someone grabbed it from the other side. It's not hard to guess that it was Dren Minji. She always provoked Yunhu in order to then accuse and stir up a scandal. Our hero asked the girl to give him the ice cream. He took it first, but she said that this was not so, and he should give in. Minji accused the boy of being greedy and petty, and he didn't understand why he had to give up the ice cream he chose. The teacher listened, but didn't intervene yet. Finally, his nerves gave out, and the teacher simply took the treats away from both children and reminded them that they should be friends and share. The wisest decision was to split the treat in half, which is what the teacher did, but it can't be said that this made Yunhu and Minji happy. The children each took their half, but they had no intention of putting up with this situation. They decided to do it their own way. To determine the winner who would get all the ice cream, Minji and Yunha started playing rock, paper, scissors. Teacher Teo didn't like this idea because he asked the children to share, so he had to abandon this idea. Then Yan Hyan came up and asked if the teacher knew where Yunhuk was. He still hadn't gotten any ice cream. Teo replied that he hadn't seen him for a long time. Most likely the mischievous fellow, as usual, was waving his sword somewhere in the garden. Minji nodded in agreement. At this point, they all looked at Yunhu and began to discuss why both boys liked to play alone so much. Yuna ate his ice cream and thought about how special training should be done in secret. In the background, he could hear the girls talking. Yang Hye Yeon wanted to take the treat to Yonghuk. Minji told her friend that if he wanted, the boy would come himself, to which the little girl replied that she was sad that he was somewhere alone and left without sweets. Drin Minji laughed and said that Yang Hayan only had one flaw: she was too cute. Teacher Tayo heard their conversation and was happy. He gave the girl some ice cream to take to Yonghuk. Her friend offered to keep her company, but Hayan smiled and replied that she could handle the task on her own. Yunho watched her happily run into the garden and thought that Yang was a very good girl. While Tayo was collecting wrappers from those who had already finished eating, our hero couldn't shake off the feeling that some kind of danger was approaching them. But for now, it was too vague. The children started playing Freeze and Dead again, and one of them persistently called for Yunhu to join them as soon as possible. Minji ran to her friends, and on the way she also called the boy to play. He replied that he was tired and in general he had enough running around for today. The girl took a pose and replied that in that case, no one would want to play with him anymore. But Yunha assured her that she didn't have to worry about that. Despite the fact that the boy refused and suggested that Minji join the children herself, she insisted, citing the fact that Yuna had asked her about it in the morning. The hero remembered his family, and his mood changed. It was very pleasant to think that his sister was caring even from a distance. Minji dragged him to the children, and Yunha did not resist. The children played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would drive. This was a proven and quick method, and besides, no one was offended. Yuna predictably lost, and everyone ran in different directions to avoid being caught by the driver in the first seconds of the game. Our hero didn't like children's entertainment, and besides, he had already run around a lot, so he was in no hurry to catch up with the others. Since it was Minji who had drawn him into this venture, he decided that if he caught the girl and handed over his role to her, he could easily get away. However, catching up with her turned out to be not so easy. Every time Yunha was about to grab the girl, she managed to slip out from under his hand. When he finally succeeded, Minji turned around sharply and ordered our hero to freeze, that is, to freeze. As they continued playing, Yunha decided it would be easier to catch someone else and began chasing the boy in the white and yellow t-shirt. It turned out to be much easier, and now the goal was close. It was possible to calmly leave the site and continue to accumulate mana. The only thing left to do was to take revenge on Minji, who continued to pretend that she was better than all the children, and was always right. The girl realized that something unexpected was about to happen, but Yuna pretended that he just wanted to run past. But as soon as he approached, he froze Minji. Now she had no right to move, according to the rules of the game. Yuna did it unexpectedly, from behind his back and practically at the last moment. Who could have expected such treachery from him? Minji was really angry, but all was not lost until the one who was driving caught up with her. The girl hoped that this would not happen. Then the boy in the white and yellow t-shirt, who was now supposed to be catching up with the children in place of Yun-hee, rushed straight to her and handed over his role. They made a good team with Yuna. The children ran away from Minji, who now had to catch up. The girl was beside herself with anger. Her eyes were burning with fire, and threats and curses were raining down on our hero. She froze, ready to pounce on Yunhu at any moment, telling the boy that he was dead. But Yunha looked back and laughed, teasing Minji that she would never be able to keep up with him. The next second, the girl touched his shoulder, telling him that Yuna was now driving again, and he didn't even understand how she managed to develop such speed. Our hero was distracted by something strange. He froze in place, listening to his own feelings. Minji asked what happened. Yuna used the mana aura and realized that there was someone on the playground emitting such a strong killing intent that he could sense it. It was a goblin. In his past life, Yuna had encountered similar monsters many times and recognized them by the energy in space, even without seeing them with his own eyes. In this case, literally 1 second passed from the moment the hero sensed the goblin and saw him. The other children also did not leave the appearance of the monster unnoticed, and now looked in horror at the huge figure that appeared from behind the trees. Eyes were glowing. It would have been easy for him to step over the fence of the playground and simply crush the children, or even worse. The monster took a few steps forward. They had to run away from it quickly, but in the kindergarten the children felt safe. They were not ready for something like this. The girl closest to the goblin could only shrug her shoulders and remember her mother, who unfortunately was not there. Sharp claws and teeth, and a huge axe to boot, hung right over the little girl, and it seemed like nothing could save her. The monster prepared to strike and had already swung its weapon, which cut through the air with a whistle. The girl sat down on the ground, avoiding the blow, and looked pitifully at the offender, who froze for a few seconds, wondering why the blow had not reached its target. The goblin's thought processes were not particularly intense, and without thinking twice, he decided to simply swing and hit again. The little girl had practically no chance of saving herself, but our hero came to her aid, using almost all of his accumulated mana reserves. Yuna directed a stream of power at the monster's clawed fingers, and the axe literally flew out of his hand. The goblin's face reflected bewilderment. This had never happened to him before. The enemy was not visible, but he managed to repel the attack. Yuna's first strike was simply a stream of power from his hand, and for the next one he prepared an ice cream stick, which he enveloped in mana. The boy did not take into account that the goblin was not alone. He barely had time to notice that a second goblin with the same huge axe was rushing at him from behind. The hero managed to dodge in time, and then jumped to the side several times. So intensely, the goblin in the helmet made of a skull with horns swung his heavy weapon. Yuna sighed. He was already pretty tired of running around the playground with the kids, and now he had to jump with a monster. The boy decided that he needed to quickly finish with this enemy, and then he needed to take care of the rest of the children. He squeezed his wand tighter, preparing to attack. The boy ducked under the axe and swung to deliver a slashing blow to his opponent's stomach. At this time, someone's footsteps were heard. It seemed that teacher Tayo had come running to save the children. He heroically rushed at the second goblin, hitting him with a brush for sweeping paths with all his might, saying that the monster would not just walk around the garden. Swinging the cleaning lady's props for another blow, the teacher shouted at Yunhee not to do anything stupid and just stand still. He was a brave man. Tayo threw his brush with all his might right at the goblin our hero was fighting. The boy thought that he was very cool and really loved children. The blow landed with the bristles in the stomach, and therefore was not very strong, but it managed to puzzle the goblin and stop his attack. A second later, the teacher pulled Yunhu by the shirt to bring him closer to himself. He had to act very quickly. Grabbing the girl and our hero in his arms, Tayo ran as fast as he could toward the kindergarten building to take the children to shelter. The goblins tried to run after them, but they were rather clumsy and slow. The teacher turned out to be surprisingly strong and fast, or maybe it was the survival instinct that kicked in. He rushed with 2 children at the ready, and even managed to check with them if everything was okay. The helmetless goblin decided that running was not efficient enough and too labor-intensive, so he jumped after Teo, swinging his axe. Yuna realized that they were all doomed if nothing was done, so he began gathering mana in his hands to attack the monster with a power strike. The boy whispered to the goblin that he had a surprise prepared, gathering the maximum amount of energy and preparing to hit the target. He launched a stream of power at the monster with such force that the recoil even accelerated the teacher's forward movement. The goblin screamed, spread his arms, and released the weapon. It was very painful for him. His internal organs were damaged, as our hero was hit right in the stomach. Because the monster was in midair when the blow struck, it fell from a height straight onto its horned partner. Yunha, hanging from the shoulder of the teacher Tayo, assessed his counterattack and was quite satisfied. In his previous life, he had not been able to work so well with mana. The boy entered the kindergarten doors on his own 2 feet, and the teacher ran after the hero with a girl on his back. He was all drenched in sweat. The man fell backwards onto the floor, trying to catch his breath. He was not used to such physical exertion and was completely exhausted. The children became worried. The woman, the school principal, leaned over him and said that she had called the players. But when they would arrive, it was difficult to say. All the children had to be evacuated. The teacher asked if the monsters were goblins. He had never encountered them. The principal replied that yes, they were the 2 goblins that were reported on the news. Yuna began to look around. You need to hold out until help arrives, but before that, you need to make sure that all the children from the street have made it into the building. If so, it wouldn't hurt to barricade the doors. Then Minji, with tears in her voice, screamed that Yang Hyang and Yong Huk were nowhere to be found, and the girl began to panic. The teacher and the principal screamed loudly in horror, and Minji explained that she had just seen them in the garden with ice cream. Tayo slowly said that he would go out now and come back for the children. The director objected that, given the circumstances, he would not be able to do so. The children and staff of the kindergarten began to cry and beg the teacher not to leave, but to stay with them to protect them if the goblins started to break in. Another group of children begged Tayo to save Hyan and Songhuk, bursting into tears as they imagined their inevitable death in the garden. The man really wanted to swear, but it was impossible in front of the children. He had absolutely no idea how to act in this situation and what would be right. At this time, the windows of the houses next to the garden shook from a piercing scream. It was so sharp and loud that even the window panes shook. It was Yan Hyan who discovered in horror that Jonhuk had been attacked by a goblin. The boy was practically in his hands. The sharpest teeth were right next to the child's face. An axe was at his chest. Yanhuk also screamed deafeningly. He realized that in a moment the monster's axe would fall on his head. Yan Hayan couldn't allow this. The girl decided to use mania and intuitively directed a powerful blow at the goblin, shouting that he should stop immediately. The blow was wide-ranging. It was more like a forceful protective shield, with which Hyan pushed the monster away from her friend. The goblin flew upside down several meters to the side, and the girl rushed to Yanhuk to make sure he was okay. The boy just gasped and groaned, and Hyan tried to help him get to his feet so he could run to shelter. The goblin raised his axe and growled. Feeling the threat, he literally fell into a rage and prepared a new attack on the children. John Hook's leg was injured. It seemed he had twisted it, and now he couldn't move on his own, but only by leaning on Yang Yang. They walked very slowly. With every step, the boy winced in pain, but still continued to move forward little by little. But when he looked back and saw another monster, Yang Huk forgot about everything, grabbed his friend by the wrist, and ran away. The troll with the mohawk grinned, his eyes glowing red and drool streaming from his mouth. It was a disgusting sight. The girl asked what they should do. Yanhuk answered that adults would definitely come to help, but to wait for them, they needed to hide somewhere. Ahead, the children saw a climbing frame that looked somewhat like a cage. They could climb onto it from above, or jump between the bars in the hope that the goblins wouldn't get to them there. Yan Hayan climbed up first. The boy helped her up and protected her from attack. Fortunately, the goblins were slow. When it was Yanhuk's turn to go up, he heard a strange sound behind him and guessed that the enemy was already close. The goblin with an axe stood literally a few meters away and carefully watched the children's actions. They seemed funny to him. The boy shouted at Hyan to climb further. Yan was indignant. She was worried about her friend because he also needed to be saved. The girl began to stutter out of excitement. To calm her down, Yanhuk spoke loudly and calmly. He said that he would hold off the monster until one of the adults appeared. The boy grabbed his plastic sword with both hands. He was determined, but Hyan begged him to come to his senses and climb up. The goblin slowed down in surprise. Due to his stupidity, It was difficult for him to distinguish a toy weapon from a real one, so before attacking, he needed to assess the enemy. Young-huk's eyes flared with anger. Perhaps he possessed the same gift of flame as the fire demon, the throne that saved Young-hoo and Yuna. At least the child would really like this. He saw a story from the bridge on TV and was very inspired. Right during the news broadcast, Young-hook decided who would be his idol now. He shouted so loudly that not only the neighbors but also the residents of the entire area heard it. The boy dreamed that in the future he would become a hero, and maybe even the throne itself. He has every chance of this because he is agile and strong. Standing in front of the goblin, Young-huk gripped his sword very tightly and repeated that he would become a famous hero like the fire demon. He even goaded the monster into attacking, calling him a weakling and peppering his speech with choice curses. And where did a 6-year-old boy pick them up? The goblin began to get furious. He clenched his teeth tightly and began to prepare for an attack, fingering the handle of the axe. Finally, a disgusting battle cry burst from his throat. The monster decided to intimidate the enemy before attacking, just in case. Young-huk was afraid, but the boy reassured himself that he had trained a lot, and now he just needed to remember how to thrust with a sword. As the goblin approached, the boy closed his eyes and swung his plastic weapon with all his might. Of course, it was not possible to injure the goblin in this way. The sword simply flew to the side, without leaving a single scratch on the enemy, but slowing him down a little. To avoid the axe blow, Young-huk crouched down. The boy was indeed quite agile and smart, but he had little chance of standing up to the goblin. The monster swung his axe again. Fortunately, someone appeared behind the monster who knew exactly how to defeat him, and it was not a player or a hunter. It was Yunha, who had quietly crept up from behind and was about to stab the enemy in the back. The axe never landed on Young-huk's head. The goblin swung, but completely out of place. Our hero's plan worked perfectly. Young-huk continued to cover his face and head with his hands, but soon realized that this was not necessary yet and carefully opened his eyes. He looked at the goblin and saw that he was distracted by someone else. This was a chance for salvation, and a good chance at that. Young-ha-yeon watched from above. It wasn't like she was very relieved when Yun-hee appeared, but 2 boys against 1 monster were better than 1. Our hero jumped forward armed with a sword, covering his friend with himself. He was full of righteous anger. Young-huk sat on the ground and couldn't figure out whether to run away or climb up to Hyeon, or maybe stand next to his former enemy and fight against the goblin shoulder to shoulder. Yuna glanced at the boy and praised him, saying that he had acted like a real man. It was difficult for the child to understand what he meant. Sometimes the hero forgot that he was in the body of a 6-year-old boy and said adult things, but still Young-huk was pleased. Yuna didn't notice how the goblin made an incredible jump to finally end this stupid battle. At the last moment, Young-huk noticed the danger and shouted a warning. The axe missed, but Yuni's sword, shrouded in mana, made a wide swing and hit the target right on target. And not just once, but 3 times. After this series of blows, the goblin was left without the hand in which he held his formidable weapon. She flew off somewhere upwards, and now the boy could strike as many times with the sword as it took to destroy the monster. His eyes were shining, and his blade, shrouded in mana, was shining too, and after each strike the sword left a glowing blue trail in the air. Finally, in front of the astonished Young-huk, Yunha simply cut the goblin in half. Fortunately, Yang-hyang did not see this. The girl had already closed her eyes when the first blood was spilled. A blue gem bounced across the ground. It was the monster's core, meaning the boy had managed to defeat it. Yuni's final sword strike whistled through the air. The enemy disappeared, leaving behind only the artifact. The goblin was destroyed. The boy was pleased. Now he could take a breath and cheer up the children with a smile and suggest that Haeyeon go down to return to the kindergarten. But Yuna couldn't do this, at least not right away. Young-huk rushed to him with hugs, repeating that the guy was a real hero and pouring out gratitude. He was so excited that he knocked our hero to the ground. He began to get angry. He did not expect such a flow of tenderness and was not ready for it. The girl also came down and joined her friend, and now they cried and thanked Yunhoo together. Yang-hyang and Young-huk filled the boy with tears and cried out that they were incredibly scared, but he heroically saved them. Our hero tried to get rid of them, gently or not so gently, but he still shouldn't forget that we were talking about 6-year-old children. Sometime earlier, he had put a lot of effort into getting out of the kindergarten and rushing to help them. While Tayo couldn't decide what to do, Yunha came to the door. They didn't pay any attention to him, so the boy carefully crept outside and closed the room so that no strangers could enter. It was easy to get out, but it was necessary to use special vision to assess the situation. Yuna decided to use magic. Using the power lines, he saw where the mana clusters were in the area, which could indicate the location of Hyeyeon, Young-huk, and the monsters. The boy felt calmer when he saw that the children were safe and sound and had managed to escape from the goblin. Then from the side, he saw that the second monster had managed to get into the building. It was incredible luck that Yunha had come out and noticed it before it attacked the children and staff. His legs were very powerful. Ironically, the monster was just approaching the gym, as if he was planning to pump up his muscles even more. The goblin had that same horned skull on his head. It limited his view quite a bit. The monster turned his head in all directions, trying to get his bearings. Then the goblin heard a thin, childish voice asking what the hell he was doing there, and began to shake his head even more intensely. Yuna stood before him, his head bowed forward menacingly. In his hand, he held the same stationary knife with which he had fought the divers and the kraken. The boy extended the blade and enveloped it in mana, then gestured to the monster that certain death awaited him now. The goblin did not wait for this moment and rushed into the attack, intending to simply trample the impudent child. But this child, as we know, was far from simple. Yunha crouched down and dealt his first blow to the monster. Then he jumped behind the monster and attacked it from behind to consolidate his success. After all, the wounds from the paper knife were not too serious. More mana was needed. Our hero did just that to test the weapon. He waved it in front of himself a couple of times and was completely satisfied. Now it was necessary to test this amount of energy on the goblin. Yunha jumped up and hit the monster in the back with all his might, the blow supported by the mass of his body. The monster screamed in pain. Its visibility was limited by a helmet made of a skull with horns, and it was completely impossible to fight off the nimble opponent behind its back with an axe. The goblin spun around, swinging his axe aimlessly, while the boy jumped up and attacked him over and over again. Like a ninja, Yuna flew around the goblin, inflicting more and more wounds on him. After all, a child's body had its advantages. It was small and light. With the last blow, our hero cut the goblin from shoulder to bottom. No one could survive after that. The boy landed on the ground and saw that the monster's core was lying in front of him. The enemy was finally destroyed. The stationary knife was destroyed in the same way. Almost the entire blade got stuck in the goblin's body and then disappeared along with him. This weapon can no longer be used. Yuna threw him to the ground and thought that everything had worked out quite well, but he needed to find an alternative and hurry to help Yeonhuk and Yeonhye-yeon. The boy quickly rushed forward, looking along the way for anything that could be useful in the battle with the goblin. As we already know, a plastic sword will come to hand. Yuna picked him up, enveloped him in mana, and rushed to save his friends. Everything happened very quickly, literally in a matter of minutes. Now, fighting off the frightened and grateful children, our hero remembered the goblins and thought that today fortune was on his side. Just at that moment, Teacher Tayo ran out of the building, armed with the now familiar sweeping brush. He asked if everything was okay. Yang Hyun and Yeonhuk continued to cry and yell, and Yunha was simply confused and didn't know what to answer. The boy thought carefully, then closed his eyes and said in an uncertain voice that yes, it was okay. After a while, parents, the press, the police, and players from the clan that was engaged in catching goblins gathered around the garden. One of them questioned Yunhu. The first thing he was interested in was whether the boy killed the goblin with his own hands. Our hero did not lose his head and reported that even before meeting him, the monster was very badly wounded, and before he could hit it a couple of times, it disappeared. Handing Yuna the monster's core, the man said that even if the goblins were 7th or even 8th grade, a child would still not be able to defeat them. Monsters can be killed with weapons imbued with mana or with a very strong physical attack, the player added. He sighed and asked what about the goblin in the hallway. Someone had killed him too, and the second core of the monster had been found there. The boy replied that he probably killed the goblin who killed the goblin in the corridor because someone had caused serious damage to both of them. Apparently, they had a disagreement about something. Yuna smiled and scratched his head in embarrassment. The man looked at him and decided that such a cute child would not lie. The leader of the player clan publicly apologized to Doengarden for allowing the goblins to enter the territory, and the matter was quickly hushed up. The government promised additional funding to the employees and the institution itself, and everyone was satisfied. Then the press was introduced to the hero of the day, a 7-year-old boy who killed a goblin to save his friends, Yunhu. He was solemnly presented with a personalized certificate of honor with gratitude for his accomplished feat. Everyone present hummed happily to show how grateful they were to the boy and how delighted they were at his brave act. Our hero did not hear all this. He was thinking about the punishment he would receive from his parents, a lot of reproaches, or a letter of repentance. Yuna held the document in his hands and thought that now he was dead. He couldn't avoid wide publicity. Mom and Dad would definitely find out everything. The journalists asked the boy to smile wider for the photo, but he was unable to do so. He was too nervous. and his smile came out strained. After some time, a festival dedicated to the graduation party was held in the garden, and all the children's parents came to this event. Yan Haiyan got the role of Sleeping Beauty. The girl really looked a lot like Snow White. According to the script, Snow White had a kind heart, and 7 dwarfs lived with her who doted on the girl. The gnomes were dressed in identical green suits with caps, and happily placed a wreath of white flowers on Yang Haiyan's head, which suited her very well. Teacher Teo, who was telling the story into the microphone, and all the spectators in the hall smiled happily. The scene was very cute, and all the children were incredibly beautiful. Behind the scenes stood an angry and slightly embarrassed Yunha and Yeonhuk. The boys did not like their roles and costumes. Yeonhuk grabbed his head in panic. On top of everything else, he had completely forgotten his lyrics and now didn't know what to do. Yuna looked at him calmly and asked him not to panic. He only had one line of words about how Snow White shouldn't eat the apple. It was poisoned. Our hero looked at his friend and thought that after the situation with the goblins, he had changed a lot. Yeonhuk started calling our hero a warrior, and it took him a lot of effort to convince the boy to change this address to Captain. It was somehow less bloodthirsty. At this time, the guy winked at Yunhee and said that for his sake, he was ready to go on stage and show what a good actor he could be. At this time, a real drama was unfolding on the stage. Snow White stood with the dwarfs in front of someone with a very sweet voice, but a suspicious appearance. It was Minji in the form of an evil witch, who offered the girl to try whether this red apple was as tasty as it looked. Teacher Teo asked into the microphone what Snow White should do, and everyone in the room began to smile again. The princess clapped her hands and agreed that the apple looked really beautiful and very appetizing. The dwarves began to persuade Snow White not to give in to temptation and not to take anything from the stranger. Yeonhuk in the jester costume was silent. It seems he forgot the text again. The gnomes pretended to cry and were very afraid, tried to persuade the girl not to eat the apple, but Yeonhuk couldn't utter a sound. Finally, the boy gathered his strength and said the word yes in a trembling voice. And after the first barrier of embarrassment was overcome, things went better. Yeonhuk finally managed to finish his request not to eat the apple that the witch Minji was holding out. He shouted so loudly that everyone flinched. Teacher Tayo took the microphone to try to somehow fix the situation, but then changed his mind, deciding to give the boy the opportunity to finish the job on his own. Dressed in a jester's costume, the boy moved like a robot, shouted, pointed at the apple and at Snow White. The crowd started to have fun. It was so childish that it was impossible to hold back a smile. No one wanted to offend Yeonhuk, but it was hard to stop laughing. The gnomes huddled together and tried to explain to Yeonhuk what he needed to say and how best to act in the current situation. Yuna thought that things were going badly. Finally, Minji's nerves gave out. She threw an apple at the boy and screamed at him to eat it himself and stop bothering everyone. The fruit flew straight into Yeonhuk's mouth. The blow was quite strong and knocked the boy off his feet. Minji continued to scream that Snow White would also get hers if she didn't eat the apple right now. The gnomes began to cry and scream that Yeonhuk was dead and that there was practically nothing left from the original script. The situation needed to be saved, and Minji loudly announced that the jester had eaten the poisoned apple instead of the princess, after which she laughed ominously. Teacher Tayo said over the microphone that the evil witch didn't give up and forced Snow White to take a bite too. He gestured to Minji to go up to Haiyan and pretend that she was also eating an apple, but the girl didn't immediately understand how best to do it. She couldn't think of anything better to do than to simply walk up to the princess and shove the apple into her mouth like a roast pig for Christmas. Snow White, or rather Haiyan, was so terrified that she could only utter the word mama, to which Minji, running off the stage, screamed that she was her stepmother, not her mother, so she shouldn't even think about calling her that. Here Yan Haiyan looked at the fruit she took out of her mouth. It was bitten. She had to continue playing her role. The girl fell theatrically and pretended to fall into a deep sleep. The apple rolled on the ground. At this time, the dwarves, under the leadership of Teacher Tayo, dragged Yeonhuk, who had not yet come to his senses, off the stage. It was Yuni's turn to take the stage, and the teacher put his arm around his shoulders to give the boy confidence. It was necessary to save the situation, and Tayo, adjusting his glasses, asked our hero to show his best. All hope was on him. It turns out that the teachers made bets on whose group would perform better, so our hero must save the reputation and wallet of his mentor. Snow White lay in a makeshift coffin, surrounded on all sides by beautiful white flowers. As Yunha took the first few steps onto the stage, he was very serious and tense, but tried not to show it so as not to completely ruin the performance. Yang Haiyan tightly closed her eyes and tried not to move. And besides, she couldn't change her expression while Yunha was walking towards her. Whispers began to sound in the hall. Everyone was talking about whether this was the child who managed to put the goblin down. How ugly of them. Yunha slowly walked towards the beautiful Yang Ha-yuan, trying to act like an excited lover. Someone from the audience said that the boy's face scared him. This creepy child is capable of killing since he destroyed the monster. Who knows what kind of victim will be next? Someone's mother cried. Our hero thought that in his past life, he had destroyed so many monsters that they would have covered half the city. What would this woman have said then? But he was a player, an immortal. Then he heard the nasty whisper, interrupting the joyful and loving voice that was shouting that the most beautiful, beloved No Yunha was on stage. It was his little sister. Everything became normal again. The boy remembered that now he had a new life and he could be happy and choose any profession for himself. Yuna and her parents continued to support him from the audience, which was incredibly nice. The family did not leave any step of Yunhee unnoticed. They loved him very much. Even his tiny brother smiled and waved his tiny hand in greeting. They shouted that he was the best, the most handsome, and that his family loved him very much. The boy was embarrassed for a few seconds. But he also laughed joyfully and answered his relatives that he also loved them very much, albeit mentally so as not to spoil the performance. Yunha walked up to the place where Yang Hayan was lying and stopped. It was necessary to do everything beautifully so that the girl would be pleased to look at the photos later. The boy exhaled loudly several times from excitement. He had never taken part in a performance before, and this would be the first time he would kiss his girlfriend in his new life. Our hero loudly and expressively said his line that there is no one in this world more beautiful than Snow White. He adjusted Hayan's hair, and finally the kiss took place. Yuna pressed his lips to his friend's forehead. It looked very touching. The girl opened her eyes and sat up, holding out her white hand to him. It seemed the performance had ended quite effectively. The hall exploded with applause, but the ones who were happiest were our hero's mom, dad, Yuna, and little sister. The actors who played the main roles bowed beautifully to the audience, and the curtain began to slowly descend. Then he stood up again to give all the other children a chance to come out and get their share of applause. After this, the dwarves and the jester picked up Yunhu in their arms and threw him up in the air several times. This was their way of saying thank you to the hero. The boy screamed in fear. It was dangerous. One of the children might simply not cope, and then he would fall from a height right onto the scaffolding. Fortunately, everything ended well. Yunhu was caught in the strong and caring hands of his father, who decided to insure the boy. He laughed joyfully and told his son that he was very good, just a natural actor. The boy replied that it was not his merit, but the good genes that were passed on from his parents, and everyone started smiling. Mom and Yuna also came up to congratulate Yunhu. They were incredibly happy about his success and that his kindergarten days were coming to an end. Mom asked if her son had already decided what he wanted to be, since a lot of time had passed since his visit to his grandmother. The boy sat on his father's neck and thought that he just wanted to live a happy life, so that it would be radically different from the one he already had. He remembered his mother asking the same thing last year when he was drinking milk, and he had to answer in a way that wouldn't disappoint her. He didn't really know what answer would meet his mother's expectations, but Yunhee was in a very good mood right now. All the children were happy and celebrating the end of kindergarten, and our hero also succumbed to the general joy. He just wanted to continue to be as happy as he was now, and for no one to dare to interfere with that. And to do this, he needed to be able to stand up for himself. So Yuna answered his mother that he probably wanted to become a warrior. He asked his father to put him down on the ground, and his father played along with his son a little, saying that he was ready to carry out any order from such a brave warrior. Mom looked at her family with a smile. It seemed that both of them did not disappoint her, and the answer was correct. Yuna ran to the children, and she looked at her son and thought that in any case, he had the right to do exactly as he saw fit. And he can count on the full support of his family, judging by what the woman saw, not only his family, but also his friends. Young-Hook hugged the boy tightly. Soon Yuna went to school for the first time. It was a very important day for him, because he was starting a completely new, more adult stage of life. After her welcoming speech, the director congratulated all the newcomers on their admission. Even she was a little worried, let alone the children. Yunhee was 8 and really didn't like formal events, so he just stood there and yawned. Then, out of nowhere, Minji appeared and asked why he was acting like that when the director was giving a speech. The boy replied that she was quite strange herself. The girl made sounds similar to growling, to which Yanhayan asked them both to speak a little more quietly, since it was simply indecent. Young-Hook was there too. He turned to Yuna and asked when the boss would show the others who the strongest boy was. Our hero replied that he was not going to do this. Then the boy replied that he would not miss his chance and would also loudly declare himself. The children were looking forward to school life and were quite excited, but Yunha was only thinking about not attracting unnecessary attention to himself. After the ceremonial assembly, the first graders went to get to know their class through a bright and spacious corridor. Everyone was asked to say a few words about themselves, and Kim Minji was the first to do so, saying that she lives in the Manhwa area. The girl added that she went to Doan kindergarten and loves to socialize, make friends, watch melodramas, and listen to music. The class teacher, Eugenia, smiled and reminded the girl that they had little time today, and they could continue another time. Minji sighed theatrically and said that if that was the case, then nothing could be done. All the children looked at her in surprise. Next was No Yunha. The teacher asked him to introduce himself, and the boy stood up from his seat. He was brief, saying that he also went to Doan kindergarten and hoped to make good friends at school. Eugenia asked if the boy wanted to add anything else, but Yunha refused, saying that was all. The woman smiled and nodded, saying that she understood him. And next it was Yang Hyan's turn to tell about herself. The little girl was very embarrassed. She stood up, lowered her head, and did not know where to start. The teacher advised her to introduce herself. The girl began to stutter as she said her name, but it took her a long time to do so, as she was very nervous. Yang Hyan's voice was trembling and her eyes were about to burst into tears. She was nowhere near as confident as Kim Minji. One of the boys started laughing and Yunha looked at him angrily. The fun quickly died down. Everyone listened to what else Hyan would say. Our hero suddenly remembered how the girl invited her friends from kindergarten to visit. She had a big and beautiful house. At the threshold, they were met by Papa Hyan. He was a tall, dark-haired man with a rather young and noble face. The children liked it right away. They said hello and eagerly rushed inside the house. It turned out to be spacious and interesting, and besides, it was located outside the city. Papa Hyan assumed that they were hungry, since it was not so easy to get to them, so he said that he would prepare a delicious lunch for the guests. While the owner of the house was trying to figure out which of the children preferred which drink, Yuna thought that the man's face was suspiciously familiar to him. Someone asked for chocolate, someone for yogurt, someone for mango juice, and our hero tried to remember the name of Yang Hyan's dad. He was distracted from these thoughts by the man's question about what he would drink. Yunha was embarrassed. He did not immediately understand what they wanted from him. Out of habit, he named the first thing that came to mind espresso. But then he realized that coffee was not really suitable for a 7-year-old boy and said that he was joking and would drink banana juice. After some time, the host invited the guests to the table. The children's eyes literally ran wild. There was so much delicious food in front of them. Everyone grabbed their forks and started gobbling up the treats. It was funny to watch how carefully some kids took the food and confidently others packed it. At the same time, everyone really liked it. The children found out what ingredients were in the dishes and thanked Hyan for her hospitality. Minji was especially pleased. With a strawberry on her fork, she bragged that Papa Hyan was a very good cook and that she was her best friend, so she could get more dessert. The boys started joking and calling her a gourmet. The girl got indignant, and then the old nickname, Drin Minji, came into play. It seemed like another second, and Minji would stick a fork into Younghook. He continued to tease her and stick out his tongue. Yunha froze with a glass in his hand. He wasn't hungry and hadn't tried anything yet. Our hero thought about how delicious the food must be if all the children reacted to it so strongly, and then took his first sip. And then another and another. The boy's eyes grew wider and wider. He certainly didn't expect this. He pulled the glass away from his mouth and tried to calm his emotions a little, although it wasn't that easy considering Yunha had just drunk it. The boy looked closely into the glass, feeling that thanks to the drink his mana had been completely restored and his strength was growing rapidly. Our hero stood there with a glass in his hands and thought that this was completely impossible. Technology that year did not yet allow anything like this. The guy realized that he had just drunk a real potion, an elixir that replenishes mana in the human body. Players who entered into battles against monsters always carried potions with them, which greatly helped them survive in battle. Young Hye-yeon noticed that Yun-hee had a somewhat puzzled expression and asked what it was. Maybe he didn't like it, to which the boy replied that it was very tasty. He looked closely at his friend and decided to ask her father's name. The girl was a little surprised by this question. Watching her father carefully prepare another portion of the drink, the girl replied that his last name was Yang and his first name was Sokun. If Yuna could, he would have shouted wow at the top of his voice. It was an incredible luck to become friends with the Yang Hai-yang family. Our hero's eyes lit up. He hugged Hyan and offered to become her best friends. The girl was a little confused, but smiled. The guy turned away and almost jumped with happiness. He still couldn't believe that his school friend's father was that same Yang Seok-kun. This was the man who, a few years later, was to make a real revolution in the field of potions and mana. In the future, he will become the king of the drug market and head one of the 3 largest corporations in Korea, the Alice Group. Here, Yuna remembered something else. In his past life, he had never heard of Yang Seok-kun having a daughter. And then it dawned on him. Our hero realized that the girl was alive only because he saved her from the goblin in the kindergarten. The guy carefully touched his girlfriend's shoulder and called her by name. Such behavior was completely unusual for him. Hyan was alarmed. With a menacing look, Yuna said that if she suddenly had any problems at school, he would undertake to solve them without a shadow of a doubt. The girl continued to smile in confusion and nodded, continuing to hold her almost full glass of drink. On the first day of school, she also remembered that her friend had promised support, so she bowed her head and began to talk about herself. Hyan said that she also went to Doan Garden like Yunha and Minji, and she also likes to drink tea and read books. Then the girl smiled radiantly and added that she was very shy when talking to new people. But that did not mean that she avoided communication and did not want to make friends. Sitting down in her seat, Yang Hee-yang tried to catch her breath. Speaking in front of the class was not easy for her. Yunha tried with all his might to encourage her friend and show that she did a great job. The teacher was also pleased. She praised Yang Hyan and said that she was a great girl for overcoming her fear. Next, Eugenia invited Jin Sun to introduce herself. The girl stood up from her seat, and all the children in the class froze. Yuna felt the tension of the others, and also looked at the new classmate to see what was going on. The first thing that caught his eye was the cute, fluffy ears, the color of which matched the girl's hair. Looking below, our hero noticed a long and shaggy tail of the same color, for which a special hole was made in the shorts to make it more comfortable for Jin Sonia. The girl stood up from her chair, embarrassed, just like Yan Hyan, but she had good reasons for it. The children began to whisper and ask each other if the ears were real, if she was a monster. No, Jin Sona was not a monster. She was a half-breed. That's what they called people who were unlucky with the distribution of mana at conception. Many hated half-breeds for their resemblance to monsters, especially people who lost loved ones due to monster attacks. The girl stood with her head down, gathering her courage to speak and introduce herself. Finally, she straightened her shoulders, smiled, and said that her name was Jin Sona. She didn't go to kindergarten, but she really wanted to make friends too. Many people didn't like half-breeds because of their resemblance to monsters, so most of the children in the class were forbidden to even approach the girl. Yunha didn't understand where so many stereotypes came from. The teacher wanted to offer to introduce herself to Yeonhuk, but he himself had already jumped up from his seat, saying his name and adding that he loved swinging a sword, and the boss was teaching him to control mana. One of the boys asked him what he meant by boss, to which Yeonhuk proudly replied that they would soon understand who was in charge. The boy pointed at his friend and said that Yunha was sitting over there. He was the most important boss here, the most important one in the class. Our hero almost fell out of his chair. Showing his biceps, the boy added that the boss was very strong, so no one should even try to act against his will. Yeonhuk got really excited. He started shouting that the boss needed to be greeted with 3 cheers, and the teacher barely managed to calm the boy down. She became serious and looked at Yunhu intently. Eugenia didn't like it at all that someone in the class was called boss. The woman asked our hero to stay after school and also added that she wanted to talk to his parents. The boy was annoyed because he hadn't done anything like that at all. After school, Yunhu was left to sit at his desk while he waited for the staff room to discuss the incident. From the yard, Yeonhuk's shouts could be heard about how the boss was the best, and that he supported him, and that he shouldn't be punished simply for being respected. After the mana tests that were mandatory for all first graders were over, Yunha went to lunch with the other kids. The school had a good cafeteria with many different dishes. Yeonhuk and Sona showed above-average results, and Hai Yang had so much mana that it could not be measured at all. But the girl was recorded as having average results, citing a glitch in the system. Before our hero had time to consider the results, he heard Yeonhuk calling him to join their company at the common table. It was possible to eat in peace and look out the window at children from another class playing on the sports ground. Yeonhuk ate everything on his tray in lightning speed and said that he would go and get more food. The girls laughed that the cook would soon remember him and stop letting him near the kitchen, to which the boy replied that he had already come 3 times today, and the woman even remembered his name. Minji was also hungry. She asked Yunhu if he was full, because the portions were somehow small and she would have to go for more. Our hero joined the conversation to joke, calling his girlfriend a glutton. He himself barely ate, lost in thought. Yuna and Minji crossed teaspoons like swords, but both were distracted by something else, forgetting about each other. It was Jin Sona, standing in the middle of the dining room, waving her tail from side to side, not knowing where to sit. Our heroes were alarmed not by the girl herself, but by the reaction of those around her. Everyone began to whisper quite loudly and discuss the tail and ears. There was also a lot of discussion about the presence of a half-breed at school. The children believed that there was no place for people like her here. Jin Sona couldn't find a place to sit down to eat in peace without listening to the constant discussions. When the girl saw a free chair and was about to sit on it to have lunch, the girls at the table made such faces that her appetite instantly disappeared. This didn't stop Sonu from trying to eat, and she asked if she could take the seat, but there was no answer. After a few seconds, one of the girls finally decided to answer, but the answer was negative. Could children really be that mean? Yuna thought. Yeonhuk and Hyeon also didn't like this attitude towards their classmate at all. Fortunately, their parents were normal and raised their children adequately. The girl who had refused to let Jin Sona into her table added that she must have some problems with her head if she decided to eat with the other normal children. Her friends started to chime in that they should know their place and eat on the floor, and they wouldn't even mention clothes. Even floor rags looked better. Sona couldn't believe that she had to listen to so much nastiness about her appearance and that she should not come to school, but stay in her church. She became gloomy, but did not become aggressive, but only politely changed for disturbing the children. Minji and Hyeon stood up for the girl, reminding her offender that money doesn't decide everything, and that the fact that she comes from a rich family doesn't give her the right to insult her classmate. Yuna also became very angry. He clenched his fists, and even Yeonhuk asked what was wrong with the captain. While half the children in the cafeteria were laughing and inviting everyone to watch the monster cry, our hero stood up from his chair. He remembered himself in his past life, and remembered how someone told him that not all half-breeds are kind and good. Oddly enough, his friend, who was also a half-breed, told him about this. He explained that not all poor people and outcasts have a good heart. And there are, of course, exceptions, but basically those who are very different from others become embittered and vengeful. The friend then looked at Yunhoo and said that there was no need to protect all half-breeds just because he, his best friend, was one. The guy's name was Jin Paran, and he and Yunha were inseparable. Our hero asked his friend why he was kind then. The half-breed replied that he was not talking about that. Then Yuna pulled his sword out of its sheath. It was unclear what he had in mind and what he was getting at, but the gesture looked quite threatening. Yuna looked into his friend's eyes and asked if Jin Paran thought he was kind because he was weak. The guy got scared and tried to defend himself with a stool. For a half-breed who was used to seeing a threat in everything, his reaction was quite justified. Yuna sternly declared that there was no need to come to his tent in the middle of the night and pester him with conversations. Jin Paran deserved punishment. He should go on patrol. The command was carried out immediately. The action took place in the Dungeon of the Abyss, the very one where our hero ended his first life. So the monster appeared almost immediately and attacked Paran. The half-breed was a skilled player, so he dealt with him in a couple of blows, but he knew well that this was far from the last monster for today. Before he could catch his breath, he was attacked by a spiky tail or the paw of some huge reptile, or even a mantis monster. He failed to dodge in time. Now Paran had a rather impressive torn wound from the thorns on his stomach, and he got angry. The spiked limb hovered menacingly over Yunhee's friend again. He thought that such a monster would be difficult to deal with due to its chitinous shell. Besides everything else, the monster had extremely sharp teeth, which made the task even more difficult for the half-breed, and the monster's eyes glowed with a yellow fire. Paran grouped himself to minimize the impact of a possible blow. His plan was to attack the softest part of the mantis, the belly. The insect turned out to be faster, and with a terrifying whistle inflicted another wound on the player. That ill-fated evening was not very successful for him. Just at that moment, Yunha rushed to help his friend. He was armed with a sword, so he immediately struck the monster, cutting off its spiked limbs. Our hero loved Paran very much, so he fought to protect him, not knowing either fatigue or fear. It was necessary to act very quickly before the half-breed's blood loss became fatal. With the next blow of the sword, the guy cut off another paw of the monster. The praying mantis screamed shrilly. He was deprived of his main weapon. His roar made the blood run cold, but Yuna did not stop. He wielded the sword very skillfully and effectively. The monster also did not remain in debt and tried to get to the enemy, but the player avoided the blows by using the speed skill. It was necessary to end this quickly, and Yunha grabbed the sword with both hands to deliver the last, most powerful blow. Everything around turned red, as if the abyss itself was asking for as much blood to be spilled as possible, and it didn't matter whether it belonged to a person or a monster. The blow was as expected. The mantis's head rolled on the ground, and our hero rushed towards his friend with all his might. Yuna pressed Paran's wound and asked him to hold on until Yuan arrived. She was a strong mage and an excellent healer. The half-breed realized that he was dying. He told his friend not to waste time on him and not to stop. They went so far into the abyss in order to destroy as many monsters as possible. Then Yunhee's partner ran up to them. The hero asked her for help, and the girl was ready to immediately provide it. But looking at Paran, she realized that she knew such wounds too well. They were fatal, and it was too late to do anything. She could only ease the pain. The half-breed turned to his friends again and told them to leave him and move on. Every second was precious. The boy and the girl did not move. They could not come to terms with such a loss and wanted to be next to Paran until his last breath. There were so many monsters in this darkest dungeon that the next battle would begin as soon as the players walked 100 or 2 meters. Yuna almost cried. He said that he wanted to hear Paran's last, farewell words. It was his sacred duty. The half-breed repeated what he had already said that evening. Don't think that all creatures of his kind are good. There are many evil ones among them. As evil as he is. That's why he wants to warn Yunhu and Yuan not to trust half-breeds. The girl began to pray. Paran called himself a very bad man and died. The hand that the hero held fell lifelessly to the ground. Yunha looked at the dead body of his best friend and partner, trying to cope with the loss and understand what he had been warned about. In his next life, our hero stood in the middle of the dining room and fought back tears as he remembered that tragic day. He thought for a while, standing at the table. His friends did not understand why the boy stood up and what he was going to do. Yunha asked Minji to free up some space. The girl happily said that she knew it would be like this. She moved over and began to wait for our hero to return. Yonghuk was eager to go with the captain, but he was told to sit and eat. Yuna walked up to Jin Sonia and grabbed the edge of her tray. He still couldn't figure out what she was doing and why she was pressing him almost to herself. At first, the girl thought that her food was being taken away. She looked around in fear, as if seeking protection. The half-breed was used to being bullied and bullied, but still, being left without dinner was too much. The other girls at the table froze and waited to see what would happen next. Jin Son pulled Yunhu by the sleeve of her blouse and asked why he took her tray. If he wasn't full, then he could go and ask for more in the kitchen. The guy smiled and explained to the girl that there was a free seat at their table, and the whole company was inviting them to join them. The hero showed which table he was talking about, and Yanhuk had already jumped up from his seat and was waving his arms in greeting. The little girl looked at Yunhu with fear and apologized, but then added that they were risking their reputation by helping her. The boy made an indifferent face and said that the opinions of not very smart children did not interest him at all. Everything was fine. The girls at the table where there was no seat for Jin Son started asking each other which kindergarten Yuna and his friends were from. They decided that it would be useful to get information about them. The long-haired blonde, who apparently thought she was better than everyone else, told her friends that this was not at all necessary. The schoolgirl said pompously that it was obvious that this company was nothing special. Our heroes greeted Jin Sona warmly, but Minji immediately informed her that she would have to be patient for a little while, getting used to Yuni's stubbornness, and the guy became angry. Janhook greeted the half-breed without taking the spoon out of his mouth and said that lunch today was incredibly delicious. He handed the girl some barley tea and suggested that she verify this by trying the divine drink. Tea in a thermos was brought from home by Yan Hayan, as we already know it was special. The girl smiled and offered her friendship to the new girl. The friends watched as Jin Sona sat down and began to drink the offered tea and were glad that she liked it. The girl looked sadly at her reflection in the glass of drink. She still couldn't believe that someone had risked making friends with her. Finally, she exhaled and drank the entire remaining drink in one gulp, which surprised Yang Hayan quite a bit. Then the half-breed pounced on the food just as greedily, her spoon flashing so quickly that it was hard to see it. Yuna told her in surprise that there was no need to rush at all. No one would stop the girl from having a normal lunch, and she burst into tears. After lunch, the whole company went to play on the playground, and Yuna, who studied at the same school, joined them. It was a mana control training. Yunha took the lead, and the others had to hide and suppress their mana so they wouldn't be found, or use it to boost their power and run away. Shinsona said that she didn't know how to control mana. The hero replied that it didn't matter. The half-breed knew how to be unnoticeable, and was in good enough shape that he couldn't catch up with her. Minji suggested defeating Yunha by force. The girl smiled, saying that she doubted it. Yunha noted that she did not possess telepathy, a unique gift of all representatives of the species. The guy added another rule. You can't hide inside buildings, and you should stay on the territory without leaving it. Yuna said that he would count to 100 and then go looking. Everyone scattered in all directions to hide as best they could. The boy conscientiously measured out every second with a count and did not peek. Otherwise, the training would have been unfair. Having finished counting, our hero stretched to loosen up his muscles and shouted loudly that he was going to look for his friends. He found Yeonhuk, Minji, and Yuna in literally a minute, but he had to tinker a bit with Hayan and Jinsona. Our hero thought that Yan Hayan was great with mana, so he should leave it for last, but Sona would be a little easier to find. He listened and realized that the half-breed was hiding in the bushes nearby, but when Yunha reached them, the girls had disappeared without a trace. On the other side, there were also thickets, and the boy realized that Sona was now hiding there. But pushing the branches aside, the hero realized that he was late again. Only the girl's tail flashed behind the fence. It seems that someone had to run around quite a bit today, Yuna thought. The boy tried to catch up with his friend, but it turned out to be beyond his strength. Jin Sonoy rushed on like a comet, not responding to his request to stop. Yuna pressed and almost managed to stop him, but the key word was almost. The half-breed deftly twisted out from under his fingers. Moreover, she jumped so high that our hero did not even understand where the fugitive had gone. Pushing off from the roof of the canopy, Sona decided to jump out right in front of Yunha when he least expected it. She stood in the boy's way and firmly declared that she was not going to stop. She had not lost until he finally caught up with her. Yuna kept yelling that she should stop, or at least come down, but Sona jumped on rooftops, fences, and trees, saying that she wouldn't do that. The other children thought that the girl was right. They were also found but not caught. Yeonhuk rolled up his sleeves and got ready to run. Minji also gathered her resolve and rolled up her sleeves. She didn't like being deceived, and now she had a chance to fix everything. Yuna was encouraged by the fact that the game wasn't over. She thought that with the help of mana, she could run even faster. A minute later, Yuna found himself in the middle of the court. Confused, he didn't know which of his friends to catch up with first, and was very angry and exhausted. The children were running around and screaming deafeningly. Our hero was ready to breathe fire from frustration and tear his hair out from the noise. But since things had taken such a turn, he turned on the speed, also using mana, and promised that he would now catch up with everyone. Jinsona stood among the treetops and watched what was happening with a smile. She didn't plan to go down yet. A few minutes before, Yang Hai-yan was walking along the stairs and thinking about where to find a secluded place to hide from Yun-hee. She heard the boy finish counting and announced that he was going to search. He needed to suppress his mana. The girl concentrated and coped with this task quite easily. Her father taught her to control her energy well. It was forbidden to enter the premises, but here Hayan saw a lot of books through the open door. If the doors were not closed in them, it was probably possible to enter. There were several stacks of books on the landing itself. Some of them were children's books, so the little girl was literally burning with curiosity. She loved to read. Some of the stacks of books were as tall as Hayan herself, and she began to wonder who had put an entire library here and for what purpose. The inside of the apartment was clean and spacious. The books were stacked neatly and lovingly. Curiosity overcame fear and anxiety about breaking the rules. The girl could not resist and picked up a rare edition of Exupery's The Little Prince. It was one of her favorite books. Hayan thought that this was some kind of paradise, but she still had to leave the room to avoid getting into trouble. But then the girl saw a book about Alice and decided to stay for a minute longer. The image of a white rabbit literally captivated Hayan, and it even seemed to her that the animal on the cover moved. Hayan asked herself what it was. She didn't expect to hear an answer, but then someone said in a rather soft tone that it was Alice in Wonderland, and an elderly man in glasses appeared behind the girl. Hayan hiccuped in horror, but the little girl didn't scream, but looked questioningly at this unfamiliar grandfather. Meanwhile, Yunha caught up with each of their company, and together they began to look for young Hayan. She was not on the street, so the company went up the stairs. They heard a voice behind the doors. Our hero went inside, hearing Hayan asking where Alice ran next. He was incredibly angry. The girl was sitting on the lap of an elderly man with glasses. He was reading Carol's book out loud to her. Streams of mana were swirling around. The picture looked surreal. Yuna greeted him and said that they were playing, but his friend had disappeared, and he found her here. Hayan jumped off her grandfather's lap, who sighed that she should have warned him about her friends. Yang Hai-yon muttered that she had forgotten about it. Yunha was seething with anger, and his friends each reacted to what was happening in their own way. The boy tried his best to control himself so as not to scream, but he asked again how it was possible to forget, in such a tone that Hayan hiccuped again and began to apologize. Our hero tapped her on the head as if hinting that she should use its contents for its intended purpose, but quickly stopped. Yuna realized that if he continued to scold her, tears would flow. He had to stop his friend from crying and change the subject. The boy apologized for interrupting his reading, to which his grandfather replied that he was bored until Hyan came, and that they had a great time together, and that he was glad to meet someone who loved books. The elderly man added that he wanted to make friends with the children and invited them to visit him more often. Hyan was incredibly happy with this offer. She widened her eyes with joy and said that she would come back here tomorrow. She really wanted to finish the book. Yunha took the girl by the hand and reminded that it was already late. It was time for them to go home. The children said goodbye, turned around and headed for the door. But then their grandfather asked them to wait a little before leaving. He held a phone in his hand and asked if they needed a ride. All they had to do was call his driver. The luxurious car arrived at the house almost instantly. None of the children had ever seen such a luxurious car before. The old man offered everyone a ride, and of course Yeonhuk rushed forward first. Yang Hyang followed him. Since the two of them and Jin's son lived far away, the children happily settled into the back seat and did not hide their delight. The grandfather commanded the driver to move off, and the car began to move smoothly, as if it were floating on water. Yuna, and Minji, who were just a short distance away from home, watched their friends go. They had no need to go anywhere. Our hero stood with his fists clenched. He had never seen such an expensive car. Even in his past life, the boy had never driven one like this. Yuna caught himself thinking that he was a little jealous of his friends. He even felt a little sad and offended for himself. The next day it rained and the children came to school in a rather depressed mood, as this meant that outdoor play was temporarily unavailable. Yuna sat in class and looked sadly out the window. He had prepared an excellent mana control training for his friends, but that would have to wait for now. Here he overheard that Eugenia was going to enroll him as a candidate. The boy tried to understand what had happened while he was lost in thought. It turned out that the teacher had decided to hold an election for class president, and now Yoonhee's name appeared on the list of candidates on the board. Our hero raised his hand and asked in confusion why Eugenia had written him down among those who were being elected to the position. The teacher turned around and answered, "Why such a question?" She was told that he wanted to be class president. Minji pointed her finger at Yeonhuk. The boy looked at him menacingly, but his friend did not feel guilty but was quite pleased with his actions. He smiled and clenched his fists, anticipating his captain's imminent victory in the elections. For some reason, Yunha himself did not show such enthusiasm. Yeonhuk raised his hand and said that this would be the best class president out of all the class presidents in the world. Yuna sat with his hands clasped together and thought that now Cho Young-kyuk could not count on his help, but his friend continued to shout that the guy should take this position. Thinking that this arrangement was no good, our hero raised his hand and informed Eugenia that he was rejecting his candidacy. The teacher replied that since Young-huk had chosen him, it would simply be impolite to refuse. The trust shown in him was priceless. When she heard that Yunha thought he was not fit to be president, she said that this couldn't be true. All children have unlimited potential. The boy continued to get angry and asked Minji why she didn't tell him about Yeonhuk's actions, to which the girl replied that she told him everything, but he just didn't listen. Eugenia happily reported that Yunha was the only candidate for now. Maybe one of the kids would also like to try out for the role of class president. A blonde woman from a wealthy family raised her hand, whom we knew from the situation with Jin Sona in the school cafeteria. Her name was Sina. She said that she always dreamed of a leadership position like her father's. The girl even feigned embarrassment, apparently especially for the teacher. Looking back at Yunhu, Sena gave him a haughty look, as if to let him know that the post of president was already in her pocket. Yuna had mixed feelings. He didn't want to be the class president himself, but he absolutely didn't want to see Sen in that role either. The next day, closer to lunch, a whole box of burgers from one of the large fast food chains, which was very popular, appeared in the classroom. The driver held the treat, modestly looking down, and Sina invited everyone to take one burger each, which her father had bought. The children were delighted and started shouting at the top of their voices that today there were burgers for lunch, and Sena was the best. The girl was happy. Everyone started talking about electing Sina as class president, and she promised that in that case she would hand out burgers once a month. Yuna and his friends stood a little to the side and watched what was happening. It was still too early to draw conclusions. Then Sena came up to him and handed him a burger. It smelled very appetizing, apparently, and tasted no worse. The girl held the food right in front of Yunha, gesturing for him to take the burger, and when the boy extended his hand, a clarification followed. Sena handed the burger to Yunha, saying it was her thanks for his precious vote in the presidential election. This was too much. Our hero thanked him, but said that he was not hungry, And in general, he was not a fan of fast food. The boy turned around and walked away from the sly woman who had decided to bribe voters with a free treat. Sina once again loudly voiced her election campaign. In short, for every vote she promised one burger a month, Yunha sighed she was still a child. Here the hero's attention was drawn to his friends, who gestured to him to look in the other direction. Young-huk stood there holding the burger in his hand. It was obvious that the boy was struggling with the huge temptation to eat it, and yet he didn't do it, putting the food behind his back so he wouldn't see it. The rest of the friends from Yunhee's group also refused, and Minji even said that she wasn't homeless enough to eat such a thing. Our hero wanted to say that if you are hungry, there is no point in refusing burgers. He still does not want to be president, but still decided to respect everyone's personal choice. The boy realized how devoted and loved his friends were to him, and he decided to let things go as usual. Half a year passed, and on the weekend the children from Doan Elementary School were supposed to go on a traditional spring excursion to the mountains. The first graders were given identical field uniforms. Parents prepared food to take with them, and the teacher explained the rules, the main one being that everyone should be attentive. The children were excitedly discussing the upcoming event, and the teacher had to shout over them to take the roll call. Eugenia asked the class president and vice president for help. One was to read out the names, the other was to mark those present. The president was Jin Sena. She casually adjusted her hair and said that she would be happy to carry out this task if the vice president did not interfere. It was Yunha. Our hero was seething with rage, but did not start a scandal, simply agreeing to do what the class teacher asked. Then the teacher decided to double-check everything. Yunhu asked to count the children and gave Sani a sign with the class number to hold. Finally, everyone was ready, and the ascent began. Yan Hayan almost immediately found an incredibly beautiful flower and gave it to Eugenia. Everyone was in a great mood. The teacher talked a lot about traditional Korean wooden architecture, showing the most interesting details. Finally, it was time for a break. The school children spread out their mats and looked forward to lunch. Yuna opened the box of food that was packed for him at home. There was a message from Yuna. His sister wrote in ketchup that she loved him. The guy became embarrassed and started to rack his brains when Yuna managed to write this. Everyone else smiled, saying that his food looked delicious. Minji came up and noticed that she was a loving sister. It was very sweet. The boy asked his friend to speak more quietly and asked what kind of lunch she had. The girl opened the container. Inside were beautifully decorated sushi, grilled sausages, something else cute and sauce. Then the friends heard excited cries that the most beautiful dinner was at Yan Hayan's, and they both turned around to look. The girl's container contained a cutlet in the shape of a teddy bear lying in a crib under a blanket of cheese, lots of fresh vegetables, and a side dish. Remembering her father, Yuna thought that it was predictable. Then they heard Young-huk shouting that the best food for a hike was noodles. The boy was very pleased and literally glowed with happiness. Minji asked why he didn't prepare food for the road. Instant noodles are not the best option for a first grader. Young-huk laughed and said that he didn't need any other food, since his mother said that cup noodles were the best. Then that's how it was. Minji and Yunya looked at his satisfied face and decided that there was no need to voice their thoughts on this matter. They felt sorry for each other because Mom didn't even bother to pack Young-huk lunch, but they both decided to just pretend that noodles were a fine choice. The previous night, something sinister had happened in this part. A young man had run as fast as he could, weaving through the trees. He looked back and cursed foully. Apparently something much more threatening was running after him. While wondering where a monster could have come from in this area, the guy didn't notice a root and caught his foot on it. As he fell to the ground, he heard a menacing growl behind him and thought that this was the end. There was no chance of salvation, but it was still possible to at least try to get up. The young man tried to lean on his hands, but apparently his shoulder was dislocated during the fall. Right in front of his face stood a clawed black paw. The monster whose appearance the guy had been waiting for from behind decided to show itself from the other side. Or maybe it was a second monster. It was hard to say. Hounds, Class 7 monsters, never moved alone. They hunted in packs, chasing down their prey and then killing and eating it. The man jumped back, shouting for help, but there was someone behind him too, and the hero's back collided with even more powerful paws. He looked there in horror and saw a hellhound, a monster that was already classified as level 6. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events. The last thing he said was that it wasn't fair. A few seconds later, in the place where the man had recently been, only blood-stained shreds remained. The hounds tore the prey to pieces and then greedily ate everything they could bite off. There were too many of them to get their fill of everything. So the hellhound commanded the others to stop immediately so that she could get the best piece. The two simple hounds wanted to object, but retreated, feeling the power and strength that emanated from this larger monster. Finally, the hellhound was full and allowed the others to finish their meal, and they pounced on the food with even greater zeal. When the job was done, the main monster began to howl, which was a signal that the pack should now continue its advance south. A little further south, first graders were happily discussing what they had seen and sharing treats with each other. Then the teacher suggested that everyone complete a secret task, playing a game of searching for an impromptu treasure. Everyone picked out a small piece of paper folded in half, and when Yunhee's group unfolded their notes, everyone got only one single word: nothing. Yunhook wasn't used to losing. He said very sadly that he had nothing. Sona replied that she had the same thing. Yuna suggested not to bother. Listening to the other boys find hidden pieces of the map, Yonghuk declared that he and the captain simply had to find the treasure, to which our hero asked if he was a pirate by any chance. Minji said that this was no good. She decided to go and pull out a couple more pieces of paper. They were going to get lucky after all. The girl's eyes were burning with fire. All the friends in the company supported the idea. Only Yunha said that he didn't like it all, turned around, and went for a walk. But it was not to be. Minji caught up with him, put her hand on his shoulder, and menacingly asked where he was going anyway. We had to go back and play. After the picnic, the children continued their hike to Mount Bukun. Yunha was the last one to trudge along, constantly whining that he was tired. The rest of the children were cheerful and happy. Our hero was plunged into unpleasant memories. Just behind this mountain, he once fought with a whole army of goblins, accompanied by hellhounds, in a past life, of course. The group of friends was walking at some distance from the rest of the class, so when a rustling sound was heard in the bushes, everyone froze. It was unlikely that it was one of their classmates. Sona asked in fear what it was. Yan Haiyan didn't hear anything, so she started asking the others what happened. Yuna, with a frightened face, gestured to the others to be as quiet as possible and not move. The hounds, who had not had a very hearty dinner in the evening, finally reached the southern slope of the mountain, and it was them. Minji saw the monsters first and pointed her finger in their direction, not understanding what kind of monster was in front of them. It was the first scout hound, its eyes glowing red and its mouth drooling in anticipation of prey. Yuna looked closely at the monster and tried to figure out how far away the rest of the pack was. The hero knew that hounds don't hunt alone. Considering that the scout smelled strongly of blood, the guy realized that the monsters had already killed someone recently, so the rest of the group might not be in too much of a hurry. The hound was getting closer and closer. For Yuni, it was a very unpleasant encounter. He had just recently remembered the other side of this mountain and the bloody battle there. The monster didn't think for long, and the next moment made a huge leap towards the children, showing all its teeth at once. Everyone stepped back, but Minji stumbled and fell to the ground. The girl was terrified and believed that these were the last seconds of her life. As the monster flew right above the little girl, ready to tear its prey apart, something happened that absolutely none of the children expected. Yuna jumped up and kicked the hound in the side with all his might, disrupting its flight path and distracting it. The monster fell to the ground, its tongue hanging out. The blow was surprisingly strong. Minji was saved, at least for now. Yuna, his eyes glowing with radiance, raised a fork shrouded in mana over the hound to completely neutralize the monster. Time after time he struck. The monster's blood sprayed in all directions, but the boy did not stop, knowing that as soon as he destroyed the core, the creature would disappear. The children looked at him and could not believe that this was the same kind and sympathetic classmate whom they knew well. Minji, whom he had saved, looked especially stunned. Finally, the hound's body burst into flames and Yuna breathed a sigh of relief. At least for the next few minutes, the threat was over. A trembling voice came from behind our hero, asking if he was okay. The boy nodded. Turning around, he asked the same thing to Minji. The girl answered affirmatively, but it was obvious that Yuna scared her terribly, maybe even more than the monster. John Hook asked the captain to ask a question. Our hero allowed it, but the boy said that he could not formulate what he wanted to say. He thought and said that in front of him now was not at all the captain they all knew, with whom they were friends. Yuna wiped his face with an equally dirty hand in frustration, realizing that Yonghuk had seen him in the form of a berserker. He became like this every time he fought monsters, and it was in this state that Yunha earned the nickname of the Immortal. The boy looked at his hands and thought that he shouldn't have shown this side of himself to the children. He said that he was just too excited about what happened. Yuna decided that he would not make such a mistake again and would protect his friends from bloody and violent scenes. Just at that moment, John Hook asked the captain what they should do now, to which he received the answer that, of course, they should run, and the faster the better. Yuna remembered that hounds always moved in packs, and they were almost certainly coming down the mountain now. so he had little chance of saving the entire class. He decided that he had to at least save his friends, so he asked them to listen to him carefully and do as he told them. What followed were detailed instructions, but we'll talk about what Yuna said to his friends a little later. A little earlier, the rest of the children in the class were busy searching for treasure among the rocks on the hill. Sina laid a handkerchief on one of the large boulders and decided to sit down to rest. Taking out her phone, the girl told her friends that she would wait here while they searched for treasure, and so they should bring her what they found. One of the guys muttered that this was too much. They wanted to at least rest a little. They couldn't walk much after the picnic. Sina narrowed her eyes and looked at the children with such a look that it became clear that it was impossible to disobey her. Several girls said in fear that they would be happy to go searching, and the boy with glasses also joined them. For quite a long time, Sina sat alone playing a game on her mobile phone and not being distracted by anything. Then, from somewhere to the side, screams and the sound of breaking branches were heard. The girl became wary, but not too much. Then, her frightened and sweaty friends, who had previously gone to look for the treasures hidden by the teacher, ran out to her. Sina's face darkened. She was mortally frightened, and in a trembling voice asked what had happened. The children might not answer. She herself noticed that a monster was chasing them, or rather several monsters. The girl even knew that they were called hounds. The girlfriend rushed past and tried to climb the rocks and hide among them. Sina continued to sit in order to get up and turn around. She needed time, but she didn't have it. The hound took a running start and jumped up to reach its victim in one fell swoop and finally eat its fill. Sina sat and was afraid to move. She didn't want to die at all, but it was impossible to do anything in the current situation. Although why it's impossible, the girl began to scream deafeningly and kick her legs in order to turn around and crawl back at least a little. She wasn't very agile, so she couldn't swing her legs over to the other side of the stone. The hound's mouth was already very close. The girl screamed loudly and called for help from at least someone, and help came. At the very last moment, a shot rang out and the monster began to fall down. Sina covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly. The hound lay on the ground, unable to get up and finish what he had started. It was unclear who had shot. The bullet casing bounced off and rolled down. Yuna stood near the stones, armed with a pistol. The classmate took her hands away from her face. When our hero realized who he had just saved, he grimaced, but still advised the girl to go down the mountain. He added that he had cleared the way and that if Sina wanted to survive, she had to move very quickly and not deviate from the road. The classmate was in a state of shock and asked several times what the boy had just said. Yuna patiently repeated. The new hounds were rapidly approaching. They could already be heard very well. Any minute they would appear from the bushes. Seeing that our hero turned around to go meet the monsters, the girl grabbed him by the sleeve and said that he should protect her. Tears rolled from her eyes, but Sina continued to order our hero to stop and not go anywhere from her. Yuna looked at her with such a look that Sina fell silent. The guy said clearly that he did not advise her to get in his way. Let's go back in time a little more and remember the moment when Yunha asked his friends to listen to him carefully and strictly follow the instructions he received. He asked his friends to go down to the foot of the mountain as quickly as possible, and if they met anyone on the way, to immediately call the players. Young-hook realized with horror that the captain would not go with them. Yuna said that he was going to look for the others, then the boy shouted that he would go with him. He was learning to control mana. The answer was negative. Our hero looked closely at his friend and advised him to stop messing around and concentrate on survival. That was the most important thing right now. Young-hook apologized, and Sona put her hand on his shoulder to show that he could count on her support at any time. Yunha told his friends that they were all one team now and were obliged to help each other, even if someone didn't like something. He added that the hounds were very sensitive, so in order to avoid detection, the children would need to completely limit their mana, as he had previously taught them. After this, our hero went into the thicket to put his preliminary plan into action and, if possible, protect his friends from the pursuit of monsters. The first thing Yunha did was throw out all the food from Yang Hyang's container. It was a kind of diversionary tactic. The dishes prepared by the friend's father contained a lot of mana, and the hounds could easily be distracted by it and follow a false trail. The boy had only just thought about it, and the monsters had already sensed that somewhere nearby there was energy that they could profit from. Yunhee's next step was to find out where exactly the monsters were and how many there were, which required using a special skill. Yunha, as a locator, began to study the territory with the help of tiny beams of energy. He had studied this skill for a long time in his past life, but in his child's body, he had not yet tried to use it. He saw both the hellhound and its entire pack of common hounds. The children were a little to the side, and their route did not intersect with the monsters. This was encouraging. With huge leaps, Yuna headed towards the hounds in order to start the fight as far away from his friends as possible and not expose them to unnecessary danger. The mountain was dark and gloomy. Our hero felt that there were many more monsters than he saw. It was just that the rest had not yet managed to get closer. The boy thought that he definitely wouldn't have enough mana for everyone. Of course, there was still some tea left in the thermos from Haeyeon's father, but it had to be saved. A noise was heard from behind the trees. A gust of wind brought the sounds of the hounds moving. They were racing at full speed, but not towards Yoonhee. The pack attacked a man, apparently a player, who tried to stop them alone and failed. He was still alive and begged for help, but he knew that there was simply no one to save him in the forest. There was no hope for this. Several hounds immediately began to tear pieces off the man's back and eat them without leaving the body. They were strong and muscular individuals who needed a lot of meat to keep themselves in such shape. Yoonhee attacked the largest hound unexpectedly, but his blow was so strong that it knocked the monster off its feet and destroyed it immediately. While the other monsters were pondering whether to attack our hero, he decided to check what the player was armed with. Apparently, the man didn't even have time to take out his weapon, which surprised not only No Yoonhee, but also the hounds. At first, the boy discovered a long, two-handed sword, but it was in the body of a child, so such a weapon was useless for the hero. Luckily, the player also had a short saber that was converted from a dagger, which was just what suited Yoonhee perfectly. The weapon was fully charged with mana, enough to kill the hounds. Our hero was inspired. He realized that he could now save his own mana reserves by using all the advantages of the improvised sword he had obtained by chance. Yuna beckoned the hounds to him. In the current circumstances, it was much easier to repel the attacks of the monsters than to attack them himself. The boy did not have to wait long. The monsters did not perceive him as a threat. There were many of them, and the child was alone. The hounds considered Yoonhee easy prey. The first of them has already made a jump to tear the impudent man to pieces. Anyone else in our hero's place would have given up. But this was Yuna, so all he was interested in was where to stick the sword, into the heart of the hound that had attacked him, or into the soft belly, not protected by ribs, but only by abdominal muscles. The hero understood that the trajectory of the blow had to be calculated very well. Otherwise, there was a risk that the blade would simply break, and the monster's carcass would crush his childish body. When the right moment came, the boy carried out his plan and struck his blow right on target. The hound died instantly and began to burn, disappearing, but after it the others rushed to attack our hero. Yoonhee's eyes glowed red as he began to enter the form of the immortal, using his berserker gift. A few jumps and sword strikes, and here he was, as if in a past life, moving through the dungeon, destroying the hounds with one blow. The enemies, just like then, did not end. In place of one killed monster, another one, no less dangerous, instantly appeared. Yuna masterfully dodged attacks and made his own. It seemed that there was no force that could stop him now. The boy pierced the hounds in a jump. Everything around was covered in the blood of monsters, but the hero himself remained completely unharmed. Many monsters were destroyed, but it turned out that this was only a warm-up. Another flock appeared from behind the mountain. The guy decided that he needed to stop fighting individually and use a wide-range attack. He leaned his hand on the ground and began to accumulate energy for the jump. Having gathered enough strength, the hero pushed off the ground with all his might and flew rapidly upward. The hounds raised their heads, not understanding what the child was planning. They had not expected anything like this from their future victim. Yuna decided to use a skill he used often when he was a player, which required turning the sword blade into many mana needles. The technique was very effective when fighting against large numbers of opponents, but it took a lot of effort to ensure that the damage was strong enough. And Yuna tried. A whole rain of small but incredibly sharp mana needles fell on the hounds. When our hero landed on the ground, many monsters were already blazing with deadly fire, but there were also those who did not receive enough damage. It was necessary to use another technique of mass destruction. There was still enough mana left in the player's weapon to carry out the plan. Yuna made incredible leaps, leaving behind a powerful trail of energy. He did not attack the hounds. They also did not move, not having time to track the boy's movements. It seemed like the battle had been paused, but that wasn't the case. The monsters were already taking damage, but so far only the faint yellow sparks around them were evidence of it. Yuna drew a pentagram over the pack with lines of force, and the spell's effect spread to all the hounds at once. Another second and all the monsters instantly flew into pieces, leaving no one alive. The birds rose into the sky in fear, alarmed by the latest attack. Our hero needed to move on. He heard someone screeching deafeningly nearby. And now we return to the moment when our hero protected Sen. The hound at her feet began to burn, disappearing. The girl was saved. As we already remember, she forced Yunhoo not to leave her alone, to protect her and not to go anywhere. But this request was not fulfilled. A classmate had to let go of the boy's sleeve after he said that standing in his way was life-threatening. Yuna remembered seeing the hounds attack Sina's driver and told her to hurry. The man needed help. He had destroyed the monsters, but his arm was injured. Saying that it was time for him to go, the hero set off at great leaps. He also needed to hurry. The girl stood there, lost in thought. It was an evil desire to take possession of something unattainable. Yunha should belong to her, fulfilling all commands unconditionally, like a faithful slave. Our hero rushed quickly, like the wind, towards the top of the mountain. He knew that the main threat was waiting there. Looking closely into the thicket of trees, the boy realized that he was almost at his destination. Black clouds of dust were rising from under the paws of the monsters. Yuna jumped high into the air to get a better look and make sure his guess was correct. Yes, the Hellhound and his subjects were here. The hero crossed his weapons, anticipating an incredible battle. He decided to attack the monsters from above so that the attack would catch them completely off guard. The plan was brilliant, but dangerous. The Hellhound bared its teeth and assumed a defensive stance. Even it would not have been able to jump high enough to attack Yunhoo first. Yuna prepared his blade to repeat his previous successful experience of destroying many hounds at once. A blue glow of mana appeared in the sky, which the hero applied to his sword to use the small needle's skill. This time the boy put even more energy into the spell, because the Hellhound belonged to the 6th level monsters. The hounds sensed the threat and bristled. They had already gathered their resolve to attack, but they were a little too late. Small needles of mana poured down on them from the sky like a downpour, but this time they could only be considered small conditionally. Yuna was very pleased when he landed on the ground. He was sure that he had defeated everyone, but looking ahead he realized that this was not entirely true. Many of the hounds were destroyed and their bodies burst into flames, but some managed to hide behind a huge rock. The Hellhound also survived and was preparing to attack, but the monster was in no hurry to enter the battle himself. First, he gave the command to his subordinates to deal with the boy. Several hounds immediately began to carry out the order and jumped in Yuni's direction, but the boy remained calm. The monster's claws did not reach their target. Our hero dodged the attack using super speed. He was so fast that from the side it was not even visible that Yunha was moving at all. He didn't forget about the counterattack. The hero killed one of the creatures with his blade, shrouded in mana. Several more were hit with forceful blows, reinforced by the handle of the pistol, which was quite capable of acting as a heavy, blunt object. The last of the monsters that attacked our hero was hit by a bullet, and the battle lasted just under a minute. But this was far from the end. Immediately, several more monsters appeared around, who without hesitation rushed to attack. Yuna became immortal again. He was already starting to get tired of the fact that the opponents just never ended. With a few blows of his sword, he destroyed the hounds that dared to close the distance. The corpses immediately began to burn. The guy stopped to catch his breath and assess the situation. Little had changed since the last time he did this. The Hellhound continued to stand on the rock with a ferocious look, and around it, many subordinates were ready to pounce on the boy. Yuna wiped the sweat from his face and thought that it was time to end this quickly and decisively. The hounds had already gotten on his nerves. At this time, our hero's friends were trying to move as quickly as possible through the forest to the foot of the mountain. Each of them kept in mind Yunhee's instructions, primarily about being quick and taking care of each other. But the main task was to constantly suppress their mana. Then the children easily agreed to this. But now they did not always remember that they needed to limit their strength constantly. Yonghuk and Minji ran first, followed by Sona and Haiyang, who were a little less determined. The children ran to the fork and stopped. They had to decide which way to turn. It was not easy. Yunuk asked which way to go. The girl couldn't catch her breath, so she didn't rush to answer. She was very tired, but she knew she had to concentrate and give the absolutely correct answer. Before leaving, Yunha asked Hyang and Sunwoo to use their senses to avoid getting lost, and Yang did a great job. The girl unlocked her mana and used her special vision. She made every effort not to bring danger to her friends. Heian thought and, stuttering a little, said that there was something very bad and evil around the left turn, and that it was absolutely forbidden to go in that direction. Jin Sona, who was advised by Yunha to listen carefully to detect monsters in advance, also confirmed that there was clearly something threatening there. Minji noticed that they were all tired, but they needed to pull themselves together and continue on their way, and the children moved forward. John-hook walked and kept asking himself why not a single player had appeared yet, since usually after the monsters appeared, they were sent away almost instantly. The boy armed himself with a stick and tried to walk at the head of the detachment, looking around carefully. Then someone grabbed his hand tightly, so tightly that his bones cracked. It seemed that something bad was starting. It was Minji who, in a firm voice, ordered Yeonhuk not to look back and to run forward at maximum speed. When Yoonha was giving advice to his friends, he patted Minji on the head and asked for only one thing, that she keep everything under control and not allow panic in the squad. The girl was so upset at the time that she asked to be petted a few more times to calm down, but later she remained the calmest of all the children. Now Kim Minji's eyes were glowing pink. She was determined to complete the task. But there was something completely incomprehensible ahead. The children froze, trying to see what was lurking in the thickets and why they felt threatened. Haein screamed that everyone had to stop. They couldn't go any further. She sensed monsters, and a large number of monsters. The children froze. They not only felt, but also heard something huge and ominous approaching them. Huge clawed paws walked with heavy steps. The monster that came out to meet the guys was not only very dangerous, but also quite rare. It was a hound, but not a simple one, and not a hellish one. This monster had huge turquoise spikes all over its body, as sharp as claws, and its size was amazing. Minji gasped in horror, and Yeonhuk gripped the stick he was armed with tighter, but the weapon was completely useless against such an opponent. It was the Hound N. Such creatures had never appeared on Earth before, so the children had absolutely no idea what to expect from her. One thing was clear: nothing good should be expected. The monster threw its head back to the sky and howled deafeningly. Yeonhuk asked in surprise what it was doing. Minji already had an answer to his question, the girl suggested, looking around. On the right, a huge pack of ordinary, but no less dangerous due to their number, hounds was approaching the children. On the left, there was exactly the same picture. The monsters moved in a semicircle, trying to completely surround and tear apart these stupid children who had gone into the mountains. Yeonhuk realized that it was now his turn to follow Yoonhee's instructions and do what his friend had entrusted him with. Before leaving, our hero told the boy that in their group he's the only one who can and knows how to fight, so he is assigned the role of damage dealer if they encounter a monster. Yeonhuk extended his fist and thought that if it had to be done, then it had to be done. He loved to fight, so he would try. The boys bumped fists, a sign that they had reached an agreement, a kind of military ritual of honor. Cho Young-yuk took the tree branch with both hands and exhaled loudly. He needed to envelop the weapon in mana to strengthen it. He mentally turned to the captain for support. Yuna was able to inspire and motivate his friend during all training sessions. The very thought of his captain filled Yeonhuk's heart with confidence and determination to defeat his enemies. Letting out his signature battle cry, the young warrior swung the branch with all his might and hit the nearest hound on the head. The weapon described a wide arc, leaving behind a trail of mana. It seemed that Yoonhee had managed to teach his friend a lot. One of the monsters was left without an eye. The rest slowed down, trying to assess what kind of threat this child posed. Yeonhuk was happy. He managed to overcome his fear and deliver an effective blow. Now the boy was ready to engage in battle with the others. The hounds looked very ferocious, especially after one of them suffered unintentionally at the hands of a first grader. The two monsters moved towards the boy. He thrust the stick forward and began casting the strengthening spell again using mana. To prevent the monsters from getting close to him, Cho Young-yuk swung his hand with the branch, describing a fairly large circle around himself. One of the hounds jumped on him, calculating the moment when the branch would be on the other side. Its claws dug into the hero's shoulder, scratching him. The boy cried out in pain but did not stop. The damage was not too serious and only scared him a little. Several more hounds approached closely to attack Yeonhuk. The only thing he managed to do perfectly was to switch the attention of the monsters from the girls to himself. The hounds raced past on both sides of the schoolboy. One of them caught his side with its paw, but also not deeply. Yeonhuk looked down. His shirt was stained with blood. It was quite painful, but not at all as he expected, imagining his intestines on the grass. The boy checked his side and stomach with his hand and made sure that it was just another scratch. His friends huddled together and watched what was happening. It seemed that Jin Sona had guessed what was going on, after all. She was a half-breed and understood a little about the habits of animals and monsters. The girl guessed that the hounds were just playing with Yeonhuk. The boy rushed forward, shouting that he was not going to give up because the captain had appointed him to the position of damage dealer. A pack of hounds joyfully ran to meet him. As Sona correctly noted, the monsters were still dogs, and when they saw the stick, they thought only about the game. But this time Yuna didn't prepare a branch for them. The boy decided to use his strength and gathered the rest of his mana into a fist. Soon one of the monsters jumped right at the child, but he was no longer afraid of anything and was ready to repel the attack. The fist of the first grader flew straight into the monster's Adam's apple. It was a very vulnerable spot, And besides, Yeonhuk used mana. The glow at the point of impact lasted for a few more seconds, and the hero decided that for his first battle with monsters, he was doing quite well. The fist ached, but the boy quickly restored it by enveloping it in an additional force field. At that moment, one of the hounds ran up to him and butted him in the chest with its head, like a calf. It was completely unexpected. Yeonhuk flew a couple of meters quickly and landed on his back. The monster began to slowly approach him. The boy lay on his back and watched as the shadow of the clawed paw on his sweater grew larger and larger. Finally, the monster stepped on the boy's chest. He grunted in pain and fear. Now Cho Young-huk was no longer so sure that he would be able to deal with this situation. The hound showed off its huge, sharp teeth in all its glory, and the boy could only spread his arms helplessly. Minji and her friends screamed loudly, drawing attention to themselves so as not to let their friend die. Jin Sona was the one who screamed the loudest. The half-breed had tender feelings for her classmate, who was the only one who didn't doubt her for a second. The girl remembered how Yeonhuk jumped up from the table, happy that Yuna had invited the half-breed to their company. How funny they joked and offered each other the most delicious dishes, and then argued about who would get the last piece. I remembered the picnic the children had on the mountain. It was a couple of hours ago, but it seemed like a past life. Their group spent a lot of time together. Now all that will remain in memory of Yeonhuk are funny photos and memories. The monster's mouth was getting closer and closer to the child's face. If nothing was done, the first grader would die in a couple of seconds, but the friends were not timid. As the hound's teeth closed on Yeonhuk's hand, each of the girls did what they thought was right. Minji and Hayan rushed to help with a scream, attacking using mana. For Minji, this was the first experience of using mana in his life. Sona began to pray or something like that. The girl folded her hands, closed her eyes, and knelt down. She asked for help, asked to save her friend. A fire broke out around her. Rays of flame spread out from Sona in a wide circle. It became wider and wider, quickly growing. Soon the glow began to rise above the children. Like a glowing yellow dome, the sight was simply incredible. The hounds froze, and besides the fact that they were now unable to attack the children due to the light emitted by Sona, there was a distinct smell of another kind of mana in the air. Suddenly, strong currents of air lifted the monsters and spun them around, tearing them off the ground like a hurricane. Now a blue protective dome, like the kind players usually used, was deployed above the first graders, and helpless hounds were flying around it. Minji asked what kind of whirlwinds these were, to which Jin Sona replied that they apparently wouldn't harm them. Then Minji remembered why they were here at all and screamed in fear. She remembered about Yeonhuk. The hero was lying on the ground, but he was definitely alive and conscious, which meant the girls had accomplished the task of saving him. The first grader had injuries to his shoulder, arm, and side, but all the wounds were surprisingly superficial, and he didn't even lose much blood. Then a pleasant female voice said that she hoped she hadn't scared the children too much, and the friends looked up and saw a red-haired woman in the air. She was dressed in a short suit and high-heeled shoes, which did not at all correspond to the image of a warrior, but still it was so. One of the thrones slowly descended towards the children. The red-haired woman smiled and asked if the children could close their eyes for a few minutes. Her eyes glowed with a pleasant yellow light, and in her hand was a fan. Friends immediately recognized the throne named Shin Soyun, nicknamed the Divine Wind. She looked down thoughtfully, waved her fan, and announced that now these little dogs would get what they deserved. At this very time, Yunha was also going to teach the little naughty dogs a lesson. He took out his thermos from his backpack. Inside was Maggioli's potion, which he had prudently taken from home, thinking that anything could happen in the mountains. The hero decided that the right moment had come to drink the drink and restore his strength and mana to full capacity. Throwing the empty thermos back, the boy resolutely moved forward towards the hounds. He felt great and smiled in anticipation of the upcoming fight, the blade already glowing with a blue glow of mana. Yuna decided to deal with the main threat, the Hellhound. First, he activated the Berserker skill and rushed to attack. The blow from the improvised sword was so powerful that the huge monster literally flew back like a ragdoll. Everything would have been fine, but while the main hound was coming to its senses, subordinate monsters came out to replace it. Our hero began to attack them one by one, delivering his powerful kicks. Weapons were not very appropriate here. The opponents flew in different directions, not having time to inflict any damage on the boy. But his main problem was fatigue. He landed on the ground to catch his breath, the pistol he had taken from the player working best in such conditions. There was no time to rest properly. The hounds attacked with renewed vigor as soon as they realized that the hero had landed on his feet and was in the attack zone. Well then, Yuna decided to use his remaining mana this time to perform an all-out attack with his mana-wrapped sword. With a few flying strikes, the hero took out several monsters at once, cutting them up like vegetables for soup. But Yuna moved forward with incredible speed, with pieces of the hound's bodies flying behind him. When the entire pack was destroyed, it was time to fight their leader again, but first he needed to catch his breath. Standing amidst the burning corpses of the monsters, Yunha thought about the most appropriate way to attack the hellhound. The best solution seemed to be to use the heavenly step technique to reach maximum speed. The boy rushed forward, using the rest of his accumulated mana, which was just enough to deliver a series of good blows. Yuna rushed towards the enemy and thought about how he needed to conserve his strength, but at the same time be as effective as possible in battle. He jumped up to attack the hellhound with his sword, and if necessary, to stun it with the butt of his pistol. The monster was ready to attack and bared its terrifying teeth. It tried to put its clawed paw under the damage to resist the blow of the sword. But our hero was quicker and foresaw such a move. He jumped up from the other side and managed to hit the creature on the head with his sword. Immediately after this, firearms came into play. The double blow slowed down the monster's regeneration, preventing it from quickly recovering. The hellhound's eyes flashed red and flames appeared from its mouth. Yuna had not counted on a fire attack. The boy was extremely surprised, and now wondered whether this was ordinary fire or whether it had additional functions, like poisoning. The first thing that came to Yuna's mind was to place a sword under the fireball and thus find out what its properties were. The blade didn't melt, it just heated up, but for a while you'll have to forget about close combat. The pistol will come into play again. The boy began to jump around the hound, shooting from different sides, but his main task was to protect himself from the fire. Each shot hit the target, causing the monster to whine pitifully. The guy did not stop for a second. Soon the hellhound looked like a sieve, purple blood spurting out of the bullet holes. Yuna remembered how he drank the potion and recklessly threw away the thermos. Every extra drop would come in handy now. He ran out of ammunition, so the only weapon left was an improvised sword. Having assessed the situation, the boy realized that not only his own mana was running out, but also that of his opponent, so not everything was as bad as it might seem. Yuna grabbed his blade with both hands, trying to envelop it in mana, at least a little, enough for a couple of blows. The hellhound quickly regenerated and was ready to attack, although the monster also no longer had much strength. But it didn't matter. The monster had another plan. It summoned some black balls. The hero knew nothing about their action. Yuna tried to figure out what it was, fog bombs, future partners, or maybe poison, but nothing came to mind. It turned out that this was a way to thicken the fog before the attack. The black shells turned into clouds of smoke, which the hound used as cover for the attack. The monster's body was not visible. It seemed that it had completely turned into a black core with teeth and a red mane. Our hero had only one way to survive, to fight, so that's what he did, trying to spot the enemy in the black smoke. Yunha wanted to use the gift of Berserker. He always entered this state in critical situations, but while it was too early, the sword flashed even faster. The black cloud began to thicken and approached the boy even more closely. He stood and wondered if the smoke would be poisonous this time. Just in case, the hero held his breath at first, but when he realized that the black cloud was not harming him, he decided it was time to act. He wrapped the blade in the remaining mana and prepared to attack the enemy first, even though he decided to use camouflage. Yuna began to make his way through the thick black smoke, but at that moment, the hellhound fired a volley of fire at him. The boy had to spend the rest of his mother's energy on a protective spell, so as not to simply burn alive. He had practically no strength left to strike. Nevertheless, the hero decided to get to the monster and try to attack it at least once. He understood that the energy of the hellhound was also not unlimited. The boy made his way through the wall of fire, cutting it with his sword like a cake with a knife. But then he felt that his mana had finally run out. It was necessary to save his life, and Yunha jumped out of the smoke and fire with several huge leaps, falling onto the grass. He pressed his head against the ground and thought that he no longer had the strength to fight, and no particular desire either. Would he really have to die here in the mountains? Our hero was exhausted to the extreme degree. This had happened to him before in a past life, but never in a child's body, except for the episode on the bridge. Yunha leaned on his sword. It seemed like this was the end, but one should not forget that in the past life, the end did not come. Then the immortal relied on his weapon in the same way. Having used up all his strength in battle, the other players whispered behind his back that they had taken him into the team in vain. The monsters were advancing, and someone told his half-breed friend that they would not survive, but he knew Yunhu well and reminded him of what the gift of the Berserker meant. It was activated when there was no hope left, and then any opponent would begin to regret having met the immortal. The current Yuna was not much different from his adult self. He was also immortal, and thought that the end was not for him, but for the Hellhound. The gift was activated. A huge blue glow of mana flared up around the boy. Now he had so much power that he could move mountains. Unfortunately, the Hound also completely regenerated, and the opponents had to start all over again. Our hero rushed into the attack first. In a berserker state, he had to act quickly so that it wouldn't go away. The monster and the boy stood opposite each other, each confident of victory. The Hellfire and the hero's sky blue mana clashed in a duel. Yuna was so fast that he launched a series of blows, each of which reached its target, but none of them were fatal. The hero stopped to assess the situation. He carefully examined the monster and tried to predict its further actions. The Hound apparently activated its defense and accelerated its regeneration. It was impossible to tell that an attack capable of killing anyone had just been carried out. Yunha realized that this wouldn't work, and that he needed to gradually deprive the monster of the ability to attack. With his next blow, he cut off the Hellhound's front paw. The second one followed. Now there was very little left to victory. The main thing was to stay in the right condition for at least a couple more minutes. Our hero enveloped himself in mana along with his sword and prepared to make the next attack. It was necessary to calculate everything well. The blow was so strong that it pierced the protective cloud of black smoke. The Hound did not expect this at all and did not even try to dodge. Only when the sword's mana reached her muzzle did the dog realize that she had underestimated her opponent, and she was overcome with incredible anger. The monster created a huge black ball for the last time, which protected him from certain death. Yunha only managed to blink. The ball became larger and denser. Its force field even pushed our hero back. He almost fell. The boy looked at the ball and promised the Hellhound that he would get to it, and very soon. There was no energy on his sword now, and the hero had practically no mana left. But he had something else, the gift of a berserker. Yuna once again took on the form of the invincible, and the blade of his sword glowed blue. All that was left was to finish what had been started. The Hound bared its teeth in rage. It already understood that its defense would not stand against the fury and pressure of the berserker. With his first blow, the boy cut through the dense smoke of the ball and saw his enemy. He was attacking from above. But to kill the monster, he had to go down. But Yuna was in no hurry to go down. He pushed apart the hole cut by the sword with his hands and simply looked at the monster for a few seconds. Finally, the smoke became less dense, and our hero swung his blade from his shoulder several times, quickly and decisively. A blue trail of light remained in the air after the blows, and purple splashes of the monster's blood flew in all directions. The Hellhound's head flew off several meters and rolled further. Yuna could barely stay on his feet. When the monster began to burn, the boy fell to the ground, exhausted, looking at the fire and feeling incredible relief. The flame warmed the body, and the sun setting over the horizon pleased the soul. The job was done. Now you can just contemplate the sunset. It was very pleasant to watch the last rays of the sun illuminate the city from the mountain, but the boy did not enjoy the view for long. Within a minute, Yuna lost consciousness from a lack of mana and fell to the ground. The fight was over, and the day was over too. The magical light of the golden hour played with the green leaves and shadows. A hellhound was burning out on the grass, and a little boy was lying nearby. At about the same time, the children looked in fear at one of the 12 thrones, who covered her face with her fan. The woman read the message on her phone, and now her face looked a little irritated. There was more work ahead than she expected. There was information that a pack of hounds attacked a boy nearby. There were no players nearby, so she also had to save the child. Only we already know that Yuna did without help. But first, it was necessary to get rid of the annoying little dogs here and now. The fan began to move, spreading the streams of mana further and further. Shin So-yun rose above the ground. The air around her began to swirl into several hurricanes, not too big yet. But with every movement of the divine wind fan, the power of the air currents rapidly increased. Finally, the right moment came. With the words that the monsters did not have long to live, the woman made a characteristic gesture with her hand. Then she clenched her fingers into a fist, and it flared up with a particularly bright light, and on the face of the throne was a smile of victory. The hurricane lifted the hounds into the air, and something happened to the monsters. The air currents turned purple from their blood. Amidst the drops and wind stood Shin So-yun, her face expressing complete satisfaction. The job was done. She folded her fan, and the elements began to calm down. The wind died down. The hurricanes weakened and began to melt into the air, along with what was left of the hounds. Our heroes were under a protective dome, so they did not receive any additional damage. Some of the children were delighted. Some were still scared. Then the woman remembered them and gasped. She needed to get into the image of a kind hero savior and not a bloodthirsty killer. Divine Wind waved her fan, creating a platform out of the whirlwind to descend towards the children and be on the same level as them. She apologized for possibly scaring them, but reminded them that she had asked them to close their eyes before doing so. Yunha rushed towards Shin So-yun. He shouted words of gratitude at the top of his lungs and couldn't believe that he had met one of the strongest players in the world. The girls also began to thank the woman for saving them and to ask again if she really was the throne, which was very unexpected, considering what the children had just had to go through. Young-hook was already demanding to teach him a few techniques. He was happy and inspired. Minji asked him to take his time and first tell about what happened normally. Divine Wind couldn't understand how the boys managed to pretend that nothing had happened. It seemed like they saw monsters die almost every day. To calm Young-hook down, Minji punched him in the stomach. Then the boy remembered his wounds and screamed that it hurt. The situation began to look a little more believable. The boy screamed that his girlfriend had broken his ribs, and Minji insisted that he would not have been able to stand on his feet if that had really been the case. Divine Wind decided that the children were simply going crazy with fear and should be checked for internal wounds and damage. What she saw was not quite normal. The guys didn't have any serious wounds. Minji, Sona, and Young-hook had their mana activated, but there was a whole halo of mana shining around Hyan. This girl had incredible potential, as Yunha once noted. In the future, she could very well lay claim to the throne. Shin So-yun was so shocked that she rushed to hug the girl with a cry of delight, but she did not understand what was happening. The other children were also surprised, and everyone was even more surprised when the woman asked if the little girl wanted to become a player. Young-hook pushed his classmate away, shouting that if anyone here should be a player, it should be him. Divine Wind thought, if you think about it, before her arrival, the boy was quite successful in holding off the attack of the hounds. She was amazed and thought again that today was an incredibly lucky day. They managed to find several good candidates in one fell swoop. Minji and Sona were also talented. Shin So-yun began to hug the other children too. The woman also praised Sona, saying that she had managed to send a telepathic message to the throne, which allowed the Divine Wind to discover them. The girl was extremely embarrassed. She hadn't done anything outstanding, but it turned out she had played a major role in saving their company. The half-breed was not used to hearing praise from someone adult and powerful, so she threw herself on Shin So-yun's neck. But it was time to stop hugging. The woman needed to neutralize the remaining monsters, so she ordered the boys to carefully descend the mountain and look for adults. The children were worried that she wasn't coming with them, but Divine Wind had another plan, and there was another player. She said that she would now find excellent company for them and looked into the thicket of the forest, smiling. A huge shadow and two glowing red eyes appeared there, and the first graders began to get even more nervous. A huge man was making his way into the clearing, breaking off branches. He moved slowly and moaned that he shouldn't have been left in the thicket. The children looked at the man with a bewildered look. He gave the impression of being a mountain of muscles with a fierce face. It was a player from the Azure Ocean clan, Ken Chul, nicknamed Bulldozer, who came out from behind the trees, saying that it had not been easy for him to get here. Shin So-yun ordered the children to go down with the man, but Young-hook shouted that they were not going anywhere until the captain returned. The players were stunned. They couldn't figure out what they were talking about, what the boy meant, what kind of captain he was. It was about No Yun-hye, who at that very moment was one step away from death but did not know it. The boy heard the distant voice of his partner once. On the other side of that very mountain, the girl had already saved his life. When the hero came to his senses, she asked why the hero never thought about himself, spending all his energy to the last drop. Li Yuan scolded Yunhu for the fact that she had already had to heal the immortal's body many times, and he himself did not care about his condition at all. The guy sighed and asked for forgiveness, to which he received the reproach that words alone were not enough, but a trip to a restaurant, as moral compensation, was quite suitable. Yunha asked why she needed it, to which she replied that it was necessary so that the connection between them would strengthen and it would be easier for her to work with the immortal. Yunha, who was 8 years old, regained consciousness. He was sleeping and dreaming about his past, and now he was trying to figure out how it happened that he was still alive. The boy sat up and began to look around. He was in a hospital room. There was no one around. The hero looked at his completely intact hands. The skin was smooth and soft, as befits a child. Yuna looked at the rest of the body and was surprised to find that there was not a single scratch on him. All the wounds were healed. Divine Wind was watching from behind the door. The woman entered the room and said hello. The first grader looked at her with bewilderment. They were not familiar. Realizing who was in front of him, the boy decided that he should be polite and at least greet the guest. He asked if she really was Divine Wind Shin Seo-yun. Any child would have done the same. The girl raised her fan and nodded happily. She asked if the hero was okay, and if he was in any pain. Yunha replied that he was completely fine and asked if she had saved him. Shin Seo-yun confirmed his guess and said that she immediately took him to the hospital. Then the woman asked the guy's name, and he began to feverishly think that he should be careful. He couldn't let the thrones know that he had single-handedly destroyed so many monsters. So Yunha asked if the woman had a second name. She laughed that he could call her Nuna. Here our hero remembered his friends left behind on the mountain, and his heart began to beat wildly in his chest from excitement. The boy asked how long he spent in the hospital and whether the other children were saved. Divine Wind replied that he had been in the hospital for 6 hours and that his friends were safe. She added with a smile that Sona and Hayan were terribly worried about Yunhu, and his parents had already been informed. At first, the hero was glad that the first graders were okay, but the thought about his parents horrified the boy. Shin Seo-yun decided not to waste time and got straight to the point. She asked Yunhu to answer her questions honestly. When she flew to the clearing, she saw the burning remains of the monsters and a boy lying among them completely exhausted. The woman asked to answer who destroyed all the hounds and how Yuna got his wounds. It became obvious that she guessed what exactly happened. Our hero scratched the back of his head and laughed, saying that he didn't remember when he ran into the clearing in search of help. The battle was already over. He added that he lost consciousness, and apparently someone saved him. The throne behaved in such a way that it became obvious that she did not believe a single word. Divine Wind stood up and began to walk closer to the boy. He caught a subtle sense of threat coming from the player. Shin Seo-yun placed the fan, which was her main weapon, on the edge of the bed and said that she was sure that Yunha was the one who killed the hounds. She leaned closer and asked if this was true. Our hero turned away and began to think about how best to respond in the current situation. At first, the boy played the fool and waved his arms, explaining that he was just a schoolboy and that he couldn't kill monsters. Divine Wind stood her ground, claiming that she had seen his mana and also knew about the Fearless Child Award he had received for the Kraken incident. Yuna tried to lie that it was just a coincidence, but Shin Seo-yun laughed and said that she didn't believe in coincidences. She was very persistent. The boy once again stated that it was not him, to which the woman asked what to do about his fingerprints on the weapon that was used to kill the hounds. The throne folded her arms across her chest and looked the hero straight in the eyes, waiting for what he would say next. Yuna lowered his head and thought that coming up with any other explanation or justification would be stupid. Apparently, Divine Wind knew for sure that it was he who had defeated the monsters. There was no point in denying it, so the hero suddenly blurted out that he wanted to negotiate. The woman was surprised and asked what and for what purpose he wanted to negotiate, to which Yunha said that he had interesting information for her. Shin Seo-yun asked in surprise what kind of information this was, to which the first grader replied that he could only tell her if she agreed. Divine Wind thought about it. She realized that the boy had decided to change tactics and was no longer going to make excuses and pretend not to be involved in the murder of the hounds. She sat down, crossed her legs, wondering what valuable information he could tell her, and finally asked what Yunha wanted from her. The boy smiled and replied that he didn't want anything at all, and the woman's face reflected surprise, and she was puzzled. Our hero threw up his hands. He had a plan, but first he needed to force the Divine Wind to play by his rules. He replied that he just wanted to live a normal life, and their further conversation was kept confidential. Soon Shin Seo-yun left the room and walked confidently down the hospital corridor. She had a lot to think about. The woman left the building and headed towards the car. The driver greeted her with a bow. They could leave. As Divine Wind prepared to sit in the back seat, she commanded her subordinate to take a closer look at the heirs of Dangun's company. This was the information that Yuna gave her. It wasn't even about the heirs, but about the heirs of a large corporation. Remembering the details that our hero told the throne, she decided to clarify her order. Divine Wind asked to check all the connections of the said heirs with the leader of the Azure Ocean clan, to which the driver belonged. In the ward, she reacted very sharply to what she heard from the first grader. The information was truly interesting. The throne told Yuni that she didn't like jokes. It was obvious that she was very uncomfortable thinking about the fact that what she said could be true. Shin-sun looked at No Yun-hui intently and asked him in an icy tone if he took responsibility for what he said. The boy looked at her with a serious adult gaze and replied that if the facts were not confirmed, he would join their clan. Then Divine Wind noticed that the Azure Ocean does not accept everyone who wants to, and not everyone they meet gets into the organization. The boy folded his arms across his chest and asked sarcastically if she had stopped believing that he had managed to destroy all the hounds. The woman retorted that no matter what angle you look at it, the proposed agreement was only beneficial to Yunhei. Our hero shook his head and said that first of all it was to her advantage. Either Shin So-yun would be convinced of her husband's fidelity, or she would get a valuable asset, a future great player. The woman slammed the car door loudly and sat cross-legged, apparently a position she adopted when she became nervous. She once again repeated the order to check the heirs of the Dongan Company, paying special attention to the young girls. She also asked to update the report on the monster classes in the Gangnam area. The driver nodded. He didn't understand what the connection was between the tasks. This was also part of the information received from Yun-hee, who knew that the Azure Ocean clan was in charge of these territories. The boy warned that the area in question needed to be guarded especially closely, as if the class of monsters that appeared there were underestimated, serious disasters could not be avoided. The woman asked how the hero knew about this. He did not answer, but added another wish. Everyone should think that all the hounds were destroyed by the divine wind. Shin So-yun told the driver that she would prepare a report on what happened on Mount Bukan herself and close the case. He wanted to say that it wasn't her job, but then he looked in the rearview mirror and realized he should have kept quiet. The throne remembered the boy's face in the hospital room and his smile when he remarked that this would also be beneficial for her. And the hero said about himself that he just wants to be an ordinary student in elementary school. That's all he needs. The car turned the corner sharply and Shin So-yun laughed, amused by Yun-hee's self-confidence. Just at that moment, the boy's parents burst into the hospital room with angry and alarmed cries, and he muttered that he was in deep trouble. The news reported that at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hundreds of hounds attacked people in the area of Mount Bukan, and a 6th-class hellhound monster was among them. Player Shin So-yun, one of the 12 thrones, went to the scene and destroyed all the monsters in a matter of minutes. People walked along the streets, staring at their phones. Information about the incident was constantly being updated, and information appeared that the Divine Wind was investigating this case. The total number of victims is 34 people, including a boy who went on a school excursion. Player Sil Sang-hoon, leader of the Azure Ocean, expresses his condolences to the relatives of the victims. Vice Lord Kim Kun-won of the clan announced his resignation and was found dead in his home a few days later, with suicide being considered. A few months later, at Doan Elementary School, there was no longer any reminder of the incident on the mountain. It was Jin Sona's birthday. Everyone congratulated the girl. She had so many gifts as never before in this life. The girl was a little embarrassed and asked her friends how they found out about her holiday. Everyone was happy and having fun. Minji continued to be angry at No Yunhoo, who did not stop trying to tease her once again and call her Drin Minji. He did it completely without malice. Han Hai-yan brought her friend some chocolate made by her father. Sona was very touched by the gift. Yeonhuk decided to take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and slip away to do his own thing. The boy was preparing a secret gift for his classmate and was already anticipating that this party would be simply amazing. Yuna whispered to ask if everything was going according to plan and if Hyan's dad had given permission. The boys were very worried that the surprise would be a success. Then one of her classmates whispered that they were getting caught and that they couldn't discuss such things right next to Sona. The girl became wary and asked what they were doing. They immediately pretended to talk about their own business. Yeonhuk ran off to check what was being served in the cafeteria, and Minji announced that she was rushing to get ready. She explained that this was a special training camp for those who had problems with excess weight. It was not for nothing that Yunha gave her that offensive nickname. Sona stood, clutching the gift to her chest and completely not understanding why her friends were behaving so strangely on this day. That same evening, everyone gathered at Hyan's house. The birthday girl was invited there under the pretext of doing homework together. When the girl entered, firecrackers went off, confetti showered her, and her friends shouted congratulations in unison. This was the very surprise. Each member of the company tried their best to ensure that Sona would remember this birthday for the rest of her life. The little girl could barely hold back her tears. She suspected that her friends were planning something similar, but she couldn't even imagine such a scale. Words of gratitude stuck in her throat. Yuna decided that no one would celebrate the holiday in such a mood and told his friend that he could cry later. But for now, she should turn her attention to the cake. It was necessary to blow out the candles, make a wish, and of course cut up the treat, dividing it among everyone. A lot of things to do. On her 8th birthday, Sona made a special wish and all the candles went out at once as if by magic. Everything that happened was captured on photographs. And now these memories will never disappear from the friends' memories. Jinsina also came and gave a gift. Minji whispered to Yoonhee that a classmate threatened the servants that the boy's father must be at the party. Our hero understood what was going on. Not long ago, an event happened at school that completely changed the relationship between Sina and Yoonhee. At that time, KK was the 7th most influential company in Korea, specializing in technology and advertising, and had some influence in the medical field. Here Minji said that she had had enough. It was impossible to watch this sour expression on her face, and our hero stopped his thoughts and gave his friend a flick on the face. The boy asked if her last name, Kim, meant that the girl was a direct heir to the KK company. My friend got mad and said that it was a stupid joke. The heiress of the company has a surname of Jin, and her name is Sina. She asked for some more cake and started eating it. Yoonha also stuck his fork into his piece. His appetite somehow disappeared. The boy looked at Yuna's happy face and thought that it didn't matter who owned the KK company. The main thing was that they didn't bother his family. If they did that, they would be torn to pieces, Yuna decided, and stuck his fork into the dessert with such force that pieces of jelly and cream flew in all directions. During the school running competition, Young Yuk was determined to show the captain his incredible achievements. He shouted that he would do his best for the team, but Yuna was only thinking about how to make sure his friend didn't accidentally trip. Our hero suddenly caught himself thinking that he felt some tension. His premonitions almost always came true. He looked at his classmates and realized that something unusual was happening. Their eyes were literally burning with fire. Minji and the plump boy reported that the teacher promised to buy the winners pizza and nuggets. Now Eugenia studied the contents of her wallet in horror and thought that it was simply impossible to feed so many piglets. Any minute now, the shot was supposed to ring out, signaling the start of the competition. All the participants got ready and waited for the signal. John Hook decided to use mana. He was already anticipating how surprised everyone would be when he ran to the finish line first. And so the long-awaited shot rang out, the competition began, and the runners started from their positions. John Hook took off with such speed that he almost knocked down his opponents, and surprised exclamations were heard in the stands. The boy rushed past the spectators like a whirlwind. His friends supported him with all their might, especially Minji. The girl jumped up from her seat and chanted John Hook's name. Yoonha sat next to her and thought that this boy would give him a heart attack. John Hook rushed forward with his eyes shining, happy to show the captain how fast he had become after mastering the use of mana. The finish line was already visible ahead, but then the guy felt that something strange was happening. Everything was swimming before his eyes. Somehow the treadmill was getting closer to his face. His outstretched hand was not saving him from falling. The next moment, Jan Hook was lying face down on the ground trying to figure out what had happened, and what had happened was that he had used up all of his mana without a trace. Yuna immediately understood this, but Minji hoped for a continuation, continuing to shout for her comrade to get up and finish what he started. The teacher ran out onto the track and grabbed him to carry him off the track, allowing the other participants to finish normally. Our hero thought about what had happened and decided that he would need to work on Jan Hook's character and teach him to be more calm about competitions of various kinds. At that moment, a girl fell on him from behind trying to hug him. She joyfully shouted that she was glad to see Yunhoo. It was his sister, and the boy smiled with relief and joy. He was happy that Yuna was paying attention to him at every opportunity, no matter how wild it looked from the outside. The girl announced that she had won first place, and Yuna began to happily congratulate her, which caused a wry smile from Minji. She still hadn't gotten used to their warm relationship. Then a barely alive Sona approached the guys and said that Yuna was too fast. Our hero joyfully shouted that it was true. His sister was the best. The girls attacked their friend because he was rooting for his sister instead of his team, and the guy had to wriggle out of it by saying that he was actually only thinking about lunch. Her friend said that this didn't seem very true, so Yoonhae had to admit that they were right. Here the friends remembered Haean. The competition was in full swing. The spectators were joyfully chanting. The girl was just heading towards them, smiling cheerfully and carefree. She was in a surprisingly good mood. Yoonhee's neighbors, Juliet and Bruno, came to the competition. Now they were sitting next to his father, who did not understand why Haean invited these people to the school festival. The little girl grabbed Juliet's hand and pulled her along, saying that she needed a little help. The woman began to explain something to the competition judge, who smiled, nodded, and made appropriate notes on his sheet of paper. Apparently Haean's wish was fulfilled. She happily clapped Juliet's hands. Both of them were extremely pleased with what was happening. After the race, Haean sat next to Yoonhee and said that she was very tired. The boy asked how she got Juliet to come. The girl smiled, playing with the water lid, and said that English helped her with this. The boy asked again what she meant, because Juliet is from Italy. Hyan explained that she spoke English, and that was why Juliet was interested. Yunha was surprised and thought that Young had deceived them. It was completely unexpected. At their first meeting, Hyan was an insecure crybaby, and now she demonstrates unprecedented courage and cunning. The boy remembered how many times she had filled him and Yanhuk with tears and thought that it would be nice if his friend developed just as successfully. Hyan had matured a lot, and that was great. But on the other hand, who knew what would happen to them all next? Yunha was lost in his thoughts as his friends continued to chat while watching the next round of sports games. At this time, Yanhuk was lying on the rug next to his parents and trying to come to his senses. He was given a potion, and the guy was extremely proud of it. Then the announcement was made that a break had been announced and that everyone would have to gather at the stadium after lunch. Everyone was having lunch in different groups, some with family and other relatives, some with friends. Yuna approached Sonia and Hyan with a box of food. He said hello and said that Mom asked him to give them some fruit and snacks. Everyone was very happy and thanked them for their concern. The boy quietly asked who the woman was with them, and Hyan replied that it was Aunt Sujin, who had recently become a regular customer of her father's company. Yuna looked at his new acquaintance again. He had obviously seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember under what circumstances. The boy said goodbye and went on. From the next tent, they called out to him and said hello. The hero was surprised. At the table opposite a gray-haired, plump man with a mustache sat Sina. Apparently it was her father. The classmate asked if the guy wanted some tea. Yuna turned around and walked on, trying to remember what they served for lunch in their cafeteria, Sina running out after him. She pointed at the boy and told Daddy that this was Yunha, whom she had recently told him about. The man looked at our hero and thoughtfully said that he finally saw who was bullying him. It was the CEO of the KK Pharmaceuticals Company, Jin Youngwoon. He asked what Yunhee's father did, and the boy exhaled. A classmate would snitch on him to his father. He muttered that it was definitely not a pathetic pharmaceutical business. Sina's father swore and raised his hand to slap the impudent boy, his face burning with anger. The man was fast, but his hand did not reach the target. Our hero continued to stand as if he had not moved from the spot. Not understanding what was happening, Jin Youngwoon cursed again and tried to hit the boy again. Yuna didn't move from his place. Everything around turned red from the tension that was in the air, but our hero remained unperturbed. The same guards stood ready to intervene at any moment. All they had to do was hear the command. The man asked why Yunha was silent. Maybe he was scared, but there was no answer. The father fell into absolute rage and raised his fist to strike, not his palm. The boy continued to calmly watch what was happening. He would have easily dodged this blow as he had all the previous ones. But something went wrong. The guy felt some movement from the side, and the fist raised to hit him changed trajectory. Yuna looked and couldn't believe his eyes. Sweat poured down his forehead, running down his cheeks. Something was happening that he didn't expect at all. It turned out that Yoonhee's dad came running to help his son and dealt an incredibly strong blow to Jin Youngwoon's face. Blood from his nose flew in all directions. Yuna had never seen his father use force before, much less engage in combat. It was a novelty for the boy. Sina's father was thrown back so hard, it was as if he were not a 100-kilogram corporate executive, but a balloon. No Yoonhee's dad was rehabilitating his hands, which had started to hurt a little, and he said sternly that no one dared raise a hand against his son. He leaned over to the boy and asked if he was okay. Our hero answered in the affirmative, and he himself thought that it was in vain that his dad had intervened. He could have handled it himself. The fat man sat on the ground and screamed that some mongrel dog had allowed itself to hit him. He was furious. Sina sat down next to him. Jin Youngwoon gave the order to the bodyguards to seize Yoonhee's father. The men were in no hurry to carry out the command, afraid of frightening the child. The boy's father stood up and turned to them, telling them not to worry and that he would quickly solve the problem. Yoonha prepared to attack just in case. The guards took a stand to subdue the man, but he stood straight and calm, once again assuring his son that he could handle it. The fat man continued to yell that Yoonhee's father didn't understand who he was dealing with, and that he would make his life a living hell, and the lives of his children too. A pair of glasses appeared in the man's hand, and he replied that he understood perfectly well that the person in front of him was Jin Youngwoon, the president of KK Pharmaceuticals. Putting on his glasses and fixing his hair, Yoonhee's father asked if Youngwoon would recognize him if he changed into his usual appearance. Shock and bewilderment were reflected on Sona's father's face. He recognized but refused to believe what he saw with his own eyes. The man looked again at the one standing in front of him. It was the head of one of the departments of Sirius, the corporation that dominated the CC. The fat man began to break out in a sticky sweat, trying to understand what the boss was doing here and how to get out of the current situation. Yuna stood behind his father and thought that Sina's father was a member of the higher spirits. This was not news. But the fact that his own father is a big boss in Sirius put our hero into a state of shock. Sirius was the second most influential company in South Korea, supplying cars, gadgets, and some weapons to players. But the elder noticed with a satisfied face that now Jin Young-won recognized him, to which he received a question about what he was doing here. For some reason, the fat man addressed him informally. Our hero's father didn't like this at all, and he asked what the reason for such familiarity was. The fat man began to fawn and ask for forgiveness, trying in every way to make amends for his guilt. He was very interested in what the head of the strategic management department was doing here. To this he received the answer that he came to the school competition to support his children, but it seemed that Jin had some problems with his son. Yuna understood that the KK company did not even dream of competing with Sirius, being under their control. And his father also headed the field engaged in the development of devices for players. Sena's father bowed low before the boy and said that he very much hoped that his apology would be accepted. The girl was in a state of deep shock. Thinking that Yunha was also one of the company's heirs, Jin Young-woon forced his daughter to apologize as well. The girl wanted to resist, but the man gritted his teeth and told her to immediately do what he said. The first grader's eyes almost popped out of her head. To apologize in this situation would mean losing her authority among all her friends. She began to look around in horror to see how many kids would witness this scene. The girl was right. The children had already started whispering that it seemed like Yunha and Sena had had a fight and Daddy's girl had lost. The guys added that it serves her right. She always turns up her nose and plots against everyone, thinking that nothing will happen for it. Noticing that Jin Sena had heard their conversation, the boys decided to speak more quietly so as not to get into trouble. What else could they expect from such a girl? It became obvious that her father's order had to be carried out. Sena began to say the first syllables of the word "forgive me," but pride did not allow her to finish. With a loud roar, the first grader turned around and ran off somewhere into the crowd, elbowing everyone in her path. Father put his hand on Yuni's shoulder and said that he and Jin Young-woon seemed to be even. Out of politeness, he said that he didn't always resort to hand-to-hand combat, only when it came to children. The fat man folded his arms and said that there was no blow. He had already forgotten about it, after which he said that he was taking his leave and would go look for his daughter. He actually bowed from the waist, wishing Yuni and his dad all the best, but they had already turned around and started to leave. Stepping a little to the side, the father leaned towards his son, and the boy asked if he would get into trouble now. Dad took him by the hands and asked him to tell him right away if something like this happened next time, without trying to solve the problem on his own. Seeing doubt in his son's eyes, the man repeated his request once again, and the boy nodded in confusion. The father added that he was still too young, so he shouldn't refuse help from his parents. For them, it would be a great pleasure to take part in his destiny. The loudspeaker turned on, and a loud voice announced that lunch was over, and the competition would now continue, and it was necessary to hurry back to the stadium. Yuna looked at his father and felt great love and gratitude. He often felt something like this towards his mother and Yuna, but this was the first time towards his father. It was a warmth that I wanted to keep in my heart for the rest of my life. The moment was truly very cinematic. And in order not to disrupt the flow of the script, the boy had no choice but to say thank you to his father. According to the director's idea, our hero said this as an adult. A few weeks after these events, something interesting happened in the city. On a dark night, in the middle of the ruins of a skyscraper, a man stood and smoked. He looked down thoughtfully, thinking that this place would be depressing to anyone. You would have to be a real madman to live here. He looked back. Behind him on a low sofa sat a guy in a hood, his feet resting on a table covered with empty bottles of alcohol. The young man in the hood did not look up from his phone. His guest asked if it was really necessary to meet here. There was no answer, and he added that there was business. It is necessary to eliminate several undesirable people by any means. Upon hearing this, the guy uttered only one word: money. The man nodded and snapped his fingers, and a guard appeared with a briefcase, which apparently contained what he wanted. It was an advance payment, $1.5 million. If the task was completed, the young man would receive exactly the same amount. It seemed like this deal was destined to happen. A dazzling smile lit up the stranger's face, and he even looked up from his phone for a second. A second later, a blue glow of mana appeared in his outstretched hand. The guy in the hood again said only one word: understood. The glow enveloped the contents of the briefcase, and it became almost completely empty. It seems that someone had mastered teleportation magic. The chair in which the hooded man had sat was also empty. All that was left of him, like the money, was a small spot of mana glow. The guard looked around in confusion. The man in the suit laughed and said something about the Lord Gods. It seemed like he was starting to have a fit. He lit another cigarette and walked over to where the windows had once been. All he could do was hope that the hooded guy would keep his end of the deal. The cigarette flew to the floor and was left to burn out. The more humanity developed, the thinner the line of morality became. A sinister and deafening laughter rang out over the ruins. The situation might have seemed absurd if it had not been for a murder order. Over the weekend, neighbors with whom their parents had become very close invited Yuna and Yunha to go shopping at Don Mall. Yuna walked into the mall and her eyes lit up with delight. Yuna followed behind his sister and simply stared at the shop windows. There were a lot of people. All 5 floors of the gallery looked like a huge anthill. It's still better to visit such places on weekdays. Our hero thought that he had not been to shopping malls for a long time, and this activity was tiring him out just as much as before. Juliet put her hands on the boy's shoulders. She sensed his irritation and asked when her dear neighbor had managed to get tired. They had only just arrived. Bruno, Juliet's husband, apologized to Yunhee for not being able to get away from shopping and offered to buy him something tasty. The boy agreed, but caught himself thinking that he felt some kind of ominous aura from his neighbor. The guy was uneasy about the fact that an ordinary office worker could hide his mana so skillfully. There was clearly something wrong here. As soon as Yuna tried to use special vision, Bruno felt it and asked what was going on. The hero immediately wanted to go back to Yuna and Juliet. He felt uneasy next to his neighbor. He wanted to see his sister as soon as possible. The boy muttered that they said they would go to the 5th floor. It would be very difficult to find them. Mentally, he added that Yuna had learned to block mana and that also did not increase the chances. Here Bruno showed him some device in his hand. One might think that it was a smartphone, but everything was a little different. Yuna's jaw dropped when he realized what was on the gadget's screen. It was a detector that was very clearly tracking Juliet's location. Moreover, the point where the neighbor's wife was located was signed on the screen. Could it really work as a surveillance system via a phone or something like that, the hero thought. He asked Bruno if Juliet knew about the device, to which he received the answer that it was a secret. The man hastened to hide the device in his coat pocket. The man turned around and motioned for Yunhoo to follow him, and they gradually made their way through the crowd toward the escalators. The same stranger in the hood walked past them. He gave the command to begin into the phone. It seems he began to carry out the task. That same blindingly white smile did not bode well. It was cunning and predatory. Our hero noticed this with his peripheral vision. They had already moved quite far from each other. It seemed that except for Bruno with the boy and the guy in the hood, there were no other people in the hall, although this was not so. Yuna looked back. He understood what had caught his attention so much about the stranger, and now he was afraid that his guess would turn out to be correct. The man's figure itself seemed vaguely familiar to him. He had clearly already met him in a past life. The tattoo dotted the I's and crossed the T's. Now there could be no doubt our hero knew exactly who had just passed by. It was a bad sign. Once upon a time, no Yuna had been to those skyscraper ruins, where he was looking for that same hooded man who was smoking with an ominous laugh as the customer. Then he had to fight him one-on-one. The confrontation was long due to the enemy's magical tricks. The tattoo on his arm was not simple either. It gave an additional supply of mana, being a spell. Now Yunha remembered that snow-white smile and would not have confused it with anyone else's, just when Nameless walked past them with Bruno. The boy began to wonder what he had forgotten in the shopping center. His neighbor again sensed that the child was agitated and asked what was the matter this time. Our hero decided that he trusted Bruno more than Nameless, so he reported that something strange was happening in the shopping center. The man looked around and said that the guy was right. There were at least 3 very suspicious people here. Yunya looked up at him in surprise and asked again what his neighbor had just said. For a second, it seemed to him that it was a dream. Bruno repeated that he had a strange feeling about the 3 men, and with his eyes he showed who exactly he meant. The first was the man in the blue tracksuit and baseball cap. The second one was completely bald and wore strangely shaped pants. He not only looked suspicious, but also moved the same way. The third one sat against the wall in a Panama hat and was so tense that his leg muscles were ready to explode. Bruno's eyes turned black. He used special vision and was now resting. Yuna prepared 3 mana projectiles to test how the suspicious strangers would react to them. The guy launched them at lightning speed. The neighbor stood and waited to see what would happen next. Without saying a word, they became partners. The first 2 saw the magic balls too late. so it turned out to be quite a difficult task to fight them off. But the guy in the Panama hat waved his hand easily and casually. The flow of mana changed its trajectory and flew into the wall. Bruno nudged Yunhu in the back and said that they should leave the mall immediately, the sooner the better. The guy looked at the suspicious men again and thought that they were obviously players since they saw his trick with mana. It wasn't dangerous, more like a childish prank. But all three noticed. And all three were very well trained because they were able to completely hide the fact that they possessed mana, disguising themselves as ordinary people. Here the boy and his neighbor noticed another accomplice to the future crime. He was standing to the side and watching without revealing his position. But he didn't hide his mana at all. His eyes shone with a white light, which meant that he was using special vision. The man in the baseball cap looked around nervously, searching for someone in the crowd. It seemed that everything was about to happen any minute. Here they passed each other and the bald man began to take something out of the inside pocket of his jacket. Taking an object out of his inner pocket, the man began to transfer it to his outer pocket, continuing to move towards the most crowded place in the shopping center, with Yunha following him. It was very strange, but the boy tried hard to keep up and track every gesture of the bald stranger. Finally, the man put his hand in his pocket again. The guy was already wondering what was there, but then he had the opportunity to find out. The man took a blue magic stone out of his pocket and carefully dropped it. Its glow was not strong, but it grew with each second. The stone itself grew, gradually breaking away from the floor and rising upwards, while no one was paying attention. But our hero already understood what it was. Illuminated by the blue glow of mana, Yunha was terrified that the suspicious strangers had organized a redistribution of mana. This meant that monsters of all possible configurations would now rush into the shopping center. The men only had to complete the ritual and finish the spell. People finally noticed that something extraordinary was happening. But instead of running for their lives, almost everyone just stopped and stared. Finally, the portal to another dimension was opened, the redistribution of mana was completed, and the catastrophe began. Yuna also stood and simply watched what was happening right before his eyes. It was a mesmerizing sight. Bruno, unlike the boy, thought much more rationally and was already preparing to implement his plan. The first monsters appeared from the portal. They were hellhounds and some horn monsters, orcs and trolls. People scattered in panic. Some managed to slip out of the hall, but most immediately became victims of the monsters that filled the shopping gallery. The very appearance of the monsters indicated that they were not going to joke around. These were the most dangerous and rare species. An emergency announcement immediately sounded in the hall, but it was completely inappropriate, given the speed with which people and monsters were running around the shopping mall. An order was also given to follow the evacuation plan, but it was clearly not suitable for those who had already encountered the monsters. The nameless man gave the order into the phone to finish off everyone who stood in their way, and with some inner instinct, Yunha understood that something like this would happen. Our hero literally froze in place. A terrorist attack on a shopping center was something unheard of. Before his return, it was impossible to even think about such a thing. After all, the future had changed a lot. It's hard to believe, but after the Kraken incident, history began to take a different course. The way Yuna used her gift on the bridge did not go unnoticed by all of humanity. That's what the price actually turned out to be. Then the gift of a miracle saved the life of our hero and his family, as well as many other people. Now, because of this, new victims will appear indirectly. Yunha was so deep in his anxious thoughts that he didn't notice in time that the hound was attacking him. The boy turned his head towards the monster at a time when it was too late to use mana or even just dodge. Luckily, Bruno was on his guard and reacted with lightning speed, punching the monster with such force that it flew back. The man put his hands on Yunhe's shoulders and said that he should pull himself together. It seemed like his neighbor wasn't just a player, but one of the best. In a calm and even tone, Bruno said that they needed to find Juliet and Yuna and get out alive themselves. The boy agreed. It was a top priority. They began to slowly climb the escalator up, monsters raging around. The neighbor took out the device again to see where exactly his wife was. The sensor continued to show the 5th floor. Something must have happened. From the top steps came a cheeky question. Was it the one in front of him who first used mana? It was one of the suspicious types in the Panama hat who at first simply observed, keeping his distance. He stood there, preventing our heroes from getting off the escalator, and asked where they were going in such a hurry. Yuna prepared an energy projectile and tried to assess the enemy's level. He hid his mana well, so the task was difficult. It could equally well be Class A or C. There was critically little time, and while the guy was thinking, his companion had already begun to act. A punch flew straight into the stranger's face. The Panama hat flew off to one side, teeth and drops of blood to the other. The man barely managed to stay on his feet, almost rolling down the steps. But then he was hit again, this time with a foot. And the stranger, now without his Panama hat, fell face down on the floor. Seeing how confidently Bruno dealt with him, even without using mana or weapons, Yuna realized that his neighbor was a top-level player with professional training. The attacker's teeth had thinned considerably. The boy was afraid that in another second he would stop breathing. He had to ask Bruno to stop. He explained that it was impossible to kill terrorists. It would be an easy solution now, but it would complicate the investigation later. The neighbor nodded, but said that he just wanted to knock the intruder out so that he wouldn't get underfoot, after which he slammed his face into the floor several more times. Finally, the man let go of his hand and straightened up. Yuna took a step forward to continue his search for his sister. Our hero continued to think about the nameless one. Before returning in a child's body, he listened to a lot of whining from the trackers who could not figure out who the nameless one really was. The guy walked up to the escalator and called out to Bruno, who was leaning over the terrorist again. It was not entirely clear what he was doing. A few minutes before, Yuna on the 5th floor heard a message about a monster attack and an immediate evacuation. People started running around in panic, and Juliet asked in surprise if she had heard wrong, if they had really announced about monsters and the redistribution of mana or not. Yuna quickly pulled herself together and decided to assess the situation and see how many monsters there were and where they were. Her brother taught her this. The girl used her special vision. With her mana reserves, it was a matter of seconds. The 3 hounds were behind the wall to the left of where Yuna and Juliet were and could be easily avoided. 2 monsters were on the other side of the escalators on this floor, and another one stood in the center of the hall and could move in any direction. Yuna was glad that there were only 6 monsters nearby, and she could run without running into them. She shouted to Juliet that everything was fine and she would lead them out. Instead of joy on the neighbor's face, the girl saw excitement. She loudly shouted to the girl that the hound was attacking her right from behind. The little girl was so happy with her new skills that she didn't even understand what happened. Fortunately, Juliet understood. The woman grabbed her companion by the hand and at the last moment pulled it aside, right from under the monster's claws. Then Juliet enveloped her hand in mana and prepared to strike back at the hound that had nearly torn the girl to pieces. Yuna looked back, worried about her neighbor, but what she saw quickly calmed our heroine down. Juliet planted her feet on the floor so hard that sparks almost flew from under the soles of her moccasins, and she entered into a fight with the monster. The woman had a coat hanger from the fitting room, covered in mana, as a weapon, but she wielded it so skillfully that the hound was destroyed in a couple of seconds. The woman covered the girl. All her actions were so precise, as if they had been honed over years of daily training. The final blow sent the monster flying back several meters, purple blood streaming down the walls and doors of the shopping arcade. Yuna froze, surprised that Juliet could use mana, even more than the fact that the woman turned out to be a true martial arts master. The neighbor was just looking at the broken coat hanger that was left in her hand after the fight and was wondering whether she would have to pay for it. The woman told the girl that they needed to evacuate. Bruno and Yuna were waiting downstairs. The little girl nodded, trying to comprehend that Juliet was a player. This plan failed. The 3 monsters that were behind the wall on the left heard the sounds of the battle and rushed to help. The first thing the woman did was hug Yuna and say that everything would be fine. Then she started looking around to figure out the best route to escape. Having mentally mapped out the route, Juliet took the girl by the hand and told her where they should run, of course, already on the move. Just in case, the neighbor wrapped her hand in mana to fight back if the hounds did catch up with them during their retreat. And so it happened. When the monsters jumped up, Juliet turned around and made several blows with her hand. Due to the fact that this time she had time to prepare, the blows were effective. The woman managed to push back the hounds with a wave of mana, but at this rate her energy would quickly run out. After making a few more swings and launching mana projectiles, Juliet began to wonder if there was anything nearby that resembled a weapon. There was nothing suitable, but they had almost reached the escalators. A couple more steps and Yuna could start the descent. The girl was so happy that she completely forgot about the monster that was running towards her from the other side of the hall. Juliet managed to warn her at the last moment. The little girl heard her, but the hound had already begun its attack. The situation seemed hopeless. The girl froze, unable to move. Juliet screamed at her to jump back, but Yuna continued to stand and stare with wide eyes at the approaching toothy maw. The girl clenched her fist. She was paralyzed with fear, but at the same time, subconsciously, she felt that she would not die today. Remembering the horror she had experienced when she had defended her brother from the Kraken, Yuna pulled herself together and decided that she would not give up so easily. Literally at the last moment, she enveloped herself in mana protection and jumped out from under the clutches of the monster with incredible speed. Her legs were now moving so fast that it seemed like they weren't even touching the floor. Yuna hadn't taught her that. It just happened intuitively. The girl was no longer afraid of the hounds. She decided that she did not want to go down without a victory, so she jumped up and kicked the nearest monster. Following the first hound, the second and third quickly flew down. It seemed that Yuna had learned to fight using mana, and she had plenty of mana. When the face of the last monster with a dying grin went to the lower floors, it seemed that everything had ended well. All that was left for the girl to do was to land on the ground and go down with Juliet to where Yuna and Bruno were waiting. But after a successful battle, an unfortunate surprise happened. Because Yuna had never jumped like this before, she injured herself. The last jump and landing after it were unsuccessful. The little girl twisted her leg and almost fell. Luckily, Juliet quickly caught her and prevented her from falling down the steps. Her leg wasn't so bad either. The girl could walk. The neighbor looked at the little girl and asked if everything was okay. She smiled and replied that there was no need to worry. They went downstairs. In fact, they both should be worried. There were more monsters on this floor, and they were starting to get closer to Yuna and Juliet. It was too dangerous to fight. The number of hounds was off the charts. It was necessary to flee. The neighbor asked if the girl could jump onto the escalator over the railing, and she answered in the affirmative. There was no time to waste. Yuna immediately activated her mana and took her leap of faith. Fortunately, there was no fear, and the little girl was determined to succeed. Juliet did the same. As it turned out, she was very well prepared physically. There was every chance of salvation. Of course, if they both didn't have the proper level of mana, it wouldn't have been worth even mentioning. But in our case, everything worked out well. The heroines landed safely on the steps of the escalator and began to descend. The monsters only snapped their teeth, not reaching the prey, although it seemed easy to them at first. But these were hounds, that is, dogs, and dogs tend to pursue those who run away. That's how their instincts work. Several monsters began to catch up with Yuna and Juliet. For them, it was a matter of a few seconds. The woman began to look around in search of at least some kind of weapon or an object that could become one. A monster was already flying at them from above. They had to act here and now. There was nothing at hand except the escalator lamppost. Juliet put in a lot of effort and was able to tear it away. Now she had something to repel the attack with. The woman's eyes flashed with fire. It was obvious that she was seriously angry and was using mana again. Cursing in Italian, she delivered her first blow straight into the teeth of the monster that had leapt at her. The first hound tumbled over the railing, and it looked like the next one would follow just as quickly. The third monster didn't even have time to figure out what had happened before he too received a decisive blow from the lantern. They all went on a free flight through 4 floors of the shopping center to the very bottom. Juliet turned out to be incredibly strong. At this time, Yuna was also looking for anything that could become a weapon. But all that was lying around were cosmetics and other contents of a woman's purse. The guy armed himself with lipstick and a bottle of perfume, and by enveloping them in mana, he could deliver some kind of blow. Since he was not fighting monsters but a man, there was a chance of success, but this man was more dangerous than the monster. He had a police baton in his hand. The fight promised to be very interesting, and it turned out to be so. Yuna, clutching the spirits in his fist, decided to close the distance and delivered his first blow. The enemy staggered, but did not fall. Then the boy hit again and slammed the hooded stranger's face into the railing. His smile would never be the same again either. Bruno had just dealt with another terrorist and asked how things were going with his neighbor. Yunha said that he had just finished. They got on the escalator to go up to his wife and sister, but then the boy happily announced that he could already see them. But the joy was short-lived. The hero noticed what Yuna and Juliet were doing. The first hound flew past him, which was defeated by the neighbor. 2 more followed after her. Yunha did not expect such a turn of events at all. He suspected that Bruno was a player, but he did not even think that Juliet was either. It was obvious that the neighbor was worried about his wife. Both of them froze on the landing, holding their breath, hoping only for chance. And fate was kind to the heroines. Soon a smiling neighbor appeared, elegantly adjusting her hair. Cheerful Yuna was next to her. Bruno ordered to immediately look for weapons and joined Juliet and her sister Yunhee. They needed protection. The boy was lucky again. He found a stiletto. Now our hero was sure that everything would end well. Here, Yuna felt someone's strong mana and called out to his neighbor, who did not immediately understand what was going on and why the boy's voice was so tense. Bruno began to look around to see if there was any additional threat nearby and to assess the situation. Monsters were killing people. People were fighting monsters. The mall was swallowed by the house. On one of the floors, there was a man in a hood, shrouded in a thick layer of mana. He stood with his back to our heroes. All that could be seen was the already familiar tattoo on his arm. Bruno asked if Yuna really thought that this was the main terrorist. The boy replied that it looked like it, and asked the neighbor to go help his wife and sister. He promised that he would personally make sure that the bastard did not leave the shopping arcade alive, or at least did not leave. At this time, 2 more criminals were enjoying their deeds on the floor where Yuna and Juliet had gone down. They noticed 2 beauties and decided that they shouldn't miss the opportunity to have an even better time, since they had already done their main task perfectly. The man in the suit suggested that his partner leave before the hunters from Sinra responsible for the area showed up. The terrorist in the red cap replied that they should have some fun first. He began making obscene gestures towards Juliet, as if hinting that he intended to devote some time to her, and the woman called him a dirty Italian curse word. The neighbor asked Yuna to immediately hide somewhere, but the girl did not understand what was going on and began to refuse to leave. The girl asked permission to stay several times and even said that she could fight too, and even very successfully. Yuna didn't even try to fulfill Juliet's request. She was afraid to be alone, expecting an attack from monsters at any minute. Men seemed less of a problem. The woman was very worried and stood her ground. But while they were arguing, the opportunity to escape disappeared. A man in a suit seemed to appear out of nowhere behind the little girl and asked why she thought anyone would let her go. Seeing him reaching for the girl, Juliet, without thinking, grabbed the broken piece of lantern and prepared to deliver her signature blow. A shot rang out. No one expected that. Everyone froze. It seemed even the monsters on the next floor fell silent. The bullet hit the handle of the lantern, not giving it a chance to reach its target. Now Juliet was left completely unarmed. The man began to pick at his ear, continuing to swear, and accused his partner of almost bursting his eardrums. Yuna's neighbor began to get angry, both at herself for not being quick enough, and at the terrorist who had deprived her of the opportunity to fight. The stranger in the red cap licked the pistol he was holding in his hand and continued making dirty jokes about the woman. His partner once again suggested that they run away before the sinners arrived, but now he also received the answer that they had no need to hurry. Then he walked towards Yuna with a determined step, showing her with gestures that he wanted to play alone. The terrorist came closer and closer, convincing the girl that he would not do anything bad because he was not some kind of scoundrel. With these words, he directed his hand towards the baby's face, apparently intending to cover her mouth so that she would not scream. He failed to carry out his plan, but she stepped aside in time. She understood that there was no one to trust here. After this, the girl abruptly squatted down and jumped out from under the feet of the man in the suit, getting out to freedom. He reached out to grab her, not knowing that Yuna could use mana and was able to fight back. The bandit grabbed the girl by the hand, and it was a mistake. The energy field was already activated and the blow did not take long to come. Yuna punched him in the gut with such force that the stranger recoiled, but our heroine didn't stop there. She created a protective dome around herself, and another similar one around the intruder. Now he could be pushed away, like a huge ball. The man made several hits on the dome, trying to break it. He was surprised that such a small girl was using such a large amount of mana. Now his intentions changed dramatically. If such a child is sold, one may not know poverty until old age. The man took out a stiletto. He overcame his barrier in just a few swings of his blade, after which he set about Yuna's protective dome. He broke the shield, but the girl immediately restored the destroyed place with the help of mana. This also surprised the terrorist, but also provoked him. The girl was glad that she was able to block the attacks. She mentally thanked Yunhu for the training. The attacker realized that the weapon was broken and threw it aside. He thought that at this rate he would not get far. Yuna was happy. Did she really win this battle? Who would have thought that the girl turned out to be stronger than the player? But the main problem was that the man was a player. He used mana and overcame the protective barrier with his bare hand. The very next moment, he grabbed the little girl, saying that such a small fry would never be able to defeat him. Their strength was far from equal. The terrorist was incredibly pleased with his loot. He had caught a child for whom corporations would easily shell out millions. At this time, the players of the Shinra clan were already busy rescuing the visitors and staff of the shopping center. Everything should be over soon. But then they noticed a monster, the appearance of which they were not prepared for. It required the presence of a trained magician, and the players specialized in martial arts. It was a level 8 swamp slug. It was necessary to urgently call in ranged players. It was dangerous to engage in combat with it. One of the fighters shouted to the captain that this was not necessary. All monsters were the same, and you just needed to hit them hard. The man was armed with a halberd, and he also surrounded it with a force field. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Approaching the slug was a mistake. The slug simply swallowed him as if he were not a person, but a delicious dessert. Disgusting gurgling sounds were heard. The next player who rushed to help his comrade suffered the same fate. The monster even increased in size a little. It was immediately announced that it was absolutely forbidden to approach the monster. One should stay away until the magicians appeared. The terrorist in the red cap was pleased. With the arrival of the players, they had more time, not less, thanks to the slug. He turned to Juliet and informed her that he could now give the woman much more of his attention than he had expected. The beauty's attention was completely focused on Yuna and how she could help the girl. She practically didn't think about herself. The man continued to pull the little girl by the hand. She continued to resist. This went on for quite a long time. The stranger said that he would stop respecting himself as a player if he did not find a way to deliver the girl to the right address. Just after these words, a powerful stream of flame flew into his back. The terrorist let go of Yuna. She fell to the ground, fortunately, without being hurt. The hands of the man who launched the fire projectile began to cast a new spell. The attack had to be repeated. It was Juliet who used flames again and shouted at the girl to run as fast as she could. There wasn't much mana left. The man in the suit used a protective dome to avoid damage, and he didn't have the strength to pursue the girl. At this point, slow and deliberately dull applause was heard from behind Juliet's shoulder. It sounded like mockery. This terrorist in a red cap decided to express his opinion about what was happening. He even whistled and said that he did not expect such talents. Realizing that he himself would now receive a fiery volley, the man prudently cast a shield, and Julieta jumped back a little. She still attempted to attack, but in vain. The scoundrel's protective spell worked perfectly. The bandit began to approach the woman, continuing to make indecent proposals to her. Yuna wanted to intervene, but remembered that she needed to think about herself. Juliet felt cornered. It was impossible to escape, to attack either. Would the scoundrel really be able to carry out his plan? The girl took off her shoes to stand more confidently on her feet, tore the hem of her cloak to be able to kick, and again attacked the enemy with flames. The man gloated that she had used the same technique twice. He felt like he was in complete control of the situation. He shrugged and said that it didn't work with them. It was very nice that she had mastered magic. It was even funny, but the terrorist didn't have time to finish speaking. A fiery arrow pierced his shield, severely damaging the attacker's shoulder and causing blood to gush out. Heavy drops fell on the floor and on his boots, the latter especially enraging the man in the red hat. It was his favorite pair, and besides, swayed. He couldn't understand how Juliet managed to increase her strength and attack power so abruptly. The woman didn't stop. She had a special secret, which was simply called the strengthening spell. It was all quite banal, but effective. At this time, strange sounds were heard from the toy store. They were groans and sighs, as if from fatigue. The man in the suit walked between the shelves and tried to find Yuna. He was completely exhausted from the search. It seemed like it would never end. As soon as he noticed the little girl, he asked why she was running away, but it was completely useless. The girl immediately disappeared from sight. The terrorist moved further down the corridor, but his victim immediately ran in the opposite direction, deftly slipping under the shelves with goods. When a dead end appeared ahead, Yuna wrapped her shoes in mana and jumped high into the air to clear the cabinet. The bandit was stunned. He didn't understand how this girl at such a young age managed to control mana so well. A box of Lego appeared in the little girl's hands. It seems like a toy shower awaits someone, nothing less. Yuna swung hard, first coating the box in mana to increase its weight and the force of the blow. At the last moment, the man managed to put up a protective shield. If he hadn't, it's very likely that the brains would have already been spreading across the floor. The terrorist cursed, hissing through his teeth that this little thing had finally worn out his nerves. Just at that moment, he stepped on a piece of construction set and slipped. Having barely regained his balance, the stranger in the suit realized that Yuna had not wasted any time and was already flying towards him in a jump. It was not for nothing that she had told Juliet that she knew how to fight. The player prepared to use mana. He intended to incinerate the child's legs with a fire spell. His plan failed miserably when it became obvious that the girl had managed to attack with magic before her opponent. Yuna put so much energy into the blow that even the terrorist's protective shield began to bend under its impact. Barely holding back the flow of mana, the man muttered that he had planned to be more gentle with the baby, but she had become too brazen, so it was her own fault. The girl began to count to 3 without stopping the attack. Sweat began to flow down the forehead of the stranger in the suit. On the count of 2, the force of the blow became even greater. It seemed that the girl's hands had an inexhaustible supply of energy. On the count of 3, she cast a shield on herself as well, to avoid the attack after the blow finally reached the enemy. After that, Yuna jumped high into the air, pushing off the terrorist's protective dome, only to then fall back down on him. The stranger barely held back the blow. He was no longer just angry, but was beginning to fall into a real rage. The duel unexpectedly dragged on. The man tried to grab the girl again, breaking through her defense with his hand, but she decided that this time it wouldn't work so easily. Yuna remembered how Juliet launched her fire projectile and decided to try to repeat the move herself. First, it was necessary to form a core of mana, give it the shape of a ball for good aerodynamics, and then create a flame and launch it at the enemy. It seemed to be quite simple. The main task was to launch the projectile accurately at the target. Yuna jumped up like a basketball player. The girl collected so much mana that instead of a projectile, she got a real mana bomb, which immediately flew towards the target. The last thing the man in the suit managed to do was swear. Who would have thought that an ordinary schoolgirl was capable of something like that? There was a deafening explosion. The man in the red cap looked around to see what was going on. There were ruins where the toy store had been. Yuna's bomb completely destroyed it, sending endless streams of Lego bricks and other parts into the air. The next moment, the girl pounced on him, armed with a baseball bat. Her attack was swift and inevitable. The man froze. He had just run out of bullets, and at the thought that they had already been delayed for quite some time, and now this, his hands began to tremble with anger. He found himself thinking that it was very ridiculous to use a heavy arsenal against two girls, but there was no choice. Realizing that something terrible was about to happen, Juliet screamed at Yuna not to even think about coming closer. It was extremely dangerous. While the woman was distracted by the baby, her legs were entangled in heavy shackles, completely depriving her of the ability to move. The enemy was an occult magician. Juliet made several attempts to move, but her legs were firmly chained to the floor, and the terrorist was already approaching from behind. He grabbed the girl very tightly and said that now they would play to their heart's content, and when she tried to resist, he began to get even more angry. The attacker had a stiletto in his hand, and he was quite ready to use it. It was clear that violence gave the man incredible pleasure. Yuna took a few steps forward, but the terrorist told her not to move, otherwise everyone would quickly find out what color Juliet's blood was. While the blood was only flowing from his shoulder, the girl stopped. She understood very well that the stranger was not joking. Suddenly, Yuna found herself on the floor. Someone was pressing her face to the ground. It turned out that the man in the suit did not die in the explosion. He was incredibly pleased with himself and said that he was not so easy to defeat, especially by worthless people like them. Yuna lay there and thought that something strange was happening. She couldn't pass out, and her mana was growing uncontrollably. Juliet tried to break free and help the girl, which made her even more worried, and the waves of mana clouded her mind. Finally, the man holding Yuna was forced to jump back, afraid that there was so much mana that another explosion would follow. To his credit, the player did not panic. He tried to understand the situation and looked for an opportunity to approach the child without harming himself. Yuna was raging, the glow of her mani fading and then flaring up even more, the probability of an explosion increasing with every second. Juliet continued to scream and try to free herself. The terrorist in the red hat cursed her with the most vile words, trying to hold her back. Finally, the bandit lost his nerve and stabbed the woman in the stomach with the handle of a stiletto. It was so strong that she passed out from pain shock. The woman went limp in the man's arms, and Yuna thrashed around inside the huge mass of her mana, not knowing how to help her. The terrorist in the red cap asked the girl if she really wanted to kill everyone. If so, he could very well help with that. The second one at this time again attempted to attack the baby from behind, but she dodged in time, and the protective barrier was still working. Then the man in the suit decided to destroy him with a punch. He succeeded, but the girl dodged in time without getting hurt. Her face finally became calm. The attacker muttered that just a little more and he would have succeeded. The partner with Juliet on his shoulder told him to leave the girl and pack up. The man thought it was a pity. She was pretty and expensive because of her mana. Yuna thought that she would really like to be a little stronger. Suddenly, she found herself in a bright, huge room filled with radiance. The girl felt someone's presence and asked who was there, but at first no one answered her. But then the question was asked whether she really wanted power. The little girl froze and thought who could ask that. She began to look around hopefully, wondering if she could really get extra power right now. At this point, Yuna heard Yunhee's voice shrilly in her head, screaming that she shouldn't listen to this voice and trust it. She remembered her grandmother's house. Her brother told her that it was very dangerous, and if everything ended well last time, then the next time using the gift would not be so easy. Yuna said then that he could teach her anything. The main thing was that his little sister just lived a normal life. The children sealed their agreement with their little fingers, and since then, Yuna has never thought about taking advantage of the gift of a miracle. Now she was kneeling. Blood was dripping from her nose. The girl mentally asked her brother for forgiveness. A terrorist in a classic suit leaned over her, trying to understand what was happening and why the girl was apologizing profusely. The girl remembered Sona's birthday and said that she wants to be able to protect her loved ones with her own hands, herself. She needed strength to protect Juliet. With these words, Yuna made another attempt to get to her feet. The terrorist raised his fist to strike, noticing that it was high time for the little girls to go to bed. Yuna grabbed his hand. It was quite ominous. The little girl said that she wanted to gain power. At that very moment, the attacker was hit in the forehead with a fist of such force that his skull almost split into two halves. It was Bruno, who had finally reached the girls and was now intent on quickly restoring order here. The man holding Juliet on his shoulder turned cold with horror. His new opponent was strong as a bull and no less furious. Bruno took off his jacket and gave it to Yuna, saying that she was a great girl and now had every right to rest. His hand was so huge that when his palm ended up on the baby's head, she instantly calmed down and felt relief. The girl felt warm and cozy. She even started to smile a little, but unfortunately this was far from the end. Yuna decided to use her gift and muttered that it was her turn now. Fortunately, no one heard it. The terrorist in the red cap cursed and asked where this bear-like brute had come from. He could have just walked past. For his size, Bruno moved so fast that the man didn't even realize how he ended up so close and almost crushed his head with one blow of his hand. Yunhee's neighbor carefully picked up his wife, while squeezing his opponent's face with the fingers of his other hand. Soon he lost consciousness from pain. Bruno rushed to Juliet, but a second bandit began to sneak up on him from behind. He was going to pick up the knife his friend had dropped from the floor and quickly avenge his partner and himself. The man already had the weapon in his hands, but something strange was happening to him. His face was distorted by a grimace of either fear or pain. Bruno was trying to bring his wife to her senses at the time, so he clearly had nothing to do with it. The terrorist raised his stiletto to strike and ran as fast as he could towards the man, intending to kill him with a vile blow to the back. The weapon missed its target, but Bruno's fist did its job and flew straight into the bandit's face. One blow was followed by another. Yunhee's neighbor didn't even have to turn his body to finish off the enemy like a cutlet, but this did not satisfy him. Looking at his beautiful wife, Bruno decided that the price for what he had done to her would be high. The man stood up, enveloped himself in mana, and headed towards his opponent, who, like a pathetic worm, tried to crawl away. Bruno turned into a mountain of muscle. He used mana and his eyes glowed blue, his fist prepared to finish what he started. The man said that the price for the crimes would be life and began to make his promise a reality. A couple of days before the terrorist attack on the shopping center, a strange conversation took place in a small house in the mountains. The man in the expensive suit shouted that he had done everything he was ordered to do. What other questions could there be for him? It was Vice Lord Kim Kunwan, who had recently been in all the newspapers for voluntarily leaving his post, his hand reaching for the spear hidden behind his back. The hooded man standing in front of him had the now familiar tattoo on his arm, and he took a few steps forward, putting his phone down. Kim Kunwan decided to suddenly attack by lunging with his spear, but the opponent simply grabbed the weapon with his hand and stopped him. The former Vice Lord's face took on a blank expression. Apparently his problems were much more serious than the failed attack. He was practically dead, as evidenced by the point of the sword, which pierced his chest at the level of the heart, but still life flickered in his body. The Nameless One had a gift that distorted the perception of his image. All this time he was not in front of the man, but behind his back, and even prepared a rope to add drama to the picture. Saying that he and Sangun shouldn't have been threatened, Nameless threw a noose around the neck of Kunwan, whom he had practically killed. The man's hands reached for the rope, but he already had no strength due to blood loss in the wound, and then there was the oxygen deficiency. Throwing the rope over the beam, the assassin said that he had another message from the lord of the Kunwan clan. He asked to convey that he would look after the family, paying special attention to his wife. With these words, the Nameless One pulled the rope, and the Vice Lord's life was finally cut short. In the news, as we already remember, they wrote that an investigation had been launched, and the main version of death was considered suicide. It is interesting how the stab wound to the heart correlated with this. Fast forward to the day of the events in the mall. A large number of players had gathered in the warehouse. When the captain appeared, a man with a phone reported that the Shiva clan had already entered. The manager said that they had managed to arrive faster than he had expected. They needed to leave. They couldn't cross paths. Then the man with the phone asked what kind of child had come with him, and the man in the hood looked back with a displeased look. Right behind him stood Yunha, his reflection flashing in the glasses of the captain of the team of players present in the warehouse. Our hero smiled and said that he was noticed just in time. and could have been noticed 15 minutes earlier, he was following them the whole time. The man in the hood began to look at the boy and try to remember where he had seen him and what kind of boy he was. One of the hunters was surprised that the captain did not know the child. Then why was he looking at him with such fear? He needed to kill the boy and be done with it. He reached for his katana and said that he shouldn't follow just anyone around like that. The consequences could be quite painful. Otherwise, you see, something bad might happen, the man continued, his eyes widening, the blade glowing with mana. The player didn't have time to carry out his threat. Yuna made only one movement with his hand, and his head rolled across the floor with a loud thud. Everyone present silently watched what had happened. None of them had seen anything like this before, even though they had enough crimes and murders in their arsenal. Yuna thought that he had gone a bit too far. He shouldn't have killed him so quickly. There were too many opponents here ready to rush into battle. They had already started preparing for an attack, calling the boy all sorts of names and threatening him. But then the man in the hood gave the order to stop. This was not just a child, he explained. The players' faces reflected fear. Even those of them who wore masks could not hide the fact that they were incredibly frightened by the boss's words. Yuna smiled and asked why they weren't afraid of the child who cut off their colleague's head with one swing of a small knife, but were afraid of him after the boss's warning. He pursed his lips like a duck and in a lisping voice began to ask in every possible way what had caused their fear, and perhaps he should call the nanny. The desired effect was achieved. Players began to approach him again with the clear intention of finishing off the impudent boy. Our hero smiled. Yuna used the Heavenly Steps technique and in a matter of seconds inflicted so many wounds on the enemies that they should have simply bled out. Having rushed through like a whirlwind and leaving behind many corpses, our hero stopped in front of the gang leader, asking why he did not come closer. The nameless one stood and thought that it was impossible. The child killed players with rank B and above in literally a second. The man realized that it was time to use his gift. He would not be able to defeat such an opponent openly. A pink glow surrounded him. Nameless thought that even if Yunha was preparing to become one of the 12 thrones, he wouldn't be able to detect him if he used the illusion. But our hero was far from being as simple as he might seem, and he knew all the tricks of his enemy very well, because he was familiar with them in his past life. The man made a wide slash with his sword at the place where Yuna had just stood, and the boy had already closed the distance and attacked him with his short blade. The Nameless One once again enveloped himself in mana to create an energy double and move himself to a more advantageous position. Yuna also used mana, knowing that he would be able to detect and attack this invisible person, and that is what happened. The boy and the man stood opposite each other, each thinking that the other was surprisingly strong, and each had the clear intention of killing the other. Yuna said that the only reason people still remembered Nameless was because he had always been an outcast, which made his enemy truly furious. The man tried to attack the boy several times, but he dodged the blows as if he knew about them in advance. Our hero was a very skilled warrior, and this did not give his opponent any peace. He did not understand how a child could do this. As Yuna watched the hooded man raise his hand to strike at the empty space once again, he thought that he was very familiar with this feeling of confusion. The Nameless One's mana was running out, and now he was no longer a threat at all. The guy said that without his gift, he was a nobody. At that very moment, he pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. Apparently, this was the end of their fight. Yunha won. He sat on the Nameless One's chest, holding a stiletto to his neck. He needed to think carefully, give in to desires, and kill the enemy, or use him for other purposes. Soon, special services arrived at the scene. An ambulance, police, even firefighters, and they all acted in a well-coordinated manner. Yuna stood next to Divine Wind and asked Nunu to cover him by taking over the clearing of the monsters. The woman said that this debt would have to be repaid someday, and the boy nodded. Then he remembered the Nameless One and said that he too was being given over to the power of the throne. Yunha still didn't kill the player, deciding to hand him over to the authorities, but he was very interested in what was hidden under his glasses. The villain never took them off. The boy reached out to take them off, his interested and focused face reflected in the lenses. When our hero grabbed the glasses with his fingers and pulled them towards himself, he couldn't hold back a scream when he saw what was hidden underneath them. Shin So-yoon even covered her face with a fan in disgust, and the child also grimaced as if he had never seen anything more disgusting in his life. Yunya hurried to put his glasses back in place. He felt sick. The woman also barely held back her urge to vomit, declaring that the flounder in human form would look nicer. Here the hero heard someone calling his name. It was Juliet and Bruno with Yuna in his arms. Fortunately, everyone was alive. The faces of the neighbors were calm and even a little joyful, and the little sister was literally jubilant. Not only did she see her brother, but he was also talking to one of the thrones. Yunha also smiled. What a blessing that on this day, despite the attack of monsters and villains, Yuna remained alive. The boy ran as fast as he could towards his little sister to hug her lovingly, like a big soft toy. In the evening, the news reported that a group of players led by the Nameless One, with the support of monsters, committed a terrorist attack on the Don Mall shopping center. The man with the earring listened to the report that 23 people had died, but Shin So-yun and the Shinra clan had neutralized the terrorists and monsters, avoiding further casualties. But he was interested in something else. The screen showed the events after the police and paramedics arrived, and the stranger noticed something that made him reach into his phone and look for other photos from the scene. Quite a few photos have already been posted online, many of them featuring Divine Wind and Bruno and Juliet. But the man was much more interested in Yunha, who was standing near the neighbors, and Yuna, who was being held in Bruno's arms. The stranger began to smile carnivorously. It turned out that he had an earring not only in his ear, but also in his lower lip. He whispered that he had finally found the one he was looking for. On the first floor of his house, Papa Yanhayan made a small cafe, as they say, just for his own people. It was there that he made an appointment with Shin So-yun. The woman protected the room from prying ears with an invisible barrier. Yunhee's classmate's father returned to the bar, and Korea's greatest mage, Divine Wind, thanked the boy for the invitation and for his help in the mall. Shin So-yun said that she also had news. Our hero looked closely at the throne and asked what was the matter. She put the glass of drink on the table and said sharply that the government would use the death penalty for the first time, and this sentence was passed on the Nameless One. The boy assumed that the rest of the information was classified. Shin So-yun nodded. Then he asked what happened to the Dong company that owned the shopping center. The woman reported that President Lee Yoon-hee had returned and that all the heirs had focused on public and social issues, having stopped working for the company. Yuna asked his friend for a small favor. She agreed. They said goodbye until they met again soon, since Divine Wind still had a lot of work to do in studying the information. The hero sighed. The future of the Don company had changed. Dad Heian came up to him and said that his classmates would soon arrive and he could wait for them, while away the time with something tasty. Yuna agreed, but he himself thought that before his return, Don's 3 sons had started a war for succession. The eldest had won and sat on the throne. A series of events, from the Kraken incident and Mount Bukan to the attack on Don Mall, changed the future. This meant that there was now a chance that the fate of his half-breed friend would be completely different. This meant that his partner could now live a much happier and more enjoyable life. This meant that the course of history took a completely new direction, so it was completely impossible to predict what would happen next. Yuna smiled and drank the drink in one gulp. Leaving only ice cubes in the glass, our hero realized that his whole life was now in his hands. In the evening, he returned home in a good mood. It is such happiness to have a home and relatives, to gather together for dinner. The family began to eat when Yuna suddenly turned to her parents, saying that she wanted to tell them something. Both Mom and Dad looked at the girl with interest. She said that she decided what she wanted to become, a player. Yuna almost choked on his rice. He dropped the spoon and began to look at his sister as if she was crazy. The girl became nervous. She did not expect such a violent reaction. Yuna continued to sit silently with an astonished and saddened face. He realized that the future was finally and irrevocably changing, and not always for the better. The hero put his hand on the table to pick up the fallen spoon, loudly declaring that he did not like his sister's idea at all. Yuna looked at her brother pleadingly and asked why. The boy replied that being a player was dangerous, and besides, this profession was not at all suitable for her. The girl objected that he himself said that she had talent, so why not try? Yunha explained that she had talent, but when teaching his sister how to control mana, he did not consider the possibility of becoming a player. He added that he only did this so that she wouldn't die from mana exhaustion and would live a long and happy life. Yuna said that no matter what he did, she had made up her mind. The boy asked why she wanted to give up her normal life. The players are rich and respected, but this does not give them happiness. The sister stood her ground. She explained her choice by saying that she wants to help people and protect her loved ones and not be helpless in case of danger. This motivation was quite understandable to our hero. It was very much in the spirit of Yuna. He couldn't find anything to answer. The mother laughed and supported her daughter, saying that it was a great idea and that she approved of this choice. Yuna clenched his fists and banged on the table. Yunai, his little sister, started crying. Her mother began to console the little girl, explaining that Yunha was wrong. The boy made another attempt by asking if his parents really didn't mind. His mother replied that she understood how dangerous the profession was. but everyone had the right to choose. She added that if her daughter wanted it so much, she should try. Dad laughed and confirmed that Yuna could handle it, he was sure. Yuna threw herself on her mother's neck. Her father became jealous and asked for a hug for him too. The picture could have been idyllic if not for Yuna's face. Our hero sat at the table with a gloomy and absent look. He was again thinking about how he had changed the future and was to blame for what was happening. At the same time, a secret meeting of influential people was taking place behind closed doors in the conference room. The young blonde man sitting at the head of the table asked his subordinate, Seo Young-hong, to provide them with an information summary. A man in glasses turned on the screen with a remote control and announced that the terrorist attack on Don Mall was provoked from within the company. Currently, the Dong Company is divided between the president Lee Yun-hee and his 3 sons. The main suspects are the middle and eldest. The youngest does not have enough influence. The eldest son, Lee Bu-jing, is most likely to inherit the company after his father's death. He is a cruel and treacherous man. The middle one, Lee Yong-jing, is an excellent manager and would be a more suitable candidate. Apparently, the terrorist attack was initiated by the older brother, since the shopping center is located in the territory controlled by the middle one. The gray-haired, bearded man asked if the president knew about this. The man who asked for the report sighed and nodded, so he went back to work. The man at the screen said that this was not the only problem. He had some additional information. Lee Bun-jin brought not only Nameless and the players working under him, but most likely, it was the Azure Ocean clan. The clan emblem appeared on the screen, and everyone present just stared at it blankly for a few seconds. Here, one of the men lost his nerve and shouted that this was too much. The second supported his colleague and said that it was hard to believe in such a thing. The speaker continued, explaining that 92 hounds were exterminated on Mount Bukan. The Azure Ocean clan took 7 mana stones, but only put 3 of them up for sale. He explained that the terrorist attack was carried out by hound summoning stones. The blonde objected that the stones were not that rare. Someone added that the Azure Ocean could expect a good price. The blonde asked what the chances were that Azure Ocean used the stones found on Bukan to attack. The speaker said that he had studied the data on the number of stones that the Shinra clan had allowed into the market, and the probability that they were involved in the incident was 0. The gray-bearded man noted that this was just speculation. There was no evidence. The speaker explained that everyone should understand that his version was quite realistic. Everyone fell silent, thinking about his words. The theory was quite logical and fit well into the plot, but there were nuances. For a few more minutes, there was complete silence in the room. Everyone was thinking about what evidence there might be to confirm this. Finally, the blonde man spoke up, saying that in April, it was revealed that Jil Sang-hoon had an affair with the heiress of Dangun, Shin Seo-yoon. Upon learning of this, became furious. Jil Sang-hoon's intentions are obvious. As soon as the attention on the Dangun company wanes, they will focus on her. The guy's eyes lit up blue, and he added that it was for this very reason that he had gathered everyone present that day. The old man asked if they were really talking about war, to which the blonde chuckled and replied that war was not nearly as bad as it seemed at first glance. The bald fat man said that the Azure Ocean clan has divine wind in its ranks. He was reminded that this is not the only clan that has a throne. They also have one. It is the Lightning King. Someone objected that the Lightning King was still too young to be taken seriously. One of the men confirmed that their throne was young and inexperienced. A fight with Shin So-yun would be a death sentence for the youth, no matter how gifted he was. The blonde slammed his hand on the table and loudly announced that, to his great regret, there was no talk of war at all for now. He threw up his hands and added that leaving the Azure Ocean clan without an answer would also be an unforgivable mistake. Their plan is to support the middle heir of the Dong clan, Lee Yun-jing, and then gather to discuss countermeasures against the Azure Ocean. Soon a new school year began. Yun-ha went to the 2nd grade, which was now proudly announced by a sign on the classroom. The boy came to school not in the best mood. He was condescending about the need to finish school again, but there was nowhere to go. The children gathered at their desks and discussed how great it was that they were all in the same class again, when they could have been assigned to different ones. Yuna remembered Sina and wondered if she would study with them this year, and if so, how he could do it so as to have less contact with the blonde. Then John Hook came up to him and excitedly began to whisper that some unfamiliar guys had been staring at the captain for quite a long time. Yuna looked in the indicated direction and saw some thugs who were assessing those present with a condescending look. Jan Hook hissed that he really wanted to come closer to them and teach them to look normally. Our hero asked not to complicate things, wondering since when his friend became such a bully. The boy looked at the new guys again and they pretended that they hadn't looked in his direction at all. Disgusting grimaces were frozen on their faces. Minji asked how long they would ignore the rumors. Yunha asked what she meant, and the girl said that the whole school was in an uproar because of his father's fight with Sina's father. Moreover, everyone believes that it is our hero's dad who is to blame, having turned him into some kind of evil and aggressive monster, and now the whole school is afraid of him. The boy thought that being a villain was quite profitable, but not when it was slander that related to your father. Sona looked at her friend and said that everyone uses the wording beat up. There is no need to guess for a long time who beat whom. She asked if this does not bother Yunha too much. Our hero assured that he was fine, and he himself thought that now no one would bother them, and that it was quite convenient. Then a satisfied Younghuk came up and said that he had been diligently training the exercises shown by Yunha all holiday long, and had also been drinking Yang Hyang's father's juice. Only now did the captain notice how much taller and overall larger his classmate had become. It was incredible. It dawned on Yunhu that he had given these instructions to Sonia and Minji, and he wondered if they had grown as tall or not. The guy decided that he needed to try this remedy too. While our hero was lamenting that he was now the shortest in the company, someone shouted that the teacher was coming, and that they needed to stop making noise. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and soon a man wearing expensive black leather shoes entered the door. Younghuk reported to the captain that he was returning to his place. Yunha looked closely at the one who would now be their homeroom teacher. The teacher stopped in front of the class and announced that his name was Im Do-hoon, and that he would be spending the year with them. Yunha was wary of him. The man's flow of mana was so strong that it could easily knock off anyone who dared to come close. The guy sat and thought about who Im Do-hoon really was and what he was doing in their class. Apparently, he was not an ordinary person. At this time, the old man whom Yang Haiyan had mistakenly visited closed the book about Alice in Wonderland, which the girl liked so much. A secretary approached him with a folder in his hands and said that the report was ready. The man nodded and thanked him. The secretary also added that the issue with the parents of the first graders, who insisted on expelling the half-human Jin Sina from school, had also been resolved, as the gentleman had requested. There was information that KK Farm tried to interfere with the process of placing children, but they were refused. Yunha, Haiyan, and the rest of the children involved remained in one class. An old man looked at Haiyang on the sports field and asked if he remembered correctly that the KK Pharmaceuticals Company was owned by the family of the brat Kim Kun-wan. The man answered in the affirmative, and then the gentleman sighed that the world was clearly becoming a better place if such a scoundrel dared to interfere with a child whom Min Junshik treated like a granddaughter. There was an order to put a guard in Haiyan's class. An elderly man asked how they organized it, to which the secretary replied that a retired player became the teacher after being injured. Looking at the file, the boss asked where he had worked before, to which he received the answer that the teacher was part of a regular client agency. After looking at the file again, the man muttered that this was an S-Rank clan agency, which meant the children were in good hands. Not long ago, a book lover asked his little friend who Heian would like to study with in the second grade. The girl replied that she would really like to study with her friends, but her father said that it would be difficult to arrange. Then her grandfather promised that he would fulfill her wish. The little girl became serious and replied that she did not believe in miracles. She knew quite well how this world works. The elderly man only smiled. After thinking, he asked Heian for permission to make a prediction. The girl asked again what it meant. "This means that in the second grade, she will be with her friends," said the grandfather, watching as Yang Haiyan laughed happily after hearing this. As we know, everything turned out exactly as the old man promised the little girl, and Yoonhee's entire group went to second grade together. Grandfather placed his hand on the cover of the book about Alice, and it was obvious that this action had a sacred meaning for him. He asked the secretary if it wasn't interesting that after so much time there was a child that he could treat like his own granddaughter, and he nodded and left. The man was left alone and held the book in his hands for a long time, sitting in his comfortable chair near the window. After some time, Yunha and Yuna went to a huge, half-abandoned hangar for a secret meeting. It was a surprise. The boy drew his sister's attention to the fact that there was an awful lot of dust here and said that the divine wind should appear soon. The girl asked how her brother met the throne, and our hero replied that they became close on Mount Buchan. Yuna was jumping up and down with impatience, and when Shin So-yoon entered the hangar, she screamed with joy. The first thing the woman said was that there was too much dust here. She waved her fan, and the same hurricane of mana cleared the room. It was done very skillfully. Streams of dust rose into the air and then began to flow smoothly out through the windows. Yuna was delighted. She didn't expect that a player could do such dirty work so refined and filigree. Finally, Shin So-yoon approached the children, wearing her usual suit with short shorts and the already familiar high-heeled shoes. The woman apologized for being late and asked if they had been too bored while waiting for her to appear. Yunha greeted him and said that it wasn't that long, but they had been waiting for her, and Tron replied that if it wasn't long, then that was fine, thinking that many people didn't even dream of meeting her. Yuna remembered that it would be nice for her to say hello too. The girl bowed and heard that Shin So-yoon was glad to meet her, but there was no need to get hung up on formalities. Apparently, the red-haired woman really liked Yunhee's sister. There was hope that the words about friends had not become just a routine phrase. True, the player liked the little girl mainly because of the incredible amount of mana she possessed. The hero suggested that they stop with the pleasantries and asked if she had brought what she had promised. Shin So-yoon replied that she had, and that this would also be added to his debt. The woman showed both a special device and a magic stone that was needed to train Yuna. The boy took the stone and began to examine it closely against the light. Once upon a time, the hero had a good understanding of all the intricacies of this matter. Then he felt the edges of the crystal. They were as they should be. Yunha reported with satisfaction that the stone was good and in excellent condition. He asked Yuna again if she was ready and how confident she was in her abilities. The girl replied that she was ready and couldn't wait to start. Yuna took out a sword from the hidden subspace artifact and said that if that was the case, then he would also stop resisting it. Having handed the weapon to the girl, the brother reminded her that she would have to pass the test and exam in any case. The little girl smiled happily and said that she had everything under control. The boy took the stone in his hands and replied that he did not quite understand what exactly was being grasped, but there was no point in dragging it out. It was time to start. Yuna launched and activated the stone. It described a huge arc and hung in the air. Yuna got ready. For some time, the magical artifact simply hung in the air and nothing happened, except that the glow became a little brighter. But then it began to flare up with fire. The stone fell to the ground, and the process of the monster's appearance began. Yuna looked at what was happening with undisguised horror. She held onto the sword as if it was her last hope for salvation. The blade trembled. But what is this? A cute pink Pokemon waved its paw at our heroes in a friendly manner. The girl immediately thought that a hound or a troll was hiding behind it. But this was not so. The little girl stood and looked at her opponent with bewilderment. He seemed plush and very cute. Everything that was happening looked like a mockery. Yuna turned to her brother cheerfully and asked with a laugh if this was the same monster. Yunha replied that yes, it was a rank 8 Porori and now she should kill it. This prospect did not please the hero's sister at all. She did not understand how one could kill such a sweet and harmless creature. Yunha stood there and thought about the day his sister decided to become a player, and he had failed to convince her that it was a terrible job, so he should have chosen a more cunning way. While Yuna was thinking that Porori was cute and not at all dangerous, the boy rushed to help. He made it literally at the last moment. The girl was still standing in place and looking at her brother, noticing his movement, and the monster had already begun to transform. He was very dangerous. The huge, disgusting mouth was ready to devour her, guts and all, right here and now, but she still didn't notice the threat. Yuna knocked the Porori off course with a strong kick for which he had to run up well to jump, which distracted his sister. Porori tried to take on the form of a pink cutie and spun in a spiral, using his tail to help himself like a baseball. When he fell to the ground, it became clear that the place where our hero had hit had not changed. Half of the Pokemon's face remained with disgusting teeth and mouth. Yunha explained to his sister that if you hesitate or judge a monster only by its appearance, you won't be able to stay alive for long. Yuna gasped and gripped the blade tighter in her hands. Her brother asked if she could continue. The girl thought about it. The girl remembered how he fearlessly ran towards the Kraken to save her and their entire family from the monster. She remembered how Juliet launched fireballs, trying to fight off the terrorist who had grabbed her in the shopping mall. She said in a firm voice that she no longer wanted others to protect her, but wanted to protect those dear to her herself, her hands confidently taking hold of the sword. Yuna thought that she didn't want to leave this burden on Yunhu alone, so she replied that yes, she would continue. When the deed was done, the magic stone appeared again in the pool of purple blood, but now its glow was quite dim and weak. Yuna looked at the blood and artifact in horror, her hands still holding the sword that had just destroyed the Porori. But then the fingers loosened powerlessly and the weapon fell to the ground with a loud clang. The blade bounced off the girl's sneakers and remained lying there. A second later, Yuna lay down next to him. Her legs could not hold her up at all. The girl was close to a nervous breakdown. Divine Wind was not delighted. She only thought that after 15 attempts, Sister Yunhee finally succeeded, not the best result. Yuna looked at her bloody hands with a dull gaze, then dropped them helplessly. She was ready to cry. Yuna approached his sister and hugged her. He said that she was a great girl and did what she had to do. Shin Seo-yoon looked at the children and thought that it was also difficult for her to become who she is. It was quite a touching moment. The woman didn't expect that Yuna would still force her sister to kill the monster. Players must be strong. But now, looking at the girl crying, she felt sorry for her. Divine Wind raised her deadly weapon to her face and, speaking into nowhere, said that no Yuna was a scary child. A few days later, both our hero and his sister went to school, and there was chaos in Yunhee's class again. The children were brought a whole box of milk, which had to be distributed, and it was also necessary to ensure that everyone drank their portion. The teacher gave instructions that the group leader should go to the box and take milk for everyone. When the container is empty, he should collect it and bring it back. For Yunhoo, this forced milk drinking brought back memories of a friend from a past life who hated milk so much that she was willing to die rather than drink it. Our hero was also in no hurry to open the pack, but then Yannick came up to him and quickly handed him something, saying that it tasted better this way. It was a special magical item that turned regular milk into chocolate milk. Wow, what technology has come to. Yunha asked where his friend got this thing. Yonghuk proudly told him that he secretly bought it today at a stationery store. It's a secret. The guy asked if he would get into trouble with the teacher because of this. His friend stared at the captain and asked since when he worried about such things. Our hero thought that his comrade was right and grabbed the artifact to use it before Yonghuk. They laughed merrily. At this point, Yonghuk raised the milk carton to his eyes and asked if his friend knew what was written on it. Yuna also looked and chuckled. It was a standard inscription for this time of year about heroes in Italy who dedicated themselves to the Holy War and had to return to Korea. During recess, Yuna decided to look for his sister. He climbed the steps and tried to remember if she was in the 4th grade of the 6th year or in the 1st. He did it for her sake, but he still couldn't forget Yuna's cries after she killed the monster. This picture deeply hurt his heart. The guy scratched the back of his head, thoughtfully trying to find the right office. Here, a tall guy, several years older, seemed to appear out of nowhere in his path. He walked in such a way that it was impossible to get around him. He deliberately pushed Yunhoo and let out a loud yelp. Our hero thought that some idiot was again preventing him from living peacefully. The guy and his 2 friends attacked our hero with claims that he was not a 6th grader and therefore had no right to be on this floor. Among other things, they demanded an apology for the fact that Yunha allegedly pushed the tall boy, although everything was exactly the opposite. The boy didn't listen. He was thinking that this idiot's face looked very familiar. He had definitely met him in a past life. And then it dawned on him, in front of him was Lee Kang-hyuk, though before he became who he was when he met our hero last time. Lee Kang-hyuk led the clan in charge of the back streets of Seongbuk-gu and was a fairly strong player, although not one of the best. But he was a good manipulator and managed to organize things so that all information about business in the city passed through his hands. Just as Yunha was thinking that the guy had become the information broker of this area simply because he lived here, Lee Kang-hyuk yelled at him to stop staring at him. Our hero didn't even notice how the guy grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and almost lifted him into the air. From behind, shouts were heard that it was time to teach the little one some manners. Not only had he come to someone else's territory, but he was also looking at everyone as if he was the boss here. While Yuna was thinking about what to do with these guys, whether to deal with them in a good way, Lee Kang-hyuk raised his fist to strike, and he had to activate the protective mana field. Saying that the boy shouldn't even think about complaining to the teacher, his opponent swung and was about to strike. Yuna dodged expertly, and just as the fist whistled past where his face had just been, his sister's voice rang out. The fist raised again stopped right in front of the hero's nose. He didn't expect that Yuna would have such a magical effect on Lee Kang-hyuk. The girl stopped in the middle of the corridor with a determined look. All the boys turned to her, waiting to see what would happen next. The bully blushed and became very embarrassed when the beauty shouted his name. The guy's lips trembled. He let go of the collar of his t-shirt. Yuna stood there, looking as beautiful as ever. And in a stern voice, she asked if she hadn't told Lee Kang-hyuk not to bully the others. The bully, with a plaintive face, tried to explain that this was not at all what she thought. Apparently, the young man was in love. He blushed and even began to stutter, making excuses to the girl, but she remained angrily silent. Yuna started to boil. He was terribly angry that such a freak dared to fall for his sister. The guy was ready to kill him with his bare hands. The friends stood up for Lee Kang-hyuk, explaining that the kid had simply bumped into their friend. They had no intention of attacking him, but it wouldn't hurt to teach him a lesson. Yuna got really angry and asked again if they really were going to teach her brother a lesson. Lee Kang-hyuk almost lost consciousness. Then he widened his eyes in surprise and asked why the girl didn't tell him that she had a brother. Then he wouldn't have laid a finger on him. He began to carefully examine Yunhoo in order to memorize his face well and stay away from him in the future. Immediately, all the bully's friends began to say in one voice that the brother and sister were completely different, and it was no wonder that they didn't recognize him. Yuna led Yunhoo away from these sycophants, who began to apologize and promised the boy all kinds of help and gifts. At parting, Lee Kang-hyuk called him brother and asked him to contact him if someone offended him or with any problem in general. Our hero was beside himself with anger and thought that the next time they met, the first thing he would do would be to kill the villain. The brother and sister went outside, and Yunha asked the girl if she liked the guy. She laughed and said that he was actually a little older. Then the children talked about something else. Returning to school, our hero asked his sister his question again, and she was a little embarrassed. It was clear that she really cared about Lee Kang-hyuk. For a while, Yuna stood with her back to her brother and said absolutely nothing. She did not know how best to formulate an answer. Finally, the girl turned to her brother with a smile, leaned down to kiss him on the top of his head, and happily announced that she liked Yunha the most. And she added that it was time for them to go. She wanted to walk him to the office to make sure that no one else would hurt him. The boy was numb. He sighed, raised his hand to his face, sighed again, and said that if that was the case, then okay. It was clear that Yuna was trying to cope with her emotions. His sister hugged him tightly and said that she never thought that he loved her so much that he would be jealous of some Lee Kang-hyuk. A few days earlier, Yoon-hee and Yuna's grandmother was walking down the street on her way home. It was pouring rain, but it didn't bother her at all. The old woman bought some food. The children had not visited her for a long time, but recently they told her that they would come for the holiday. The woman bought some food. They talked on the phone the day before, and the grandmother noticed that the children had grown a lot, and she missed them a lot. Now, in the rain, she remembered her grandchildren and smiled again. She couldn't wait to hug her dear children tighter. As she passed the gateway, the old woman heard some suspicious sounds, as if someone was sniffling. She looked around carefully, but there was no one around. The elderly woman decided that she had just imagined it. She had almost gone further when the sounds repeated themselves, and it became clear that they were coming from the direction of the garbage bins in the alley. Grandma Yun-hee came closer and moved the lid of the largest one. What she saw there touched the woman to the depths of her soul. There sat a wet and frozen boy, half man, half dog. He turned away so as not to talk. The grandmother sighed. She realized that this was a half-breed and wanted to help the homeless child in some way. She thought that he was still so small and had experienced a lot of grief, and reaching out to the boy, she asked if he was okay. The woman called him child and spoke tenderly. She put her hands to the boy's cheeks and noticed that they were cold like ice. The half-breed was very frozen. The old lady was very kind, but she was human, and that triggered the child sitting in the container. He remembered how some men had recently decided to capture him to sell him, but when that failed, they had beaten him, used him as a punching bag, and thrown him away like trash. The half-man threw the old woman's hand away in horror. He knew for certain that no one in the world would care if he died. The boy rushed out of the trash can, almost knocking Grandma Yun-hee off her feet like some kind of huge, frightened cat. Having landed unsuccessfully on the ground, he tried to sit up and asked in fear who this old woman was and what she wanted, and that she should get away while she was still in one piece. The woman ignored this angry tirade. All she saw was a miserable, hungry, frozen, and seriously injured child, and in the pouring rain. While he was covering himself with his hands and yelling that the old woman shouldn't even dare come near, she calmly came up and said that she was taking him home, at least to warm up and eat. It seemed like it wasn't such a bad option. The half-blood's eyes glowed red. He thought it would be stupid to refuse such an invitation. The old woman was already holding an umbrella over him and telling him that if he had nowhere to spend the night, he could sleep at her place. She would show him the way. A couple of days later, Yunha and his family came to visit his grandmother. The children were so looking forward to the meeting that they jumped out of the car first. The woman, as she had dreamed, hugged her grandchildren and thought that they had grown even more than she had imagined. Mom watched as Yunha tenderly hugged the old woman and thought that her son behaved like a child with his grandmother, unlike with everyone else. Noticing this jealous look, the mother looked at her daughter and laughed that even though she had already given birth to 3 children, she still behaved like a little girl. The grandmother continued to joke and asked her son-in-law if it was hard for him to have such a jealous woman as a wife, and the man also laughed. Yunai, the youngest child in the family, saw her grandmother as if for the first time. At their last meeting, she had not yet understood who she was, being a baby. The girl continued to hug her mother's knee and tasted a new word in her vocabulary. Grandma, the little girl, liked it. The old lady was delighted. She asked Yunai how old she was, and to answer that question she would have to use her arms, which meant she would have to stop holding her leg. After thinking for a bit, the girl finally let go of her mother and decided to go closer to her grandmother to have a substantive conversation. The child's fingers formed a certain configuration with some difficulty, and with some effort one could guess that the child was showing the number 3. For those who miscounted the chubby fingers, Yunai repeated the message with her voice, loudly saying the word 3, and everyone laughed. Grandma hugged the clever little girl and said that it was very sweet, and the answer completely satisfied her even on the first try. Yuna watched his relatives and quietly rejoiced. The woman remembered that she had ordered chicken for the guests and, complaining that they were probably hungry from the journey, invited everyone into the house. While the parents were getting things out of the car, Yuna and Yuna were the first to run to the door to race up the stairs. Before he had even crossed the threshold, our hero became wary. He sensed a stranger in the house and tried to understand whether he had imagined it or not. He called out to Yuna and asked her to stop. The girl looked at her brother with some surprise. She didn't feel anything like that. Yunha used special vision, but the main source of mana was his sister. The stranger was much less gifted with energy and was also small in size. It was definitely not a monster. The guy decided that most likely a thief had broken into his grandmother's house, and he showed Yuna with signs that she had to move quietly so as not to scare off the intruder. The boy crouched down in front of the glass door to get a good look at who was there, and if necessary, to neutralize the enemy. The half-breed sat in the room and watched TV. He did not expect the attack at all and was focused on the news. The boy sniffed. He smelled the pleasant aroma of chicken and was very surprised that the old woman's house smelled like fast food. Just at that moment, Yunha launched his attack, which was swift and knocked the enemy to the ground. The parents, grandmother, and youngest sister just entered the house. They were smiling and discussing the trip. Then strange sounds, rumbling and screams came from the room. All four became alert. Something strange was happening. Yuna stared wide-eyed at the half-human who, in an attempt to escape from him, had turned over a table and was trying to hide behind it. The attempt failed, and the half-breed simply pressed his back against the tabletop. Our hero advanced and shouted who he was and why he was in his grandmother's house. While Yunha was raging, the boy invited by his grandmother tried to understand what he got for. Instead of a tasty chicken, some psychopath attacked him. Our hero was suddenly stunned. He knew this half-breed. He knew it like no one else. It was his friend Jin Paran, only in childhood. Yunha said the name out loud. Paran continued to lie on the floor and scratch the bruised area. A bump had grown on his head. For some reason, this interested the guy much more than the fact that an unknown psychopath knew his name. A few minutes later, Yuna and Yunhee's dad filled a glass of water from the tap and drank it all at once. He said only one word, okay? He added that they had nothing against the grandmother's decision to take care of the half-human. They just needed to be warned in advance. The old woman smiled and said that she had just warned them, so the job was done. She was just waiting for their arrival to tell them the news. The three older children were busy devouring the chicken, or rather Yuna and Paran were eating, and Yuna watched and thought that everything was quite logical. The grandmother lived in the city where his friend was born. Who would have thought that their relationship in the new life would begin thanks to the kindness of his relative's soul? In that life, she raised Yunhu, and in this one, she picked up Paran. The future has changed so much that it is now impossible to predict what to expect and what to prepare for. The half-breed held a chicken leg in each hand, and with his mouth full, asked why our hero continued to stare at him. He decided that Yunha wanted to take away his food and shouted that he would not share, even if he tried to use force. The grandmother reassured Jin that her grandson always had such a look. The half-breed swore and shouted that the boy continued to stare, and the grandmother asked him to be more polite and watch his language. Paran muttered something about not intending to listen to the instructions of some old woman. That was a fatal mistake. Our hero was furious that this ungrateful scoundrel could call the woman who had cured him, given him food and shelter, some old woman. Yunhee's hand reached for the bottle of soda, but he didn't want to drink it all. He had completely different plans for her. He remembered that when he met his friend in that life, he considered him a mad dog, but calling his grandmother names was too much. You have to raise a puppy from an early age. The boy asked permission to go and play with Paran outside, and the half-breed was indignant that he had not finished eating yet. Grandma said that it was a great idea. It would be wonderful if they played and became friends. There were more interesting games outside. Yuna screamed that she also wanted to go with them, but her brother asked her to wait a little in the house. As soon as they thought of something worthy, they would call her. Paran continued eating and said that he had no intention of going out anywhere. He was not interested at all. Yuna grabbed him by the collar with a firm hand and insistently recommended that he do as he told him. Otherwise, everything would end badly. He leaned over to his future friend and said that it would be better for him if he just got up and went outside with him. Nevertheless, the boy dragged the half-breed literally by the scruff of the neck off the porch. He continued to chew the chicken even under such circumstances. As soon as the gate closed behind them, Yunha threw a soda bottle at Paran, knocking him down. The half-breed fell to the ground with a groan. 2 chicken legs followed suit. The boy howled in pain. As soon as he stood up and looked at our hero, it became clear that instead of a friend, he was in danger of making himself a sworn enemy. It was the fact that the coveted chicken remained uneaten that angered Paran the most. Food never came easy to him. He shouted that people don't even bother dogs when they eat, and he was unable to finish his meal quietly and calmly. Yuna raised his finger and solemnly announced that the only reason people don't bother dogs is because they might bite. Our hero decided that it would be bad if they were heard, so he cast a soundproof dome, quite small but quite reliable. The half-breed asked what it was, but the boy did not answer. He went towards him with the words that there were no dogs here. The guy added that given what his new acquaintance was doing, he needed to think carefully about what to call him. He came even closer, holding the bottle like a baseball bat. Yuna stated that he wanted to help Jin become human, his eyes glowing red indicating that his berserker gift had activated. Paran clenched his fists and asked if he really wanted to fight. It was immediately clear that nothing good could be expected from such a boy. He didn't like him right away. Yuna didn't waste time talking and began an attack with his armor-piercing soda. The half-breed only managed to gasp. The blow landed on his shoulder. It was so strong that the boy's eyes widened and he almost howled in pain. The enemy hissed that he didn't like him and began to prepare a new attack, especially since no one was even thinking of resisting. Paran was feverishly wondering where the boy got so much strength from. It felt like he had hit him with a cannonball and not a plastic bottle. After the next blow, Yunhee Jin winced in pain and bent over, pressing himself to the ground. Our hero stood over him and said that this was because he called his savior, who had picked him up on the street, treated him, fed him, and given him something to drink, some old woman. After this, another series of blows followed. With the question of whether the half-breed had lost his manners and gratitude somewhere, he screamed and began to call for help. Yuna warned that if he wanted to call adults for help, it wouldn't work. Everything that happened here would remain only between the two of them. Our hero said that the enemy would be able to call for help only if he had telepathy. Paran answered negatively, because he was only 10 years old. The boy was surprised. He was sure that at this age, the skill of telepathy was already well mastered by his friend from a past life. He remembered how Paran had boasted that he had mastered this art to perfection since the age of 10, and that he was generally a cool kid. Yunha was angry that his friend had lied to him and thought that this was an excuse for a few more disciplinary blows. The moon rose higher and everything was filled with a cold, bright light. Yunha loomed over the enemy and declared that now they would have real fun. What happened under the dome for the next 5 minutes could be called the beating of a naughty child. No one heard his screams, although they were loud. The next day, everyone in Grandma's house gathered at the table to have breakfast together. Only Paran did not come. The boy sat in his room and thought about the fact that the 9-year-old grandson of the woman who picked him up was a real psychopath. He beat him so badly that there were practically no marks left. He only joined the others when Yunhee's family was about to leave, and he went out and sat on the rug, playing with the hero's little sister. Yunhee's father asked his wife how old Paran was. If he was 10, then he should be in the 3rd grade. They began to discuss that since he had not received any education before, he could not go to a 3rd school. The boy frowned and said that he was not going to go to school. Yuna looked at him with a berserker gaze, and the half-breed began to stutter, repeating individual words of this phrase but without the same determination. The boy continued to look, not looking away, and Jin finally added that if it was necessary and there was no way around it, then perhaps he would change his mind. Our hero remembered that in his past life, Paran complained that he was often bullied at the Players' Academy, where he got a year before him. He stood up and walked over to his friend, putting his hand on his shoulder as if to reassure him that everything would be fine, and then suggested that they go to school together. Yuna leaned towards the half-human and gently told him that he thought the 2nd class would be perfect for him, and he became indignant. The boy's mother asked Paran what he thought about this, and our hero practically forced him to answer that he agreed. One word at a time, Paran said that he agreed to go to the second grade. Yunha pretended to be overjoyed about this, repeating that he was happy to study with his brother. The adults were pleasantly surprised that the children managed to become friends so quickly. They didn't even suspect what had happened that evening. Paran was horrified. He wanted to jump up and scream that they were simply blind if they did not see that his grandson was threatening him right now. The adults noticed that when Jin laughed, he immediately looked better, became more like an ordinary child. Yunha called him to play some more, and it was terrible. As the boy dragged him towards the doors, the half-man tried to come up with a million reasons why he didn't want to frolic in the yard today. He understood that as soon as they were left alone, the execution would continue, so he complained of feeling unwell and a lot of things to do. At the same time, important political negotiations were taking place in the beautiful palace, which could influence the future of the entire country. The goddess Lim Ka-yul, who ruled Korea, sat at a table with a cup of coffee and several dessert options in front of her, and 2 bodyguards behind her. Italian ambassador Albert Valentine and his colleague Janko Marin announced that they intend to help 4,000 Koreans stranded in Italy return to their homeland. But on one condition: if Lim Ka-yul helps them deal with the monster that attacked Atlantica, it is the strongest monster known at the moment, Leviathan. If it is not destroyed, a global catastrophe could occur, the ambassador added, and the goddess's cup of coffee trembled as if from sea waves. The woman replied that it would be inconvenient to send the Korean players to an unfamiliar place. Perhaps the most powerful potions provided by the Korean side would be enough. The ambassador noted that the effectiveness of the potions he showed was truly amazing, and that they did not require injections and could be taken as a drink. Then he thought and said that they could offer a number of valuable Mediterranean alloys in exchange for the potions. Lim Ka-yul looked at him closely and noted that these alloys were very much needed by Italy itself. At that moment, Janko Marin enveloped his leg in mana and raised it to strike, but no one noticed yet. It seemed as if the man sitting next to Albert Valentine had simply leaned slightly toward the table to change his awkward position. But the very next second, pieces of wooden furniture flew in all directions with terrible force. Lying on the floor, he yelled at the goddess that he didn't understand why she was hesitating, since they were asking for a small favor in exchange for the return of Korean citizens home. The man said that the Korean players were so weak that they simply could not leave their goddess. The woman asked the security guard for a napkin. She was absolutely calm. Albert Valentine whispered that his colleague was going too far, and he replied that no one had objected, so that was the case. By the way, Janko Marin is the man with the lip ring we already know. He added that he doesn't like Koreans. They are not interested in anything at all except kimchi. The goddess slowly wiped her lips with a napkin. Finally, Lim Ka-yul whispered that the greenhorn was saying harsh things, and she wished he had thought before he said them. Everything in the room began to shake. The lights began to flicker. The Italian ambassadors jumped up from their chairs, trying to understand what was happening. Janko Marin was caught in a whirlwind and thrown over his colleague. Then the man collapsed to the floor, clutching his leg. The goddess stood up and said that she was ready to provide Italy with her assistance in exchange for the return of her citizens, but only for the sake of people's lives. The woman promised to send the country's strongest divine spear player, Nagmun Shogun, and 2 more of the 12 thrones along with him to the operation. Lim Ka-yul concluded that this should be enough to bring back the Korean citizens, and then showed the ambassadors the door. The men were hit by such a gust of storm wind that they could barely stand on their feet, risking being left without clothes. As the woman turned to leave the room, Albert Valentine slammed his hand on the table and told her that her actions were outrageous. She replied that if they were not happy with something, they could very well complain to Big Mama, who would be upset to learn that she had sent some incompetent nobodies to Korea instead of ambassadors. Janko Marin shouted that he would now show who was a nobody here and was going to smash up the meeting room. A colleague stopped him at the last moment. There was so much fear in the man's voice that the colleague listened. Albert Valentine said that he felt that he would die if he moved. Janko Marin froze with his sword drawn. He too felt the mortal threat. The mana around them thickened and pulsed tensely. The goddess looked back and noted with a smile that their instinct for self-preservation was still working. Well, at least they could do something. Before closing the door, she added that the meeting was over and asked the ambassadors to leave the building on their own. Janko Marin cursed foully. He was forced to endure such an attitude because he provoked it with his own words. The goddess and her bodyguards headed to her residence, the Blue House, where they began to discuss what had happened. One of the bodyguards, Park Sun-jin, asked the girl to better control her emotions. She is no longer a people's artist of Korea, but a goddess, the head of state. Lim Ka-yoon changed into a more familiar outfit and asked the man whether these were the words of the actress's manager or the goddess's bodyguard. Lee Young-hoon, the second bodyguard, suggested that his colleague not answer because you could never guess what was on that woman's mind. The goddess turned to him and informed him that she didn't think they were allowed to say such things. The report she was reviewing had been rejected due to the bodyguard's fault. The guy asked her to think a little more. Italy imported Maserati Gran Turismo as a gift to the Korean side. The girl asked again what he was talking about, and Lee Young-hoon explained that Big Mama had given him this luxurious car as a sign of friendship. The goddess ordered the gift to be sent back and that she did not need anything like that. The bodyguards were taken aback. Lim Ka-yoon bent over the papers, but at the same time she was thinking about how Big Mama would react to such insolence. She had never met her, but she knew that the ruler of Italy was far from friendly, and the ambassadors she had sent were incompetent, which meant that Big Mama was up to something. The goddess ordered Lee Young-hoon to keep the ambassadors under surveillance and report on all their activities, especially suspicious contacts. As the bodyguard left to carry out his assignment and the doors closed behind him, Lee Ka-yoon breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up from her seat to stretch her muscles a little, then pulled down her skirt and took a few steps. Park Sang-jin said that the deal ended better than they thought, mainly because of the potion from Alice Pharmaceuticals, thanks to the company's engineer, Yang Seok-hun. The woman looked out the window and said she would express her gratitude after she finished all her business with Italy. The man added that he had spoken to her assistant. He said that it was extremely dangerous to provoke the Italian ambassadors, so giving them potions was a risky idea. The goddess smiled and said that Divine Spear was in the next room and ready to intervene if needed. After introducing the player, she added that if there were any problems, they would be with the ambassadors themselves, and she had nothing to fear. Sometime later, Yoon-hee and Yuna's neighbor, Juliet, was walking down the street in a wonderful mood. She had just visited a medical clinic where the woman was congratulated on the fact that she was expecting a baby, already in her 6th week. Juliet looked cheerfully at the blue sky across which the plane was flying. She wanted to enjoy every little thing around her. She remembered that she hadn't called her husband. She needed to find out how he was doing and tell him about the visit to the clinic, but without details. Bruno was at home, and Juliet was just outside the school that Yuna and Yuna went to, watching the kids cross the road. His wife was eager to tell him the good news, but it was better to talk about such things when they met. She only asked what Bruno had for lunch. They discussed plans for a while, and Juliet asked her husband to try to come home early. She had good news. The man agreed. It was clear that he began to suspect what exactly would be discussed and smiled during the conversation. Juliet ended the conversation and thought that she wanted to see Bruno's happy face as soon as possible. Yun-hee's neighbor was still smiling at her phone screen when she heard someone walking straight towards her. Then someone's voice asked if it was really Juliet Valentine in front of him. The woman became nervous and looked ahead. The one who stood blocking the road did not evoke the slightest pleasant emotions, Juliet gasped. The woman continued to hold the phone in her hand. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. This meeting was clearly not part of her plans. Standing in the beauty's way was Janko Marin. They were clearly acquainted, since the man, grinning unpleasantly, asked how Julie was doing. The man smiled nastily and thoughtfully added that she had become much prettier since their last meeting. Here his face became incredibly pleased, and Marin reported that now everything had become sharply worse for Juliet, although she herself had already realized this. Saying that it was time for the bird to return to its cage, Janko Marin covered Juliet's mouth so that she would not scream and began to push her towards the car. Bruno was working on the computer, but then his mobile rang again. He was surprised because he had just spoken to his wife. Yoon-hee's neighbor seemed to sense that something extremely unpleasant had happened, so he was a little afraid to pick up the phone. He finally answered the call and held his mobile to his ear to ask if his beloved was okay. Her cold and indifferent voice came through the receiver, thanking him for everything he had done for her. At the end, Juliet added that he shouldn't look for her anymore and hung up. Bruno started shouting at her to wait, but no one heard him anymore. The woman turned off her mobile phone completely and sat for a few more minutes, not daring to hide it in her purse. Janko Marin laughed and said that the princess had made the right decision. Juliet wanted to cry and beat him half to death. As Albert Valentine was about to start the car, Marin laughed that it was very noble to allow the person you love to live an ordinary life. But let's not forget that all this happened right next to the school where Yoon-ha studied. A few minutes before this, the guys had just gone outside, languishing in the heat. They bought ice cream, and Yan Ha-yan invited her friends to her father's cafe. There was air conditioning, Minji and Yuna said that they would run home to drop off their things and then join the others. The girl sternly reminded the hero that he shouldn't even start playing with Yunaya, otherwise she would wait for him like last time, for an eternity. Here Yuna noticed Juliet in the company of several strangers, and he really didn't like what was happening. Janko Marin was just forcing the woman into the car. She was gloomy as a thundercloud. Taking a closer look, the guy recognized the man. He even remembered the Italian's name. The situation was becoming more and more suspicious. Also remembering the message on the milk carton, Yuna realized that negotiations were currently taking place between Italy and Korea. In his past life, he was well aware of the situation in the Atlantic Ocean and the destruction of a second or even first-rank monster called Leviathan. In order to save the Koreans stranded in Italy, the government took it upon itself to provide assistance in the fight against the monster. 3 of the 12 thrones were sent, led by the divine spear, but this turned out to be a fatal mistake, because Leviathan was even more dangerous than was said. Korea suffered serious losses. The divine spear Nagman Seogwon himself lost his left arm in the battle with the creature. Railgun Shin Megwan became incapacitated, having sunk into a berserk state so deep that he was no longer able to emerge from it. The throne, nicknamed Florist Bangyanji, was reportedly killed during the operation. In fact, the florist did not die. She was kept in captivity in Italy, but this became known much later. The responsibility for the theft of the throne lay squarely on the shoulders of the Italian ambassador to Korea, Janko Muron. When this came to light, mass protests began, with representatives from different countries joining in, and Big Mama gave the order to publicly execute him. And now this man was standing next to Juliet. Yunha was worried, but he didn't show it. He just asked Minji to take the bag, and under no circumstances to follow him. The boy repeated the request once more and began to check whether the laces were tied well. He decided to run after the car and then tell Bruno and Shin Soyun. Once the knots on the sneakers were checked, Yunha cast mana on his feet so he could chase after the car. A moment later, he rushed after him. The confused Minji only had time to blink. She didn't understand anything at all. Yuna was focused on the goal. If there was a chance to change the future, it had to be taken immediately. When he came around the corner in the parking lot, he realized that he had overdone it and should have been more careful. The car that Juliet was put into did not move. The men noticed the pursuit and got out of the car. But the boy's appearance puzzled them. Albert Valentine adjusted his glasses and exclaimed in surprise that it was just a child. Our hero froze, and Janko Marin said that he couldn't believe that this child hadn't run away yet, but continued to stare at them. A second later, the man was already standing in front of Uni. He also moved using mana, so he was incredibly fast. Marin asked what business the boy might have with them. He even tried to smile, which looked even scarier than a frowning grin. Yuna noticed the movement of the man's hand, but he wouldn't have had time to do anything, even if he really wanted to. Janko Marin grabbed it so quickly, as if he had used all the mana in the world at once. Who would have thought that he could do that? Yunha unhooked his hand and quickly jumped to the side, then ran a few more meters to increase the distance. The man was surprised that some child was able not only to unclench his strong vice-like fingers, but also to move so quickly. He muttered that apparently even children in this country were good at handling mana, to which Valentine retorted that the boy was not ordinary but rather strange. Janko Marin grinned and replied that in that case he simply had no other choice. Saying that he would quickly get rid of the guy, the man approached Yunhei in one jump and immediately made another one to kick him. The boy tried to defend himself with his hands, but when the shoes almost touched his head, he realized that it was much wiser to dodge. He jerked out from under Janko Marin's feet and thought that since this bastard was going to kill him, he couldn't let him get close. When the man decided to kick the child again and had already made a swing, our hero made a sweep to knock him down. After that, Yuna jumped over the enemy as if he were jumping over a piece of sports equipment in a physical education class. Since Marin kept trying to grab him, the boy decided to concentrate all his mana in his legs to make it easier to dodge. This bore fruit, but not for long. As soon as the enemy realized what was happening, he began to anticipate the boy's movements. Then Yunha decided that it was his time to attack the enemy and prepared to deliver a series of kicks. The first one hit the target, and Janko Marin was also unprepared, covering himself with his hands from the attacker, but the man quickly learned. When Yuna jumped up to kick him with all his might, the opponent had already prepared a defensive mana barrier. Our hero noticed this, so he decided to destroy it with a magic projectile. The confrontation became more and more interesting. Yuna launched the mana ball as hard as he could. The projectile should have broken through the defense and reached the target. When the boy landed on the ground after a series of somersaults and looked at how the attack had gone, he was surprised. Janko Marin simply parried it with his hand and now stood and massaged his slightly bruised hand. thinking about the fact that the child's mana distribution was just right. But even in this case, the scoundrel saw no problems at all. It was entirely possible to catch and neutralize the boy. The man once again used his signature skill of instantaneous movement in space, his eyes burning with fire. He said that the child was just a child. Yuna didn't expect the enemy to be so close. There was nowhere to run. Yankee Marin's fingers gripped our hero's throat tightly and the duel could be considered over. The scoundrel suddenly lifted the guy high up and laughed, which was even more fun than he imagined. Yuna tried to pry his fingers apart again with mana, but this time the opponent took this possibility into account and also used a boost. He told the choking boy that he wouldn't get rid of him so quickly this time. He needed to learn from his mistakes. Yankee Marin, with an angry face, told Yunhei that he was not the only one here who could use mana, but the boy only thought that he was dying from suffocation. Then Juliet's loud and angry cry was heard that Marin must immediately release this child. The woman jumped out of the car and became indignant, reminding them that they had promised not to harm any of her friends. Marin glanced sideways at the beauty and asked again if she really knew this boy. It was a trap. Yunha looked at Juliet and tried to telepathically convey to her that she shouldn't reveal her cards and admit that they knew each other. The woman understood and screamed that this was just an ordinary child, to which she received the answer that it was not so ordinary. Such freaks should be killed at birth. At this point, Albert Valentine intervened and ordered Janko Marin to stop. The scoundrel looked at the ambassador and thought that these Valentines were always too sentimental, and that was where all the problems came from. With a dissatisfied face, he unclenched his fingers, and the half-dead Yunha fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He sat on the ground and tried to catch his breath. Janko Marin turned around and walked away, shrugging his shoulders in displeasure. Juliet ran up to the boy. She had to make sure that he was okay and that there was no danger to his life. She thanked the hero for his help, but added that there was no need for more help. Yuna asked what was going on and if she was okay. The woman fell silent and looked at him very sadly, so sadly that it seemed she was about to burst into tears. Then Juliet pulled the wedding ring on her ring finger and began to slowly take it off. The woman took Yunhu by the hand and placed the ring in our hero's palm. He looked at her with huge eyes, perplexed. Juliet asked to give the ring to Bruno and tell him that she was very sorry that everything ended this way. Yunha asked how. He thought that this was not the end, that everything could still be fixed if the two of them started fighting. The woman shook her head and added that she had been happy up until that moment. Let her tell her husband about it too. With these words, Valentine turned around and headed back to the car. Yunha remained sitting on the ground, clutching the ring in his fist. Seeing that the woman had returned to Junko Marin, the boy jumped up and called out to her, then called out to her again. He knew who it was, but he didn't have time to warn Juliet. Yunha tried to shout to her, but it was all useless. The scoundrel moved again with incredible speed and struck the boy right in the face, shutting his mouth. Yuna flew several meters and landed right into the trash bins, hitting his back hard against them. Janko Marin hissed at him to hurry and get away from here as far as possible before he was kind and killed him. The car took off abruptly and drove away, and our hero was left lying in a pile of garbage, thinking about how he had not imagined his second life this way. The young man remembered how happy he was when he saved his family, who were about to die. Just like he saved his friends during the Bukhan Mountain incident, now both Yang Haiyang and Yang Huk are still alive and have continued to develop. Back then, on the mountain, the boy managed to minimize the number of casualties, and he was happy that he was able to do it. But the future has changed for both better and worse. I wonder with whose permission Juliet gave away the ring. And with whose permission is he now sitting and thinking about the past, when he needs to start worrying about the future here and now? The boy stood up. Yunha was determined to change this shitty future by any means necessary so that everything would be good again. He looked at Juliet's ring and said out loud that his happiness included the happiness of this woman and her husband. Clutching the symbolic treasure in his hand, Yunha decided that he shouldn't be so arrogant in excluding himself from the game. Under the counter stood a box full of bottles with a variety of potions and elixirs. It looked quite unusual. Father Yang Haiyan, as usual, worked in his cafe, and during the day and evening he spent his time at the bar counter. In order to fulfill the order for potions received from the state, the man had hardly slept for several days. Therefore, Papa Haiyan was quite tired and absent-minded. He didn't even immediately realize that someone had called him. The waitress came over to thank the owner of the establishment for the extra day off and handed him a glass of water, saying that it was time to rest. She asked why he was looking at her like that, but the man did not answer. He simply said that he was happier than ever. Then the phone rang and Yang Haiyan's father became alarmed. It was Yunha, his daughter's friend and classmate. He rarely called without a reason. He picked up the phone and asked what had happened and how he could help. The boy politely said hello and replied that he really needed help. Something happened, and Yunha said that he really wanted to ask Haiyang's dad for a favor. He knows it's weird and hard, but he has no other option. Looking at the box of freshly prepared potions, the man sighed. It seemed he would have to stay awake for the next few nights. The sun was approaching the horizon, and strange sounds were heard near the familiar hangar where Yuna had undergone her first test. The girl came to training accompanied by the same Shin So-yun, nicknamed Divine Wind, the most powerful magician among the thrones. The woman waved her fan, and something strange began to happen to the roots of the trees that grew nearby. They seemed to come to life. Then Shin So-yun made a gesture with her hand, pointing towards the area where Yuna was standing, waiting for her assignment. The roots, like snakes on the attack, rushed towards the girl. Their speed was surprisingly high. The little girl froze in indecision. She still did not understand how best to act in this situation, but she was fully aware that something urgently needed to be done. The girl narrowed her eyes and decided to do as her intuition, which had never let the little girl down, told her. Namely, using mana to attack the roots that came close to her while trying to avoid close contact with others. The girl jumped so dexterously and high that she managed to achieve success quite quickly. Shin So-yun praised that her reflexes were working just fine. Divine Wind decided to make the task a little more difficult and asked what would happen if she waved her fan a little. The wind picked up, and Yuna began to be blown away from her roots, depriving her of support, and accordingly, the ability to jump and attack. But this was not the end yet. The strong wind became more and more threatening, and eventually twisted the girl into a real tornado. Watching the girl fly around in circles, Divine Wind folded her fan and thought that she had slightly overestimated the student's reactions. But then her face changed its expression to the exact opposite. It seems that she did not overestimate, but underestimated the girl's skills. Yuna created a kind of surfboard out of mana and rode the wind like a huge and unruly wave. She yelled at Shin So-yun that you actually have to warn her if you're going to do something like that, to which the woman replied that no warning was more realistic. The throne thought that Yuna was good, but what if she made the task even more difficult? She took out a fan and waved it. The wind died down. The tornado disappeared. For just a moment, Yuna was still hanging in the air on her board, looking down at the shadow she was leaving on the lawn. After that, her rapid flight downwards began, her hair fluttering so much that it seemed it would simply come off. Yuna intuitively gave out a huge supply of mana and turned it into soft jelly. Now the fall will not be fatal for her. The girl landed softly and bounced upward while Divine Wind prepared ice bullets for her. Saying that the training was getting even more difficult, the throne launched these cold projectiles at the girl. To protect herself from the volley, Yuna once again used the prepared jelly. Shin So-yun thought that her childish imagination had served her well. Saying that it was simply unbelievable, the woman repeated the attack, ignoring the fact that the baby was rapidly approaching her. It seemed as if time stood still. Divine Wind was thinking so hard that she again forgot about everything that was happening. Finally, Yuna ran up to her and almost touched her shoulder. This was the girl's main task for today. Shin So-yun thought that the student was a real diamond. She laughed and said that Yuna still had a long way to go. But today she did brilliantly. At that time, a root wrapped around the girl's ankle and did not allow her to reach her goal. With her eyes wide open in surprise, Yuna fell face down on the ground and was then carried away by her leg, which was somehow even too much. The teacher reported that the girl had shown incredible progress over the past 3 months, while Yuna was hanging by her leg somewhere above. Then Shin So-yun's phone rang and she stopped attacking with her roots. The woman became noticeably agitated. Her hands began to tremble. It was Yunha, and he called extremely rarely, only in cases where it was a matter of life and death. Divine Wind sighed. In the house where Yunha and Yuna and his neighbors, Bruno and Juliet, lived, everything was calm that evening, as usual. But Bruno was sitting in his apartment next to a suitcase with weapons and ammunition, which would have been enough to completely destroy this house. In the upper compartment, there was a machine gun and a knife with brass knuckles. In the lower one, there were ranged weapons and shells, plus a couple of devices and potions. Taking the knuckle duster in his hand, the man frowned. He remembered how and under what circumstances he had used it last time. Everything was in place, and Bruno went to the mirror to dress appropriately. He was so muscular that it seemed that in some places the skin simply could not withstand it. The man thought that he was no longer in the same shape. They wouldn't call him Grizzly Valentine like before. And then memories popped into his mind. Here he is, standing on an Italian street with ice cream. Immediately, Princess Valentine's voice was heard, saying that some freak had pushed her, and the frightened man and 2 friends began to apologize. They said they didn't recognize the princess. Juliet raised an eyebrow in surprise, and Bruno asked in surprise how someone in Sicily could not recognize his mistress. The man babbled that he was a tourist and had come on holiday, to which the bodyguard replied that this was not an excuse. Bruno took off his jacket and the man crouched down in fear. So huge was the one who was advancing on him. The hands of the friends holding their comrade by the shoulders began to tremble violently. They were also afraid to see Grizzly Valentine in action. From the very first blow of Bruno's muscular hand, the tourist flew up about 3 meters. No one present had ever seen such force. Juliet stood behind her bodyguard and held an ice cream. It was a typical hot Sicilian day. Voices were heard around praising Bruno. Someone noticed that Grizzly Valentine was in good shape today. Juliet laughed merrily. The girl whispered that she was always grateful to Bruno. He became embarrassed and pretended to be upset because of the melted ice cream. That same day, the villa where the Valentine family lived presented Juliet and Bruno with a surprise of a completely different kind. All those who were part of the family, as well as their secretaries, gathered at the table. The main news was that Big Mama had appointed the Marin family as rulers of Sicily. There were immediately shouts and questions about what would happen to them. They didn't want to go under the command of the insignificant Marins. Someone present said that there were those at the table who had already gone over to their side. Others had to bang on the table to achieve silence. The clan leader was furious. His eyes were burning with fire. He shouted that he did not intend to listen to all this. When the long-awaited silence reigned in the hall, the man announced that the Valentine family would unite with Marin. Juliet pointed out to her father that this was not a union. Someone else chimed in that Marin would bully them. The head of the clan shouted that this was nonsense. They would become their temporary allies, and this would help the clan stay in power. Then the man calmed down and waited until silence reigned again. When everyone fell silent, he added that there was one more piece of news. The father glanced sideways at his daughter and announced that in honor of the deal, Juliet would marry Vincent Marin. The girl looked at him as if he were crazy, but even with that expression on her face, she was incredibly beautiful. At the thought of Vincent Marin, sweat began to stream down Juliet's face. He was so disgusting to her. This Marin gigolo knew well what the Dolce Vita was. He spent his days in endless fun and drunkenness, not knowing what work and conscience were. When her father added that she must not only marry Vincent but also bear his child, Juliet screamed in horror that this would not happen. The man replied that with her gift of enhancement, which allows one to increase the effectiveness of mana, the child would be special if he inherited it. Someone present suggested that the mother's gift of strengthening would also strengthen the child's gift, which would be something incredible. The head of the clan confirmed that the child would receive a gift and become stronger than anyone from Marin and Valentine. Then they would take him and raise him in the traditions of the family so that he would continue the glory of the line. When the girl heard this, her heart sank. She didn't think that her father was such a cruel and ruthless person. Juliet's face darkened, and Grizzly Valentine thought with horror that the boss treated his loved ones like objects, thinking only of power. He was not the only one. The rest of the family immediately began to convince Juliet that she should accept the offer. The future of the clan depended on it. They even hinted that Vincent was a good guy and that they would have a wonderful heir, which was unbearable to listen to. Even the girl's father became a little sad. Such a blatant lie was clearly not the best means of persuasion, and Juliet understood this too. Here she remembered that there was another person at the table, whom she considered very close, and she directed her indignation at him. It was her brother. Albert Valentine listened to the voices urging him to fulfill his duty, telling him about an heir, about honor, about family. It was disgusting, but he remained silent. It was not until Juliet turned to him with a plea to protect her and prevent her from getting married that Albert wanted to intervene. But after his sister addressed him personally, the man simply lowered his head. He realized that now all the attention and all the anger of those present, and most importantly his father, would spill out on him. He never said a single word. Juliet was simply heartbroken, but most of all she was hurt by the betrayal of those she loved. The meeting ended, and the girl remained sitting, her head lowered to the table, while Bruno, faithful to Madame, stood quietly behind her. He looked at Juliet and thought that there might be many more such difficult moments in life, but the girl needed support right now. Guards were posted at her bedroom at night to ensure that the wayward beauty did not try to escape. It was humiliating. The girl sat in her locked room. The moonlight came through the window. The beautiful curtains did not move. Bruno approached Juliet. He was very worried about her and said that she could tell him everything that was on her mind. Juliet sat on the edge of the bed, her head down. She didn't react to anything at all, didn't make a sound. The bodyguard squatted down next to her and called her name, gently taking the girl's hands in his huge palms. Here Juliet raised her face to him and began to sob that she did not want to be married off like this. She did not want her child taken away like some kind of thing. She added that she hated this place, and it was clear from Bruno's face that he was ready to cry with her. It was so painful in his soul. The bodyguard kissed Juliet Valentine's hand and said that he would be by her side even when he had to stand up to the whole world. The guy simply offered her to leave with him. He understood how difficult this decision was and how difficult it would be for them. He was ready. Juliet felt it and cried. However, her sadness was short-lived. A moment later, the girl smiled. In this world, there was a person whom she could trust, who was not indifferent to her. The curtains fluttered in the wind. The window into the princess's bedroom was wide open, and there was no one on the bed. Bruno took out the device in his apartment and looked where they had taken his kidnapped wife. Who would have thought that the device would come in handy under such circumstances? The man went out into the corridor, slamming the door behind him. He began to hide the device, but then he heard footsteps. Bruno, without thinking, left the apartment and saw Yunha standing near the door. The boy called out to him. The neighbor looked at the child and thought that he was dressed as if he was going to go with him and help pull Juliet out. The boy had a sword hanging on his side. Yuna called out his name again and said that he would join. I wonder if the hero also had telepathy. Or was he just damn smart? After a short pause, the boy repeated once again that he was going with Bruno. He said it as if stating a fact. No one argued. The car sped through the city, overcoming bridges and road junctions. At night, the streets were practically empty. Seoul was asleep. Bruno drove the car and thought that Yunha, of course, would be stronger than even many players. But their opponent would not be weak either. He didn't want to drag the child into a dangerous situation, so he reminded him again that it was not too late to stop the car and get out. The boy nodded and said that he understood the risks. Our hero turned to Bruno and reminded him that they had already discussed this and that he was going on the mission with him, which led to another round of explanations. The man realized that he had no chance of convincing his neighbor, and it was unwise to waste resources on this now, so he simply nodded. Yuna asked if he knew where to go. The former bodyguard of the princess once again took out his device. When he reported that Juliet was at Alice's hotel, Yuna tensed up. He knew this place. Bruno suggested wearing armor, but it was not designed for such a small child. The boy showed his potions and stiletto and explained that it was already hard for him to move with all this stuff. He started telling what potions he had grabbed. There was even shadow spider venom. Bruno was surprised at how calm the guy was, as if he was going to brush his teeth and not to war. Yuna also reported that he took Juliet's ring. The man asked if he knew how to use it. The boy nodded. It was a mana-enhancing engagement ring, a brilliant idea. Juliet had tried hard. Thinking about the woman, Yunha remembered how things were last time. People descended into the black dungeon of the abyss for the first time and managed to return, which was previously thought to be impossible. Everyone welcomed the mission participants. They were real heroes and received well-deserved honors. The team was international. Other players began reading the chronicle of events to learn from the experience of the pioneers of the abyss. There were terrible things there, especially about the Italians who were at the forefront. They were members of the Marin clan, cruel and unscrupulous. They were born from a woman who was specifically used to pass on Marin's DNA. She was called the Mother. Yuna thought that last time Bruno must have died because he couldn't save Juliet. It would be nice if it worked out this time. The car stopped and the man announced that they were there. The boy quickly opened the door and got out. Bruno reminded him once again that he could still change his mind so as not to regret it later. Yunha replied that the guards at the entrance would regret it. They smoked calmly and didn't even try to ask the boy where he was going and why, mistaking him for a city punk. But when Bruno approached, the men came towards them and informed them that this was a closed area and entry was prohibited. Bruno and Yunha attacked at the same time and simultaneously took out both opponents. If everything continues to be in sync like this, they are doomed to success. At this time, behind the doors of the room where Juliet was locked, Janko Marin was drinking wine, sitting on the sofa. He looked out the window and was indignant that for some reason they had rented the entire hotel, but not the one they had planned. I wonder for what reason. Albert Valentine replied that if such a decision was made, then it definitely made sense. Maybe this hotel was simply closer. Juliet laughed and said that another hotel might just not like idiots like them. Yanko cursed. One of the men from the Marin clan said that no one knew that Princess Juliet would be here. Yanko nodded that he himself didn't know. If it hadn't been shown on the news, he would never have believed how fortunate it was that they were sent as ambassadors to Korea. He looked back at Albert and said that he did not immediately recognize Juliet in the plot, but his brother confirmed that it was she. Juliet laughed and said that the guys from Marin apparently didn't know the feeling of shame, since they were chasing one girl in the amount of several hundred people all over the world. Yanko looked at her angrily and said that the princess was wrong to be sure that they wouldn't touch her. It would be better if she sat quietly and didn't show off. He stood up and walked up to the girl, telling her that they didn't feel sorry for her at all, so she should keep her mouth shut. The girl tried to protest, but he grabbed her shoulder tightly, so tightly that the beauty screamed in pain. Yanko brought his face closer and told her that he could easily arrange a honeymoon suite for them, after which he laughed stupidly. Juliet pushed his hand away from her and cursed. She was not used to someone showing such an attitude towards her. The beauty's disgust was so strong that she spat right in the offender's face. Janko had already raised his hand to strike, but Albert Valentine was on guard. He simply called his name, and that was enough. Marin retreated. Valentine had such a strong supply of mana and spoke in such a threatening tone that no one would want to mess with him. With words about heartbreaking brotherly love, Yanko went out into the street. He needed a distraction. The secretary brought Albert some reports, then took the tablet again. They began to discuss business. Then Juliet called out to her brother. He hadn't heard her voice say his name for so long that for the first few seconds he froze and fell silent. Juliet said that she was hungry. The girl asked to buy her a bento box at the 24-hour store and some bread for dessert. Valentine assigned the task to Tom Marin, who was initially unenthusiastic and suggested ordering room service. Albert looked at him in such a way that the guy rushed to the doors, a reminder of what kind of bento it should be, and in which store it was sold, rushing behind him. Suddenly, Tom stopped and called out to Albert, who was surprised but responded. He did not understand why the secretary had changed his tone so suddenly. The guy looked back and asked with a smile if Albert remembered that he himself was not Valentine, but Marin. The question remained unanswered. After a moment of silence, the man said that he shouldn't worry about it, and laughing, the messenger went into the store. Several minutes passed in complete silence, after which Juliet rose from her seat, her brother reminding her that there was no permission to leave the room. His sister looked at him as if he were a complete non-entity and asked where his family manners had gone. The girl said that she needed to go to the restroom and went there, loudly slamming the door. Albert shuddered. In the toilet, Juliet folded in half and gave vent to her emotions. Until now, she had not had a chance to be alone for even a minute. She remembered Bruno's words about how he would fight for her, even if he had to fight the whole world. Juliet missed her husband unbearably. Although she did not want to admit it to herself, she loved him very much. It was time to cry, and Juliet was glad she had the opportunity, but she absolutely couldn't afford to be sad. At this time, a few floors below, Janko Marin had secluded himself in the men's restroom, where he went before going outside. While relieving himself, the man thought that it would be a good idea to call the maid upon returning to his room. Suddenly, he felt a rather strong killing intent in the air and turned around sharply. The sword raised to strike froze in the air. It was Yunha who attacked the enemy with an incredible jump, but he didn't expect that the enemy would be so sensitive. The blow missed its target. Yanko managed to step back, but hit his head quite hard on the urinal on the wall, and then on the wall itself. The second blow was even stronger than the first. That's what it means to have a poorly wiped, slippery floor in the toilet. The cleaning lady deserved a severe reprimand. While the enemy was trying to figure out what had happened, Yuna muttered that he was especially lucky today. Marin's eyes bulged out of their sockets. This was the last person he expected to see, and that was this child. Having waved his sword and flexed his arm, our hero asked his opponent to pull up his pants. Making a couple more swings, the boy added that he would have a couple of seconds to do this. With these words, No Yunha assumed a fighting stance, holding his weapon at the ready, his eyes showing the determination to finish off Yanka on the spot. An hour before, Shin So-yun cast a haste spell on our hero, which significantly increased his speed. Now he and Marin were on equal terms. Divine Wind also cast a strength spell on Yunhu, which increased her muscles and physical parameters. Other buffs included mana recovery, defense recovery, and magic resistance. Not for nothing was the woman considered the best mage in the country. The boy thanked his friend and asked what to do with the hotel guests. He didn't want anyone to accidentally get caught up in the fight. Shin So-yun replied that she had contacted the administration. The residents had been warned and moved to another branch. Yuna sighed with relief. He was just hanging the potions on his belt. Now, watching Yanko button his trousers, our hero decided that this was his finest hour. There was little space and the enemy was unarmed. At this time, Marin rushed towards him, shouting that he would kill the idiot on the spot. Even under Yuna's acceleration, he was a little slower. The man's hand almost reached its target, slamming into the boy's Adam's apple so quickly that he didn't even have time to swing his sword. Thanks to the defense, the hero withstood the blow and dodged the next one. The battle will not be as easy as he had imagined. But Yuna was still determined to succeed. He was buffed with spells and drank several potions. He had a few more in reserve. The opponent assumed a close combat stance and said that they could fight as much as they wanted, but he would still emerge victorious. To protect himself from the magic projectile that the boy already had in his hand, Yanko cast a mana shield. Our hero decided to deceive him and did not use the projectile, but transferred all the energy to the blade so there was a chance to break through the defense. The first two lines of the shield were pierced by the sword. Yuna decided to smash the third one to hell with the weight of his body, and he succeeded. The enemy realized with horror that, compared to the last meeting, the boy had become much stronger. It was simply impossible. The guy pounced on him again and asked if that was all his opponent was capable of, a question that infuriated Marin. He tried to attack, but to no avail, at which time the boy jumped as high as he could to kick. He managed to knock his opponent off his feet and make him fly about 3 meters before crashing into the wall with all his might. Moreover, Yuna immediately rushed into a new attack. Yanko barely managed to cast a saving shield. The room was small, and the man simply did not have the opportunity to use all his skills to their full potential. He decided that he needed to get outside at any cost. Yunha was pushing. Finally, Marin managed to turn away and jump back a couple of meters. This maneuver was quite unexpected. But what was even more unexpected was that the Italian ambassador suddenly pulled out 2 pistols from somewhere and pointed them at the boy. Yuna reacted quickly and also cast a mana shield. The bullets hit him and got stuck, not reaching their target, but the threat did not go away. For some reason, the next attack did not follow, and no new shots rang out. The boy looked out from under the sword, the hilt of which he held to his face in case the bullets pierced the shield. All he saw was the enemy running out the open door, and Yunha shouted after him that he would catch up with him this very second. The boy followed after him, thinking about how this bastard dared to run away from him. He really had no moral principles. Yanko cast a magic shield at the last moment, just as a mana projectile from our hero flew at him. Having caught his breath, the man began to think about where it would be most convenient for him to fight so as not to limit his abilities. Finally, the choice was made, and Yanko Marin set off running across the hotel grounds. Yuna, with a ferocious expression on his face, continued the pursuit. When the boy was already very close, flying through the corridor, his opponent again pulled out a pistol. The man fired at least 3 shots. The distance was short, and he had practically no chance of missing. But Yunha was under acceleration, so he had a chance. The child masterfully dodged all the bullets fired at him. He continued the chase with his sword at the ready, taking another potion from his belt along the way, something you wouldn't see even in a circus. The boy drank a potion of strengthening and a potion of mana without stopping the pursuit, after which he shouted to Yanko Marin that today was the day of his funeral. It was the same potion that had so surprised Albert when he met the Korean goddess, the potion of the heavenly maiden. Yanko thought angrily that he should have killed the boy at the first meeting, as he wanted. Now there was no time to go to the room on the 18th floor for weapons and potions. It was necessary to find something to fight with on the spot, and the man began to look for something suitable. He noticed kitchen knives on the bar counter. Well, that's good. Yuna didn't notice the knife flying at him. Only when it broke through the window right in front of his nose, the boy realized what had happened. I had to brake sharply to get my bearings as to where the attack was coming from, which turned out to be not so difficult. But then another knife whistled right past his head. The boy knew that his opponent was fast, but he didn't think that he was that fast. Well, you need to be more careful. Yunha blocked the third knife with his sword. He reached maximum concentration. Yanko instantly jumped up to the enemy and attacked him in close combat, not giving him time to recover from the attack from afar. Our hero was ready for an attack, so he easily parried the blow. The man cursed and asked who he was and where he learned to fight. Yuna calmly replied that he was the one who would kill Marin and that it would happen no later than today. The boy swung his sword, but the man reacted in time and avoided damage by jumping high into the air. Our hero decided to join him and also jumped up, swinging his blade shrouded in mana, wide. Yanko took advantage of this, and having predicted the trajectory of the blow, grabbed No Yunhu's hand. This was unexpected. The villain took the sword from the child, saying that he also needed a weapon. Marin looked extremely pleased because now the advantage was on his side. But Yuna didn't lose his head either. He remembered the spell that Divine Wind taught him and cast Vengeful Spirit. It was a skill that ate up mana reserves. The man thought that this kid was starting to just piss him off. He quickly dealt with the waves of magic using his sword, but he didn't stop swearing dirty. Our hero had already figured out how to attack further. Using the skywalking technique, he rushed towards his opponent, intending to strike with the second sword that he had thoughtfully grabbed with the help of the subspace spell. Yanka parried the blow but barely stayed on his feet. It was so strong. The blade sparked and scraped. Yuna used a frantic dance tactic and forced his opponent to literally dance on the spot, parrying his blows. As his strength began to run out, the boy finished the attack with a kick and used Marin's sword as a springboard to jump further away and catch his breath. Their battle was incredible. The lobby of the hotel floor was turned into ruins. Even the marble floor tiles were all cracked. Yanka realized that the boy was tired and asked what had happened and where the boy's fighting spirit had gone. Yuna squatted down, leaning on his sword, incredibly angry that he had to constantly use potions. At this time, Albert approached the door of the restroom and tried to talk to Juliet. He said that everything that was happening was intended for the benefit of Valentine. There was no answer. The man waited a little longer and said that he would step away for a while. If he needed anything, he should use Tom or the communicator. He left the room and locked the door. His sister's behavior was quite logical, but it hurt him. Then a question rang out about how long they had not seen each other. Bruno was walking down the corridor. It was he who called out to Albert. Grizzly Valentine looked terrifyingly menacing. Bruno stopped in front of his old friend and former boss and asked where Juliet was, his voice sounding as if it was a death sentence. Valentine looked at him quite calmly and said that the man must understand that the price for kidnapping the princess must be death. He began to walk around the former bodyguard and said that he had a chance to avoid execution. If Bruno returns to the family and follows the orders of the clan leader, he will remain alive. And they also hope for his help in destroying Leviathan. He didn't have time to finish speaking. He only managed to dodge the blow from the fist, which was so strong that it left a dent in the wall. The enemy replied that he had nothing to talk about with Albert and prepared to attack again. Albert took something out of his inside jacket pocket and asked if he was sure of his decision, but there was no answer. Valentine was a hunter-type player and Bruno was a guardian. No one would risk betting on a duel, but their previous fight ended in Bruno's defeat. At this time, Yanka continued to mock the fact that the boy's attacks were becoming weaker and weaker. As we remember, he noticed that Yuna was tired and asked where the boy's former fighting spirit had gone. Our hero was wondering whether to use the potions, but after these words he made a decision and drank one, saying that his fighting spirit had returned. He felt a surge of strength and mana, and cheerfully asked why the enemy wasn't buffed, but then smiled and said that it was probably because he didn't have such potions. The man bared his teeth, still regretting that he couldn't return to his room and was forced to fight with practically bare hands. Calling Yunhu a cowardly freak, he attacked him with a wave of mana. It was a wide-range spell. Apparently out of anger, the attack was so powerful that the boy barely managed to hold his sword in his hands, but he was unable to stay on his feet. From the force of the blow, our hero flew back several meters, almost falling on his back. The man took advantage of this to summon the hounds. He was a skilled mage, and there was enough space in the hall to use the monsters. In order to save his life, Yune had to jump high into the air. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by the monsters. He tried to attack them with a kick from above, but the heavenly step move was useless. He was too weak. The hounds pounced on him again, and the boy jumped up again, trying to figure out how best to deal with the situation. Of course, it was not the monsters that needed to be attacked, but the summoner. Yunha swirled mana around the sword to make a pinpoint breakthrough strike on the target. This would have allowed him to deal with Yanka, bypassing the protection of the hounds he had summoned. The enemy continued to shout that it was time to frolic with the puppies. But the next moment the puppies disappeared as if they had never been there, and the man barely managed to dodge a series of blows from our hero. To protect himself, Marin cast a shield spell, but it didn't work right away, giving Yunhei the opportunity to strike once. Immediately after that, a shot rang out, then another. A pistol was sometimes more effective than a sword in magic. A bullet hole appeared in Yankee's protective shield. The man himself was going to use a firearm, but he turned out to be somewhat slower than the buffed boy. Yunhee's bullet blew the magical defense to pieces and gave him the opportunity to kick. Yanka's bullet grazed our hero's shoulder. The boy crouched down, leaning on his knee and clutching his wound. His opponent joyfully exclaimed that he could now breathe deeply. He stood and smiled, pointing his sword and pistol in different directions, as if to say that this was his territory. The more space, the more opportunities. Janko Marin was a ranger specialization player. He knew a lot of clever tricks and was now extremely pleased with himself. His next attack was also primarily effective in open areas and was called Scattershot. Yuna was really scared. He knew very well how this spell worked and how dangerous it was for him. It was necessary to dodge using acceleration. The boy simply had no other chance to survive in the current situation. Yanko shouted that this time the nasty rat would not be able to dodge, and this gave our hero an interesting thought. He realized that the enemy was counting on wearing him down. so he decided not to run away from the attack, but to fight it off with his sword. The very first blow proved the correctness of this decision. Yunha connected the gift of the berserker so that the rest would be no less effective. He swung his sword, shrouded in mana, like a madman. There was nothing faster than this sword here and now. The boy repelled one shot of mana after another. It seemed that his energy was simply inexhaustible, and this could last forever. But the enemy's mana supply was not eternal. After a few minutes, Marin stopped. The floor slabs around Yuni were mutilated, but he himself remained intact. The man raised his pistol and said that he would now take great pleasure in killing the boy. At that very moment, Yuna realized that both his legs were grabbed by the hounds, preventing him from escaping. The boy noticed a vortex of another spell above his head and realized that he could neither dodge nor fight back. The only way out was to use a pinpoint breakthrough strike on Marin so that he would lose control of the hounds and they would disappear. At this moment, a shot rang out over our hero's shoulder. Fortunately, Yanka missed, but his spell continued to activate. Yuna hit with all his might. He was determined to beat the bastard, and besides, the boy still had quite a lot of mana left. Having knocked the enemy down, the boy pulled out his pistol to finish him off with a shot to the head, securing the success of the attack. The hound's teeth unclenched. Marin realized that he needed to take care of his own protection first. He couldn't cast a shield and summon monsters at the same time. Freed, Yuna fired and then made an incredible leap to finish the job with his sword if the shot missed its target. The enemy was ready and blocked the blow, but it was not easy for him. He was also exhausted by the battle. There was undisguised surprise in the man's eyes. Who would have thought that a child could be such a strong warrior? Marin raised his sword to strike, but the blade simply whistled through the air, and the boy jumped high into the air. As he landed on the floor, all the tiles beneath his feet began to shimmer with purple circles of another spell. Yunha realized that the enemy had placed magic mines on the floor, and now every step he took was mortally dangerous. The first explosion followed immediately, and shards of glass and stone slabs from the floor rained down in all directions. In the place where our hero had just stood, the floor slabs had been literally turned inside out, forming a funnel. Yuna sat a little distance away. A few drops of blood almost stained his sneakers, but it didn't matter at all. The boy wiped his face with his sleeve and thought that in such a state, he could neither run away nor adequately repel attacks. It was urgent to take the potion. Fortunately, there were still a few left in stock. The hero took another bottle from his belt. Yunha uncorked the lid and prepared to drink. But this plan was not destined to come true. The bottle was tightly grabbed by Yanka's hand. The man's eyes were burning with fire. Now he would get the coveted potion, and then he would show the boy what he was capable of under equal conditions. It was a healing potion, and the boy simply watched as the man took away his chance to restore his health by emptying the bottle. While Marin was praising Korean potions, Yuna stood up and muttered that it was time to get out of here. He walked towards the door. It was not possible to carry out the plan. The enemy also knew the technique of heavenly steps. 2 shots thundered again. Yunhi's bullet missed Yanka, but the man's bullet knocked the sword out of the boy's hands, spinning in the air, the blade falling with a loud ringing sound onto the marble floor. Marin hissed that he didn't want his opponent to die an easy death, so he kicked the boy with all his might, sending him flying far back. Already in flight, Yuna grouped himself. He had already figured out what he would do next. The main thing was that the villain would not suspect anything. As he fell, the boy bounced off the floor several times, hitting the magical mines cast on it with his body. A series of explosions thundered, making it impossible to see what was happening behind the wall of mana and debris. From the ceiling, Yunha watched as Yanka Marin looked around in confusion, unable to understand where the enemy had gone. The man thought that the boy could have died, but he had avoided any harm for so long. Could it really have been so trivial? Putting the pistol to his forehead, Yanka continued to peer into the settling streams of dust to confirm or refute his guess. With each passing second, he became more and more focused and anxious. Yunhi was nowhere to be found. Our hero, taking advantage of the favorable circumstances, drank another potion. He should have done this earlier, but there was no opportunity. Having prepared himself, he descended to the ground and began to slowly move towards the enemy, shrouded in clouds of smoke and dust. The boy was clutching a pistol in his hand, and the glow of mana became so strong that it was impossible not to notice it. Yanka Marin cursed and shouted that no matter how many potions the puppy lapped up, it would not save him from certain death. Yuna covered his mouth to hide his burp and replied that it was a fruit set, his favorite treat, and he recommended trying it. Not only did the guy's mana and stamina fully restore and all damage healed, he also refreshed all previous buffs. The man looked at the child with confusion. He felt that he had become much stronger and asked if he had activated the gift. Yuna smiled and said that not only that, he had something else. The guy showed a wedding ring hanging on a string. This ring gave him a boost. Yanka Marin knew about its properties very well, because he knew the abilities of Juliet Valentine. Yunha launched an attack with a mana strike, and the enemy barely stood on his feet. He could not comprehend that a child could become so strong. But nevertheless, the man decided that he had a chance to win and reloaded his pistol with a determined look. At that moment, Marin saw that Yuni's sword was lying on the ground and thought that the guy wasn't shooting very accurately, so he needed to provoke a close fight. Now Yanka felt quite confident, deciding that he was handling the weapon somewhat better than the youth. Yuna wrapped his gun in mana. He could argue with this statement by demonstrating his skills visually. The guy took aim and was about to shoot when he felt that the bullet would not reach the target because the enemy began to move, and yet the shot was fired. The man said that he shouldn't have been so quick to shoot. Now it was his turn. He was trying to close the distance as quickly as possible. The gun was pointed at our hero almost point blank. It seemed that a little more, and it would be a point-blank shot. Yuna didn't wait for the bullet to hit him. He gave the floor a good push and jumped, flying past the enemy. Everything happened so quickly that Yanka didn't even have time to change direction, continuing to aim at an empty space. He noticed how the boy quickly flew past, but he was in no hurry to turn around, trying to understand why the boy needed such a maneuver. Our hero ran around the man in a circle and rushed to attack from behind Marin, but it was inconvenient to shoot on the move. It wouldn't hurt to stop. The man began to turn to face the enemy, and Yunha realized that he had to shoot already, or it would be too late. The bullet took off the enemy's hand with the pistol from the elbow down. Yanko just groaned. Getting injured in a fight with a child was definitely not part of his plans. He still hadn't realized how dangerous his opponent was. Hearing the groan, our hero aimed his hand with a mana projectile at the man, saying that it would hurt even more now, because he had only just begun. The sword stuck into the ground reflected the silhouettes of a tall man and a small boy standing opposite each other. Yunha pulled the weapon out from the floor. Yanko Marin was not going to give up. He got into a fighting stance, intending to kill this impudent puppy that very second, so that blood would not flow. He cauterized the stump with mana. The boy looked at him and asked which of them was the puppy now. He felt that victory would soon be his. The corridor on the 18th floor of the hotel was practically no different from the corridors on the other floors, until Albert Valentine flew into him, continuing to fire his pistol over and over again. Bruno was moving towards him with a knuckle duster on his huge hand. The man's eyes glowed blue. He used all his resources to attack the enemy. He used his gift of the fierce beast and smashed the building with just his fist, the stones on the floor flying off like splinters from the blows. Albert froze. He had used up all the bullets except one, but he didn't have time to reload his weapon. Now Bruno had practically caught up with him. The man fired the last shot practically on the run. He didn't even try to hit the enemy, doing it more reflexively. The bullet ricocheted off the walls several times and went into the ceiling, followed by a blue glow of mana. The weapon was enhanced by magic. The ground was practically falling apart under Albert's feet. Bruno was inexorably approaching him. The only option to save himself was to run, which the man quickly did. He knew that the grizzly was slower. The only thing he didn't know was that the enemy had learned several new skills since they last saw each other. Bruno used the Inferno technique and almost instantly caught up with his former master, the hellish flames of hatred raging around him. The fist surrounded by fire was supposed to cut Albert's head off his shoulders, but he managed to dodge the blow. It took only a few seconds to grab the gun while he was running. Valentine managed to reload it and was now ready to shoot. The man told Bruno that he wanted to see what else he had managed to learn, but apparently the opportunity had been missed. A shot rang out, but there was no flash. Everything around was filled with a blue glow of mana. It was completely impossible to understand what was happening. Despite the fact that Albert shot almost point blank, Bruno remained unharmed. He managed to create an excellent mana shield. Now the men froze in silent confrontation. The bullet casing fell to the floor with a thud. The tension between the opponents was so strong that the floor creaked from their shoes. Finally, the former boss asked the bodyguard how long they would stand like this and what he intended to do. He prepared to fire another shot. The enemy once again wrapped himself in mana protection. The situation repeated itself in a circle. Bruno gritted his teeth and prepared to use his gladiator skill to deliver another blow to his opponent, knocking the weapon away. He even managed to start moving his fist, but already in the process he realized that it was a mistake. His blow was predictable, and therefore it will not achieve its goal. Albert was in no hurry to dodge, but, looking straight at the knuckles, said that Bruno lost the fight. Now 2 pistols were looking at him at once, and the enemy, with an arrogant face, told the man that there was no need to use the old techniques. He had learned them all like the back of his hand. 5 bullets flew at Grizzly at once, but he managed to cast a protective shield, of course. He could have aimed better. 2 bullets would have definitely missed. Bruno prepared to strengthen his defense even more. He understood that these shots would be followed by more. Then a familiar voice shouted at Albert to stop immediately. Juliet was running towards them, the girl's voice trembling with anger. She angrily yelled at her brother that he had promised not to touch people around her and not to harm her loved ones. The man pointed one of the pistols at her and asked if she had come there just to remind him of this. The brother remained completely calm and told Juliet that it would all be over soon, and that she should stand still for a couple of minutes. The barrel of the gun was pressed right into her sister's forehead. She didn't expect that he would allow himself to do something like that. Juliet put her hand on top and said that Albert could shoot if he could. She was surprisingly cool. Now her brother was looking straight at her, and it was clear from his eyes that he could, but Albert still loved his sister. The woman turned to her husband and said that he should leave here as soon as possible. Let him use this chance. She added that Janko and Tom Marin were also here, so there was no point in even trying to do anything. She just wanted him to live his life. Bruno didn't let her finish and said that he promised to protect her. Juliet's face changed beyond recognition. A spark of joy and hope flashed in it. The man added that one word would be enough. Albert shouted at him not to even dare move, otherwise he would shoot. The grizzly didn't listen. His huge boots didn't move at first, but then the man took a step towards his opponent. A shot rang out and Juliet screamed piercingly. It seemed as if her voice would collapse the ceiling. The cartridge case flew to the side. Bruno's hand shot up into the air to meet the bullet flying towards our hero, still wearing the knuckle duster. The hand clenched into a fist. Tongues of flame danced around it. The bullet was caught. Bruno repeated that the whole word spoken by Julie was enough for him. The fingers unclenched. The mangled bullet fell down. Grizzly continued to look straight into the eyes of his beautiful wife. He continued to look, and with each second the determination in his gaze became more and more. The woman literally became prettier before our eyes when she heard that Bruno didn't need the world, didn't need a life without Juliet in it. Valentine tried to explain something else, but Bruno asked her to simply answer him, and it would be as she said. The flame flared up stronger. It began to separate from the hand and move rapidly towards Albert. The flow of energy was very powerful. Juliet's brother was surprised. His sister's bodyguard had never been able to do anything like this before. Well, what progress. The man hesitated a little from this surprise and managed to jump back and put up protection only at the last moment, almost burning alive. Juliet used the mana dome. The flames raged so strongly that Albert could no longer see his sister or his opponent behind them. This was something new. Bruno and Juliet found themselves hidden behind a wall of fire, and the man asked his wife to answer right now. She didn't lie and said exactly what her beloved husband was waiting for. The woman asked him to protect her. Without finishing what she was going to say, Juliet extended her hand, enveloped in a pleasant yellow glow. Bruno knew very well what it was. Valentine asked her husband to save her, and, to make it easier for him to organize this, she used her gift of strengthening. At this time, Yuna and Janko Marin continued their duel. Our hero sadly noted that without an arm, the opponent did not look as brilliant. Adding that it would be nice to restore it with magic, the boy raised his leg over the limb torn off by the bullet. The man was seriously scared and ordered him to stop in a trembling voice, his face showing genuine horror. The request was heard but not fulfilled. Yuna finished what he started and trampled what until recently looked like a human hand. Janko Marin screamed in a voice that wasn't his own. The Quiet Soul Hotel had never heard such curses before. The walls shook. The man's rage was so strong that at the cost of his blood, he cast a spell of a huge explosion. These were the emotions that overwhelmed him. Yuna realized that this was magic for detonating a large area and thought that he might as well run away while he had the chance. The boy wrapped himself in protective magic and applied acceleration. He tried to move as quickly as possible. The explosion was so powerful that he was thrown up and over several times. Even when the flames died down and the dust began to settle, Yunha was still falling. He landed and stuck his sword into the floor slabs. The second explosion was much stronger than the previous one, and the child could have simply been blown away and slammed into the wall. Here Yunha realized that the enemy was again casting the already familiar scattershot spell. It was necessary to urgently think of a defense plan. The shells were approaching from several sides at once. The guy huddled up. He decided to do the same as last time. The boy gathered as much mana as he could around himself for protection, and began preparing to perform a pinpoint shot. With his sword, he deflected the enemy's mana projectiles flying at him and moved closer and closer to him to finish what he had started. Yuna fought his way through the streams of magic with the last of his strength. Just a little more and he would reach his goal. Another step, then another. Janko Marin gestured to the boy that he was rushing towards his certain death. But the hero did not think so. He concentrated on the fact that he had to move faster. Finally, Yuna stood right in front of the enemy. He swung his sword a couple of times but did not reach the target, so the pistol had to be used. Marin realized that he didn't have much of a chance of parrying the pool with his sword, and he didn't have enough of an arm to parry the stiletto's blow at the same time. The boy happily thought that he had been caught, and for a moment he even felt sorry that this epic battle was ending. But then he felt something was wrong. His strength began to leave his childish body. It seemed that all his mana had suddenly run out. Yanka noticed Yunhee's confusion and thought that he didn't know the reason for the delay in delivering the killing blow, but this was his chance. A cage with blood-red bars appeared out of nowhere. It took a lot of effort to use the mana materialization spell so quickly. Our hero realized that the enemy had taken advantage of his weakness and cast the shackle spell, a very rare and complex one. For the first few seconds, Yunha just stood there and fought with his anger, regretting that he hadn't drunk the potion in time. It was necessary to get out of confinement as quickly as possible. While he still had the strength to do so, the boy began to smash the bars of the cage with a sword covered in mana and shoot at them with a pistol. Fortunately, it was possible to destroy them in this way, but it took a lot of time. I wonder what Janko was doing during this time. Yuna got free and was ready to rush at the enemy with a sword, when suddenly his blade broke. It cracked in the fight with the cage, and now the first blow of Marin finished what had started. Well, that means we'll have to fight hand-to-hand, or rather use kicks. Our hero jumped forward. Yanko parried the attack and Yuna landed on the ground, preparing a mana projectile. He was so weak that he was leaning on his pistol. The hero prepared the mana that had accumulated in his hand for the spell Vindictive Soul. The enemy had never seen anything like it. The man looked at the child and tried to figure out what he was doing. His face showed bewilderment and slight disgust. Streams of mana directed by Yuna had already begun to swirl around, and several energy strikes fell on Yanko from different sides at once. One of them hit the handle of his pistol. The man screamed in fear. He was very afraid of losing his other hand. The last blow of the spell drew a circle between the opponents and they flew apart in different directions, and that was the end of its effect. The boy wanted to use the pistol and shoot, when suddenly he felt that the bones in his fingers were completely unresponsive. It was Marin who used a second freeze to perform a sword attack. His strike almost reached its target, but the boy dodged it. He was still trying to get the shot off, but his fingers were still motionless, and the guy had to bounce off the blows and solve the problem at the same time. Eventually, the numbness passed, and Yunha realized that he could now release the croc. He dodged another blow and prepared to shoot. The first 2 bullets were fired at the enemy. They were not charged with mana because our hero had catastrophically little of it. One of the projectiles wounded Marin in the right shoulder. He deflected the second with his sword. After all, the man was an unrivaled player and a powerful magician. Blood was pouring onto his clothes, but Yanko didn't pay attention to it. He cast another spell. Blood-red tails of mana rushed towards the boy. The man directed them with his sword, although he himself could barely stand on his feet. He had already lost a lot of blood and was at risk of passing out. The first tail wrapped around the boy's leg, immobilizing him. The hero would have to try hard to free himself. But Marin's goal was different. Making a characteristic movement with his sword, he pulled the tail towards himself and simply knocked the child to the ground. When he fell, Yuna dropped his pistol. Now he was completely unarmed and also practically without mana. The man struck him in the stomach first, and the boy screamed, not so much from pain or fear, but from his own helplessness. Completely enraged, Marin raised his fist for another blow, but he himself could barely stand on his feet, staggering considerably. The blow hit the guy in the face, but he managed to soften it by intercepting his opponent's hand. He even managed to hold it, but literally for a second. Yanko screamed that he was finished. Now he would kill the impudent puppy with his bare hands, his fist prepared to strike again. Yuna tried to raise his hand to protect himself this time too, but it was no use. His strength was finally leaving him. Finally, the fingers moved a few times, but were able to lift off the ground by literally a couple of millimeters. The enemy stood triumphantly over the exhausted child and prepared his sword to take his life. Yuna tried to crawl away, but his legs only kicked comically, completely unable to cope with the task of moving his body even a little bit back. Marin looked at these convulsions and ordered the guy to say goodbye to life. Arrows of mana had already appeared around. Finally, the man stamped his foot and sent them all crashing down, straight into Yunhu, sending columns of rock and dust into the air. Everything became quiet. Yunha didn't make a sound. His opponent stood for a while, listening. Nothing disturbed the silence. Janko couldn't help but laugh. He felt like a practically happy man. He never thought he would get such pleasure from the death of some child. He laughed uncontrollably and loudly. Perhaps it was also hysteria caused by the loss of his arm and other injuries. But then the thought occurred to him that the damn boy could have survived. The man fell silent and began to peer ahead. As he leaned down to take a closer look, a hand emerged from the clouds of dust and grabbed Marin tightly. Yunus surfaced with a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes burning with fire, and his face looking completely insane. The next second, he sank his teeth into his opponent's hand. It was no wonder that he had been called a puppy so often today. Yanko screamed at the top of his lungs and then ordered him to let go immediately. The boy didn't listen, and then Marin kicked him with all his might. Yuna flew back a few meters and tried to get up, but it didn't work out well. The man hissed that now he was definitely finished. He began to envelop his body in mana, gathering as much of it as possible for another attack, which Yanko hoped would be his last. Here he felt that something strange was happening with the mana. It began the reverse process, and his fingers literally melted before his eyes. The same thing was happening with his whole body. The man fell to his knees. He was completely unable to stand on his feet. All Marin could think about was why this was happening to him. It was a countercurrent of mana, and when Yanko realized this, he screamed so loudly that the blood of the entire hotel staff began to run cold. He screamed, trying to figure out what the puppy had done to him. Yunha silently showed him a bottle of green potion. Smiling sweetly, the boy said that it was the poison of the shadow spider. It undermines the flow of mana and causes it to explode, even to the point of death. Marin called him an idiot who stupidly decided to die with him, but Yunha said that there was only one idiot here. The man remembered standing and staring into the dust, hoping that his opponent was dead, but in reality he did not want him to die. Saying that no one carries poison without an antidote, the boy took out another bottle of potion, this time blue. He drank it in one gulp and threw the bottle on the ground with an indifferent look. Now he was definitely not in danger of dying from the counterflow of mana. But Yanko Marin lived the last minutes of his life. Instead of his last words, he laughed furiously and called Yunhu a lunatic. The boy picked up the gun from the ground and said that he never liked the Italian accent. It sounded too rough. He put the barrel to his opponent's head and asked if he wanted to say something more intelligible at the end. The man said that if he died now, the entire course of history would change, because his role in political processes was quite noticeable. He stated that if Yuna killed him, the entire planet would consider the youth an enemy. Was he ready to confront the entire world? The boy commanded to be silent. To make it easier for Yanko to carry out the order, our hero stuck the barrel of the pistol into the enemy's mouth. He looked his opponent in the eye and said that only the survivor determines the true price of death. Yuna added that he would decide for himself whether the world would become his enemy or not, and let Janko Marin accept death with dignity. A shot rang out, after which the pistol fell with a crash onto the stone floor near our hero's sneakers. He didn't have the strength to hold the weapon, or even to stand on his feet, and the boy sank to the ground next to the corpse of the defeated enemy. He began to cough and think that he would die if he did not take the potion right now. There was only one thing left. Our hero did not know that someone was watching him kill the Italian ambassador and how he took the potion from his belt. Someone was still holding a shopping bag, lurking behind the doorframe, even though it no longer made the slightest sense. It was Tom Marin, who did not dare to go out and finish off the exhausted boy. He preferred to run away to report everything to Albert. The guy rushed down the corridor with such speed, as if he was being pursued by a pack of hellhounds, no less. In the lobby, the TV was showing a live news broadcast, where Shin So-yoon was talking about how the Azure Ocean would land at the Alice Hotel, and that the Korean players would be putting things in order there any minute now. Hearing this, Tom ran to his room on the 18th floor even faster. Juliet Valentine was his priority. Juliet herself just watched as her husband and brother clashed in a deadly duel. What could be more dramatic? Grizzly dealt powerful blows thanks to strengthening, but Albert managed to dodge. He was a master at this. There was no need to even adjust the glasses. Just show the necessary dexterity and use enough mana to speed up. Juliet's brother moved really fast and dexterously, but Bruno was coming towards him, destroying everything in his path, and if he couldn't destroy it, he burned it with fire. Just as the man was about to strike again, a cry of "Stop!" was heard throughout the corridor, and both looked back. Someone snuck up behind Juliet and held a knife to her neck. That person was none other than Tom Marin. He was scared, but still said that if the brother and husband wanted the woman to stay alive, they should both remove the mana immediately. Both Bruno and Albert humbly carried out the order. They did not want Juliet to suffer under such circumstances. Sweat began to run down the beauty's cheek. Tom's hands were shaking and he held his knife very carelessly, risking injuring her by stupid accident. The guy yelled at the men to raise their hands and come forward. If they thought he wouldn't hurt the princess, they were sorely mistaken. Grizzly Valentine sighed and raised both hands, with the brass knuckles on them, looking very worried. When the order was carried out, Tom shouted to Albert that it was time to finish and get out. Yanko was dead, and the Korean players would be arriving any minute. The man, hearing this, reloaded his gun and prepared to shoot. This gesture did not go unnoticed, but everyone decided that he would shoot Bruno. The shot really didn't take long to come. Tom got a bullet right in the forehead, falling. He almost hit the girl's neck, but everything worked out. His last thought was that this was some kind of mistake. How could he kill his accomplice and leave the enemy alive? The last thing Tom Marin saw before he died was Juliet's contemptuous gaze and the barrel of Albert's pistol as it fired. The girl froze. She loved her brother very much, but after everything that happened, she did not believe in his good intentions. She looked at Albert and said only that she understood everything, but in reality, absolutely nothing was understood. The smoke had not yet stopped rising from the muzzle of his pistol, but Valentine had already begun to laugh, and he did so in a slightly villainous manner. The man said that he had wanted to kill Yanko for a long time, but had never had a convenient opportunity to do so. Albert added with a laugh that he didn't expect the idiot to kick the bucket without his help. He was so lucky, so lucky. Bruno and Juliet were not prepared for such a turn of events. They were still expecting some kind of trick from the enemy. Albert continued that with both Marins dead, there were no more Italians left in the country, so it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. He looked at the husband and wife and said that he had a new business proposal for them, a very tempting one. He asked them to return to Valentine now that Janko Marin is dead. They can restore the greatness of their clan and remove the Marins from power. Juliet screamed that he was probably crazy. The Marin family would not fall apart so easily because of Yanko's death. Everything was much more complicated. The girl thought that her brother had changed a lot. During his time as an ambassador, he had become an exact copy of their cruel father. Albert explained his plan. They would take advantage of the fact that Yanko died in Korea, provoking the Marin family to turn against the Korean players, so they would destroy themselves. He once again asked Bruno and Juliet to return to Valentine so that he could finally protect his sister. He reminded Grizzly that his family had done a lot for him, and it was time to express his gratitude for that. Suddenly, from somewhere behind him, a question sounded. Why should they suddenly do this? Albert looked around in surprise. Out of nowhere, Yunha flew at him with a kitchen knife and asked who he was to take his people without permission. The boy slashed Valentine's leg with a knife, drops of blood spurted out, and Albert jumped back a few steps in fear. Our hero intensified his attack and the man had to jump high into the air to avoid more serious injuries. He kicked the child in the face with all his might, hoping to get rid of the attacker with one blow. Yunha fell and Albert began to look at who dared to brazenly interrupt his family conversation. The boy squatted down and hunched over, gripping the knife even tighter, and the next second he thrust it into the Italian ambassador's other leg. Albert reacted with lightning speed, snatching his gun and pointing it at Yunhu. A shot rang out, reinforced by mana. Without wasting time, the boy jumped back to minimize the damage, but the bullet grazed his leg. Only thanks to his quick reaction, it did not blow the child's head off. The boy began to fall backwards, but his opponent could not stand on his feet properly either. Both were injured by the knife. Albert hissed that he had already wasted too much time. He decided that it was time to run away, because the first thing he needed to do was get rid of Bruno. He looked where the bodyguard should have been, and realized that he was too late. His sister had used the gift of strengthening and completely healed her husband, and also improved his parameters to the maximum. Then a decisive voice came from behind the Italian, that it was up to him to decide when to let his people go, and when to do it. It was Yunha. He turned to Juliet and asked her not to leave without warning. It was a trick. In fact, the hero just wanted to buy them more time. The woman looked at him and said that she would not leave. The gift of strengthening was used on the boy as well, giving him even more determination. To protect herself and her husband, Juliet used a very powerful magical shield. Now Albert was completely helpless. He cursed and decided that since he couldn't get Bruno, he needed to deal with the insolent boy. Of course, the neighbor could not allow this to happen. He stood up to protect his friend. The flames raged around Grizzly. He was at Albert's side so quickly that he didn't have time to use his gun. The blow was incredibly strong. A series of others followed, and although the man used defensive magic, he knew he couldn't withstand such an attack for long. Bruno beat his former boss so hard that he completely forgot that Yuna was nearby and his leg was injured. The boy barely managed to get out of the attack zone. After another blow, Albert, like a rag doll, flew back several meters and crashed into the wall. But that wasn't all. Grizzly was rushing towards him with a fist engulfed in flames to finish him off. The enemy managed to get to his feet and pulled out both pistols, enveloping them in mana to prevent him from doing so. He used a continuous fire spell and performed a magic shot using a normal weapon, a rather rare technique. Bruno was so strengthened by his wife that he was able to block the blow with his fist, but Albert continued to attack, strengthening his mana. However, Grizzly managed to close the distance as quickly as possible, and now his hand with the knuckle duster is preparing to blow the enemy's head off. The blow was crushing and hit the jaw, and along with his glasses, the Italian's beautiful white teeth flew to the side. The next blow was accompanied by a wish to go to hell, and resulted in Albert's body breaking through the wall and flying out through it. In flight, as if before death, he thought about how much he had experienced, promised his father that he would destroy the Marins and raise the Valentines. It was a vow that was never fulfilled. Albert realized that his life was still worth fighting for. A violent wind rose above the hole in the wall, as if confirming the man's thoughts that everything is changeable and it is too early to give up. Albert tried to get up, leaning his hand on the surviving lower part of the wall. He needed to see what was happening. The Italian crawled out of the pile of stones, but moved without raising his head. His neck hurt unbearably because he had broken through the wall. Here he felt that the direction of the wind had changed. An unfamiliar female voice addressed the Italian ambassador formally, by name and indicating his post. It was Shin So-yoon, who happily announced that she was arresting him for planning a terrorist attack at the Alice Hotel. Sometime later, in the Blue House of the Goddess of Korea, an interrogation was taking place. The ruler sat with her legs crossed and smiling. Before her was a paralyzed Albert Valentine, charged and asked to explain how he had gotten into such a violent mood. The man said that he had not carried out any terrorist acts, and not only had the Italian ambassador been slandered, but he was also being held in custody, although he was innocent. The guard moved to hit him, but the goddess stopped him, saying that they had a video of him killing Tom Marin and kidnapping a girl in the company of Yanko Marin. Albert hissed that Yanko Marin was killed by an elementary school student. It was an international crime, and he had organized the attack. The ruler of Korea smiled and asked who could believe such a thing, a third-grader terrorist against an experienced player. Albert Valentine had nothing to say in response to this. He himself understood the absurdity and surreality of what had happened in the hotel. The goddess offered her version, which was that Valentine, on Big Mama's orders, destroyed Yanko Marin in order to reduce the clan's influence in Italy. But your plan failed due to a certain set of circumstances and the intervention of the Korean side. The goddess added that besides them and Tom Marin, other Italian players had been spotted in the country, and the man sighed, realizing that they had been followed. The woman added that they had all already been caught and were in the hands of the Koreans, so the information was being checked, and she had a proposal for Valentine. The goddess approached the man and leaned over him. Albert asked what she wanted. The ruler of Korea replied that she wanted so much that he could not even imagine. At this time, our incredible hero No Yun-ha came to his senses in the city hospital. He felt quite well, but there was a nuance. Mom pulled him by the ear and repeated that he should have listened to her. Last time he had to undergo treatment for a long time, and now it would take 3 months to recover. The boy apologized and admitted that he was wrong. This was enough for the woman to calm down and begin to feel sorry for her son, asking him not to overwork himself. Yuna smiled. He didn't expect to get off so easily, so he happily agreed to take care of himself. Mom looked at him again with a loving gaze and stood up, saying that she would come again the next morning. The doors closed behind her and our hero began to think about the fact that he would most likely have more visitors soon. He already imagined the faces and shouts with which Dad and Yuna would burst into the room and almost laughed. But then he became serious. Looking out the window, he mentally turned to his family and asked them for forgiveness for causing them to worry once again. Noticing the TV remote control on the bed next to him, Yun-ha decided that it wouldn't hurt to watch the news. He still didn't know how the press was reporting the situation. The announcer reported that last night the police were informed about loud suspicious sounds in the Alice Hotel, and residents of nearby houses began to panic. In Alice, a red dungeon opened up due to mana instability, and thanks to the help of Italian players who went to clear it out, no one was hurt. Hearing that no one survived except Albert Valentine, the ambassador, Yuna thought that the legend was simply masterfully invented. There was a knock at the door and a happy Bruno and Juliet appeared on the threshold with treats. They joyfully asked if Boss Yun-ha would allow them to enter. The boy laughed and asked her not to call him that, to which the woman replied in all seriousness that he had saved them and therefore deserved to be treated that way. The husband and wife looked at each other for a second, but then their loving gazes met, and both forgot why they came here. The guy was in shock. They both apologized and began to exchange conspiratorial glances again. Our hero could not figure out what was going on. Here Juliet and Bruno knelt down in front of the bed and began to thank him for saving them and helping them, adding that this was the price of life. Yunha wanted to object and asked them to get up immediately, but no one even thought of listening to him. Juliet began the words of the oath, that in this sacred silence under the shining moon and starlight, she humbly creates a sacred bond. Bruno added that he gives his all to anyone who is ready to accept and vows to defend the honor of his brothers. In chorus, the spouses finished that their father is the sun and their mother is the moon. Yuna didn't expect that Juliet and Bruno would swear allegiance to him. For the first few seconds, he didn't even know how to react to that. Finally, he raised his hand and said that he had no intention of becoming a gambler or joining the mafia, and that it was not right to do so without asking his opinion, but he was grateful nonetheless. Here Juliet added that they would raise their child to be an assistant for Yunhee. She laughed. It was a joke, but then the boy screamed, would they really have a child? The boy was shocked. He began to congratulate his friends. But then Juliet reached into her bag and said that she still had something. She handed the hero the plastic identification cards, and Yunhee's eyes almost popped out of her head. In their new Korean documents, the neighbors indicated his last name. They were now Juliet No and Bruno No. Such ID cards were a kind of another sign of gratitude and respect. Yunha was ready to burst into tears, but did not show it. To hide his tears, the boy began to shout that this was some kind of joke, to which the woman replied that since they were starting a new life, let it be under a good name. They asked to be called nothing other than No Juliet and No Bruno, and the boy screamed that he would not do this so loudly that the hospital walls shook. The hallway of the house near the schoolyard where Yang Hyan had once wandered was still littered with stacks of books. The elderly man we already knew was sitting in his chair by the window with one of his favorite publications in his hands. Quietly approaching and bowing low to Bruno, Grizzly told the man, as if he had heard, that he was the one to thank for the fact that information about him and Juliet had not leaked to the press. He continued to stand, bowing, thinking that he was very grateful for the house where they were able to stay in Korea and for other help. The man smiled and said that he had indeed pulled some strings, but it was time to straighten up. He added that their personalities greatly interested the goddess of Korea, so it really became a star problem for him. The man added that eventually the conversation turned to potions, and he decided to quit the hotel business. Alice had already outlived his usefulness and would now invest in pharmaceuticals. He warned that the goddess had promised not to continue the investigation, but she shouldn't be trusted, and since Bruno was now unemployed, she might want to become his personal player. The man looked at the framed photograph and said that he spent most of his time at home, so his assignment would be to guard someone else. Bruno will have to protect a group of children that he already knows well, as he has, in principle, done before. The grizzly looked at the man with gratitude. Thinking that he was an extremely kind person, he became a little embarrassed. Grandfather added that he had no ulterior motives. He just wanted the world to have more smiles and fewer tears. Bruno replied that he agreed to start right away. They said goodbye and Bruno left, quietly closing the doors behind him, and a deep sigh of relief could be heard from behind them. The man looked out the window and thought that he had become too sentimental. Perhaps this was old age. He asked himself when he had become so emotional and what he should do now to avoid looking like a weird old man. The man placed his hand on the Alice book that Yan Hyan liked so much and asked his late wife what she would say to that. The man looked at the second framed photograph. In it, he was tenderly hugging someone. A ray of sunlight made it impossible to see who. But he remembered that face down to the smallest detail. A huge cruiser was sailing in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Its task was to deliver players to the habitat of Leviathan. The Koreans set out on an operation to destroy the monster, but they could not imagine that the monster would be so huge. He had already destroyed most of the Italian players and continued to advance towards the Italian ship, his mouth wide open. One movement of the jaws and the cruiser was already broken in half and began to slowly sink. The water washed everyone off the deck. Fortunately, this ship was not the only one. Another one, a Korean one, immediately sailed up to the monster, and a third one was cruising nearby. The players on deck shouted that they were waiting for the command to begin the attack. Their commander thought for a moment and shouted that the attack was starting right now. The Leviathan struck its tail and began to dive into the depths. Waves and ice fragments washed over the ship, and the players were washed away again. The monster sank both the icebreaker and the cruiser, and other ships that risked approaching it were next in line. The players looked in horror at the monster, against which even the most powerful weapons and the latest technical developments proved powerless. Although it was classified as a rank 2, it was actually a super rank Leviathan that emerged from the depths of the abyss and was incredibly powerful. The huge warship next to him seemed like a toy, but there was a man who was not afraid to challenge the creature. As the monster's mouth, breaking through the ice, opened once again to destroy another cruiser, Korea's best player prepared to do his part. It was Nagmun Seogwon, nicknamed the Divine Spear, and he informed his subordinates that he was moving out. Having emerged, the monster raised to the surface a huge block of ice, which was quite suitable to become a platform for battle, and Divine Spear jumped onto it. His cloak fluttering and his legs tireless, the man rushed towards his opponent to destroy him once and for all. Leviathan plunged into the depths again and looked from under the ice at the object approaching him. The man looked like an ant. Nagmun Seogwon looked at him carefully and said that he would give him one of his hands. It sounded very strange, as if he foresaw his future. The cruiser was waiting for the return of Korea's best player near a huge iceberg. The ocean was calm, as if Leviathan was not there. But he was just on the other side. Divine Spear just jumped into the open mouth to deliver his mighty blow to the most vulnerable spot. The player used 3 effects at once: Frozen Plum, Bloom Park, and Current Intent. They were supposed to immobilize the monster's jaws. In order for the Divine Spear to kill him with the mana spell cast on the spear called Northern Blizzard, it was a huge, sharp stream of ice. Yunha looked at his phone and saw the news that Nagmun Seogwon had killed Leviathan. He thought that the future he knew hadn't changed much. The boy thought sadly that in a few years Nagmun Seogwon would leave the 12 thrones and simply retire. On the day Yuna took her middle school exams, Yunha was walking down the street with his little sister, and she called out to him several times. Our hero took Yuna in his arms and asked what was going on. The girl asked to play with her, at least a little. The brother was 10, the sister was 4. They stopped in front of the entrance to the exam hall, and the little girl asked why Yuna was gone for so long. Yuna replied that he didn't know, but hoped that she was okay. The guy heard that there were a lot of applicants this year, so the exam would take longer. He hoped that this was the reason for his sister's delay. A few hours earlier, a physical fitness test had taken place, in which the children first had to overcome an obstacle course. A number of tests were meant to weed out those who were not strong and fast enough to become players, and those who had a chance in this field. In the secret room sat the judges and coaches, who discussed how the children were coping with the task, and there were also a couple of thrones. Noticing something interesting, the general observer ordered all cameras to be moved to numbers 2, 49, and 40. Number 40 was Ryu Yonha, the one with the highest mana level among the applicants, and the men agreed that there was no doubt about her skills. Ryu Yonha was a child who was once recognized as a grain, meaning she was capable of developing in any direction. On the screen, number 39 was catching up with the girl, and everyone started asking who she was. Her parameters were very good. One of the secretaries said that number 39 was no Yuna. There was no more information, and everyone just started looking at the screen. Na was very agile and fast, and she didn't fall too far behind Ryu Yonghwa, even though the other children weren't even in sight. The players watched in amazement as the girl took the barrier and asked if she was a grain, but it turned out she was not. Watching Yuna battle the elements, the onlookers agreed that the girl would make another great rookie, Yonga having completed the task by this point. They were almost ready to stop watching the competition when suddenly one of those present made an interesting observation. It was a player, and he knew exactly what he was talking about, but he was so surprised that he was a little confused. He reported that both Ryu Yonha and No Yuna did not use any mana at all during the obstacle course. Both girls received an A+ rank. The blonde was the first to run, the redhead the second. The time difference was a fraction of a second. Shin So-yun asked Yunu not to use mana when checking her physical data. She knew that this would definitely interest the committee. The girl was surprised and asked why such strange advice shouldn't players use mana. The woman explained that players must first of all be ready to complete the task under any conditions. Mana can disappear or be blocked. You need to learn to do without it. Now after the competition, Yuna thought that Divine Wind was right, and she was able to cope without mana. Looking at Ryu Yunhu, the girl thought that the only thing she didn't expect was that someone else would compete with the same attitude as her. Ryu felt that gaze and turned around and told Sister Yunhee that she was quite a good runner. Yuna was delighted and thanked him for the compliment. She had already decided that she had found a friend here, so she said that she didn't expect that someone could run as fast as she could without mana. After these words, Yona chuckled loudly, silently turned around and went about her business, not paying attention to Yuna's apologies. Watching the other applicants finish, Sister Yunhee thought that the girl who came first was just unsociable. Soon all the applicants were gathered in a large hall, and it was announced that they would now be told the rules of the final test. The man began by pointing to the doors behind him and saying that there was a labyrinth behind them. The structure of this maze changes randomly at a set time, and all subjects will enter it from different positions. In specially equipped areas of the labyrinth, there will be assistance with food and drinks, where you can take a break. Yuna was happy. In this exam, mana and weapons can be used, and working in a group with other applicants is also allowed. Hearing this, a red-haired girl called out to Yuna. She asked if Yonha and Yuna really came in first and second in the last competition, and suggested that they get to know each other. She is Choi Hiji. The girl started telling Yuna about herself, and looked very confident, which made Ryu a little angry. It soon became clear why Hiji decided to get acquainted. She suggested that Yuna join them into one team. The girl was surprised and asked if they didn't come in one at a time. Choi laughed nervously and straightened up. She suggested that they team up and not do anything bad to each other if they met in the labyrinth. Yuna happily agreed. She looked back at Ryu Yunhui and asked if the girl wanted to join in, to which she replied that there was no need. She was fine on her own. Yuna smiled and waved her hand, saying that it was great. They would see each other later, most likely after completing the task. New acquaintances began to encourage Yuna so that she would not be upset because of the sudden refusal, but she replied that everything was fine. Probably Ryu just didn't have friends at school. The girls ignored her assurances that everything was fine and continued discussing the arrogant upstart who had arrived first. Yuna caught herself thinking that she would hardly be able to make friends with these applicants. She would have been much happier to have Ryu Yonha, who seemed calm and honest, as her friend. Just as Yuna was about to say goodbye to the chatty girls, the signal sounded to begin the final test. The teacher announced that he was inviting everyone to the final exam, and the doors of the labyrinth began to slowly open. All the applicants were teleported to different points of the labyrinth. Some were alone. Some immediately saw other children nearby and joined them. Yuna looked around and realized that there was no one nearby. The girl wondered in which direction she should move. She walked down the corridor to the fork and couldn't decide whether it was better to turn right or left. She had to choose correctly. The girl remembered what her mentor told her about how to pass the test. She had her own opinion on this matter. The woman advised that if you need to make a decision and it doesn't work out, you should use mana and feel the direction of the flow. Yuna immediately took the advice and her eyes widened in surprise. The right decision was right there on the surface. The mana flow twisted and turned to the left. All he had to do was follow it without losing his way. She walked for quite a long time, maybe even an hour, then stopped and looked again in the direction the stream was going. At the next fork, Yuna also followed the mana and soon enough saw a welcoming sign inviting her to rest. Directly below her, a table was set, and one of the assistants was standing there. The man said that she was the first one to get here. He asked if the journey was difficult and offered water. The girl happily agreed and thanked her. While Yuna greedily drank the water, the mentor tried his best to smile and look friendly. He offered to give the girl a hint. She asked if he was sure that it was not prohibited, since the exam was in full swing. The man replied that this was allowed because the exam was the last one, and then pointed with his finger in the direction where he should go. Yuna bowed, thanking him, and ran to where the assistant pointed, the man waving after her. If the girl had looked back and seen his face, she would have definitely suspected something was wrong. She had good intuition. She moved in the indicated direction for quite a long time when she suddenly stopped, realizing that she did not see a flow of mana here. The girl became worried. She couldn't even imagine that the teacher could deceive her and lie. Around the next turn, she saw another mentor and a group of children. Yuna thought she had a chance to clarify the information. The red-haired girl turned around and saw our heroine. She cordially invited her to join their group. Yuna greeted Hiji and asked how they were doing. The girl replied that the teacher had just promised to show them where to go. This teacher was more sympathetic and friendly. He asked from which side the sun rises. Someone answered that from the east. The teacher nodded. Everyone turned to the east to continue their journey, but there was no mana flow there. Yuna pulled Hiji in the opposite direction. The girl again thought that all this was very strange, but her new acquaintance did not give her the opportunity to object and went with everyone to the east. Yuna tried to stop her and insisted that the mana flow was going in the opposite direction, which looked ridiculous. In the end, Yuna had no strength left and she simply walked along with everyone else, ignoring her own opinion about the direction of movement. The girl almost cried. She understood that her behavior looked strange, but she couldn't do anything. Each subsequent teacher joyfully greeted the children and sent them in a direction completely different from where the mana flow was moving. At the last stop, the assistant announced that this was the end of the maze and one of 3 paths would lead them to the exit. In anticipation of the exam soon being over, the children began asking him for a hint. The man pretended that he was not allowed to say this, but nodded his head and pointed the way. The whole group headed there, excited to be the first to finish and praising each other for their excellent work. Everyone except Yuna. The girls looked back at our heroine, asking why she had fallen behind and was not going with them. Their faces were very displeased. Yuna tried to explain that she thought there was another way to the exit. She looked confused and even a little scared. She added that the flow of mana was going in the opposite direction. The children grimaced skeptically. The teacher was silent. The girls started yelling at her that a teacher can't lie. And why did the impudent girl decide to make a scene at the very end? Yuna silently listened to the accusations and claims that the exit from the labyrinth was on the other side, right in front of them. The children thanked the teacher for his help and continued to find out why the ungrateful Yuna was behaving this way. Here Hiji sighed noisily and addressed Yuna by name, who responded and looked questioningly at her new acquaintance. She said with a dissatisfied face that there was no need to complicate things. If he wanted to make mistakes, let him make mistakes alone. There was no point in considering himself better than the teacher. Yuna thought that maybe she really was wrong. The assistant looked at her with approval and respect. The girl clasped her hands and began to think, because she simply said what she thought. Why so much aggression? She thought about her brother and wondered what Yunha would do. On the way to the exam in the car, he asked her not to trust anyone. She asked again, really not a single person, her brother confirmed. Players cannot be trusted under any circumstances. You need to believe in yourself and rely only on yourself. Yuna decided that this was very reasonable and would do just that. The girl remembered this and decided to insist on her own. She showed where the exit was in her opinion and decided to go there. Hiji looked at her with undisguised regret. Let her do as she sees fit, upstart. Yuna stood on the mana flow and went in the direction she needed. The teacher was pleased with her choice and did not hide his smile. Soon there was no trace of her. Yuna realized how much time she had wasted following the opinion of the majority. The guys watched her for a while, but they themselves needed to get moving. Since the exit was close, why waste time? Yuna rushed forward, enveloped in the glow of mana. She was glad that she remained true to herself and did what she believed was right. Hiji fixed her hair and said that she really didn't understand Yuna, but it was time for them to go anyway. The girl turned around and confidently headed in the direction suggested by the teacher. There was an exit ahead, at least that's what she thought. The closer the white shining rectangle became, the faster Hiji moved. She wanted to finish first. In the end, she even started running, happy that she would get there before the one who took second place in the previous test. Here her foot is already on the threshold of the supposed exit. Hiji, with a light heart, stepped towards the white glow. It was a portal, and the next moment the girl realized with horror that she had returned to her starting point. There were still quite a few applicants left in the labyrinth, but Hiji was the most upset because she was supposed to be the first one out. But now she found herself in the very center. Meanwhile, Yuna came out of the labyrinth. She kept reproaching herself for not following the mana flow, otherwise she would have saved a lot of time and effort. She leaned her forehead against the soda machine. Completely exhausted, Yuna poked at the buttons, not even understanding what she was choosing. She was wondering how Yuna and her little sister were doing. Ryu Yunha approached her and said that the machine mistakenly gave her 2 cans of drink. She would be happy to share. She added that she refused the offer to team up before the exam, not because she didn't like Yuna. Our heroine gratefully took the soda and thought that Ryu, it turns out, is shy, which is very cute. She opened the jar saying that she didn't know what the result would be, whether they both passed the exam or not. But if they do meet at the Players Academy in the new school year, then she, no Yuna, will be very happy to become friends. Ryu Yona looked at her and remained silent for a while, her face somehow becoming very serious. Finally, she introduced herself and simply banged the can against Yuna's can. As if sealing the agreement, the girl didn't say anything else. At this time, all of our heroine's relatives had already gathered near the sports training complex where the exam was taking place. They were worried. The baby fell asleep in her brother's arms. He was already quite tired, and besides, he was starting to worry about Yuna. The parents were sitting on a bench. They looked tired. Yunha was restless and wondered where his sister had disappeared to. The holidays flew by quickly, and our hero went back to his usual school. Now he was a 3rd grader. The first thing he heard when he sat down at his desk was Inhuk whispering his innermost message to him, "Captain." The boy was eager to tell his friend that they still had the same class teacher, and what's more, the whole group was in the same class again. Younghuk didn't stop and whispered that he, of course, guessed that they would all be in the same class, but it was really cool. Sona thought that it was not only cool, but also weird. The girl wondered why all the people she had told her grandfather about, all her friends she had told him about, were in the same class, and the girl voiced her observation. Younghuk picked up on the fact that it looked suspicious and asked if his friend had any thoughts on the matter. Yuna remembered how his grandfather came to him in the hospital and asked the doctors to take good care of him. They fawned and promised to try their best, since the president of the Alice group himself asked them. He didn't say it out loud, so the persistent Sona continued to poke the boy in the back with her finger, waiting to hear what he thought. Sona repeated her action again and again, until someone behind her simply lost their nerve. It was the teacher. He told the student that she really had a lot of courage if she ignored new material on the first day of class, and the girl apologized. The teacher assigned her a punishment. After classes, the half-breed had to stay and clean the teacher's room. She was very ashamed. Sona had never received any warnings before. Yuna was also told to join his classmate. He tried to protest that he hadn't been chatting, but the teacher was adamant. The guy had to agree, which caused uncontrollable joy in Yanhook, who perceived his friend's punishment as an adventure. But his joy quickly evaporated when the boy heard that he would also be joining his friends in cleaning. The teacher explained that he was laughing, and Yunha and Suna immediately began to tease Younghook, threatening to punish him for laughing at them. They howled in bloodthirsty voices that they would now have fun with him while cleaning, and the guy realized that he was finished. Minji looked back at her friends, adjusting her new glasses with an air of importance, and told Yang Hyeyan that some people were slow to grow up. Meanwhile, Yuna also had her first day of school, and she came to the high school of the Players' Academy. It seemed like the girl would be floating above the ground with happiness. The new uniform suited her very well, and the new school seemed like paradise. When she saw Yunhu, she literally grabbed the girl in her arms and said that she missed her, and was very glad that she had also entered. Excited Yuna happily chirped that, on top of everything else, they were enrolled in the same class. It was incredible. Her friend only nodded. Then Yuna looked around and heard someone insistently recommending that someone go into the classroom first. All the boys turned around with the same movement. It became obvious that some celebrity had come to school. Seeing the staff above the heads of their classmates, almost everyone started whispering about some kind of mother, divine, or something like that. The Holy Mother Park Hyerin, a girl who was enthroned as a throne girl when she was only 22 years old, came to them. She walked down the hallway smiling sweetly, but in reality she was ready to scream with anger. Why do they call Hyerin mother when she is only in her early 20s? Seeing Yuna, she was very happy. It seems that the Holy Mother came to school only for her. 4 years have passed since their meeting on the bridge. Yuna tensed up, wondering what this celebrity wanted from her, and Hyorin couldn't figure out how much mana she had now. So she stared at the girl intently. While Yuna was asking Yunhui who this weirdo was, Hyorin noticed Ryu and recognized her. This was the daughter of Elder Namgun Grain. It seemed she had so much mana that it even affected the color of her hair. When the girl decided to talk to Yuna, she started by saying that she was sure the girl knew who she was. Placing her hand on the student's shoulder, the Holy Mother solemnly announced that she was inviting her to become her seed. Hyorin was beaming. She had been dreaming about this for all 4 years. But Yuna stood with a puzzled face. She still didn't understand who was in front of her. Sister Uni thought that if it was just a celebrity in front of her, not a witch, or someone like Shin Seo-yoon, then she wouldn't be able to teach the girl to control the amount of mana that she possessed. The Holy Mother waited for an answer. She mentally tried to make Yunu react faster, not to prolong the pause and say that he wanted to become her grain. The girl thought for a long time. Then she scratched the back of her head and replied that it was very awkward to say, but no. You couldn't tell from Park Hyo-rin's face that she wanted to scream in anger and stamp her feet, but that no was a shot to the heart. Yuna explained that she was seeing the girl for the first time and was completely unfamiliar with her, while she had been studying with a wonderful teacher for a long time and wanted to continue studying with him. The girl turned around, took Ryu by the arm, and continued down the hallway to class, wishing the Holy Mother all the best and a good day. Park Hyo-rin was left standing in the middle of the school hallway, surrounded by underage fans who only wanted to get her autograph, completely oblivious to the stage. The girl mentally replayed the words about the wonderful teacher in her head and realized with horror that Yuna really did not understand that one of the thrones was in front of her. At this time, Park Hyo-rin's phone rang. It was the clan Lord Gu Yan-su. The matter was urgent, and there was no way to postpone the conversation. The girl listened carefully and asked again whether it was necessary to deal with the horde of monsters right now, or whether she had 15 minutes to spare. The incident in question was later known as the Guashan missing persons case, which subsequently made headlines. At first, people simply disappeared in the province, not often and not at the same time. But after a few weeks, several corpses were found at once with traces of the teeth of either an animal or a monster. When volunteers found another group of torn bodies, it became obvious that a monster had had a hand in it after all. The inhabitants of the province, who heard rumors of the disappearances, began to protest against the inaction of the authorities and even the government of the goddess itself. To avoid unrest, it was decided to involve several clans of the city of Guashan, Blades, Regals, and Kings in the matter. The players immediately set out to explore the Guashan Reservoir in search of the monster that needed to be destroyed. Soon their search was crowned with success. A 6th-class monster called a Sharptail was discovered. The problem was that it was not one monster but a whole colony. The first to risk fighting them was the fire demon, Kang Hyun-chul, already familiar to us from the incident with the Kraken. He was strong and fast, so he decided to use his ability to quickly solve such problems. Several monsters burned in the fire of his sword in the first 15 minutes, but that was only the beginning. In search of the remaining monsters, the Lord of the Blade clan wandered into some swamp, but the creatures hid very skillfully, sensing danger. Then behind him, he heard an explanation that the monsters were intelligent, and that only a monster with high intelligence could control a horde of this size. The chief ordered his subordinates to find shelter from the people who came to kill them, said the Lord of the Regal clan, Gu Yunsu. Kang Hyun-chul countered that this was just speculation. These creatures could barely move their limbs and did not have mana, to which Gu Yunsu asked not to underestimate the monsters. Around them, the sharp-tailed creatures killed by the fire demon were burning out, when suddenly a strange sound was heard from the side, and both turned in that direction. It was one of the wounded players who was moaning. The healers were just healing their wounds. Gu Yunsu added that everyone who was reckless would die before others. At this time, Hiram appeared, and Kang Hyun-chul asked his friend if this was the entire squad that survived the battle with the monsters. The girl answered in the affirmative and added that they destroyed almost everyone, but the particularly frisky ones managed to escape and hide. A pursuit group was needed. Gu Yunsu laughed. Then Do Wanjun, the Lord of the King clan, appeared and reported that the monsters were released on purpose so that they would lead the squad to the lair of their leader. Gu Yunsu nodded and asked if they were looking for that shelter, to which the voice from above said that they had already found it. One of the thrones, Ban Yunji, nicknamed the Florist, elegantly descended towards them, looking like a fairy. Apparently, the Lord of Kings had warm feelings for her because he didn't immediately ask the question of where the shelter was. The girl pointed out the direction. Everyone looked to see what was going on there, and the fire demon even clarified that he didn't expect the Sharptail's shelter to be like this. Everyone looked into the clearing between the tree branches and thought that the matter was more serious than expected. The entire Guashan Reservoir turned out to be the shark's refuge. It was incredibly beautiful and incredibly large. People didn't know about it yet, but at the bottom, someone had already woken up who was quite capable of taking their lives. The monster opened its yellow eye and became wary. It seemed the time had come to rise from the depths to the surface. The players came out onto the shore of the reservoir and were amazed at how beautiful and diverse the flora was. The beautiful flowers and azure water lulled their vigilance. Park Hyo-rim's eyes widened in surprise, and she said that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to create something so beautiful. The girl who conjured this beauty with the help of magic without turning her head said that she did not even doubt it. The fire demon gave his friend a flick on the face and informed her that their talents were different. There was no doubt about it, but that was the whole point. The Sacred Mother pushed his hand away. She was seriously angry both at the situation itself and at his behavior. Without pausing at all, Kang Hyun-chul asked her what she was thinking so deeply about. The girl angrily asked what he was doing, to which the fire demon asked him not to be in the clouds, but to think about their common cause. Hiram almost cried and said that she was here for support and treatment. The guy laughed and replied that he didn't really believe it. The florist and Gu Yunsu laughed, amused by the relationship between their colleagues. The man said that it was enough to flirt. Let them look at something interesting. Both of them were seriously angry and even blushed, but they still looked in the indicated direction. What they saw puzzled them. On the bank of the reservoir, a pipe was visible, or rather 2 pipes through which water was supplied. This looked strange. The players from the King clan were tasked with scouting the area, and they eagerly began to carry out the order. The Kings and the Regal will gather all the remaining people and go to the shelter, preferably not at the same time, but in turn. Gu Yunsu asked Bang Yunji how long she could maintain the beautiful picture, and the girl said that if she had enough magic, then about 4 hours. The man said that he would leave a couple of players with her for protection and entrusted the fire demon with the protection of the reservoir. Kang Hyun-chul liked this task. He immediately rushed to complete it. The guy was inspired by the impending danger and the upcoming battle with the monster. Gu Yunsu himself was also about to go into the pipe, but the fire demon yelled that he actually intended to go first. Looking at his jump, Park Hyo-rim exclaimed that the guy was an idiot. The rest just joked something about young blood. Next, the scout players from the clan of kings went into the pipe, and their lord, of course, also joined the squad. At this time, the news bulletin reported that the government had used all its resources to clean the reservoir. Yunhee's family was just about to have dinner, and the guy muttered that the incident happened at that time. Yuna asked what he meant. The boy realized that he had let it slip and asked not to pay attention. His sister got upset, and he began to think about how the situation would affect the future. Yuna was so deep in thought that he even forgot to take the spoon out of his mouth. He couldn't decide what to do. The last time the operation was only half successful. Moving deeper into the shelter along the pipe, the players discovered a horrifying sight. The corpses of missing people were suspended from the ceiling by their feet. The fire demon cursed. Everyone else was silent, but they were in complete solidarity with him. No other word would fit here. The discovered sharp-tailed bats ate the people and paid no attention to those who came down to their lair. Above them hung those who in the future were to become food for the offspring hatched from the eggs, canned food, so to speak. Park Hyo-rim covered her mouth in horror and whispered that all the missing people seemed to be here. Apparently no one survived. The fire demon's eyes blazed with anger. He was ready to rush forward at that moment and kill all the creatures in one fell swoop. His gaze was so heavy that the monsters felt it and turned to see who had come to visit them. The next moment they flared up like matches. It seemed that there was no chance of survival in such a hellish flame. The monsters screamed and writhed in pain, but their skin still proved to be quite resistant to flame damage. The fire demon said loudly that even if they did not hope for a quick death, he deliberately used fire in such a way that the monsters would suffer longer. Kang Hyun-chul cursed again and charged in person this time, his patience finally at an end. Following the fire demon, the rest of the players followed. Gu Yeonsu pierced the mouths of the sharp-tails with one blow of his sword. His subordinates did not lag behind the chief. When the last of the monsters present in the room was defeated, the clan leader gave orders to heal everyone who was wounded and also to try to find any survivors. The fire demon was burning with anger, both literally and figuratively. He did not listen to the order and went deeper, moving along the pipe. Kang Hyun-chul slowly walked forward, leaving flames around him. Everyone froze, trying to figure out whether he would stop himself or not. Then Gu Yeonsu's hand fell on his shoulder. He reminded the fire demon that he needed to take care of the missing people. Someone might still be alive and waiting for help. He looked at him angrily and wanted to continue on his way, but the man said that this place does not allow him to do whatever he wants. He is a player representing the nation. Gu Yeonsu ended by saying that the kid still had some experience to gain, which caused Kang Hyun-chul to become overtly furious. The other men looked on in horror as the thrones quarreled and prayed only that they would not start fighting in such a small room. Otherwise, the common players would be finished. Reason prevailed, and the fire demon offered his apologies, which were favorably received by the lord of the other clan. Gu Yeonsu returned to his men who were humbly waiting for the boss and ordered the search to resume. Kang Hyun-chul approached Park Hyo-rim, and the girl asked if he was okay. He nodded but was surprised by the question. She muttered something about a couple of kind words from an older man, to which the guy replied that if he got it, it must have been for a reason. He knew that the experienced players secretly looked down on him, but that shouldn't bother someone who was determined to get better. Gu Yeonsu specifically called him a fire demon instead of addressing him by name or as a clan lord, but that doesn't make the player worse. It makes the offender worse. At this point, Park Hyo-rim gently took his fist, clenched in anger, and suggested that they study and become better together. The guy was taken aback and asked to repeat, to which the Holy Mother explained that they were both newbies and both still had room to grow, but it was more enjoyable to do it together. The girl brought his hand to her face and said that when mistakes are pointed out, it is a chance to become a better version of yourself. Kang Hyun-chul thanked Park Hyo-rim. She was surprised the fire demon almost never called her by name. The guy explained that he was not himself and then added that he thought she was cool. But this whole conversation was too tiring and inopportune. Kang Hyun-chul looked at the more experienced players and promised himself that one day he would catch up with them, and maybe even surpass them. The healers were healing their wounds, and Gu Yeonsu stood next to them and gave advice on which spell was best. Then he and two other players approached the huge doors and began to discuss the likelihood that the main monster was behind them, as that was where the densest mana wavelength was. The conclusion was obvious. The clan leader turned to his men to give each one an order and explain the plan. The first thing they decided to do was form a squad for the attack. Naturally, it included Kang Hyun-chul and Gu Yeonsu as tanks. The fire demon volunteered to be a damage dealer. Only in this case he would agree to consider Yeonsu as the party leader. Everyone was happy with it. Everyone agreed and even continued to joke. It seemed like no problems would arise. Park Hyo-rim was given the role of support. She was a good mage and an excellent healer, so she happily agreed and immediately applied acceleration, defense, and strength, as well as a blessing. The remaining players were ordered to hold formation, and the guides were not to stray far from the rangers and spellcasters. The two men began to carefully push the heavy doors aside. The squad prepared to enter, knowing that nothing good awaited them there. Gu Yunsu went first, and he gave the command to go forward, and the whole party moved towards the unknown lurking in the darkness. Everyone used acceleration magic and rushed into the room at maximum speed like comets. The monster rose and opened its eyes. There were eggs around it. This meant that the player's task was becoming significantly more difficult. The monster was guarding its offspring. The fire demon had no intention of stopping and continued his attack, followed by the rest of the players who had volunteered to tank. The first thing the men did was to destroy the eggs. They were on the way to the monster anyway, so why not? Kang Han-chul activated the flames to launch a long-range attack on the monster. The monster covered the eggs with himself to protect at least some of them from the fire. He began to get really angry and was going to destroy the vile little people. Kang Hyun-chul rushed at him, sword at the ready, to prevent the creature from attacking first. But it had no intention of doing so. One cannot leave the offspring for long. The first crushing blow landed on the monster's head, but it didn't crush anything at all. The skin was so thick that it worked like a shield. The Sharp-Tail Lord swung his tail, trying to knock the little man off of him, and the player had to jump high to stay alive. Moreover, it was a good opportunity to assess the situation from above and attack from an unexpected direction. Something very powerful flew past the fire demon, and he realized that it was the leader, Gu Yunsu, who had begun his attack. They slashed at the creature in two places at once, and this time both of them coated their weapons in mana, causing the swords to make deep cuts. The monster curled up into a ball, protecting the future children. The clan lord stood with his sword pointed at it. The other players also waited, ready to join the attack. The monster tried to wrap itself around the eggs as tightly as possible, and it moved around them at great speed. Gu Yunsu realized that it was pointless to attack the clutch. He needed to destroy the mother, so he rushed at the sharp-tailed one again. The man jumped on top of the monster and plunged his sword into its body. Blood spurted out, but the damage was not serious. The creature once again regrouped around its eggs and prepared to not let itself be hurt next time, but to do this it had to shake off Gu Yunsu, who was moving towards the head. In order to distract the monster and prevent it from throwing off the player, Kang Hyun-chul also joined the attack. The man enveloped his sword in flames and threw it at the monster with all his might. Everything burst into flames. Gu Yunsu just struck and jumped back in time. After watching the monster burn, the players were satisfied and began to discuss the advantages of this or that weapon, but both recognized each other's swords as excellent. Then Park Hyo-rim approached them and reminded them that the battle was not over yet. It was too early to relax. The girl cast a binding spell to immobilize the enemy and allow ranged players to join the battle. The archers, the lord of the clan of kings, and the girl herself were just waiting for the right moment. The spells of rain of arrows, fire volley, and catapult were prepared, and here it came. A multitude of arrows charged with mana and a super powerful volley of firearms hit the target exactly. Because of the glow, it was difficult to see other details. The monster took damage, but also used mana. With a roar, "How dare the leather bastards touch him?" the Sharp-Tail prepared to respond. Kang Hyun-chul muttered in surprise that the monster turned out to be quite intelligent and even knew how to make sarcastic remarks. The archers got out new arrows. The players prepared for battle. Now they had to defend themselves and repel the monster's attack. At that moment, an unpleasant cracking sound was heard, and young, sharp-tailed bats began to hatch from the eggs. No one expected this. Not only were they not helpless, but before they had time to peel off their shells, they began to sink their predatory teeth into people. The rangers were given the command to attack the monsters hatching from the eggs, and their mother's attack was taken on by Gu Yunsu and Kang Hyun-chul. True, they were not fully prepared for it, as they were distracted by their offspring, and therefore jumped out from under the paw of the main monster literally at the last moment. The leader stopped to assess the situation. A young sharp-tailed lemur was about to jump on him from above. One of the players shouted, warning the boss of the danger. The man arrived just in time to prevent disaster. With a confident hand, Gu Yunsu drew his sword and killed the monster with one blow, shouting to the fire demon that he would deal with the little ones. They were too active. With his sword, the man cut through the monsters with literally one blow. Their skin was not yet as strong as his mother's. The fire demon rushed towards the main monster, hearing in passing the leader's wish that he should be careful. The monster slowly rose, telepathically transmitting only one word to the people, and that word was death. Kang Hyun-chul froze. He saw that the battle would not go according to the plan that the guy had previously outlined for himself. With a terrible roar and scream, the monster rose to its full height and attacked the fire demon with a stream of something acidic. Hyun-chul covered his mouth and nose with his hand. The most important thing is that his eyes were not damaged, and the antidote and Park Hyo-rim will help with everything else. The girl shouted to her friend that he should attack despite the streams of poison. And what exactly to do? She would tell him telepathically through the half-breed spotter. Well, who is he to be afraid of difficulties? The player made several hits, and thanks to the tip, jumped back in time from another acidic stream of poison. Jumping aside, the guy heard his girlfriend order him to urgently get an antidote. He asked her not to worry about it. On his belt, like Uni at Alice's hotel, were several powerful potions for all occasions, and there was also an antidote. Park Hyo-rim asked him to trust her and attack. Kang Hyun-chul didn't have any objections to this proposal. He rushed forward, engulfed in purple flames that protected him somewhat but wounded his opponent. The Holy Mother did give him an additional potion against intoxication. What else could one expect from a girl? And the hero thanked her and used it. Now the fire demon felt great and could already see on his own, having gained resistance to poison. The player was fast, but the monster was not standing still either. They danced around each other with terrible speed, exchanging attacks. If the sharp-tailed one used acid, then the man preferred to surround himself with violet flame, so they were on approximately equal terms. As the fire demon rushed forward in another leap, he decided that the moment was right to attack with his sword in close combat. He began to gather mana for this final attack, and as he rushed forward, Kang Hyun-chul caught sight of Gu Yeon-soo out of the corner of his eye, who wished for him to finish off the monster in one fell swoop. This was precisely the goal of the player, who managed to develop such speed that the sharp-tailed one simply had no chance to withstand the blow of the sword. Gu Yeon-soo once again shouted out his approval, which gave the less experienced player even more determination. The fire demon inflicted several fatal wounds on the monster. The monster was in its death throes, but still retained the ability to regenerate. Park Hyo-rim gave the command to shoot, and all the ranged players did so at the same time. The monster was completely destroyed. With such damage, it no longer had a chance to survive. The Sharp-tail's last words were that he must protect the king. The monster lay down on the clutch of eggs, so that one remained unnoticed behind his dead body. When Kang Hyun-chul got closer, he really didn't even try to check what was behind him. He was happy that he won. Looking at the creature he had destroyed, the fire demon exhaled that he hadn't seen such a monster for a long time. To which Gu Yeon-soo replied that there was no need to relax. This was not the end yet. He raised his sword sharply and concentrated to deliver a precise blow. It looked a little ominous. The man swung his blade sharply and destroyed the monster's egg, killing the unborn sharp-tail embryo, and the player said that the same should be done to all the remaining ones. To everyone's surprise, the creature was still alive, moaning about its children and the lizard king who must survive. Otherwise, its death would have been in vain. Telepathically, the monster conveyed to his son that he must grow up, become strong, and avenge them all. The king of the lizards hatched from a hidden egg. Quite quickly, he made his way from his mother's corpse to the end of the pipe, without ever being noticed. The monster swam across the reservoir and came out onto dry land in search of shelter. Its legs were covered with fur. It looked strange. He wandered for quite a long time until he found a place to hide. For a while, the lizard king hid. He needed to grow up. A week after defeating the Guachin monster, the children went out into nature. Minji and Sona played, agreeing that the loser would wash the dishes. Yuna and Hyan also decided to join in. No one wanted to wash the dishes and everyone hoped to win. These hopes quickly disappeared. Sona jumped so well that she hit the ball from any position. No one could compete with the girl. Yuna was just watching at first, but after the ball hit Yeonhuk right in the forehead, he thought he wouldn't mind participating too. The boy fell on the grass and started screaming that it wasn't fair. He wanted to be on the same team with Sona. The girls didn't want to allow that. Sona wiped Yeonhuk's face and said that she would play with him if Yuna joined Hyeon and Minji. At Camp Gwaechin, the children were having fun. Bruno watched them play and thought they were all in good shape. It was not easy for Yunhee to convince her parents that the trip with Bruno to Gwaechin would be safe. They were worried after the recent events. The boy helped the bodyguard with all his might, even took on peeling potatoes and didn't forget to thank him for his help. Yunhee had a cunning plan, so he sucked up to Grizzly with all his might. The man began to suspect something but said nothing. When our hero had finished peeling the potatoes, he said that he wanted to step away for a while and look around the area. Bruno gave his permission and asked if he needed help. The guy held out a small bottle and asked me to pour him some curry. He really wanted to eat outdoors. He also asked to take a knife, and the Italian froze. He visibly tensed up and raised an eyebrow in some surprise. The man said that if the boss meant the knife that he asked to take from home, then it was in the bag. The code had not changed. Yuna reached for the weapon. The boy added that he would return today if they were looking for him. Let Bruno think of something. The man said that if something serious was planned, then he also wanted to go. Yuna noted that the other children might also need protection, so Bruno should stay with them. He looked at his friend with gratitude and confidently declared that he could handle it himself. Bruno didn't even doubt it. In the middle of the vast territories of the national park around the reservoir, a greenhouse was built, quite large. Yuna walked inside and found himself thinking that this place looked quite nice. It would be a shame to destroy it. The boy suddenly realized that, unlike in his past life, now he did not feel helpless before meeting the Lizard King. Our hero took out his sword and prepared himself. The attack could come from any corner and at any moment. And so it happened. The monster attacked unexpectedly and immediately with full force. The boy barely managed to parry the blow. The lizard's teeth clanged against the blade. To deprive the enemy of the opportunity to defend itself, the monster grabbed Yuni's weapon with its clawed paw, blocking it. The boy used an energy attack and acceleration, so he quickly freed himself, flying several meters to the side. They stood and looked at each other. It doesn't often happen that one of the opponents has experience fighting the other, and the other does not. In a past life, during the absence of the goddess Limga-il, monsters invaded Seoul, leading hordes of their own kind. Yuna had just graduated from the Players' Academy and was preparing to receive the nickname of the Immortal, and he was sent to solve the problem along with other players. Nobody knew what to do. The monsters had at least 4 powerful leaders, one of whom was the Lizard King. Seeing him surrounded by many small minions, Yuna realized that he had to destroy this monster himself. The King of Monsters' main weapon was acidic poisons, and none of the players dared to approach him closer than a few dozen meters. He was assigned to a 3rd-rank superclass, and our hero spent a lot of time and effort fighting this enemy. Now the boy looked at him and felt awkward. The King of the Lizards was still about shoulder-high to him. No one even guessed that he would sit in the greenhouse until he grew up. But there was no point in getting sentimental. Our hero decisively swung his sword and began to attack the enemy. With his first blow, he plunged the blade into the monster's neck. There was no need to attack again. Grasping his wound, the Lizard King jumped back as far as he could with a huge leap, blood flowing from under his paw. He hissed a threat at the guy, and Yunha thought that the enemy had not yet grown up, but had already learned to intimidate people. Our hero remembered that the last time the Lizard King actively used camouflage, he guessed that the monster had probably already mastered this skill. Therefore, having felt the movement of mana near him, the boy managed to dodge the blow of the sharp-tailed one who attacked, as last time, completely unexpectedly. Yuna didn't see the Lizard King, but he felt perfectly where he was. The monster showed a desire to kill. The guy attacked. The monster screamed in pain and became visible for a moment. He did not expect his disguise to be revealed. Yuna looked at his opponent and said that it seemed that it was in vain that he had prepared so responsibly for the meeting. Taking out a bottle of curry, the guy sighed that he was going to use a special tool to detect the Lizard King. He didn't want it to go to waste. With these words, he splashed hot, spicy soup right into the enemy's face, and he howled and whined in pain. The next moment, the Lizard King was 10 meters away from the boy, trying to climb a tree. Yuna shouted loudly that he had prepared the dish specifically so that the monster could enjoy the treat before dying. The Lizard King remembered that he had also prepared a gift for our hero. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of acidic poison. Yunha was amused. He was ready for this step, and had already cast mana on his weapon in anticipation of the fight. The boy used the Heavenly Step skill and dodged the poison quite easily, his eyes glowing with excitement. It was necessary to finish the duel. Our hero made an incredible jump, preparing to use his blades. With 2 sharp movements, he cut the throat of the Lizard King, and with 1 jump, he jumped back to the ground. The deed was done. Blood gushed out. The monster was destroyed. At least that's what it looked like. The battle was over. Yuna felt some movement and walked a little around the greenhouse. Approaching the edge of the fountain, he looked at the water. The monster's paw jerked convulsively for the last time, leaving a few scratches on the floor as a reminder of its owner. Yunha approached. The remains of the Lizard King were burning under the hero's feet. Like all monsters, he was supposed to disappear after death. The boy said loudly that the enemy quickly surrendered. He thought that the king of the lizards was the king in everything, but he turned out to be a weakling. At this time, the monster appeared in the far corner and rushed to run as far as possible. This was the only chance to escape. The king of the lizards spent almost all his mana on creating a clone. Yuna stood and watched as the remains of that very clone burned out. The guy even looked a little sad that everything ended so quickly. The Lizard King ran towards the reservoir and thought that he could not defeat the enemy now, but he would definitely find and kill him in the future when he grew up. He didn't have time to rejoice at his plan when suddenly he heard a question about where he was going. Yuna was standing over him with his sword raised to strike. The surprise that was reflected on the Lizard King's face was so strong that he felt sorry for him again. He did not understand why the enemy was aware of all his skills and tricks. Yuna struck first and once again stained the ground with the purple blood of the monster, who was unable to dodge. The Lizard King could not attack either, so soon after the first sword strike, another one followed. All the monster could do was try to dodge and jump in hopes of increasing the distance. Yunha reported that he knew about cloning. The monster grunted in surprise and turned to continue running, waving its spiked tail. Yuna jumped over his opponent and appeared in front of him again, declaring that he would not get rid of him so easily this time. The guy was ready to kill the monster, this time for real, so he told him that it would be better for him to stop and die with dignity. Our hero wrapped his sword in mana and prepared to launch an attack. The Lizard King stopped, but was not going to give up without a fight. Yuna used heavenly steps again and quickly jumped up to attack the enemy more effectively. The boy twirled his sword in a mad dance technique, and the monster lost several spikes and even limbs. Despite his severe injuries, the Lizard King continued to fight. He already understood that this was his last battle and wanted to leave with dignity. With a terrible cry, he tried to attack our hero with his tail, but he didn't have much strength and mana left. Meanwhile, Yunha was advancing while surrounded by a purple mist, which was a side effect of the resentful soul spell. The boy pushed the monster back to a tree. It towered over him, exposing its most vulnerable spot, its stomach, which is where our hero aimed. Yuna thrust his first sword and was now preparing to use the second one. The fog began to gradually dissipate. It turned out that with the help of the spike needle attack and a huge amount of mana, the guy managed to nail the monster to the tree tightly, piercing its stomach. The enemy screamed and made gurgling sounds. He could not understand why this man attacked and why he wanted him dead. Yunha thrust the sword even deeper and asked if there was a special reason to want to kill a monster. These words were the last thing the Lizard King heard, and with them he died. Tongues of flame began to engulf the body of the destroyed monster. Taking his blade out of the body of a dead enemy, our hero concluded that people and monsters cannot coexist together. Even if the end of the world begins, this will not happen. The guy remembered how a few seconds before his death, the monster asked him not to kill him, but there could only be one outcome. Now Yunha, shrouded in the fog of the offended soul spell, was preparing to receive his magic stones. The boy's mana stream started some kind of process, and the Lizard King began to shake his entire body. Our hero was serious and focused. He was conducting an experiment and really hoped that everything would end in success. The monster lost, but it was not the end yet. He would serve Yunha well with his very existence and his death. The boy took out a pistol. This time the weapon was not needed, but in his past life he killed the king of the lizards with a shot. When Yunha was a player, he learned the rule well. Either you kill the monster or the monster kills you, and there is always one left. The remains of the monster were burning out, nailed to a tree. Our hero thought that he would not miss his second chance and would live this life completely differently. The boy, like the young man then, raised his pistol as if he intended to fire and thus destroy his past. After the death of the Lizard King, there was not just one stone left on the grass, as was usually the case, but three, a large blue one and two smaller yellow ones. Yuna sat down next to them and realized that these were two magic skill stones and one regular mana stone. Skill stones were magical stones that stored a monster's foresight. When a monster died, a stone appeared that stored a skill corresponding to the monster's level. If you absorb a skill stone, the skill that is imprisoned in it can be used. Yunha thought that the Lizard King left him a parting gift. But if the compatibility between the player and the stone is low, it will not be possible to absorb it. The guy tried it on one of the stones, and nothing worked the first time. If it is not compatible with the first time, then it is necessary to try the second time. Yunha took it and tried to interact. With high compatibility, the stone should glow when in contact with the body, and in this case, that is what happened. The monster's providence passed to the player who killed it, but the gift turned out to be quite valuable and useful. Yuna was delighted. He could not have wished for a better reward for himself. He needed to quickly return to the others. The boy ran to the camp and saw that everything was fine. John-Huck no longer had any pain and was calmly playing with the girls. Our hero returned the weapon to the case that Bruno brought with him. The job was done. Now it was time to rest. The Italian was already rushing to the boss. He also wanted to make sure that everything was okay. Yunha said that everything ended well and thanked him for the blades. Grizzly's face showed some excitement and surprise, but he remained silent, handing the hero a barbecue dish. The guy realized that he had said a little too much. Finally, Bruno sighed and announced that it was time for lunch. Yuna joyfully exclaimed that he was actually very hungry. He shouted to his friends to gather at the table. Young Huck jumped for joy, and Minji reproachfully asked where he went and why he didn't return for so long. Everyone surrounded Bruno and began to beg for a bigger portion. Fortunately, the man's height prevented the children from scooping up food for themselves. The girls mumbled that they wanted to eat. Yunha just stood and waited. Bruno tried to explain that they needed to wait a little. The food was too hot. Yunha couldn't resist and, jumping up, grabbed the sausage and ate it, burning his mouth. The Italian tried to get indignant, but it was too late. Our hero laughed. He was happy with this day. The kitchen tent was empty. Everyone went to the table to finally enjoy the food. The children thanked Bruno with all their voices. A few days later, a large informal reception was planned at the Sirius Company President's city estate in Pyeongchang. Yunhee's parents, himself, his younger sister, and Yuna were invited. The adults were very nervous, but the children showed enviable calm. The mother tried to drink tea, but her hands were shaking. The husband noticed that she was nervous, to which the woman said that she understood how strange she looked. Yunhee's father assured his wife that she was the most beautiful woman in the world and looked amazing. She looked at him with a loving look. The children entertained their little sister. Here the doors swung open and the temporary workers entered the hall. They greeted the manager of the branch of the company No with his family. The men began to discuss the road. The women introduced themselves and chatted sweetly, paying each other compliments. The acquaintance turned out to be pleasant. Yuni's mother and Han Doyeon's wife really liked each other. They were the same age, so they immediately switched to informal familiarity. Yuna really liked both the house and its owners. And our hero noticed details, for example, that although Choi Subin behaves kindly, he tries to keep a little distance. Then a dark-haired girl approached the children and said hello. She had not yet been introduced to the guests, so she decided to do it herself. Her name was Han Sai-yeon, and the girl said that she, like Yuna, entered middle school this year. Yuna extended her hand and said that they were the same age, and she immediately received an offer to become good friends. The new acquaintance knew that Yuna had entered the Players' Academy and immediately started a conversation on this topic. Yuna knew that his sister was very sociable. But when in the first 5 minutes of meeting, the newly made friends began exchanging phone numbers and Instagrams, he couldn't help but smile. Another brunette, who looked about their age, walked past the group, but did not introduce herself to the guests. Yuna immediately recognized the girl and decided to take the initiative. When she sat down in a chair and began to drink tea, the guy came up and said hello, noticing that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The answer was silence, and our hero was somewhat embarrassed. He did not expect such blatant ignoring. It turned out that no one was going to ignore him. The girl was just shy, and a minute later, stuttering, she nevertheless responded to the greeting. She made an offended face and reminded that last time she asked to address her differently, it was Han Dae-young's second daughter, Han Se-hyun. They met 2 years ago after Yunhee's first grade at a reception at the Saibyok Hotel in Myeongdong. Yuna remembered how long he had refused to wear an expensive suit or leave the house at all that evening. The fact is that every year the Sirius Company held a party to thank its employees for their service, inviting them along with their families. Yuna was actively communicating with everyone at the time, which was strange considering that it was her first time at the event, and Yunha kept to herself. The father did not share his daughter's delight. His wife stayed at home with the newborn baby, and he was very upset that she was not at the celebration. A young man smiled at them and said that he was glad to see the head of the No department here at the celebration. The father became embarrassed and said that he had not yet become a director, to which the man laughed and said that the new year was about to come, so it was quite possible to address him that way. Taking the opportunity, everyone began to congratulate the father, who had just been promoted. Yuna ate slowly and thought about how his loving and gentle father had become the director. Wasn't it time to start worrying about the future of the company? The boy looked around, trying to find a quiet place where he could eat in peace. Here he saw that a dark-haired girl was standing alone near the window, wearing a dress as dark as her curls. She looked thoughtfully at the cityscape and showed no desire at all to communicate with anyone, just like our hero, although in fact, no. Yuna approached the girl and said that right now she was losing a lot in her life. She didn't answer, she just looked back. Still, curiosity got the better of her, and the girl asked in what sense he was losing. The guy replied that there was a great chance to eat something delicious. He speared a piece of food with his fork and explained that they needed to eat until they were full. They were children, so they could afford it. Yuna handed her a small piece and asked what the girl thought about it. She hesitantly said that they shouldn't eat at the party, to which the hero countered that isn't that what they're having them for in the first place. The piece went straight into her mouth, and it was clear that the dish was delicious. The beauty's cheeks turned pink. She seemed pleased. The boy's father saw this scene and called out to him. The boy decided that he shouldn't be embarrassed. From the outside, the situation really didn't look very good. His father pounced on him with complaints that he couldn't leave without warning. He was worried. Then the man in the gray suit asked in surprise if this was really the son of Director No. The boy recognized this man. His face reflected undisguised surprise, but he had to control himself. It was Han Do-young, the next chairman of Sirius, who said that he was glad that Director No's son had been found. Yuna decided to get acquainted. The boy said hello and introduced himself. It turned out that Han Do-yeon had heard about him after the incident with the Kraken. The man introduced his daughter, Han Se-yeon. She was the same sociable girl who quickly got along with Yuna later. She would become an excellent manager in the future. Then Han Do-young looked over Yunhee's shoulder and happily said that here was the second girl, his other daughter, Han Se-hyun. The guy turned around and saw that there was no one there except the girl he had just treated, so it was her. The beauty smiled and said that she hoped to become friends with him, and our hero thought only about the fact that in his past life, Do-young had only one daughter. Meanwhile, Han Se-hyun hugged him, telling him that she was 2 years older, but that this shouldn't bother Yunha at all. They agreed to communicate without any formalities, and not to take into account the peculiarities of business etiquette. Yunha asked if she could say hey, and Se-hyun got furious. She started demanding that he repeat what he just said. Here her face changed, and the beauty asked him to call her simply by her name, Se-hyun. Yunha happily agreed. Their fathers began to say goodbye and agreed that if the children wanted to communicate, they would exchange invitations to visit. Now that this invitation had been received and the No family was sitting at the Han family's house having tea, the atmosphere suddenly became less relaxed and relaxed. Finally, the hostess asked how the guests liked the snacks, and little Yunai joyfully cried out that everything was simply amazingly delicious. Somehow the conversation suddenly turned to the topic of studies, and questions began pouring in about the Players' Academy where Yuna had enrolled. Han Do-young handed the girl a box with a device and noticed that he had completely forgotten to give her a gift in honor of her admission right away. Yuna picked up the phone and looked at her parents in confusion. Do-young explained that it was so that she could contact them at any time. The girl's father thanked her but began to say that they could not accept such a gift. He was politely convinced that everything was fine. Han Do-young smiled and explained that it was a polite gesture in gratitude for the work, but Yunha suspected something was wrong. The president asked Yuna to open the box. She started to say something about how she already had a phone, but she opened it anyway. Do-yeon noted with a smile that this model was a product of Sirius, and was also much better than all other similar models. Yuna looked at him in confusion, then at her father, who was gently forced to confirm that this was indeed the case. Mom noticed that Yuna should be thanked. She thanked him but was extremely embarrassed. Yunha thought that all this was extremely strange. Not only were they invited to dinner, but they were also given the company's latest developments, and it's unclear why they were so helpful. Yunai fed her brother cookies, and he thought about what goal Han Do-young might be pursuing and what he might need from the No family. Here he noticed that his sister had moved over to the chairman's youngest daughter, and they were already making arrangements to meet at various social events. Yuna replied that she would look forward to the invitation, to which Han Se-yeon remarked that she would be glad if Yuna went too. Se-hyun looked at the boy intently, but he pretended not to notice her sister's offer or her gaze. The girl's mother said that her eldest daughter has few friends because she is not so sociable. It would be great if the boy became friends with Se-hyun. The girl objected that she had friends, and her sister suggested naming at least one. The tension between them was very strange. Se-hyun clapped her hands and said that it didn't matter. As long as Yuna came too, then her boogie sister would have company. It seems that our hero understood what was going on. There is one reason why children are invited to social events, all for the sake of creating cliques, corporate political associations. That is, Se-hyun wants her and Yuna and Se-hyun, of course, to become part of her clique. The girl is being prepared as her father's successor. Yuna agreed. He had his reasons. Choi Soo-bin clapped her hands happily. She was already busy with her daughter's career. Our hero was interested in whether the attitude towards his family would change over time, and even more interesting, what Se-hyun thought about it. He noticed that Se-hyun was looking at him and was also trying to understand the hidden motives behind the guy agreeing She was far from simple. In any case, our hero decided that it would be useful. He had no reason not to trust the company his father worked for, and besides, he didn't want to leave Yuna unattended. Soon the dinner was over, and everyone began to say goodbye, making arrangements for the next meeting. Some did not come out to say goodbye. Sometime before this, a strange incident occurred. It all started with a man in a red armband walking down the street and drinking alcohol. Then he heard strange cries that it was enough to show off and it was time to return to the slums. The man turned around at the sound. While the man was distracted by someone's argument, a buzzing sound was heard from the other side. It became more and more annoying. When the man decided to continue his journey, he was unable to do so. A huge mosquito monster appeared in front of him. It was a 7th grade monster, and there was only one of it, but the encounter was not pleasant in any case. The mosquito plunged its proboscis into the stranger's shoulder, causing him to literally scream in pain. But for some reason, the man did not resist. From fear and loss of blood, the stranger began to lose consciousness. His eyes rolled back, and his legs became weak. First, a wine bottle fell onto the asphalt and broke, as his bloodless fingers could not hold it. Then the man himself fell down there, his body sprawled on the ground, reflected in the eyes of the sated monster before he flew away. Footsteps were heard. Someone was walking down the street towards the scene of the events. Apparently, it was a group of players. The mosquito didn't need a new victim. It needed to digest what it had eaten in peace, so it simply rose into the air and was about to fly. At this time, the players ran towards him. They were sent by the Monster Control Service to carry out an operation to destroy the mosquito. Then one of the hunters noticed the man and asked what to do. The commander said that he was an ordinary drunkard. He had nothing to do with them, and with the mosquito either. According to the instructions, they had to take him to the hospital. The commander did not want to, but still it had to be done. On the day when the incredible heat wave was announced, the children started their summer holidays, and some of our good friends also ended up in the hospital. It was Juliet, who joyfully greeted the guests with a wave of her hand and a cry of ciao. The entire Yunhee group waved and shouted ciao in response, with flowers and gifts. The children were happy, and the woman too. The reason for the visit to the hospital was the birth of the baby. Juliet asked the children not to make too much noise so as not to wake him up. Everyone wanted to get a better look at the baby's face. The girls agreed that he was as beautiful as an angel. What struck Heian most was the child's hands. They were so tiny that even dolls' hands were bigger, and everyone immediately began discussing what toys to give Juliet's son. Yunya noticed that the baby liked attention and being around people, and former Princess Valentine noted that he got it from his mother. The guy handed his neighbor a tiramisu and asked if it was a boy or a girl, since the word bambino is neuter. Juliet laughed that it was a boy, thinking it was clear from his face. Yunai and Yunhee's mother had already come. The girl was happy that she had another little brother, and was very interested in his name. Juliet said that she had thought of the name a long time ago, even before his birth. The child was named Avenir, and at the sound of this name our hero shuddered. In his past life, No Yunha carefully studied the chronicles of the expedition to the Abyss and came across this name there more than once. Due to his skills, Avenir, nicknamed Diamond Fist, played a key role in the raid. He was one of the best Italian players. The guy wondered if it was possible that Juliet's son and Diamond Fist were the same person. Here Minji asked if she could hold the baby in her arms, and his mother had nothing against it. She was surprisingly calm about everything that was connected with her son. In Yunhee's past life, Juliet did not choose death. Being kidnapped by the Marins, she was in this child. Our hero's friends cooed over the baby and admired him, but Yunha himself wanted to pay more attention to his beautiful mother. The boy sat down next to Juliet and said that since Yunai considered the child his brother, he would also call him his youngest. Juliet promised that she would do her best to make the baby grow up quickly and start carrying his boss Yunhu on his shoulders. The boy giggled that he would probably refuse. Here John-hook raised his hand and asked what Avrin's last name was, also no or another, and if another, then what? Juliet proudly declared that the boy's full name was, of course, Avrin, but Yunha mentally screamed that it was time to stop giving out his last name to everyone. Soon the children left the hospital. The weather was good, and they decided to walk together a little more. When they went downstairs, the guys started discussing how the day was surprisingly hot. The air conditioner was on in the ward, but it was simply unbearable outside. Young-hook and Minji agreed that if this continues, they will just melt like ice cream. It was a funny metaphor. Yan Heian reminded her friends that there was a swimming pool at the community center and they could go there, and they would take a walk along the way. The girl turned to Yunhei and asked if he would go swimming with everyone else. Our hero thought about it. He started thinking out loud about how it was Wednesday and he had no special plans when he suddenly noticed something unusual and stopped mid-sentence. It was a group of children eating bread right on the street and sitting on the road. Yunha knew that they were wanderers, but he didn't know how to explain it to his friends. This term was used to describe those who lost their parents to monsters, or were kicked out of their homes and therefore live in the slums, or simply hang around the city, sleeping wherever they can. The country's government built special facilities where such children could spend the night, and also organized the distribution of hot meals for them on Wednesdays. Boxes of cookies and other necessary things were brought for the travelers. One of the boys decided not to wait his turn and ran to take the box from above. It turned out to be heavy, and the child was unable to hold it. The box flew down, opening on the way and scattering cookies. The other boxes wobbled, threatening to fall on top of a small boy sitting on the sidewalk with a cup of water. The child felt threatened but did not move. At the last moment, Yuna ran up and grabbed him in his arms, jumping away from the falling boxes. The boy remained unharmed. When our hero lowered him to the ground, the child called him an angel. His mother always said that someday an angel would come and protect him from danger. The boy asked if the angel had come to eat. The boy said that he was not hungry and had just come to see him. The friends headed to Yunhei. Yanhuk and Hyan asked if everything was okay and what kind of place it was where they gave out food to strange children. There were a lot of them. An older boy ran past and took a cookie from another. Everything happened very quickly. The kid with the cup pulled our hero by the edge of his t-shirt and said that this was his brother. Yunha didn't know what to say. The older boy walked up to the little boy and grabbed him by the arm, lifting him to his feet. The child winced in pain. The movement was too abrupt. The brother, who, like the younger boy, was missing one arm, screamed in fear that he had told him not to bother strangers, and then apologized to Yuna in a frightened voice. The travelers bowed and asked to simply let them leave in peace, and they forced the youngest one to bow in the same way. The group of friends looked in complete bewilderment at these dirty, unhappy children bowing before them with a frightened look. The wanderers left, the youngest joyfully waving his hand, saying goodbye to his angel savior. Minji and Yang Hyun noticed that those children looked scary, and it dawned on Yunhu that the friends had never met strangers before. The boy became sad. Parents usually do not explain such things to children, in whose lives kindergarten is replaced by school and everything is fine. As long as someone lives a quiet life, he does not encounter those who live in slums or are left on the streets. Sona sighed and said that today, it turns out, was that very day. The church she grew up in also fed the needy for free. Younghuk asked the boss who they were. Hyan also wanted to know the answer, but Yunha replied that they just shouldn't think about it. Without further ado, the group headed to the pool, unaware that several pairs of eyes were watching them. The situation looked like two different worlds had collided, one where people lived happily and had no problems, and the second, where instead of laughter and delicious food, there were only tears, danger, and hungry days on the street. It is not surprising that the children from these different worlds simply went their separate ways after meeting. The next day, Sona, Younghuk, and Hyan were sitting in the gazebo eating ice cream. Their conversation was quite casual and concerned the weather. Yan Hyan looked at her watch and said that she needed to hurry up so as not to be late. Her friends reassured the girl that they would have time for everything. They were waiting for Yunhu and Minji, who were already quite late. Younghuk assumed that the friends most likely just went to the cafe for ice cream. It was very hot. Then they heard footsteps. Someone was running towards the children. They thought it was Yunha, but the panting was too loud for a child in good physical shape. It was a man running, apparently the same stranger in the red bandage who had been bitten by a mosquito. He was breathing heavily. At the doctor's appointment at the hospital where the players took him, the doctor discovered a violation of mana concentration, so he advised him to go to a larger clinic. The man decided that the doctor was a charlatan. He had never had mana, and the stranger did not know that he had been attacked by a monster. He decided that it was a drunken dream. There were no traces of the bite. Our heroes became wary when they noticed a man with difficulty moving his legs and shortness of breath. He was too noisy and was behaving strangely. Eventually, the stranger in the red bandage couldn't hold his legs any longer, and he simply sat down on the sidewalk, continuing to puff and groan. The man stretched his hand out in front of him and looked at it. It seemed to him that the skin began to bulge and move, but he decided that these were hallucinations from the heat. I needed to call the senior manager and warn him that I would be a little late, and a phone appeared in the hands of the man in the red armband. He swiped his finger across the screen, but instead of his reflection, he saw an image of a mosquito monster. It was strange. The phone fell to the ground. Younghuk watched what was happening carefully. He was alarmed and was ready to rush to help. The man bent in half and grabbed his head. He took off the bandage. Sweat was streaming down his face. His eyes were bulging out of his head. The children ran up quite close and asked if he needed help. Yeonhuk asked several times if everything was okay, and the man replied that the children needed to leave immediately. The man again grabbed his head with his hands and began to swing, repeating that they should not hesitate and run away quickly. At this point, Hayan, her eyes wide open in horror, called out to Yeonhuk, her voice full of horror. The boy looked back. He was too busy with the man and did not take his eyes off him for a long time. He needed to listen to the advice and run away. Now it was too late. The man's face was swollen and blistered, but he continued to insist that the children leave him and save their lives. Hayan screamed again for Yeonhuk to run away faster, and the boy finally realized why the giant mosquito was heading straight for the children. He froze, unable to force his legs to move, although, as we know, he was far from being a timid person. At this time, Yuna was trudging along the street, languishing from the heat. Something strange was happening with the weather this year. Minji wasn't thrilled about climate change either, so when a friend suggested going to the store and buying ice cream, she was eager to agree. But the girl was very responsible. She knew that her friends were waiting and did not want to let them down. On the other hand, it was incredibly hot. However, her conscience got the better of her, and Minji screamed that the guy had fallen out of his mind. They were already late. What kind of store was there? Yuna said he just wanted ice cream and went to the supermarket to buy it. Minji tried her best to hold him back, even using her fists. The boy sat his friend behind his back so that she wouldn't get in the way and walked towards his goal, when suddenly he heard Sona's telepathic voice calling for help. At first, the hero did not understand that it was telepathy, and even asked Minji if she had heard anything. The girl said that he should not change the topic of conversation. But then she also heard Sona's screams. Yunha asked her friend to call the Mana Control Department and report that there was a monster nearby, and he himself began to tie his shoelaces. Yuna always made sure they were tied well before using the skywalk. The next moment, the guy took off so quickly that he didn't even hear what Minji was shouting after him. Yuna soared high into the air and rushed to help his friends as fast as a child's body could manage. An annoyed Minji waved her phone and shouted that it would be nice to know exactly where the monster appeared before calling the department. Everyone's mana reserves are different, and each organism can withstand a certain amount of energy, but if too much accumulates, the consequences will be fatal. The mosquito was a unique monster. It fed on mana, and it was once a human, in whose body simply more energy accumulated than it could withstand. A transmutation occurred. He instantly approached the children and attacked Yeonhuk. The boy jumped back at the very last moment. He ran away thinking that he had imagined it, but in fact the man in the red bandage actually turned into a mosquito monster before the child's eyes. And now he pursued the fleeing children to satisfy a hunger that was unfamiliar to him in human form. They ran very fast, but Yeonhuk kept looking back, and Hayan was simply slower than her friends and weaker. The boy thought that at this rate the monster would soon catch up with them. If only Yunha would come sooner and help his friends. He remembered how on Mount Bukan the captain said that Yeonhuk was the only one who could fight and protect everyone, and it cheered the boy up. He ordered himself to stop panicking and pull himself together, and he did it literally, grabbing his face and continuing to run. He asked Sona, who was full of strength, to put Hayan on her shoulders and run with her. The girl happily agreed. How could she not have thought of it before? Hayan tried to object that she could handle it on her own and run faster if she tried. But Sona didn't let her finish, explaining that if Yeonhuk gave such a command, he most likely had a plan. They turned around and asked what next. The boy explained that Hayan had to put up a protective barrier so that the monster couldn't get to them. The girl looked back and replied that she would try to do it, but she was not sure that she would be able to concentrate. She put her hand forward and gathered a huge amount of mana to make the protective dome large enough. It worked out just fine. The mosquito crashed into the wall of mana, and the children were able to break away from their pursuer a little. Yeonhuk ordered his friend to hold the barrier, and Sunwoo asked her to send a telepathic call for help so that as many people around as possible could hear them. The girl closed her eyes and tried to concentrate as much as possible so that the signal would be clear and powerful. A second later, a pleasant yellow glow began to emanate from it and spread radially around it. People started looking out of the windows of nearby houses, trying to understand what was going on, but for some reason they were in no hurry to help. The girl broadcast a message that a monster was chasing them and that they needed to call the player. Someone reached for the phone. Then Hayan called out to Yeonhuk and said that the monster was stuck to the barrier. What could that mean? The boy replied that it was probably a good thing. The main thing was not to let the monster break through and harm them before Yunhee or the player arrived. The boy decided to fire a mana projectile at the monster to scare it away. but he didn't think very well about the consequences this could lead to. Yeonhuk fired a shot, and Yang Hae-yeon's hand holding the barrier shook, and the dome was broken through. The mosquito looked inside, and the children realized that they had made a mistake and needed to flee again. But finally, Yeonhuk decided to hit the monster a couple more times to buy some extra time for the girls. After that, Sona took Haeyeon by the back again and prepared to start. The guy joined them at the same second. They ran away without looking back, and behind them, the protective barrier crumbled into magical dust. The mosquito began to tremble slightly and made a strange sound, as if someone far away was moaning that they did not want to die. It was obvious that the man with the red armband had not yet become a monster completely. Somehow he had managed to remain conscious. The children turned around at the sound. They also heard this half moan, half cry, and even slowed down a little. But she had to think about something else. Sona started running, and only Haeyeon, sitting on her back, continued to think that this was all very strange. She used her special vision and noticed that the monster's mana was mixed with humans. Was the human turning into a monster right now? Yuna seemed to sense that she was busy with something she shouldn't have been, and ordered his friend to put up the protective barrier again. The mosquito had gotten too close to them, and there was no point in continuing to escape. Sona and Haeyeon behind her were literally a meter away from the monster. If they didn't protect themselves, they would be attacked in a matter of seconds. This time, Haeyeon couldn't concentrate properly. It wasn't worth spending mana on special vision. The little girl's head started spinning. She released her hands and let go of Sona, continuing to try to create a shield of mana to protect her friends. The monster began to circle in the air to attack the children from a direction they would not expect. Yeonhuk called out to Sona to slow down. The girl slipped from surprise and injured her leg. Haeyeon decided that it was her fault and almost burst into tears. She was very sensitive to the troubles she could expose her friends to. Yeonhuk helped the half-breed up. Haeyeon asked how she was, and she replied that she was fine, but she needed to pull herself together. The little girl leaned over to Sona's feet and noticed that the damage was quite serious. She replied that it was nothing. The main thing was that everyone was alive. Sona looked up and said that there was something more important than the bruises and scratches on her legs right now. The mosquito was approaching again. The friends froze, trying to figure out how best to act in this situation. Since they couldn't run away now, and there wasn't enough mana for the shield, they had to try to fight off the monster and attack it with mana projectiles. Yang Hae-yang and Yeonhuk learned this technique from Yun-hee, so they didn't hesitate to attack while the distance allowed. The monster did not receive any serious damage. Its chitinous armor was quite strong and protected its body. He was getting closer and closer, and the children's mana was getting smaller and smaller. They continued to launch magic projectiles, hoping for a miracle. The mosquito began to circle right above their heads. They needed to change tactics immediately, but there was no time to think. Haeyeon decided to take the tried and true route and create a protective dome again. This time her concentration was at the proper level. The protective barrier appeared just in time to save the children from the attack of the monster, which had come very close. Sona sat and thought that while Yang Hae-yeon and Yeonhuk were coping, it couldn't last forever. Soon both of them would simply run out of mana, and then it would be the end for them all. Haeyeon gave it her all. She felt guilty. Apparently the same feeling was passed on to the half-breed. Sona began to cry, deciding that her friends would die because of her. She began to persuade them to leave her here and flee. The girl shouted about this to Yeonhuk several times, but no one listened to her. Everyone was busy with their own business. Finally, Yeonhuk found a second to explain to Sonya that she was nervous for nothing. The captain would definitely come and save them. He would appear any minute. And although the boy had no evidence of this, he turned out to be absolutely right. Yunha was already approaching the place where his friends were heroically fighting off the monster. Sona was the first to see him. The girl began to smile through her tears. Well, she completely forgot that they had agreed to meet. Our hero didn't delay and immediately delivered a very powerful kick to the mosquito. He made every effort to kick it away from his friends. The plan worked. The monster flew back about 10 meters and now tried to take off again, but it didn't work out well. Yang Hae-yeon screamed that she believed that Yunha would come, and Yeonhyuk shook his fist and asked why Yunha showed up so late. The boy laughed and said that they were doing just fine without him, so there was no need to play poor. He assumed a heroic pose and said that there was no need to complain because he had already made it, and now everything would be fine. He advised his friends to stay put until the other players arrived, and he himself intended to hold off the mosquito as long as possible. Haeyeon explained to the boy that this monster was not quite ordinary, and Yeonhuk added that before his eyes, an ordinary man turned into a mosquito. This information shocked Yunhoo. He had never encountered anything like this before. although he knew something about cases of transmutation. The guy decided that the mosquito was taking mana instead of devouring people. He had to act carefully. The attacked person experiences a mana deficiency, and the body begins to produce it too actively, resulting in an explosion, or the person turns into a mosquito himself. Yuna approached the monster with the firm intention of giving him a good beating. There was no point in touching his friends. The first blow landed on the monster's head, and it was so strong that the cracking of the chitinous shell could be heard. Taking advantage of the respite, the hero thought that the hospital and the control service should better monitor the patients bitten by the monster. Looking at the monster, which looked quite unusual, the boy thought that perhaps special instructions had not yet been developed for this type of monster. He circled around the mosquito and struck it from different sides, preventing it from getting closer to his friends. Well, the reasons for what happened weren't important now. It was necessary to concentrate on the battle until help arrived. Yuna gathered as much mana as he could and began to deal crushing blows to the monster. One of these blows was so strong that it simply smashed the mosquito into the asphalt, the insect convulsing. The guy jumped up and began to smash the monster's head against the ground over and over again, leaving him no chance of survival. A quiet groan and a call for help was heard. The boy froze. The man who had become a monster was still conscious. It was amazing. Yuna didn't continue to beat him. He just stepped on his body with his foot so that he wouldn't twitch. He was thinking what to do. But still, the process of transmutation could not be stopped, so the boy decided to finish the job. He and his friends decided to retreat to a safe distance while the mosquito was immobilized and perhaps dead. But then Yunha called out to Sonu. It seemed as if the mosquito was mutating back. One of its legs suddenly turned into a human leg again. It looked scary. The insect's body began to thicken, acquiring human outlines, and he did not stop calling for salvation from death. In Yunhee's past life, there was a well-known organization of neanthropes called Kuma, whose demonic members carried out a real terror in South Korea. Yuna thought that the chance of becoming a demon was so small that it was close to zero. He once again asked if Hai Yang was sure that the mosquito was a man. Yeonhuk confirmed that this was the case, adding that he definitely saw it. Yang Hai Yan also nodded. Group hallucinations were ruled out. Yuna thought that it was not because of one of the members of Kuma, the woman nicknamed Beelzebub, who had appeared 10 years earlier. At this time, the mosquito came to its senses and rushed upward, a piercing cry of prayer for salvation. Its mind wanted only one thing, not to be a monster. Yunha shouted that he didn't allow him to escape and prepared a mana projectile to stop the monster. He hit the mosquito and it dropped a little. It became clearly visible that it retained human hands and an eye, not yet completely demonized. Yuna realized that one charge of the small was not enough. He rushed upward in search of a suitable weapon. In flight, the boy noticed a heavy pipe. It was what he needed, or rather the only thing that could suit him. The monster and Yunha after him flew into the slums. The mosquito hid in one of the poor houses, hoping to wait out the pursuit there. There was a tired woman sitting in the room. A baby was crying in her arms. They were so unhappy that they didn't even try to run away or defend themselves. The mosquito was approaching them. The people froze. Then the boy began to cry loudly. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Then a question was heard about how it was possible to forget about him so quickly. The mosquito looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yunhu. He saw nothing more. The battle began. Our hero enveloped the pipe in mana and quickly put the weapon into action. The first thing Yuna did was to push the enemy as far away from the people as possible. But this turned out to be a mistake. The monster simply flew out the window, avoiding certain death in the poor man's house. Now the guy had to catch up with him. Right in the middle of the monster's head, there was a gaping hole left by the pipe. It couldn't fly far, and Yuna caught up with the enemy in a jump. The guy decided to use the mana destruction technique and launched another attack to destroy the monster once and for all. After several blows, the monster tried to take off again, and our hero again rushed after it. He decided that the pipe was quite suitable for a long-range attack of a small needle and decided to try how it would work. A whole rain of small mana needles flew after the monster, which made the chase much easier. The mosquito met the shells with its chest. Without trying to continue running, it simply fell sharply downwards. Looking at the destruction left by the monster, our hero thought that if he was to dodge like this, it was not yet clear what was better. Yuna headed towards the building where the enemy had fallen, breaking through the roof and several more floors. Then he heard a loud child's cry coming straight from the breach. The guy was surprised and confused. The child was calling for his mother. Yunha rushed through the window to save the baby as quickly as possible. He didn't hesitate for a second. He flew into the building and before he could land, was ready to start a fight with the enemy. But the enemy was not visible. But something else was visible, Yunha cursed. Even with his great experience in battles, this was already too much. There were many people in the room who had died as a result of their encounter with the monster. They were lying on the floor like mannequins. Our hero clenched his fists in rage. There was nothing he could do to help these people. He needed to prevent new victims and destroy the monster as quickly as possible. Mosquito was busy sucking mana from another slum dweller when Yuna rushed at him like an enraged bull. With one blow, he knocked down the monster and tore it away from its victim. Now it was necessary to prevent it from finding a new one and take care of the victim. With another powerful blow of the pipe, Yuna threw the monster so far that it almost broke through the wall of the building. His appearance changed again, becoming even closer to an insect. It turns out that the monster retained human features because he did not completely lose his mind. Only now the demonization was complete, and now there was nothing human left in the mosquito. He took off and headed for the exit. The guy decided that this already looked like some kind of mockery of him. Then Yuna heard a familiar voice. Some child was calling for his brother, and then began to ask the angel to come back. The guy froze. It seemed that this was the same child from the wanderers whom he had saved in the morning from falling cookie boxes. He rushed to clear away the mountain of rubble from the ceiling debris that the monster had destroyed when it fell into the building. Stones rained down on his head, but Yunha did not stop. Players ran across the roof, chasing the mosquito. There were quite a few of them, quite enough to catch up with and neutralize the monster. Yuna stopped and realized that at least he didn't have to worry about that anymore. These were the players who had arrived at Sona's call. He left the mosquito on their conscience and looked at the child he had just dug up. He opened his eyes again and called him. It really was that same little boy. He was delirious and kept calling for his angel and his mother, one after the other. Only now his appearance changed. One eye had already begun to transform into a mosquito's. There was no one to save. The child also recognized Yunhu and began to smile. His face, even disfigured by demonization, became cute. Yunha once again returned to the memories of his past life in the ruins of Suwon City. These were difficult memories. The Misty Flower team was on a mission. Yunhu was very upset that they were not taken seriously because they were not among the thrones. Paran was injured. This was the work of the demoness Beelzebub, who destroyed the city with the help of insect monsters. The ruler of the 9 demonic flies sat with her legs crossed and asked why some weaklings had arrived instead of professionals. And hadn't she destroyed enough people? Yuna was also injured. His partner was busy reviving him, and Paran yelled at the demoness to shut her mouth, because it stinks. Beelzebub smiled and asked who was so impudent. Could it really be that same mad dog? The hero grabbed his sword and resolutely rushed to attack her. He could not stand the creature mocking him. The ruler of the flies stopped him with one movement, piercing his stomach. Yunha screamed for Paran not to move. Now his friend will heal him, and he himself will figure everything out. Beelzebub laughed and asked if this was Misty Flower's only support, Dark Priest, and the girl realized that it was her turn. Our hero said that it was time to take his hands off his friends, and with one movement of his sword, he cut off the demoness's limbs. She didn't even bat an eyelid, stepped over her severed hand, and asked if this was the famous berserker, or rather the immortal. The demoness noticed that he could have made his face more welcoming. She was really looking forward to this meeting, so why be so gloomy? Yuna gave the order to his friends to carefully leave, and he himself took a few steps towards Beelzebub. The woman asked who that beautifully dead person was behind him, if it was that same girl. The girl who possessed destructive power comparable to the power of all the thrones together was killed by the demoness. Flies covered the face of their mistress. She was disgusting to the point of nausea and behaved accordingly. The red-haired girl just mentioned was destroyed by an explosion so powerful that it left no chance of survival. The creature standing in front of Yuna was such a powerful mage that it created a monstrous explosion with just a wave of its hand as if it were play. The girl did not die immediately. She tried to defend herself and even attack the enemy, but her hand rose to cast a spell and fell again. She had no strength left. On the second attempt, I managed to get up and prepare for the attack. After all, the Witch of Carnage was extremely powerful. The demoness reported that she was weak as hell, as her nickname suggests, but her resistance to mana was amazing. She hissed that she could be proud of herself. She didn't turn into a monster even after the flies had worked on her, and even withstood the explosion. The Witch of Carnage grimaced. Paran drew his sword and yelled at the mistress of the flies to shut up immediately, and so he committed his wound. The demoness held a whip in her hands and did not miss the opportunity to use it a few minutes later. She landed a few blows, and that was enough to stop the conversation and take the battle more seriously. Paran entered into a long and exhausting confrontation with Beelzebub. He was no pushover either, and he wanted revenge. The Grim Reaper tried to bring the Witch of Carnage back to life. She did not know how to resurrect the dead, but accidentally noticed that her friend was showing signs of life and therefore got down to business. The girl came to her senses and called the squad leader. Yunha looked around in surprise. He didn't believe that this was possible. The witch laughed and suggested that he had probably become attached to her, but she demanded that he finish herself off before the demonization ended. The process had already begun, and her appearance was rapidly changing. Both the Immortal and the Grim Reaper could not hold back their tears. Finally, Yuna pulled himself together and decided to fulfill his friend's last will. He promised to meet her in hell, after which he cut off her head. Now our hero stood over the child who had already begun to transform into a monster, and understood that he would have to do it again. Inside, he just wanted to burst into tears and hide somewhere far away, but he was forced to control himself for the sake of the boy. The kid asked why the angel wasn't smiling. Was he really going to die soon? The boy was silent for a moment and replied that he didn't want to smile. Why would that be? The boy laughed and said that whenever he smiles, someone always appears and saves him. He looked at Yunhu and asked to give him a smile. Our hero made an effort and fulfilled his last wish. Taking a firmer grip on the pipe, Yunha asked if the little boy had anything else he wanted to say before he left. The wanderer lowered his head and sadly said that he wanted to go to his mother. It was his mother that he missed the most. Yuna nodded and promised that he would see her soon. The guy raised the pipe to hit and warned that it would hurt a little. The child looked at him and replied that he had long been accustomed to pain and it did not frighten him in the least. He added that if it is necessary, then he's ready to endure. Enduring is not bad, but even very pleasant. It makes you strong. Yuna lowered the pipe and froze. He began to think about how he had always hated little children all his life as far back as he could remember. They made a lot of noise and trouble. All the kids could do was interfere with him while he was doing his own thing. They fell, screamed, made you want to scold or just run away as far as possible just to get rid of the source of irritation. They fell, cried, and threw tantrums in order to get what they wanted from their parents. And these little manipulators almost always got what they wanted. All they had to do was cry louder. Yuna hated them because he himself was not like that. After the death of his parents, he was never able to become an ordinary carefree child. He looked at the other children and was incredibly envious of them because their mom and dad were with them, that they can simply take their father by one hand, their mother by the other, laugh and go through life knowing that they can count on support and protection. Yuna stood among the ruins and suddenly noticed a dirty but whole teddy bear under the rubble of walls and stones. He shook it off and picked it up from the ground. The toy was very cute and even seemed to glow from within with some kind of spiritual warmth. Yunha, holding the teddy bear in his hands, walked to the place where he left the body of the boy who called him an angel, thinking that he was only smiling so that others would not worry. The boy put the toy in the dead child's hands and whispered that this way he wouldn't be afraid to go meet his mother. He didn't cry because he knew it wouldn't help. By this point, the players have already caught the mosquito. They notice that the demonization is complete, so the monster needs to be finished off. Yuna stood over the child and thought about how he could do this, how he could continue to kill monsters, no matter who they were. The news reported that the mosquito monster had been destroyed, thanks to a girl who telepathically summoned the players. Yuna watched TV and thought that Sona deservedly received the Brave Child Award. She did a great job. At this time, his little sister looked into the room. She was seriously concerned about something. The little girl thought that her brother hadn't been smiling at all lately. Such a gloomy brother was not at all to her taste. She remembered that her mother had once told her that if someone close to her was sad, he could be comforted very easily. The girl jumped on Yunhu with hugs. This was her mother's surefire recipe for hugging someone who was feeling bad. He hugged his little sister back and smiled, asking why Yunai was in such a great mood today. Just like that, the little girl answered and watched as her brother's face became more and more relaxed. He stroked her hair. The girl whispered that she wanted him to lean closer to her. She needed to tell him something secretly in his ear. When Yuna leaned over, she kissed him on the cheek. That was the whole secret. But our hero suddenly remembered that everything was fine now. The little sister waved her arms and jumped up and down, singing that she really liked her brother and that she loved him more than anyone in the world. Yuna sat leaning on his arm, his cheeks gradually starting to flush, blood rushing to his skin. And now the boy stretched his lips into a smile. How can you not smile when such a cutie loves you more than anything in the world? Yunya happily announced that he also liked Yunai more than anything in the world, and they laughed together so loudly that the whole house heard it. A few days later, the General Sports Festival of Doan Elementary School, where our heroes studied, was held. The first competition that was announced was Find a Partner. Yunha stood with some note in his hands and couldn't believe that it was actually written there. All the children shook their heads from side to side. trying to find the person mentioned on the piece of paper that was randomly scattered on the table for the competition. Sona and Minji were discussing something when our hero called out to the half-breed and said that he needed to show her something. He took the girl by the hand and dragged her somewhere to the side. Minji chanted that their team must win. Yuna approached the coach and said that he had found a partner. The man demanded to see the note. The boy handed the piece of paper to him. It said puppy on it. The coach got tense. It was ugly. The girl attacked her friend, screaming that she was a fox, not a dog. Yuna replied that she should be quiet. Their team had to win. Sun's eyes were shining with fire as she said that she simply had to win and become class president next year. Stepping aside, Sona sighed sadly, but then she heard Yuna barking to cheer her up. Together, they happily ran back to Minji to discuss the future strategy for the team game and the competition. On the way, they were intercepted by Yunai, who brought lunch for Yunhee and was now proudly showing what she had drawn there with ketchup. Yunha smiled and asked whose beautiful portrait it was, and his sister said that it was shameful for him not to recognize himself. Minji remarked that it would be nice for him to be as nice to everyone as he was smart enough to call his friend a dog. The guy asked what was wrong. They themselves forced him to participate in a stupid competition, and now they are unhappy. Kim Minji pompously announced that this was the way to go. As long as she held the position of president, their class would receive the highest grade. The kids asked if it was because the teacher promised burgers to the winners, and the girl was embarrassed. She really loved to eat well. Minji exclaimed that it didn't matter. The main thing was that he didn't shirk. Just at that moment, Haiyan, exhausted after the competition, approached. The woman with long blonde hair smiled and told her that Haiyan had done a great job, and Haiyan thanked her, first calling her sister, then changing it to Mama. It was Min Soo-jin, Papa Yang's new wife. She treated the girl very well, trying to brighten up the longing for her dead mother, but she was still very young. Yuna had heard their conversation, so he now felt a little awkward, as if he had violated someone's privacy. He remembered how Yang Haiyan's father's wedding with Min Soo-jin had been a few months ago, a modest but elegant affair. But the main thing he learned on the wedding day was that Min Soo-jin was the second daughter of Min Jusik, the chairman of the Alice Group, and also the same old man who loved to read. The guys from their company were very happy and said that they now have every right to call Min Jusik grandfather. The main difficulty was that Haiyan now had to relearn how to address little sister as mom, since she was used to the former. When the first half of the tasks were completed, the children were released to have lunch and rest a little. Yuna was going to take a nap. He intended to go into the garden and lie down there, but then he saw Sona. The girl was extremely upset. The guy approached his friend and asked what such a cute puppy was doing there. She yelled at him that she was not a dog, and now this nickname had stuck to her because of Yunhee. It was not fair. The boy apologized and said that the nickname was cute, and then asked why she was standing there alone. They were together with Minji. Yuna decided that his friend was nearby and looked around the corner to see if she was there. The girl was indeed there, but our hero did not dare call out to her. She was angry and shouted that she would figure out what to do and how. Minji was talking to her mother and was extremely excited. She was shouting that she would choose her own friends. It was her personal business. The woman asked to react more calmly and said that she doesn't forbid being friends with Yunhook, and that Haiyan is generally a dream, not a friend. She added that the only thing she asked was to stay away from Sona. The girl pushed her away and repeated again that there was no need to tell her who she should be friends with and who she shouldn't. Mom took Minji by the hands and reminded her that Sona was a half-breed. The girl pushed her away and began to stamp her feet in anger. Yuna heard everything, and now it became clear to him why Sona was standing so sad around the corner. Terribly offensive things were happening. Mom continued to explain that people don't like half-breeds, so if someone sees her with Sona, they will start to treat Minji herself badly. The girl sank down the wall and hugged her knees. There were tears in her eyes. She felt terrible. Yunha did not know how to help Sonia, but the friend found the strength to calm the guy down and said that she was okay while continuing to cry. The girl realized that she would never have friends. Yuna asked why they were not good for her. Sona smiled gratefully, apologized for the inconvenience, and was about to leave. Yunha held her hand. He didn't want their friendship to be ruined and just asked her not to rush. The guy knew their friend's character well, so he asked Sona to stay and listen to the end, to believe in Minji. Mom was just trying to put pressure on her, telling her that other moms don't want to talk to her because of Sona. She doesn't like it when people gossip behind her back. The half-breed cried and asked Yunhu to just leave here so as not to listen to this extremely unpleasant conversation. Minji lowered her head and also began to cry, but then she pulled herself together and said in a firm voice that this was not the main thing. The main thing is that Sona is her friend and she loves her. At the thought that the solution lies on the surface, the girl began to smile. The tears stopped rolling from the half-breed's eyes. She realized that Yunha was right, and Minji was a very good person and a loyal friend. Mom couldn't find what to answer. She looked at her daughter and felt proud of her and ashamed of herself. How could she forget about real human values? She said she just wanted to warn him not to come to her and complain when problems start. Minji replied that she would never regret it. The mother hugged her daughter and said that she loved her stubbornness. Yuna peeked out from around the corner. He smiled and happily informed Sonia that everything had ended well and they could leave in peace. He put his hands behind his head and began calling his puppy. The girl ran after him and began to complain that it was time to stop calling her that. Then she called out to Yunhu, and her voice became serious. The guy understood that they were talking about something important. He looked back, but Sona was smiling. She said that today they simply had to take first place. They needed to cheer up Minji. The final task was to throw colorful balls into a basket held high above the teacher's head by the teacher's assistant. The children tried their best, and the blue team of the class, whose president was Minji, won. But the girl was not happy but looked at Yunhu in surprise. She asked him what had happened to him. Her friend had been so enthusiastic in the competition that there wasn't even enough room in the basket for all the balls. The girl continued to ask what was the matter, and our hero answered somewhat embarrassedly that he was always like this. Well, what else could he answer? The blue team also won the relay race, and Sona brought victory to the class by finishing first. In Limbo, the blue team won thanks to Janhuk, for whom the task was easy as pie. In the triathlon, Minji's class won thanks to the efforts of Yang Haiyan. Her new mother was delighted, as was the girl herself. Thus, the blue team became the winner of the school, and the girl, as the class president, received all the regalia. Minji was happy and approached her friends to thank them. She proudly said that if you try, you can move mountains. She started talking about how she was going to be elected class president next year when she suddenly became suspicious. Yunya and Sona carefully grabbed her. It was a cunning plan that the friends had agreed on in advance. Minji was picked up and asked in surprise what was going on, although, of course, she figured it out herself. On the count of 3, the children threw their friend high into the air, gave her a real ovation, and continued to swing her in their arms to the thunderous applause of the entire school. Minji's mom and Sona's mom stood nearby and watched what was happening, and it seemed like they even got along. The class president flew up again, and at that moment she felt pure, unclouded happiness. It was the best day in Kim Minji's life.